Cain purchased a standard fishing rod from the largest tackle shop in Vermilion City. The owner, a grizzled fisherman with a love for tall tales and big sails, enthusiastically recommended a particular brand of bait, claiming it had lured in everything from Magikarp to Gyarados. Cain didn't entirely believe him, but bought it anyway, along with a small collapsible chair. He headed straight to the beach. Though the sky was overcast and the waves restless, the shore was still dotted with determined anglers. Most were locals, quietly casting their lines into the foam, unbothered by the shifting weather. In fact, Cain learned from a passing fisherman that good weather often made for worse fishing. Sunlight scared the smarter prey. Not that Cain was here to catch anything special. After walking past the crowded stretch of sand, he found a quiet nook beneath a rocky cliff. The area was peaceful, secluded, perfect. He unfolded his chair, settled in, and began figuring out how to use his rod. Truthfully, Cain had never fished. Not on Earth. Not in his past life. Not once. It had started as a whim, an escape from the usual rhythm of battling, strategizing, and planning. He needed stillness. Something unhurried, something that didn't demand victory. The sound of waves, the scent of salt, and the occasional cry of wind gull above. It all brought an unexpected calm. He fumbled with the bait, managing, after several clumsy attempts, to cast his line properly. He wiped the sweat off his brow. So much for relaxing, he thought. Beside him, Slowpoke lay stretched in the sand, watching with half-lidded eyes. The calmness of the beach suited it well. But Cain caught the subtle twitch of its lip, a suppressed laugh. Ahem, Cain coughed, casting Slowpoke a side glance. Try to act like a proper guardian. Still pretending not to laugh, Slowpoke rolled to its side. Cain decided to release Miltank and Skorupi next. As a recognized league trainer, he didn't have to worry about being questioned for having rare Pokémon in public. Skorupi, however, had yet to appear before the public eye, and Cain hadn't officially decided on its role within the team. For now, he wanted them all to enjoy the sea breeze. Skorupi emerged with a happy chirp, immediately fascinated by the sand. It didn't take long before it buried itself entirely, leaving only the tip of its tail poking out like a curious periscope. The little scorpion had recently reached level 14 after its last battle, gaining 2 levels in one day. But Cain knew its growth spurt wouldn't last. Future progress would come only through effort and persistence. Leaning back in his chair, Cain let his body relax, mentally planning future training regimens for his team. The salt-kissed air, the rhythm of the waves, and the muted chatter from far-off fishermen combined into a gentle lull. For the first time in days, his thoughts grew quiet. And then, without warning, something changed. Slowpoke turned its gaze sharply toward Cain. From its psychic perspective, Cain's presence seemed to waver, not physically, but spiritually. It could still see Cain, yet something about his essence was fading, as if he were slipping into another dimension. Understanding the phenomenon, Slowpoke immediately connected telepathically with Miltank and Skorupi. Don't disturb him, it said firmly. He's entered deep meditation. Guard him. Miltank gave a solemn nod and took up position beside Cain's chair. Even the usually mischievous Skorupi poked its head out and stood sentinel, its eyes scanning the sand for movement. But what exactly was happening inside Cain's mind? He didn't know himself. If asked, he would have described it as nothingness, not sleep, not thought, just being. His mind had emptied, no tension, no effort. He didn't even realize when the thoughts stopped. It was as though he'd merged with the world around him, the waves, the wind, the silence. And then something appeared. Within his mind's eye, a faint black card hovered in the darkness, pulsing with strange light, familiar yet distant. It glowed softly, inviting him to touch it. But just as he reached for it, he woke up. Cain's eyes snapped open. The fishing rod lay still. Slowpoke and the others were on high alert, surrounding him. "What's wrong?" he asked, sitting up. "Did something happen?" Slowpoke responded immediately through telepathy, explaining everything it had sensed. Cain blinked. Deep meditation. He quickly recalled a passage from the manual Sabrina had given him. Psychics may, under certain rare circumstances, enter a state of deep meditation without warning. In such a state, mental capacity expands, and breakthroughs become possible, though the means to access this state remain unknown. Excitement stirred in Cain's chest. Wanting confirmation, he pulled the manual from his bag and cross-referenced the symptoms with what he had experienced. It matched. "System," he said eagerly, "scan my body. Check for any changes." Beep. Scan complete. Status. User has recently entered an unknown meditative state. Brain activity spiked to 300% of normal during peak. Current brain activity stabilized at 200% of baseline. Cognitive function and psychic receptivity improved. A 3D projection of his neural pathways lit up before him, parts of the brain glowing with more intensity than ever before. Cain's heart pounded. So my psychic power really has improved. He looked at the sand before him. Time for a test. He focused. 1 grain lifted. Then 2. 3. More grains began rising slowly, floating like golden dust caught in sunlight. They hovered for a moment, before Cain's concentration faltered. He clenched his fists, face red with strain. A small pile of sand, barely the size of 2 thumbs, sat in front of him, trembling. Cain slumped back, exhaling with disappointment. So that's it, he thought. Despite everything, the rare, deep meditation, the spike in brain activity, his improvement was marginal. The psychic energy had doubled, yes, but double of barely anything still wasn't much. He looked up at the clouds drifting above. If only I had Sabrina's talent. One meditation might have pushed me light years ahead. But he couldn't dwell on what-ifs. He'd made progress. Real, measurable progress. And for someone like him, someone who had clawed his way up from the lowest talent threshold, that meant something. Even if he had to meditate under 1,000 skies to get there, he would. Cain picked up the rod again, cast the line. And this time, his mind was calm, not because he was escaping the pressure of his journey. Cain's psychic abilities hadn't improved dramatically, but something inside him felt lighter, clearer. The constant mental pressure he'd grown used to, like a blade suspended above his thoughts, had vanished. What remained was a strange serenity, as if his very cells were soaking in the peace that followed the deep meditation. He rolled his neck with a satisfying crack, stretched out his limbs, and smiled faintly. With a casual pat on the heads of his nearby Pokémon, he turned his eyes back to the bobber, drifting gently in the water. The sea breeze was cool, the waves rhythmic, and for a moment, Cain imagined a future where he was strong enough to live without fear, perhaps buying a house by the sea, spending afternoons like this without a care in the world. Yadin, Slowpoke sighed contentedly beside him, flopping onto its side. To most, Cain looked the same as always. But Slowpoke, sensitive to the subtle fluctuations of psychic energy, could sense the difference. Cain's mental presence had shifted. The once stormy lake of his mind had calmed, but not because the storm was gone. No, now it was gathering strength beneath a glassy surface. Then the bobber dipped. Cain blinked. He wasn't sure what that meant. Was it just the tide? A tug from underwater? He watched, uncertain, until the bobber sank below the surface completely. Even a total novice knew what that meant. Cain jumped to his feet, gripping the rod with both hands. The line tightened as something thrashed underwater. He wrestled with it, got a feel for the pull, and gave a firm jerk to hook the catch. A moment later, a splash hit the shore, and a red Magikarp flopped onto the sand, gurgling and flipping wildly. It wasn't much to look at, scales dull with age, mouth agape, but Cain knew better than to underestimate the species. Magikarp were aquatic survivors, able to live in the dirtiest waters or deepest seas. On land, they were practically the equivalent of insects, resilient, annoying, and everywhere. But they held a secret. With evolution, Magikarp became Gyarados, one of the most fearsome Pokémon in the world. Its base stats shot from a mere 200 to a monstrous 540. But taming a Gyarados was another matter entirely. Cain had read the stories. Wild, brutal, and temperamental, most Gyarados didn't take kindly to commands. Still, he wouldn't mind catching one. One day. For now, Cain simply nudged the flailing Magikarp aside and rebaited the hook. His second cast went smoother, and he sat back down with practiced ease. He was even beginning to look like a real fisherman. But he had barely settled in when the bobber sank again. Another pull, another toss of the line, and another Magikarp flopped onto the sand beside the first. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. Each cast brought another Magikarp, and soon the sand beside Cain was filled with flailing red bodies, all flopping and spraying sand everywhere. Cain stared blankly at the chaos. "Is this bait too good?" he muttered. He glanced at the water where he'd been casting. Beneath the surface, a small school of Magikarp seemed to be hovering, waiting for his next move, as if they were addicted to the bait. Even knowing the hook was there, they bit without hesitation. Cain frowned. Could this part of the sea be so resource-poor that even Magikarp were desperate? But that didn't track. If there was an overpopulation, why weren't the other fishermen dealing with this problem? Just then, Slowpoke lifted its head with unusual urgency. Cain followed its gaze. Out on the horizon, a dark cloud loomed. Not a natural one. It was too dense, too perfectly round, and the sky around it remained oddly calm. Beneath the cloud, swirling whirlpools twisted in the ocean, and every few seconds, a fork of lightning cracked through the shadow. Cain narrowed his eyes. "Is that a storm?" he asked aloud. But something in his gut said no. It was too uniform, too unnatural. Rain dance. He'd read about it. Certain powerful water-type Pokémon could summon clouds like that with a single command. He quickly gathered his things, brushing the persistent Magikarp off the sand and kicking them back toward the waves. They splashed into the surf one after another, still full of energy. Their survival instinct was truly remarkable. Cain slung his gear over his shoulder, scanning the sky. The fishermen around him were starting to take notice as well. "Is that rain dance? That cloud's too big. It's not normal. It's headed this way fast." Panic set in. Fishing rods were packed up in seconds. Conversations turned frantic as people rushed to leave the beach. The calm afternoon had shifted sharply into one of unease. "We need to get to the Pokémon Center. Whatever's under that cloud, it's not friendly." Cain didn't waste time. He wasn't strong enough yet to confront whatever was coming from the sea, and he knew better than to wait and find out. He turned toward the city, with his Pokémon close at his side and the cloud following in the distance like a slow-moving nightmare. Whatever had disturbed the sea had arrived, and it wasn't here to fish.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Just as Cain was about to leave the beach with his Slowpoke, several police patrols stopped on the road beside the beach. From the car stepped out several uniformed Alliance officers, led by a determined and energetic officer, Officer Jenny. It was clear that everyone wore very serious expressions as they looked toward the distant dark cloud. Officer Jenny took the vehicle's loudspeaker microphone and positioned herself at the front. "Attention all beach visitors. The nearby marine area may experience storms and even high waves. Please evacuate in an orderly manner and remain calm and safe. I'll repeat, the nearby marine area may experience storms and even high waves. Please evacuate in an orderly manner and remain calm and safe." Officer Jenny repeated the message constantly, and tourists, following the police officer's instructions, began leaving the beach in an orderly way. "Trainers, a Level 2 Alliance mission is now issued. Those who help us resist this Pokémon invasion on the beach will receive Alliance points according to their level of contribution." Officer Jenny organized the trainers who initially planned to leave and informed them of the policy that Vermilion City had established to handle this situation. Alliance missions are designed for Alliance trainers, allowing them to earn mission points by completing tasks. These points can be exchanged for various items or materials useful for Pokémon. Although any trainer can earn points, the ability to redeem certain valuable items varies according to their status within the Alliance. Core members have unlimited access, while trainers like Cain face restrictions. However, whether you're an elite member or a regular trainer, Alliance points are extremely valuable because they represent a key resource for a trainer's development. There are things that money alone can't buy, but Alliance points can. For civilian trainers, earning points can be even more efficient and useful than earning money. Therefore, when the Level 2 mission was announced, many trainers who had planned to leave stayed and joined the police officers in preparing for the storm. Cain, upon reaching the road, noticed the empty beach and the street filled with patrols, police officers, and trainers. Cain frowned upon seeing them and, for a moment, thought they were there to arrest him. But, remembering his alliance identification card and assessing his own strength, he relaxed a little. He chuckled to himself, knowing it wouldn't take such a deployment to catch him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Cain headed toward the group of police officers and trainers. To leave the beach, he would have to pass through them anyway. Officer Jenny, seeing Cain approach with his slowpoke, smiled with interest and walked toward him. After showing her police ID, Officer Jenny said, "Hello, trainer. We've issued an emergency level 2 mission to help repel the Pokémon coming with the storm. From what I see, you seem to be a strong trainer. At the end of the mission, points will be distributed according to each person's contribution. Would you help us?" Cain looked at Officer Jenny calmly. To him, alliance points weren't particularly necessary. The Team Rocket exchange list didn't impose status restrictions. As long as you had enough mission points, you could exchange for anything. Compared to this, the alliance's exchange policies weren't as attractive. "Can I exchange them for Poke Dollars?" Cain asked. Few people chose Poke Dollars over points. As expected, Officer Jenny was a bit surprised by Cain's request, but then she smiled and said, "No problem." For her, making an adjustment and exchanging points for Poke Dollars wasn't complicated at all. Although most prefer points, she understood that some, like Cain, might need money instead of points. Cain agreed, and with Officer Jenny's quick approval, he decided not to refuse the offer. Moreover, with so many trainers around, if the Pokémon turned out to be very strong, he could always stay at the end of the line of retreat. And with Slowpoke and his teleport move, Cain wasn't worried at all. As he joined the line of trainers, some tried to start a conversation with Cain. They had seen Officer Jenny personally invite him, which meant he must be a strong trainer or have a special connection, especially with a uniquely colored Slowpoke, suggesting a possible member of the Alliance elite. However, as they approached to greet him, the dark cloud over the sea suddenly sped up, enveloping the beach in moments. Roar! With the arrival of the dark cloud, everyone could see why there were water spouts beneath it. Each of those spouts was, in fact, a Gyarados. Cain counted at least 20 Gyarados under the cloud. Officer Jenny maintained a serious expression, but with no surprise, clearly aware of the nature of this storm and the number of Gyarados involved. She recruited the trainers because she knew the number of Gyarados could exceed her officers' capabilities. Many trainers were already aware of the threat, as reflected in their calm and prepared demeanor. Taking advantage of the little time left before the storm arrived, Cain, curious, turned to a trainer beside him who showed no surprise. "Hey, aren't you surprised at all to see so many Gyarados here?" The trainer, who had wanted to speak with Cain, smiled and replied, "It seems you're not from around here. This beach is called Gyarados Beach. These Gyarados raid the beach twice a year. Anyone who has lived in Vermilion City for more than 6 months knows about it because it's their mating season now." At the mention of the mating season, the trainer gave a sly smile, as if recalling something amusing. The trainer's words helped Cain understand why he had only caught Magikarp while fishing. Now that he knew it was the Gyarados mating season, it made sense that so many Magikarp were gathering in these waters. Although Gyarados is not a common Pokémon, in an area as large as the sea, there can be an uncountable number of them. This beach is clearly a regular spawning ground for a group of Gyarados. If it weren't for how easily Gyarados becomes enraged, such a scene would be an incredible wonder. A group of Gyarados began swirling together as the rain under the dark clouds intensified, falling noisily onto the sea. Several Magikarp started floating at the surface of the water, watching with envy the Gyarados caught in the whirlwind of water in the air. This is a form they have always dreamed of becoming, but of all the Magikarp, very few succeed in evolving into Gyarados. This is truly impressive. "If it ends like this, we probably won't have anything to do," Cain commented as he watched the ever-growing water vortex in the distance. "Don't get excited too soon, this is just the beginning. Soon the Gyarados mating season will come, when they become even more enraged. When that happens, it'll be total chaos. If we don't stop them, residents near the beach will be in trouble," said the person from before, hearing Cain's comment. "Oh." Cain narrowed his eyes as he observed the dozens of Gyarados in the distance. "They're coming." With a low warning from the person, the Gyarados began shooting out of the water vortex, their eyes completely red with rage as they charged toward the beach, bringing waves that flooded the shore in an instant. Many of the recruited trainers were locals from Vermilion City, while the other half were trainers from out of town. Seeing the terrifying horde of Gyarados approaching, panic ensued. Not all trainers have the courage to face a horde of Gyarados, especially those just beginning their journey, who descended into complete chaos. Some trainers with less mental fortitude even triggered some panic, running around like headless chickens. They never imagined that this mission would make them face a group of enraged Gyarados. Fortunately, Officer Jenny was prepared for such a situation. A group of police joined the trainers, each one leading 4 or 5 trainers, forming small teams and calming their terrified hearts. With clear leadership, the panicked trainers began to settle down. Guided by the police officers, each team of 5 or 6 people faced one Gyarados, ensuring that as long as no major mistakes were made, there would be no problems. If a Gyarados was stronger, it was assigned a larger team to face it. If it was weaker, a smaller team handled it. The idea was to make sure that each Gyarados was confronted by someone. Of course, among the Gyarados, there were also some that were extremely powerful. The strongest of all was directly confronted by Officer Jenny. An enraged Gyarados was fighting against a much smaller Blastoise in size, while an Arcanine helped keep it under control. Although Arcanine is a Fire-type Pokémon, it showed no disadvantage against Gyarados. Occasionally, it fiercely charged at Gyarados with explosive flames, blackening and scorching its scales. Meanwhile, Officer Jenny, standing at the sidelines, remained completely focused, directing Blastoise and Arcanine, giving them various commands. Powerful orange beams and huge water jets shot from Gyarados' mouth, creating giant waves on the shore as it mainly targeted Officer Jenny's small figure. However, each time Gyarados aimed its attacks at Officer Jenny, Blastoise would leap with all its strength, using gravity on its descent to strike Gyarados' head hard, sinking it into the sand. But Gyarados, with its size advantage, quickly threw Blastoise away, as its dragon head was one of its greatest prides. At that moment, Arcanine took advantage of the opening created by Blastoise's hit, quickly lunging and biting Gyarados with electrified fangs, causing it great damage. Gyarados, being water and flying type, is extremely vulnerable to electric attacks, taking 4 times the damage. Injured and enraged, Gyarados launched frantic attacks on Arcanine and Blastoise. Thus, Officer Jenny managed to completely hold back the strongest Gyarados, demonstrating incredible power. Cain was also assigned to a team, led by a police officer, to battle one of the Gyarados. Passing by the battlefield where Officer Jenny and Gyarados were fighting, Cain's system automatically activated, obtaining data on some of the Pokémon. Pokémon, Gyarados, green. Gender, male. Level, 39. Type, water plus flying. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, bite, thrash, leer, twister, ice fang, aqua tail, scary face, dragon rage. Learned moves, hyper beam, water pulse. TM moves, none. Pokémon, Blastoise, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 36. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Held item, none. Egg moves, yawn, aqua jet, brine. Basic moves, flash cannon, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw, bubble, bite, rapid spin, protect, water pulse, aqua tail. Learned moves, iron tail, ice punch, hydro cannon, dragon pulse. TM moves, ice beam, hyper beam, rain dance, brick break, rock slide, surf. This level 39 Gyarados with green attributes, and the level 36 Blastoise with dark green attributes, are extremely powerful Pokémon. This Gyarados is likely one of the smaller dominants in this ocean area, and Officer Jenny's Blastoise is probably one of her starter Pokémon. Among the water-type starter Pokémon from the Kanto region, this Blastoise, with dark green attributes and level 36, could outmatch all of Cain's Pokémon with just itself. As for Arcanine, since it was evading Gyarados' attacks, Cain couldn't obtain its data, but it was surely also extremely strong. Otherwise, it couldn't have handled Gyarados so easily despite the type disadvantage. In reality, Blastoise would have no problem facing Gyarados alone. However, with Gyarados in an enraged state, its attack power is much higher, and Officer Jenny cannot allow the shockwaves from its attacks to interfere with other teams, which is why Arcanine is also in the fight. The goal is to stop the strongest Gyarados without causing massive destruction. Due to the urgency of the situation, Cain didn't stop to observe too much. Under the guidance of the police officer leading the team, he quickly headed toward their target Gyarados. Observe the situation before attacking. I'll have my Pokémon keep Gyarados busy. If possible, use electric or rock-type Pokémon, as they can deal more damage, explained the officer in charge before throwing his Pokeball. A tentacruel appeared in the water, immediately wrapping itself around Gyarados. This Gyarados wasn't as strong as the one Officer Jenny was facing. Its level was 28, and its quality was yellow. However, due to its enraged state, its attack power had increased slightly. Cain, not wanting to stand out, had Slowpoke attack occasionally, ensuring that Gyarados wouldn't escape from the team. While others worked hard to attack, the officer in charge showed signs of exhaustion and a lack of skill in directing the battle, as his forehead was covered in sweat. There were moments when Gyarados nearly managed to break free, but Cain ordered Slowpoke to intervene at the last moment, preventing the team from being defeated. This situation was repeating in various parts of the beach. The gathered trainers had different skill levels, as did the police officers, who were barely managing to keep the Gyarados under control. The ability to defeat them largely depended on the summoned trainers. If a team failed to weaken a Gyarados within a reasonable time, the situation became dangerous. Just as Cain and his team were about to defeat their Gyarados, another nearby team made a grave mistake, allowing their Gyarados to break free and begin attacking wildly, disrupting the surrounding battles. Some people, overcome by fear, stopped directing their Pokémon, watching as Gyarados defeated the police officers' Pokémon on their team. With the biggest obstacle out of its way, Gyarados headed toward Cain's team. The members of Cain's team turned pale, frightened. Facing one Gyarados was already difficult for them. If two joined forces, the consequences would be disastrous, possibly leading to total defeat. Just when they thought the situation couldn't get worse, two nearby Magikarp, stimulated by the battle, suddenly evolved into Gyarados. Once they adapted to their new bodies, they would also join the fight, further aggravating the situation. Cain, frowning, looked at the officer, who was equally surprised and disoriented, and said, "I'll take care of that Gyarados." You continue with this one. Before the others could react, Cain and Slowpoke left the battlefield and headed toward the Gyarados. As they approached, Cain obtained this Gyarados' data. Pokemon, Gyarados, light green. Gender, male. Level, 28. Type, water plus flying. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, bite, thrash, leer, twister, ice fang. Learned moves, hyper beam, water pulse. TM moves, none. This Gyarados had a light green capacity, which explained why it had managed to defeat the entire team. Not everyone could see a Pokemon's level and capacity like Cain, so the selection of Gyarados to combat was based on the police officer's subjective assessment. Most of the time, it was fairly accurate, but sometimes not, as in the case of this Gyarados. Gyarados, seeing someone in its way, already enraged from the battle, completely lost reason. It opened its enormous mouth, and a yellow light began to concentrate inside it. Hyper Beam, Slowpoke, use Protect. Ghastly, Confuse Ray. Faced with Gyarados' most powerful attack, Cain remained calm, giving quick orders to his Pokemon. Ghastly, who had been hiding in Cain's shadow, immediately appeared, sending a small light orb toward Gyarados. Slowpoke, on the other hand, created a light green energy shield around its body just as Gyarados' Hyper Beam was about to hit them, fully absorbing the impact of the attack. After releasing its Hyper Beam move, Gyarados was momentarily weakened. Ghastly's Confuse Ray affected it, temporarily blinding it. If not for the fact that Gyarados needed time to recover energy after using Hyper Beam, it would probably have launched another devastating attack in all directions, without regard for whether it hit foes or allies. Slowpoke, use Size Hawk, then Calm Mind. Ghastly, use Shadow Ball. Cain knew that after using Hyper Beam, Pokemon needed time to recover, giving them an opportunity. Although Gyarados was blind and out of control, it still had the capacity to move and attack instinctively. Gyarados, blinded and enraged, thrashed violently in the water, causing huge splashes and waves that affected nearby battles. When Gyarados regained its sight, the effect of Ghastly's Confuse Ray began to wear off. Despite the level difference, it had managed to land a hit, which was surprising. Upon regaining its vision, Gyarados locked its attention on Cain, instinctively identifying him as the weakest, and decided to attack him directly. This time, Gyarados didn't use Hyper Beam but instead concentrated a blue water orb in its mouth and launched it toward Cain. Water Pulse. Slowpoke, use Water Gun reinforced with Confusion. Ghastly, keep using Shadow Ball. Cain remained unfazed as he gave instructions to counter the attack. Ghastly continued launching Shadow Balls, while Slowpoke, after using Calm Mind, strengthened the Water Gun move with Confusion, sending a water jet that pierced through Gyarados' Water Pulse, hitting it directly in the face. Ghastly hasn't fully developed its poison type yet, and the moves Cain bought last time haven't been used either. Otherwise, even though Ghastly's level is a bit lower than Gyarados', with moves like Toxic to wear it down, winning wouldn't be impossible. After all, this Gyarados has already lost all strategy in its fighting. After being hit in the face by Slowpoke's Water Gun, Gyarados was pushed back a little, but the effect of the Water-type move was mediocre. Aside from shaking its head, it didn't cause much damage. However, while Gyarados was stunned, Slowpoke and Ghastly didn't stop attacking. Slowpoke, keep using Size Hawk. Ghastly, launch as many Shadow Balls as you can. Gyarados, who had been pushed back, tried to get close to use its physical advantage, but Slowpoke and Ghastly clearly weren't going to give it a chance to counterattack. Especially Slowpoke's Size Hawk, which turned out to be lethal damage for Gyarados, whose brain isn't exactly complex. Gradually, Ghastly's Shadow Ball left Gyarados covered in wounds, giving it no chance to react, as Slowpoke's mental force completely dominated it. The already red eyes of Gyarados began to bleed, clearly showing the considerable mental pressure it was under. That's enough. Slowpoke, use Yawn. Ghastly, apply Hypnosis. Using his system, Cain observed Gyarados' condition and realized that its body was already at its limit. Additionally, due to Slowpoke's mental attacks, Gyarados was so dazed that even if the attacks stopped, it wouldn't be able to move for a while. Following the command, Slowpoke released a yawn from its nose, creating an oval bubble that floated slowly toward Gyarados. As it burst, Gyarados felt its eyelids grow heavy, its initial rage fading, and it was unable to stay awake. At that moment, Ghastly used Hypnosis, and combined with Slowpoke's yawn, Gyarados fell into a deep sleep. With a loud crash, its massive body fell into the water, sending up a huge splash. Cain pulled out a Pokeball and threw it at Gyarados. Many people were watching this battle since it directly affected the course of the entire fight, as this was the first Gyarados to have broken free from the perimeter. Facing a Gyarados alone was already beyond the expectations of many, and not everyone has the support of a powerful family like Officer Jenny or the status of being a direct league member. Normally, Cain's defeat of a Gyarados would make everyone feel relieved. However, just then, two Gyarados appeared on the water's surface, quickly approaching the shore. Although these two Gyarados had just evolved and might not be as strong, all the teams were already at their limits. If these two Gyarados joined the fight, the balance would break, triggering a series of chain reactions. Slowpoke carried the Pokeball containing Gyarados to Cain, who shrank it and put it in his pocket. A level 28 light green quality Gyarados holds considerable value, especially considering how hard it is to capture a Gyarados. The value of a light green Gyarados could be equivalent to a green quality Pokemon or even surpass some more common dark green Pokemon. After all, many wealthy people enjoy showing off a Gyarados during outings. The size and majesty of a Gyarados are perfect for satisfying the ego of those with money. After defeating this Gyarados, Slowpoke leveled up, reaching level 26 and becoming the highest level Pokemon on Cain's team. During the stay in Diglett Cave, the Poison-type Pokemon drawn in by Poison Gas made Slowpoke the main attacker, using its moves and psychic abilities. Now, by defeating such a powerful Gyarados, it met the requirements to level up. Slowpoke's level increase was within Cain's expectations, but according to his calculations and system analysis, Ghastly should have leveled up as well. This increase would lead it to evolve into Haunter. However, when Cain looked at Ghastly, he only noticed that the gas surrounding it was denser, and there were occasional flashes of black light, but there were no signs of it wanting to evolve. Could it be that it hasn't accumulated enough experience? Cain murmured, noticing the changes in Ghastly. Officer Jenny, who was fighting the strongest Gyarados, also saw how Cain faced another Gyarados alone and defeated it. She felt fortunate to have invited Cain from the beginning. From the moment she first saw Cain, her police instincts warned her, giving her chills down her spine. That sixth sense, which had saved her life numerous times, indicated that there was something dangerous about Cain. In other words, she sensed a threat from Cain, a feeling she only got from extremely dangerous criminals or experienced trainers who had spent a lot of time in the wild. That's why she immediately assumed Cain was a formidable trainer and didn't hesitate to accept his request to join the mission. Time proved her intuition right. Although Cain seemed to contribute little at first, when the situation got complicated, he was the first to act, which left a strong impression on Officer Jenny. To her, a true league trainer should be like that, taking on more responsibility when strong enough. In Officer Jenny's eyes, Cain was a powerful league trainer with extensive experience surviving in the wild. Especially after seeing how Cain defeated Gyarados without giving it any chance to counterattack, Officer Jenny couldn't help but clench her fist in excitement. The Gyarados that Cain defeated was the first to fall in this battle, and it did so in a quick and efficient manner. Therefore, when Cain put away the Pokeball and murmured to himself, Officer Jenny's voice resonated once again, "Powerful trainer, please help us deal with more Gyarados? Let's try to free up some teams before those two Gyarados arrive." Officer Jenny's words echoed across the field, and many turned their gaze toward Cain. A strong trainer will always be the center of attention, no matter where they are. Cain's thoughts were interrupted by Officer Jenny's words. After hearing all she said, a smile appeared on his face. "You're right, why worry so much? If Ghastly hasn't accumulated enough experience, then there are plenty of Gyarados here. We can keep fighting. If one isn't enough, then two. If two aren't enough, then three. After all, if there's anything in excess here, it's Gyarados." Determined to have Ghastly evolve today, Cain took Slowpoke and Ghastly directly toward the nearest Gyarados. It was the level 28, yellow quality Gyarados originally assigned to Cain's team. The others didn't know Cain's intentions, but in their eyes, Officer Jenny's speech had reminded him of the current situation, so Cain decided to attack another Gyarados with full force, attempting to free two teams before those two Gyarados arrived. Not only did they think this way, but so did Officer Jenny. Seeing Cain and his two Pokemon fighting Gyarados without hesitation, Officer Jenny thought this powerful trainer needed money, so she decided they would later convert points into money for him. Also, since he had made a great effort, it would be fair to give him a larger share. Of course, Cain had no idea what they were thinking. He just wanted Ghastly to level up and evolve. Soon, Slowpoke and Ghastly's attacks hit Gyarados, freeing the exhausted Tentacruel. The members of Cain's team looked at him again with eyes full of admiration. Across the whole beach, aside from Officer Jenny, only Cain could face a Gyarados alone and even defeat it. The reputation of the Jenny family is well known, so they weren't surprised that Officer Jenny had that level of battle skill. But Cain, who seemed younger than most of them, could also face a Gyarados on his own. Although the Gyarados Cain was fighting was clearly weaker than Officer Jenny's, Cain seemed much younger than her. Everyone thought of one word: promising. Slowpoke, use confusion to control it. Ghastly, launch Shadow Ball with all your strength. Cain didn't know they misunderstood him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Slowpoke used confusion to immobilize the over 5-meter-long Gyarados, while Ghastly continuously launched Shadow Ball, concentrating the attacks on a single point until Gyarados' scales peeled off and blood began to flow. Slowpoke also understood that this was a crucial moment for Ghastly, so it increased the strength of confusion, ensuring Ghastly could attack without worry. The previous Gyarados had great aptitude and, therefore, strong fighting ability. This one, although the same level, had lower aptitude, making it easier for Slowpoke to control. When the others saw that Slowpoke had Gyarados under control, they wanted to help. "Don't bother me, go help others," Cain shouted without looking at them. Cain was focused on helping Ghastly gain experience, and he didn't want others interfering. Who did they think they were to come and take advantage? Yes. Startled by Cain's shout, everyone, including the policeman, responded loudly. Especially the League officer, who instinctively gave a military salute, showing he was used to receiving orders this way. After this, they all ran off to help in other battles, feeling lighter on their feet and humming a tune as they went. Now that Cain had defeated 2 Gyarados and was facing a third, they thought there would be enough people to handle the other 2 Gyarados that hadn't yet reached the shore. And since they saw Cain as someone who wouldn't stop after defeating this Gyarados, they expected he would continue searching for more Gyarados, freeing up more teams, which would make the battle easier and help resolve the crisis. That's why they were so relaxed now. As for Cain not intervening initially and letting others fight alone, they thought it was a training method, allowing them to experience a real battle so they could grow. Some even secretly thanked Cain for showing them the harshness of nature, and they promised to be extremely cautious when trying to survive in the wild. Thus, everyone interpreted Cain's actions in their own way. In reality, Cain's motives were simple. He just wanted Ghastly to gain more experience and evolve. If Cain knew what they were thinking, he would wonder, could I actually be a good person deep down? Is that what motivates my actions? But Cain didn't know any of this. Soon after, another yellow aptitude Gyarados was defeated and captured by Cain. And the black light dots on Ghastly's body grew denser and denser. The battle on the beach began to clear up. Officer Jenny's 2 Pokémon could now subdue Gyarados, but because Gyarados was in a frenzy, its attack power had increased considerably. Additionally, Jenny didn't want the shockwaves from the battle to affect others, which made her fight cautiously. However, after some time, the Gyarados she was facing started coming out of its frenzy, covered in wounds, and could no longer withstand the increasingly powerful attacks from Jenny's Pokémon. If it didn't flee soon, it might not survive. Cain was also paying attention to Jenny's battle. If the Gyarados she was fighting attempted to escape, the other Gyarados would surely follow. Then, Cain's plan to evolve Ghastly by defeating Gyarados might fail. Cain sped up his attacks alongside Slowpoke and Ghastly. When Ghastly defeated another Gyarados, other teams also started seeing cases of Gyarados being defeated. After all, Cain had freed many people, and with so much help joining other teams, the pressure lessened. With a group of trainers attacking a single Gyarados, it was not surprising that they eventually defeated it. However, as they were league trainers and held an overwhelming advantage, they didn't kill Gyarados. Also, because there were so many people, no one had the right to capture it. After defeating it, they simply left it lying in the water. Cain couldn't help but scoff at this. A bunch of fools, wasting a golden opportunity to make money. They should have captured it, hidden it, and then sold it to make a good sum, or simply kept it. Whether to sell it or use it, it was an excellent choice. That's why people say league trainers are quite naive in the early or intermediate stages. If they were from Team Rocket, they would have already started fighting over that Gyarados. Such a powerful Pokémon would significantly boost the strength of anyone who captured it. Shaking his head, no longer paying attention to the others, Cain ordered Slowpoke and Ghastly to unleash their full power to defeat more Gyarados. The 4th? The 5th? When Cain was preparing to attack the 6th, the Gyarados fighting Officer Jenny let out a cry of pain and began slowly retreating toward the sea, dragging its severely wounded body. Jenny ordered her Blastoise to pursue it closely. Now that Gyarados had stopped resisting, Blastoise could attack without restrictions. However, since Blastoise is a water-type Pokémon and Gyarados has double resistance to water-type moves, and having returned to the sea, Arcanine could no longer continue the chase, and Blastoise alone didn't have enough attack power. With the Gyarados leader retreating, the other Gyarados also cried out in pain and began retreating. Ghastly was enveloped in a black glow that grew stronger and stronger, but it still lacked a bit to be completely covered. If it managed to defeat one more Gyarados, that would likely be enough. Ghastly, just one more. Hold on a bit longer. Use mean look on that Gyarados. Slowpoke, assist Ghastly with all your power. Cain ordered, gritting his teeth. They saw how Ghastly's small body suddenly projected a huge ghostly face, and from the dark eyes of that face, 2 rays of light shot out, stopping a Gyarados attempting to escape. Slowpoke increased its power in the confusion move once again, with small veins appearing on its forehead. It knew this was the crucial moment for Ghastly. Until the black glow completely enveloped it, it couldn't stop accumulating experience. Roar. Gyarados, upon realizing it was blocked by mean look, found it couldn't escape, and though it had come out of its frenzy, it re-entered a state of fury. From a distance, Officer Jenny and the other league trainers who were watching the Gyarados retreat were about to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Cain stopping one of them. Won't this cause all the Gyarados to go into a frenzy again? Asked one of the league officers quietly next to Jenny. It shouldn't. And he probably doesn't have any other choice. Look at his Ghastly, it's clearly on the verge of evolving. If he doesn't take this chance to evolve, he won't get many other opportunities like this. Jenny responded, with a sharper insight than the others. Evolve? His Ghastly was already so strong before evolving. After evolution, won't it become even more powerful? He's an incredibly strong trainer, commented another trainer nearby. Yes, he looks younger than me. I wonder what family he comes from. He must come from a very powerful family. Otherwise, at such a young age, to have so much strength and courage. Look at how he faces Gyarados, without a hint of fear. Hearing these comments, Officer Jenny frowned before saying, he's a civilian trainer. She then ignored the others' exclamations. Truth be told, she was also surprised. A civilian trainer of that age with such a level of power and determination was very rare. Although there's no shortage of geniuses in this world, she had met many who were even more talented than Cain, but few were like him, a civilian genius. Trainers require a large number of resources to raise their Pokémon, and a civilian trainer can hardly afford it without exceptional luck. With Jenny's words, the others pondered. Why was there such a big difference between civilian trainers? While they discussed, Cain and his Pokémon were already in the final phase of their battle against that Gyarados. Ghastly, use Shadow Ball and end this battle, Cain gave the final attack order. After using the Shadow Ball move so consistently, Ghastly had improved significantly with it. Not to mention other things, its speed in using it had become much faster. Ghastly launched Shadow Ball one last time at Gyarados, completely knocking it down onto the sand. With the Gyarados retreating, the water that had covered the beach also receded, leaving the sand exposed once again. Cain threw a Pokeball, no longer paying attention, keeping his gaze fixed on Ghastly. He saw how the black glow that was already enveloping Ghastly began closing the final gap, fully covering it in a sphere of black light. With Cain's system, he could see how all of Ghastly's stats fluctuated wildly, going up and down without stopping. Cain knew he had finally completed the last gap of experience, and Ghastly was about to evolve. But this wasn't the right place for an evolution. Cain took the Pokeball that Slowpoke passed to him with its psychic powers, in which he had captured the Gyarados, and prepared to leave. With the Gyarados retreating, the dark clouds in the sky, now without a Pokemon to sustain them, quickly began to disperse. Perhaps because it had rained enough already, after the clouds dissolved, the sun emerged, painting a vibrant rainbow over the beach. But none of this mattered to Cain at the moment. Now that Ghastly was about to evolve, it wasn't the right place for it, and besides, he had some preparations for Ghastly's evolution that he couldn't carry out there. Ghastly, hold on a bit longer, keep steady, evolve when we get back, Cain said to the black orb, unsure if Ghastly could hear him. Keiki. Kek. Ghastly responded, indicating that it could hold on a bit longer. Cain returned Ghastly to its Pokeball and quickly headed to the Pokémon Center. As he passed Officer Jenny and the others, he stopped briefly and said, Officer Jenny, I have something very important to do. I'm staying at the Pokémon Center. My name is Cain. With that, without looking back, he ran toward the Pokémon Center. Officer Jenny wasn't bothered, as she saw Ghastly's condition. It was clearly on the verge of evolving. Cain was probably taking it to the Pokémon Center so the evolution process would be safer and free from interruptions. As for finding Cain later to distribute the mission rewards, knowing his name, with Officer Jenny's skills, it wouldn't be difficult to locate him at the Pokémon Center. Fortunately, Vermilion City's Pokémon Center wasn't far from the beach, and with Cain's excellent physical condition, it didn't take him long to arrive. After passing the security check, he headed straight to his room. Once inside, he locked the door and released all his Pokémon. When all the Pokémon appeared, Slowpoke used telepathy to explain Ghastly's situation to the others. Upon learning that Ghastly was about to evolve, all the Pokémon took a defensive stance. Cain waved his hand, indicating they didn't need to be so tense. After all, they were in a Pokémon Center, one of the League's strongholds, and generally, there wouldn't be any issues. Besides, if someone was powerful enough to cause trouble there, Cain wouldn't have any chance to stop them. Not to mention that Team Rocket had a strong presence in Vermilion City, no one would dare attack the League under their watchful eye. The city's security had improved considerably, and a balance had been established between the League and Team Rocket. The League controlled everything visible, while Team Rocket handled everything underground. The revenue from Vermilion City's port was significant, no one would want to disrupt that balance. Multank, give Slowpoke a bottle of milk to recover energy. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind to restore your psychic power, as Ghastly will need a strong psychic shield when it evolves, Cain instructed. Today, Slowpoke had fought a lot, so it was somewhat fatigued. However, with Multank's milk and the Calm Mind move, it would quickly regain its strength. Meanwhile, Ghastly, now completely enveloped in black light, floated in the air. Cain watched the data on his system, showing that Ghastly's stats were still fluctuating, indicating it hadn't fully entered the evolution state yet. They could wait a bit longer, and Slowpoke also needed time. Taking the towel Multank offered him, Cain wiped the sweat from his forehead and then took out 6 Pokeballs. These were the 6 Gyarados captured today. The one with the highest potential was the light green Gyarados that Cain defeated first, the others had yellow or dark orange potential. However, one of them, although with yellow potential, was at the highest level, reaching level 30. Even without the rewards Officer Jenny mentioned, the value of these 6 Gyarados already represented a substantial gain. Moreover, Slowpoke had leveled up, and Ghastly was about to evolve. What started as a relaxing day had turned into a highly productive one, even surpassing what he'd obtained in Diglett Cave. Soon after, Slowpoke finished its meditation, and its eyes shone brightly. Cain nodded, impressed by Slowpoke's growing efficiency in the Calm Mind move. Slowpoke, use your psychic powers to form a barrier around Ghastly. It can be large, but make sure not to interfere with the evolution, Cain ordered. Yadun. Slowpoke nodded, and its eyes began to glow, creating a blue shield around the black orb enveloping Ghastly. Seeing that the shield was formed, Cain took out a special device that contained poisonous gas. Although Ghastly had been absorbing a bit of this gas every day, it hadn't actually consumed much in total, only about a tenth. Ghastly, I'm going to release the poisonous gas. Absorb as much as you can, Cain said from outside the shield. Ghastly was on the verge of evolving, and at this moment, absorbing the gas would increase the absorption rate and improve the efficiency of reorganizing its gaseous body during evolution, fully unleashing its poison-type potential. Once it evolved into Haunter, its poison attribute would be fully developed. Cain placed the device's opening inside the shield and released the gas slowly. The poisonous gas was very potent, originating from a near elite level Pokemon before it died. Although it was no longer controlled by the original Pokemon, it was still difficult to handle. While Slowpoke's psychic powers counteracted the poison, Slowpoke wasn't strong enough to contain it completely, so if Ghastly didn't absorb the gas quickly, it could accumulate and become uncontrollable. Fortunately, Ghastly, in its evolution state, absorbed all the gas without letting anything escape. Gradually, as the device released half of the gas, Ghastly's absorption rate began to slow, but it still continued. Cain watched the data on his system, seeing Ghastly's stats stabilize, indicating the evolution was near. After releasing some final traces of gas, Cain closed the device, leaving 40% of the gas remaining. When Ghastly absorbed the last traces of gas inside the shield, Slowpoke sighed with relief. Handling that amount of energy hadn't been easy. Ghastly, it's now your turn to evolve, Cain murmured. All the preparations were complete, only the final step remained. After absorbing all the toxic gas, Ghastly's data, according to the system's scan, abruptly stopped. Then, as if there was a pause, it suddenly spiked to its peak. To Cain and his other Pokemon, Ghastly, who was wrapped in a dark glow, began to gradually change its shape. Finally, the light of evolution appeared over Ghastly. After defeating 6 Gyarados and absorbing most of the toxic gas from a quasi-elite level Weezing, Ghastly was finally evolving. Ghastly's body, bathed in the light of evolution, began to transform. From being a floating sphere, some spikes that resembled horns started to appear, and 2 hands with 3 claws each suddenly emerged in front of the sphere. These 2 claws had no physical connection to the main body, as if they had appeared out of nowhere. Then, its entire body began to grow. From a small sphere, Ghastly swelled like a balloon, increasing in size. When the light of evolution faded, a Haunter was fully revealed before Cain. KK. Haunter let out a faint sound, observing his new body and newly acquired hands, trying to adapt to his new form. Ghastly, no, Haunter, congratulations. Today you've taken a big step forward in your power. Cain, looking at the Haunter in front of him, felt extremely happy and smiled widely. Although Haunter was not much different in size from other Haunters, his color was noticeably more purple than usual, indicating that his poison type had developed effectively. Haunter was Cain's first Pokemon to evolve, and the other Pokemon, who had been watching attentively, looked at him with great envy. Evolution has always been a longed-for goal for Pokemon. Seeing one of their companions evolve first, they couldn't help but feel a deep envy, especially Scorpii, whose eyes sparkled intensely, almost with little stars reflected in them. Haunter's evolution was also a validation of Cain's progress as a trainer. Although his strength had already far surpassed that of a beginner-level league trainer, he was still a bit away from being an intermediate-level trainer. However, with Haunter's evolution, Cain was one step closer to that goal. It could be said that Cain was now at the potential level of an intermediate trainer. He only needed Haunter or any of his Pokemon to improve a bit more, and being an intermediate trainer would be within reach. In the Pokemon League, an intermediate-level trainer is equivalent to a captain in Team Rocket, while an advanced trainer is comparable to an officer in the organization. However, the officer position in Team Rocket encompasses a wide range of abilities, meaning that, generally speaking, a regular officer is comparable to an advanced league trainer, while senior officers are comparable to quasi-elite league trainers. When a quasi-elite level trainer advances a bit more in their power, they reach the level of an elite level trainer. Generally, an elite level trainer in Team Rocket holds the position of elite officer, a rank between senior officer and executive, with much greater authority than that of a regular senior officer. In summary, in Team Rocket, when a member becomes an officer, they truly reach middle management within the organization, and when they reach the elite level, they already have one foot in upper management, only a step away from becoming an executive. According to Umbra, this final Team Rocket test involved both officers and executives. However, regular officers were not even privy to it. Those officers who wished to challenge the executives at least needed to have the power of an elite level trainer. Though these individuals held the title of officer, their power and authority were far greater than those of a regular officer. That is why only a few had been selected for the test, as their level of power and authority far exceeded the others. They could be considered elite officers. Currently, Cain held the rank of captain, although his power already exceeded this rank. However, he was still a bit below the officer level. He was confident that before the final test began, he could reach that level of power. Of course, reaching the power of an officer does not automatically grant the corresponding position and authority. One needs at least the recognition of a middle management member and to pass a test to obtain the title. At that point, one could command at least 3 squads. However, if a high-ranking figure in Team Rocket, such as Umbra, intervened, some procedures, like the test, could be skipped. Returning to the topic, now that Haunter had successfully evolved, Cain, through the system, was able to obtain his data. There was only one detail that surprised Cain. Pokemon, Haunter, Quasi-Light Blue. Gender, male. Level, 25. Type, Ghost plus Poison. Ability, Levitate. Held item, none. Egg moves, Fire Punch, Scary Face, Haze. Basic moves, Hypnosis, Lick, Spite, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch. Learned moves, Rest, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Skill Swap, Snore. TM moves, Protect, Hidden power, grass, sleep talk. There weren't many significant changes, but what surprised Cain was the appearance of a new color classification, quasi-light blue. In his previous life, Cain had never seen or heard of a Pokémon with a quasi-light blue classification. System, what does this quasi-light blue mean? Cain asked the system directly. Since Haunter originally had a dark green classification, but by absorbing a large amount of extremely potent toxic gas, his poison-type talent increased considerably. However, this improvement still hasn't reached the level to break the dark green classification, so the system has temporarily classified it as quasi-light blue, the system responded in its mechanical voice. Quasi-light blue? Due to the large increase in his poison-type talent, but without yet reaching the full light blue classification, the system temporarily classified him as quasi-light blue. In any case, even if it's quasi-light blue, he's still at the blue level. Haunter's evolution not only brought an increase in his power, but his classification change also significantly contributed to his growth. This was something Cain hadn't expected. Although he noticed an increase in Ghastly's leveling speed while using the toxic gas, he never imagined that using it during evolution would improve his classification in this way. Cain began considering whether, in the future, he should use items with special energies during the evolutions of all his Pokémon to improve their classification and optimize their potential. This could be an interesting possibility to explore. After Haunter's evolution, his overall strength increased significantly, and along with the improvement in his potential, he was no longer behind any of Cain's other Pokémon. Moreover, after evolving, Haunter had already developed his poison-type talent. It was just a matter of teaching him a few poison-type moves for this talent to fully manifest. Ghastly's evolution into Haunter not only meant an improvement in his physical condition but also in his form. For instance, with the 2 hands he now possessed, Haunter could learn more physical moves, like Poison Jab. This move, which is both poison-type and physical, would allow Haunter to have a better balance in his attacks. The moves Cain had bought on the black market had not yet been used, as the timing hadn't been right. For a Pokémon to learn moves using TMS, a learning device is needed. There are many learning devices at Pokémon centers, but if Cain were to use them with all the TMS he owns, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Also, although the Pokémon Center learning devices require a League ID card to be swiped to use them, and it is not explicitly stated that they register data, only a fool would trust that the League doesn't keep that information in its central database. Although Cain's system can block data registration on the learning devices, using them in front of the Pokémon Center staff without displaying data would be too suspicious. For this reason, Cain decided not to use the TMS at the Pokémon Center. Instead, he preferred to pay on the black market for his Pokémon to learn the moves. However, some of his Pokémon, like Slowpoke and Moltank, could use the learning devices at the Pokémon Center, but Cain thought it wasn't urgent and preferred for all his Pokémon to learn together in the future. All of Cain's Pokémon returned to normal after Haunter's evolution, and Haunter began getting used to his new body. Apart from having 2 hands and a larger size, there weren't many other changes. Regarding Haunter's new quality, the system informed Cain that if Haunter absorbed the remaining 40% of the poisonous gas, his potential would stabilize at light blue. However, if he stopped absorbing it for a while, it could drop back to his previous quality. After chatting with his Pokémon for a while, someone knocked on Cain's room door. After returning all his Pokémon to their Pokeballs, Cain opened the door and saw Officer Jenny, who had fought the Gyarados on the beach. Cain kindly invited her in. Once inside, Officer Jenny looked around for a moment, checking the environment, but found nothing unusual, just a standard Pokémon Center room. Noticing Cain watching her, Officer Jenny smiled apologetically. Sorry, it's a professional habit, don't take it the wrong way. Cain invited her to sit and offered her a glass of water, smiling as he said, No worries, I completely understand. Officer Jenny, being a direct and efficient person, took a bank card out of her pocket and placed it on the table. This is the reward for your participation in the Level 2 emergency mission. It's 200,000 in cash, I hope you don't find it too little. She knew that for a trainer of Cain's level, 200,000 wasn't a significant amount, but it was the most she had been able to gather, considering the number of trainers who participated in the battle. Although Cain had done most of the work, everyone had seen it, and she couldn't simply give all the money to Cain without distributing some to the others. In fact, part of those 200,000 came from Officer Jenny's own reward, which she decided to give to Cain. Cain was surprised, he hadn't expected to receive so much. Knowing the League, he thought they'd give him 100,000 at most. It was clear that Officer Jenny had added something from her own pocket. However, Cain didn't mention it. After all, money is money, regardless of where it comes from, and he pocketed it without hesitation. It's more than enough, thank you very much, Cain said, though his actions showed that he had no reservations about it. Officer Jenny, seeing how Cain pocketed the card without hesitation, couldn't help but smile with slight irony but quickly regained her composure. Well, my task here is done. I won't take up any more of your time. I'll be off. Now that Cain had accepted the card, Officer Jenny no longer felt indebted and considered everything settled. As she left, Officer Jenny said, I believe your name is Cain, right? Thank you for your help. I hope we meet again in the future. With that, she closed the door and left. Cain, looking at the closed door, smiled with a peculiar expression and murmured, Meet again? I'm sure we will. Officer Jenny didn't ask what Cain would do with the Gyarados, and Cain didn't reveal his plans. They seemed to have a tacit understanding. Some league trainers sell captured Pokémon to make money. Not all have the support of large families, so selling Pokémon from time to time is a way to obtain resources. As long as it isn't done openly, the league usually turns a blind eye. After all, blocking all development paths would make it hard for the league to maintain control over organizations like Team Rocket. So, as long as the number of Pokémon sold isn't large, the league won't interfere in these matters. Additionally, the Gyarados Cain captured are under his control, and what he does with them is his decision. Even Officer Jenny couldn't do anything without concrete evidence. In fact, even if Officer Jenny knew that Cain sold the Gyarados, as long as he didn't do it in front of her, she probably wouldn't act against him. To become a high-ranking officer in the city, backed by the Jenny family, one has to have a certain level of cunning. In this world, what powerful trainer doesn't have some secrets? Even the Jenny family is no exception. After that, Cain decided not to go out with his Pokémon anymore. Now, the beaches of Vermilion City were full of people working on debris and wreckage cleanup. Oh, right. Cain suddenly remembered something important. He took a Pokeball from his pocket, which contained the yellow Grimer he had captured in the Diglett cave, the one with the ability to absorb to evolve its quality. According to the system's calculations, it was estimated that in 3 days, Grimer would have absorbed all the energy, and its potential would evolve to a dark yellow color. Moreover, during this time, Cain had let Grimer out to absorb some corpses, so it hadn't completely exhausted the energy in its body yet. However, according to the system's scan, it had already successfully become a dark yellow potential Pokémon. Its potential really has evolved, even if only to dark yellow. Cain looked at the Pokeball in his hand, observing through the transparent part how Grimer rested quietly inside, absorbing the energy without showing any signs of resistance. Grimer wasn't foolish. Being able to rest comfortably while enjoying a never-ending source of energy and occasionally going out to feed was ideal for a soft-bodied Pokémon like him. The environment inside the Pokeball was quite comfortable. System, analyze Grimer's current data, as well as the possibility of improving its potential. If further improvement is possible, compare the resources needed with those for a Grimer whose potential is already naturally dark yellow. Cain left the analysis to the system, which quickly responded. Beep. According to the calculations, if energy is sufficient, the next potential improvement for Grimer is estimated to take 10 days and require twice the resources compared to a Grimer whose potential is already dark yellow. The system quickly presented a summary of the data and displayed 2 comparative tables of resources and time in front of Cain. With this direct comparison, Cain realized that Grimer, which had just reached dark yellow potential, would require more than double the resources and time for a new improvement. And once its potential improved, the cost to continue upgrading would increase exponentially. This meant that, theoretically, Grimer had unlimited potential to improve, but the cost would be astronomical. Cain didn't even want to imagine what that would entail. Perhaps if one eliminated all the Pokémon in a region and let Grimer absorb their bodies over hundreds of years, it could reach blue potential. However, this only applied to a Grimer whose initial potential was yellow or even lower. If its initial potential were higher, it might be feasible. For example, if he captured a Grimer with dark green potential and provided it with a large number of Pokémon corpses along with plenty of time, it might evolve to blue potential. But the time and resources needed for this process didn't appeal to Cain. Therefore, it was more convenient to capture several Grimer with yellow or dark yellow potential, let them absorb energy to evolve into a Grimer with light green or even dark green potential. This would be much more cost-effective in terms of time and resources. He could make a good amount of money. A dark green potential Pokémon is considered elite in the Pokémon world, and its price would be several times higher than a green potential Pokémon. After all, battles often leave behind wild Pokémon corpses, so it would be an efficient use of those resources and a way to earn extra money without affecting his normal activities. Cain thought he had found a pretty effective way to make money without impacting his daily routine. Whenever he had Pokémon corpses, he'd give them to Grimer. When he didn't, Grimer would just fast for a few days. After all, his endurance was impressive. He could go weeks without eating with no problem. Cain decided that his initial goal for Grimer would be to reach light green potential, and additionally, he wanted it to be a Grimer that hadn't previously improved its potential. Then, he planned to go to the Vermilion City black market to buy several Grimer with green potential and, after some training time, evolve them to dark green potential. This increase in value was something even Cain found tempting. A dark green potential Pokémon, regardless of species, would be valued at over $1 million Poké. If it were also a rare species, the price could reach several million. The higher a hunter's level, the greater their earnings. Selling $1 million Pokémon to the Hunter Association also grants 1 million reward points, which dramatically increases purchasing power. And while the Hunter Association buys Pokémon at twice their price, they won't be at a loss. In fact, the association buys Pokémon at a slightly below market price, around 80%, which is still a good offer for most people. The Hunter Association holds major auctions from time to time, inviting millionaires from the Pokémon world. These millionaires compete with each other, causing a Pokémon's price to multiply several times. They buy at 80% of the market price and then sell at or above the standard price, gaining substantial profits. After all, there are more Pokémon buyers than sellers. Sometimes, the association uses these deals to gain favor with powerful trainers, which brings additional benefits. In the evening, Cain prepared to go to the Vermilion City black market to see if the Hunter Association had Grimmer with the characteristics he was looking for, and also take the opportunity to register the Gyarados he had captured as part of a mission. Remember that Gyarados is one of the most sought-after Pokémon on the Hunter Association's mission list, so its price tends to be high due to the high demand. Additionally, if he had the chance, Cain also wanted to find a learning device so his Pokémon could learn the moves he had bought last time. Now that Haunter had developed his Poison-type skill, learning the move Toxic would diversify his combat style. With the time he had left, Cain rented a training field at the Pokémon Center. He chose one of the most secluded areas and released Haunter. Kakeek. Haunter happily emerged, spinning around Cain. He had just evolved, but his personality was still that of a mischievous Ghastly, which made Cain smile. Alright, Haunter. Now that you've evolved, it's no longer enough to just train your body. You need to get familiar with it, especially with the 2 extra hands that will become one of your main attack weapons. You need to learn to use them well, Cain said. Kakeek. Haunter listened to Cain and calmed down, looking at his new hands, moving them clumsily. For Haunter, it was a strange feeling. He suddenly had a new pair of limbs, and he used them with ease, as if he had always known how. There's still some time left. Do you see those weights over there? I want you to do 1,000 lifts before eating. After Haunter's training ended, Cain made him return to his shadow. Then, he reserved a private room in the Pokémon Center cafeteria and enjoyed a large meal with his Pokémon, especially Slowpoke, who had worked all day and was eating almost as much as Moltank. During the meal, Moltank looked at Slowpoke in surprise, as if wondering, "Since when do you eat this much?" Slowpoke simply replied with a sound and continued eating, which, in turn, increased Moltank's appetite. Due to these 2 big eaters, Cain's meal cost almost twice as much as usual. After dinner, Cain discreetly headed to Vermilion City's black market. Strictly speaking, Vermilion City is one of the cities under Team Rocket's control. Although they only control the dark side of the city, that's enough. After all, one of the 3 top executives is the Vermilion City gym leader. Therefore, Vermilion City's black market is also under Team Rocket's control, and as one of Team Rocket's business partners, the Hunter Guild enjoys a very high position here. Cain was wearing a black cloak, almost identical to the one he wore before, and Murkrow was perched on his shoulder. However, for some reason, Murkrow didn't seem to be in a good mood. Despite looking imposing on Cain's shoulder, the latter, who knew him better than anyone, understood what he was really feeling. Murkrow, every Pokémon has its own role, and you've done yours in the best possible way. It's just that there haven't been suitable battles for you recently, which is why you feel this way. Cain understood that Murkrow had always taken on the role of older brother in the team, looking after the other Pokémon. However, as he watched the other Pokémon surpass him one by one, Murkrow began to feel a bit uneasy. Slowpoke, who was once his equal, had now completely surpassed him. If it weren't for the dark-type advantage, he probably wouldn't be able to beat him in a fight. Sneasel, who joined the team later, initially didn't get along with Murkrow, but after several attempts by the latter to befriend him, both Pokémon now got along well. After all, they were both dark types and could share many things. Sneasel also understood Murkrow's feelings and respected his dedication to the team. However, Murkrow couldn't deny that Sneasel was stronger than him. Even after gaining a level during the battle in Diglett Cave, reaching level 24, the gap between him and Sneasel hadn't closed, as Sneasel had mastered 3 Ice-type moves and improved his synchronization with Cain. All of that was fine, as both Slowpoke and Sneasel were originally stronger. But now, Ghastly had evolved into Haunter and reached level 25, surpassing him in power. Additionally, Haunter had also developed his Poison-type attribute under Cain's guidance, meaning that Murkrow could no longer beat him in a battle. Although Murkrow was genuinely happy for Haunter's evolution, the little Pokémon who used to ask him everything when he joined the team had now surpassed him. And then there was Scorepi, who had just hatched from his egg. Murkrow could also say that Scorepi had great potential, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he would surpass him too. This was why Murkrow felt disheartened. He felt that his presence in Cain's team was becoming less relevant, as if his absence wouldn't make much of a difference. Cain, understanding Murkrow's thoughts, assured him that he had fulfilled his role in the best possible way and that he didn't need to compare himself to the other Pokémon. Furthermore, his training pace had been slower because he'd had fewer opportunities to battle lately. Murkrow, you just need to keep accumulating experience. I'll make sure you grow stronger, Cain said as he gently petted Murkrow's head. For Pokémon, getting stronger is a responsibility that falls on their trainer, and Cain was determined to do everything he could to help Murkrow reach his potential. Although Murkrow's initial capacity was a bit lower than that of the other Pokémon, Cain knew there were still ways to compensate for that, though these plans were still in development. Murkrow understood Cain's words and gently rubbed his head against him, indicating that although he felt downhearted, it didn't affect his loyalty to Cain or his joy for Haunter's evolution. After comforting Murkrow, Cain stepped firmly into the Hunter Guild, already starting to plan the next step in Murkrow's development. First, he went to the Hunter Guild task counter, where he handed over a light green quality Sandshrew and 5 Gyarados, all of low quality, to complete some missions. Under the strange gaze of the staff, he managed to match all these Pokémon with the appropriate missions. He was lucky, as Sandshrew matched a well-paying mission. As for the Gyarados, Cain wasn't worried in the least. This highly coveted Pokémon sold for high prices, even if its quality wasn't the best. And so it was the purchase price for the light green quality Sandshrew was 300,000 Poke Dollars, while each low quality Gyarados sold for 250,000 Poke Dollars, only 50,000 less than Sandshrew. Of course, level was also an important factor, as all the Gyarados were above level 25, while Sandshrew was only a little over level 10. That was a big difference. The 5 low-quality Gyarados earned him a total of 1 million Poke Dollars and 1 million points from the Hunter Guild. The higher quality Gyarados sold for 350,000 Poke Dollars, surpassing even the purchase price of the Sandshrew. This shows how popular Gyarados is in the market. As for the light green quality Gyarados, Cain decided not to sell it immediately. Considering he would soon spend a long time traveling by sea, Cain thought that, in case of an accident, although Slowpoke and Fearow could help him move a certain distance, neither of them could do so for very long. If the distance were too great, neither Slowpoke nor Fearow could carry Cain safely. After all, there were many wild Pokémon in both the water and the air, so battles would be inevitable. However, if he had a Gyarados, the situation would be completely different. So, although this Gyarados only had light green quality, Cain didn't plan to keep it as his own Pokémon. He would only use it temporarily and then sell it once he arrived in Slateport City. He wouldn't lose much money in the process. This is how Cain's fishing trip, originally meant for relaxation, ended with him being recruited to resist a group of Gyarados, ultimately earning 1.55 million, not counting the light green quality Gyarados. That Gyarados is worth at least 500,000 Poke Dollars, so Cain made over 2 million on this trip, going from almost being out of money to a more comfortable financial situation. As expected, no matter what happens, strength is always the most important thing. Once you have strength, you can earn more money. Now Cain has a total of 3.5 million hunter points. He only needs to earn 1.5 million more to be promoted to a 3-star hunter, which will allow him to make money even faster. Additionally, there's a detail. Points in the Hunter Association are cumulative, meaning you only need to accumulate 5 million points in total to advance, rather than needing to save each point without spending. It's a pretty reasonable rule. After assigning the missions, Cain decided not to take on any more missions for now. 2-star missions still mostly offer tasks with yellow quality Pokémon, and green quality ones are rare. Moreover, Cain will be spending time on a cruise, which means he won't be able to capture many Pokémon. It's better to capture a green quality Pokémon first and then match it to a mission. Some might wonder, if you can capture Pokémon directly and then assign them to a mission, what's the point of ranking hunters by stars? Firstly, ranking up unlocks more missions and allows you to assign more tasks. For example, both 2-star and 3-star missions have a task for capturing a Gyarados. The 3-star mission requires a dark yellow quality Gyarados and offers 400,000 Poke Dollars, while the 2-star mission requires the same dark yellow quality Gyarados but only offers 350,000 Poke Dollars. So, if you're a 2-star hunter, you'll only be able to assign it to a 2-star mission and receive less money for the same work. Not only that, but the missions assigned to 3-star hunters have a lower percentage of fees retained by the Hunter Association. Although these fees are extracted from the mission sponsor, this percentage is also reflected in the total price. So, no matter how you look at it, the higher your hunter rank, the more money you can make, and the difference between stars is significant. Another key thing is that the Hunter Association allows you to exchange points for Pokémon, but not all Pokémon are available for all ranks. For example, some Pokémon that are available to 3-star hunters cannot be fully redeemed with points by 2-star hunters. This means that if a 3-star hunter can redeem a light green quality Gyarados for 600,000 points, a 2-star hunter might need 300,000 points plus 300,000 Poke Dollars to get the same Pokémon. Of course, if you have a lot of money, you don't have to worry about the points system. Even if you're a 0-star hunter, you can pay the full price. The Hunter Association is a business, after all, and it won't turn away a customer unless they're blacklisted. So, as long as you have money, rank isn't as important. But for professional hunters, rank does matter. They can redeem a high-quality Pokémon entirely with points and then sell it to another for Poke Dollars, earning much more than the points are worth. This is the real method that high-ranking hunters use to make money. In his previous life, Cain reached 5-star rank and also used this method to make a lot of money. At the same time, Cain used many hunter points to upgrade all his Pokémon to better quality. Thanks to the quality advantage and the accumulation of money, he managed to become a quasi-elite level trainer. Cain went directly to the Pokémon Point exchange room. The staff greeted him with an indifferent expression as Cain asked if they had any Grimmer available. When the staff learned that Cain wanted to exchange for a Grimmer, they looked at him strangely. It's no surprise, as very few trainers opt for a Grimmer, so few that you almost never see them. Nobody wants to be near a pile of smelly sludge every day, so Grimmer's price is generally not very high, and it can even be difficult to find one available. After all, keeping a Grimmer contained isn't easy. At least a metal cage isn't enough. However, Cain got lucky. After a computer check, the staff found that there were indeed 2 Grimmer in the Hunter Association's warehouse in Vermilion City. It's said that one is light green quality, and the other is green quality. Both are decent. Grimmer isn't like Gyarados, it's not a popular Pokémon. For it to be worthwhile, it has to be at least green quality, so those in the warehouse are light green quality at minimum. Surprised that they actually had 2 Grimmer, Cain smiled. After all, this Pokemon really stinks. At Cain's request, the staff reluctantly led him to the warehouse where the Grimmer were kept. No matter the Pokemon you're exchanging for, even if it has good quality, it's always important to check it first. Especially for someone like Cain, who has a system to cheat. He can immediately see which of the 2 Pokemon is superior. Of course, if both Grimmer are good, Cain wouldn't hesitate to buy both. After all, both are an investment that will double in value. When they arrived at the location, the staff quickly left, saying that if Cain decided to buy one, he only needed to enter the ID number into the device on the side and swipe his card to redeem the points. The Pokeball would be delivered by the device. Cain, somewhat resigned, covered his nose. Although the Grimmer were enclosed in 2 transparent glass boxes, these had small holes to allow air in and prevent the Grimmer from suffocating. This also allowed the foul smell to escape. Cain activated his system and scanned the data of the 2 Grimmer. As for quality, there was no difference from what the staff had said. One was green quality, and the other was light green quality. As for egg moves and learned moves, Cain didn't care much. After all, he didn't intend to keep these Pokemon as part of his team, only to improve their quality and then sell them. System, check if either of these 2 Grimmer has improved in quality and if there are chances for further improvement. In situations like this, it's better to let the system collect the data and compare it. Beep. Scan results displayed. The data of the 2 Grimmer were compared with the data of other Grimmer that Cain had dug through the data shown by the system. It's clear that neither the green quality Grimmer nor the light green quality Grimmer has ascended in quality level. In other words, as long as resources are sufficient, blue quality is possible, and the time required is almost 10 times less than that needed to raise a yellow quality Grimmer to blue quality. However, in the estimated data provided by the system, Cain found that, whether with the light green quality Grimmer or the green quality Grimmer, if you want to raise the quality once, the time required is longer than Cain expected. Previously, when the yellow quality Grimmer ascended to dark yellow, the time required was 3 days, and to go from dark yellow to light green took 5 days. But according to the system's calculations, if the light green quality Grimmer ascended to green quality, as long as resources and energy were continuous, it would still take 15 days, and as for the green quality Grimmer, the system still can't make an estimate. Still, it's within an acceptable range. It's much better than waiting months or years, Cain thought. Because if the dark yellow quality Grimmer wanted to ascend once more after reaching light green, the system estimates the time required would be a month. Since Cain considers both Grimmer worth training, he doesn't hesitate further. The light green quality Grimmer, level 17, costs 200,000 Poke Dollars, which is much cheaper than a yellow quality Gyarados, while the green quality Grimmer, level 18, costs 350,000, only slightly more expensive than a light green quality Sandshrew. This shows how undervalued these Pokemon are, with prices almost lower than a Beedrill of the same quality. Cain entered the cage numbers of the 2 Grimmer directly into the nearby machine, swiped his Hunter ID card, and after deducting 550,000 points, received the Pokeballs for the 2 Grimmer. He stored everything, put the Pokeballs in his pocket, and then adjusted his hood before heading directly out of the Hunter Guild. Who would notice his presence? Absolutely no one. After leaving the Hunter Guild, Cain found a Pokemon Move tutor shop and spent 10,000 Poke Dollars to rent an optimal learning device, then locked himself in a private room. Although these Move tutor shops often secretly record data from Pokemon that use the TMS, they don't have real-time monitoring, so Cain can safely let the system interfere with the machine, preventing it from saving Pokemon data. Cain placed a bunch of TMS on the table, then put the Pokeballs one by one into the learning device, and through the system, directly transferred the way to use the moves into the Pokemon's mind. If the Pokemon could learn the move, then the TM was used. Used TMS are automatically destroyed, preventing any reuse. First, Cain put Murkrow into its Pokeball, then inserted the TM for the move taunt into the learning device and waited 3 minutes, after which the TM move was recorded in Murkrow's mind. When he released Murkrow again, although it hadn't used the taunt move, Cain could see in the system's scanned data that in the TM move bar, the new move taunt appeared. Then, all the Pokemon followed the same process. Slowpoke learned the ground-type move Bulldoze, which made up for the lack of ground-type Pokemon in the team. Haunter, who had just evolved, was one of the Pokemon Cain had prepared moves for from the beginning. In addition to the toxic move he obtained some time ago, Haunter also learned the taunt move. Miltank used many TMS because it hadn't used any before, so in addition to the basic moves Protect and Hidden Power, Cain also prepared a survival move, Substitute, and a fighting-type move, Brick Break. Then there's Sneasel, who, like Miltank, hadn't used TMS before, so it also learned Protect and Hidden Power, along with a fighting-type move, Low Sweep, and a dark-type move, Dark Pulse. All are pretty useful moves. Finally, there's Scorbunny, the lower-level Pokemon. Originally, Cain planned for Scorbunny to learn the Poison-type move Poison Jab, but considering that Scorbunny hasn't fully developed its Poison-type attribute, even if it learned Poison Jab, it wouldn't be very effective. So, after thinking it over, Cain decided to give the Poison Jab move to Haunter. Originally, Ghastly couldn't learn the Poison Jab move, but after evolving into Haunter and gaining a pair of hands, Haunter can learn that move. Additionally, although Haunter hasn't fully developed its poison-type attribute, its toxicity already has some effect, so learning the poison jab move offers a better cost-benefit ratio. As for Scorpii, given its lower level, Cain decided to buy it moves later. Thus, Scorpii used the TMS for the moves, Protect, Hidden Power, and Taunt. Having not fully mastered basic moves, learning 3 new moves will take up a significant portion of Scorepi's future training time. So far, all of Cain's main combat Pokémon have learned the staple moves, Protect and Hidden Power. Additionally, each one has learned useful combat moves which, once mastered, should significantly improve their performance in future battles. However, it is still unknown what attribute the Hidden Power move is for the Pokémon that just learned it. Only after using it for the first time will it be known. Cain put all the Pokeballs on his waist, and his left hand finally left the learning device. Now, the learning device can record Pokémon data again, and there will be no trace of its use on this occasion. After using all the TMS, Cain had completed the 2 main objectives of his visit to the black market. After that, he walked around the black market as usual, got rid of pesky followers, and then left. Upon returning to Vermilion City, he didn't stay outside long, as it wasn't early. Cain headed straight for the Pokémon Center. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning is the departure time for the luxury cruise, the SSN. A long journey by sea, even on the SSN, doesn't guarantee absolute safety. Although Cain has Slowpoke and Fearow, he can't guarantee there won't be problems. After all, Slowpoke is not the ideal type of Pokémon for transporting people on long sea journeys, so it's necessary to tame that Gyarados he left behind. Although the light green quality Gyarados doesn't meet Cain's requirements, if used purely as a means of transport, it's more than enough, even somewhat luxurious. After all, Cain's flying mount, Fearow, is yellow quality. Once again, he rented a training field at the Pokémon Center. It was already night, but thanks to the adequate lighting, there were still quite a few people training their Pokémon on the field. Cain found a secluded training field and released the Pokeball containing Gyarados. Since capturing it, Cain had only provided basic treatment to keep it alive, without giving it much more attention. As a result, when it came out again, its physical and mental condition was not good at all. In fact, it was extremely poor, even worse than Cain had expected, due to the fury it had experienced during the day. Slowpoke stood beside Cain, calmly observing the severely weakened Gyarados, with a blue glow in its eyes. If an experienced psychic were present, they would sense that the psychic power within Slowpoke was flowing strongly. Then, Haunter, who always hid in Cain's shadow, appeared beside Slowpoke, mockingly looking at the scarred Gyarados with its triangular eyes. But Gyarados, true to its species, despite being covered in scars and with a low spirit, showed no signs of surrendering, especially when it looked at Slowpoke and Haunter. Although it's a temperamental Pokémon, that doesn't mean it lacks intelligence. It immediately recognized that Slowpoke and Haunter were the same Pokémon that had defeated it. Now, seeing its old enemies, its rage increased even more. Just as it was about to roar, Slowpoke silenced it using its psychic power, preventing any sound from escaping. After all, the training field was still full of people, even though Cain was in an isolated area where no one paid them any attention. However, if Gyarados were to roar, with its powerful voice, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of most people. Luckily, in its current state, Slowpoke alone was enough to overpower it. Realizing it couldn't make any sound, Gyarados' fury grew even more, and it tried to charge. But upon moving, its wounds throbbed with pain, and it couldn't even cry out before collapsing to the ground. When it tried to get up again, it felt a massive force pressing down on it, preventing it from moving. Haunter, use skill swap, let it feel what Intimidate is, Cain said in a cold voice. He knew that Gyarados was a difficult Pokémon to tame. Although they had defeated it, its fierce temperament was the main reason so few trainers dared to use a Gyarados. Without the right tactics, taming a Gyarados wasn't an easy task. Sometimes, even if it appeared submissive on the surface, it could become uncontrollable during a battle, making it even harder to handle. So, with a stubborn, straightforward-tempered Pokémon like Gyarados, the only option was to keep it under constant control, beating it down until it fully submitted and lost all spirit. Most Gyarados have Intimidate as an ability, and this one was no exception. So, after Haunter used the move skill swap, Gyarados' ability changed to Levitate, while Haunter gained the Intimidate ability. At that moment, for Gyarados, Haunter, who was already unpleasant to look at, became even more terrifying, filling it with fear. During the previous battle, Haunter, when it was still a ghastly, had already defeated Gyarados, so the effect of the Intimidate ability was even more pronounced. One could see Gyarados lying on the ground, its movements of struggle growing weaker. Its huge eyes showed a trace of fear. It was then that Cain began to walk slowly towards it, with Slowpoke and Haunter flanking him on the left and right. Even lying on the ground, Gyarados' head was much larger than Cain's entire body, though in height, Gyarados' head didn't reach Cain's. Cain looked down at it coldly, showing no emotion, with an icy expression. And Gyarados' attention also shifted from Haunter to Cain. Its enormous eyes met Cain's, neither backing down. But, for some reason, Gyarados felt that this human's expression was incredibly cold. The look in his eyes was not one usually directed at a Pokémon, but rather as if he were looking at a worthless object. This made it feel a chill deep within. This was the way Cain used to capture Pokémon in his previous life. For the Cain of his past life, Pokémon were nothing more than valuable tools. If they were damaged or couldn't keep up with him, he would simply replace them. That's why, when he captured Pokémon, he did so without showing emotion. If they didn't submit, he would beat them until they did. And it was for this reason that in his past life, Cain ended up being betrayed by everyone. But in this life, Cain had changed his way of thinking. He considered each Pokémon he recognized as part of his family and treated them with affection. The results were much better than he expected. His Pokémon not only showed outstanding combat power but also an extraordinary sense of cohesion. However, Cain only showed this affection toward Pokémon he recognized. He knew his heart was small, and that being able to welcome these Pokémon was already enough. This Gyarados, to Cain, was nothing more than a tool Pokémon, so his approach was simple and direct, just like in his past life. After all, in his previous life, he had been a high-level trainer, and facing a level 20 Pokémon was not something that intimidated him. So, although Cain was much smaller than Gyarados, to that Pokémon, Cain seemed incredibly imposing, as if he were growing and becoming even taller. Especially with Haunter's Intimidate ability constantly at work beside him. Gyarados, I know you can understand me. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. If you dare resist again, today will be the day of your death, Cain said in a cold, emotionless voice. For some reason, when Gyarados looked into Cain's eyes and heard his words, it stopped struggling, though a trace of rebellion still remained in its enormous eyes. Cain nodded to himself. This Gyarados had a bit more courage than some of the cowards he'd captured in his past life. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not, during the day, it was me who defeated you. If it weren't for my mercy, you would already be dead. As the victor, I have the right to order you to do whatever I want. Saying this, Cain lifted his foot and firmly planted it on Gyarados' head. When Gyarados saw Cain's action and wanted to resist, Cain shouted sternly, "If you move, I'll cut off your tail first and then throw you back into the sea." Immediately, Gyarados stopped moving. The tail? If Cain had threatened to kill it, it probably wouldn't have been afraid, but by mentioning cutting off its tail and then tossing it into the sea, Gyarados realized that this would mean becoming the laughingstock of all Gyarados. It would probably never be able to return to its group, as a tailless Gyarados would have no face to see its companions. Most importantly, Gyarados had something very important in its tail. Was Cain referring to that something when he talked about cutting off its tail? Finally, under the pressure of Cain, Slowpoke, and Haunter, Gyarados chose to surrender. It's unclear if this was due to Cain's threat to cut off its tail, but the fact remains that in the end, Gyarados obeyed and allowed Cain to stand on its head. Additionally, Cain had Slowpoke use its psychic power to sense Gyarados' inner state and discovered that, aside from fear and terror, there was no intention of rebelling. After temporarily subduing Gyarados, Cain returned with his Pokémon to the Pokémon Center and headed to his room to rest. They would set sail the next day. That night, Slowpoke and Haunter went over the experiences and techniques they had learned in battles against various Gyarados. Other Pokémon followed their usual training routines before going to sleep. The next morning, after completing his morning training and having a quick breakfast at the Pokémon Center, Cain headed to Vermilion City's port. Although the departure time was set for 10 o'clock, the SSN allowed boarding from 7 a.m. With a large number of passengers, many of whom were traveling as families, time was needed to stow luggage and find rooms. When Cain arrived at the port, people were already boarding the ship. With his ticket for a luxury suite, Cain was treated as a distinguished guest, and although he didn't carry many belongings, several attendants respectfully escorted him to his room. Though the SSN is known for its high prices, few can afford a luxury suite, which costs hundreds of thousands. Once he dismissed the attendants, Cain toured the entire room. Yes, he toured it. The room was extremely spacious, with a total area of 300 square meters, including a large bedroom and living room, and the remaining space was dedicated to an indoor training field. This training field was made of special materials capable of withstanding moderately strong attacks. However, as a precaution, there was a monitoring device that would trigger a red light if the power of attacks reached 70% of the allowed limit. Although breaking the field wouldn't cause the ship to sink, any damage would result in exorbitant compensation, beyond the reach of most people. After inspecting all the facilities, Cain was quite satisfied with the room. Although the price was high, it matched the value of what it offered. As a precaution, he asked Haunter to check the room for possible dangers. Although it was unlikely that a prestigious ship like the SSN would risk damaging its reputation, Cain preferred to be safe. After thoroughly inspecting every corner and wall, Haunter confirmed that the room was free of issues. Satisfied, Cain summoned all his Pokémon. Of course, he didn't release Pokémon like Mook or Gyarados in the room. Mook could make the room uninhabitable, and although the room was large enough for Gyarados, it would only be able to lie down without moving, which was less comfortable than staying in its Pokeball. Additionally, these Pokémon weren't considered Cain's companions but rather useful tools. Cain sank into the living room sofa, feeling his body sink into the softness of the furniture. He watched his Pokémon playing and showed a relaxed smile. It's been a month and a half since I returned to this world, and now I have 6 main Pokémon, all with great potential. Cain watched Scoropie and Sneasel, who were playing together, and noted that these two were the highest quality among his current Pokémon. Although Haunter had evolved and its quality was close to light blue, it still needed to absorb the remaining poison gas to stabilize. When that happened, Cain would have 3 light blue quality Pokémon, which would greatly enhance his future power. Additionally, though Slowpoke had a dark green quality, its talent in psychic powers was exceptional. Cain remembered how Sabrina had tried to take Slowpoke, claiming that he couldn't unlock its true potential, but she could. This suggested that Slowpoke had hidden potential that Cain had yet to unlock. Lastly, Murkrow, though of green quality, wouldn't be discarded as in his past life. Cain knew that a Pokémon's quality could improve, and when Murkrow evolved with the right Dusk Stone, its quality could rival the others. Acquiring a superior quality Dusk Stone wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible either. Cain planned to approach Stephen Stone, the young heir of the Devon Corporation, to help him find a superior quality Dusk Stone. The Devon Corporation, a giant that even the League respects, could be a crucial key for Cain. Additionally, Stephen, an avid stone collector, might have the Dusk Stone that Cain needed. With his knowledge and resources, Cain was confident he could obtain it. Cain also had another advantage, knowledge about Mega Evolution. Although he didn't plan to share it for now, he could eventually use this information to negotiate with Stephen. After all, Metagross can also Mega Evolve. However, Cain preferred not to use this resource until he had collected some Megastones himself. There's still a solution for Murkrow's quality, but as for Miltank, to be honest, Cain feels a bit worried. Miltank was an impulsive acquisition in this life, originally intended only to provide milk for Scorpii and the other Pokémon, as well as to help recover energy after battles. However, Miltank was soon accepted by the Pokémon, and her effort was recognized by Cain. Though Miltank only has a light green quality, Cain included her on his main battle Pokémon list. While Miltank is primarily designated for a support role and isn't expected to make major contributions in battle, sometimes it's inevitable for her to face certain opponents. Right now, the gap with other Pokémon doesn't seem that wide, but as levels rise and Cain's Pokémon continue to grow in strength, the difference will widen. Miltank might not think much of this, but as a Pokémon acknowledged by Cain, he won't allow her to fall behind. However, Miltank doesn't have the ability to evolve, and Cain doesn't know of any special items that could increase her potential, which leaves him a bit concerned. Cain asked Stephen to sell the exclusive mid-level Pokeblock to Whitney's family, hoping they might find a way to improve Miltank's quality. Cain doesn't have the solution, but the Miltank Ranch, home to thousands of Miltank, might have one, as long as the cost isn't too high. Stephen promised to give an answer within 3 days, and with him mediating, there might be a chance. For now, this is the only solution Cain has come up with. Setting this issue aside for now, as Cain's Pokémon grow stronger, the differences between them also become more pronounced. Slowpoke, Sneasel, and Haunter are essentially Cain's first team of Pokémon, followed by Murkrow and Miltank, with Murkrow being much stronger than Miltank. Scorpii is still in the growth phase, so its strength doesn't impact Cain's overall team. Cain's overall strength now surpasses that of a Team Rocket soldier, though it's still somewhat below that of a captain. So Cain has 2 ways to increase his strength. One is to concentrate resources on developing one or several first-team Pokémon, while still training the others, but with greater focus on the first team. The other option is balanced development, treating all Pokémon equally. In truth, Cain leans toward the first method, but considering his Pokémon's opinions, he hasn't rushed to make a final decision. However, one thing is certain, since Cain is traveling under a League identity, he will likely spend 1 month of the next 6 weeks with that identity. Even without prioritizing Pokémon training, their growth speed will vary. For example, if Cain travels with Slowpoke, it's likely to be the first Pokémon to fight against opponents. Slowpoke will grow faster than other Pokémon. But with a focus on resources, Slowpoke will grow even faster and could surpass other Pokémon by a step. The benefits are clear. Slowpoke will become a symbol of Cain's League identity, and as Slowpoke improves, Cain can fight for more resources for his Pokémon, accelerating their growth. This is a clear example of how the growth of some can drive the growth of others. Moreover, this is a situation Cain cannot avoid. Using the League identity means it's best to use Murkrow and Sneasel as little as possible. Unless he decides to abandon his League identity when he rises within Team Rocket, after holding onto it for a long time. Since Slowpoke's growth is inevitable, Cain will adjust resources to make it the strongest for now. Cain stood up and communicated all his ideas to his Pokémon. All of the Pokémon accepted his decision without objection. Focusing resources doesn't mean the other Pokémon will receive nothing, they will simply receive a bit less. The Pokémon also have a broad view and understand that the growth of one Pokémon can bring many benefits to them all. As for Slowpoke, any opposition would have no effect. So, with unanimous agreement between the trainer and Pokémon, Slowpoke will focus on improving, striving to obtain more resources. When Cain and his Pokémon made their decision, the SSN finally began to set sail. With announcements echoing repeatedly, the massive and luxurious SSN began its journey towards Sinnoh's coastal city, with a stop in Slateport City in the Hone region, Cain's destination city. After setting sail, Cain left his room with Slowpoke and headed to the deck. It was Cain's first time traveling on such a large ship, and the view from the deck was said to be impressive. Guided by the signs, Cain made his way through the ship's complex paths and reached the deck. Today's weather was very sunny, likely because the rain summoned by the Gyarados the previous day had cleared many clouds from the sky. Now the sun was high, and the sky was clear. When Cain reached the deck, there were quite a few people. Many were dressed in elegant tailcoats and dresses, under large umbrellas, holding wine glasses while chatting animatedly. There were also many people dressed more casually, clearly distant from the wealthy, gathered in small groups, chatting among themselves. Of course, some were alone, leaning on the railing, gazing at the distant sea. Both the wealthy and the commoners could be seen with various Pokémon. The reason the SSN is so large is that it's primarily designed for trainers, whether common or from notable families. Moreover, the SSN has many public facilities for trainers, with dozens of training and battle areas available. Nearly every day, these are packed, so reservations are necessary if you wish to use them. Of course, luxury suite passengers like Cain have their own indoor gym. But for battles, they may need to use the public facilities. Cain and Slowpoke reached the front of the deck, feeling the sea breeze and the warmth of the morning sun. Breathing in the salty sea air, Cain felt as if he were submerged in the ocean water. The ship moved quickly, but given its massive size, the journey was very smooth. Standing at the bow, Cain felt no shaking, even as the waves crashed against the ship. After spending a while on the deck, Cain returned inside the ship. No matter how beautiful the scenery outside, with the sea wind blowing like that, a person can't endure it for too long. At the very least, their mouth will dry up. Upon returning inside, he grabbed a free bottle of mineral water, opened it, and took a few sips, easing the dryness in his mouth somewhat. As Cain drank, a young man of around 17 or 18, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking scholarly, approached. He slightly adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and, smiling, said, "Hello, my name is Takia, Imura Takia. I'm a trainer too. Are you interested in a Pokemon battle?" Hearing his words, Cain was slightly surprised. Since his rebirth, this was the first Pokemon battle challenge someone had issued him. Judging by his appearance, the other person didn't seem to be a commoner. At the very least, he was a member of a minor family. It's rare for a family member to challenge a commoner to a battle. It's worth noting that in the Pokemon world, family bonds are very strong, especially in some up-and-coming families that look down on commoner trainers, forgetting that they themselves once started as commoner trainers. However, when it comes to those old, powerful families, they tend to be very cultivated. Even if they're dealing with commoner trainers, they won't show obvious disdain. After all, it's unwise to underestimate young, impoverished people. Cain glanced at him briefly and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed two youths not far behind him, leaning together and pointing at Cain and the young man in glasses, with mocking expressions on their faces. "Sorry, I'm not interested at the moment," Cain said, taking another sip of mineral water before walking away without paying further attention. He wasn't here to play with kids. Cain's words left him frozen in place. As a family member, challenging a commoner trainer was, in his view, an act of great courtesy. Shouldn't commoner trainers accept enthusiastically? Wasn't that the attitude expected of them? As Cain passed by the two who were about to laugh at his expense, he noticed that their faces had also stiffened. A slight smile appeared on his lips. They were nothing more than pampered kids. Did they really think having a few Pokemon and spending a bit of resources on them made them powerful? "Wait a moment, have a Pokemon battle with me? Whether you win or lose, I'll give you a good reward," said Takia, who, recovering from Cain's rejection, ran up to him, grabbed his clothing, and raised his voice, losing all his earlier refined demeanor. His loud voice drew the attention of others, and slowly, people began to gather around them. Cain gently released Takia's hand from his clothing, turned, and looked at him with indifference. "All right, if I win, I want a TM for the move flamethrower." The mere request for a flamethrower TM, worth tens of thousands, surprised the crowd around them. Even on the SSN, where people have some money, not everyone can afford such a valuable item. Cain's demand stunned Imura Takia. It was true he had some money, but not enough to waste it recklessly. However, he couldn't back out now. After all, he was the one who mentioned rewards, and Cain simply asked for what he wanted. Originally, Takia just wanted to impress his friends by showing off the Pokemon he'd recently bought, challenging a random commoner trainer to boast after winning. But he hadn't expected Cain to refuse him at first. Wouldn't he lose face as a family member if he didn't accept the challenge? Those two idiots would probably mock him for weeks for being rejected by a commoner trainer. So he ran up to Cain, stopped him, and promised a decent reward regardless of the outcome. In his mind, he thought that, at worst, he'd only have to spend a few thousand Poke dollars, and any commoner trainer would be thrilled even if they lost. But Cain wasn't playing by the usual rules. He asked for a flamethrower TM. Takia didn't have that TM, but he'd heard his father mention it, saying it cost at least 80 or 90,000 Poke dollars and was very hard to obtain. As more people gathered around, pointing and whispering, Takia, who initially just wanted to show off, found himself in an awkward position. He wanted to agree, but he didn't have the flamethrower TM or enough money. As the glances and murmurs around him increased, Takia, who had only wanted to flaunt his skills, became more and more uncomfortable. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. If Cain wanted the flamethrower TM, Takia would ask for something Cain couldn't provide, forcing him to abandon the challenge, thus letting Takia off the hook. "If I win, I want your Slowpoke," said Takia, who hadn't paid much attention to Cain's Slowpoke at first, but upon closer look, noticed that its color was different from that of regular Slowpoke. The possibility immediately came to mind. Could it be an alternate colored Pokemon? Also known as a shiny Pokemon. He couldn't imagine that a commoner trainer could have a shiny Pokemon. At that moment, Takia stopped considering rejecting the challenge and firmly demanded that if Cain lost, he'd have to hand over his Slowpoke. If he managed to take that Slowpoke, none of his friends would dare compare themselves to him. He'd be the only one in his group with a shiny Pokemon. His previous view of Slowpoke as slow and clumsy faded completely. Now, owning a shiny Pokemon, even just for display, filled him with pride. The crowd also began focusing on Cain's Slowpoke. Is that a shiny Slowpoke? Yes, it looks like a shiny Slowpoke. How lucky that kid is. It's a pity that those rich kids have already set their eyes on that Pokemon. The shiny Slowpoke color is very similar to a regular Slowpoke. If it hadn't been pointed out, I wouldn't have noticed. What's a Slowpoke? The murmurs of the crowd reached Cain's ears, making him frown. Slowpoke's color is pink, but due to its nutritious diet, the blood vessels under its skin have a more vibrant red. It's not easy to distinguish at a glance, but after Imura Takia pointed it out, many began to notice Slowpoke. Now, not only Takia, but many surrounding the scene showed signs of greed. Cain observed the young man in front of him, named Takia Imamura, for a moment before smiling and saying, "All right, but first I want to see your TM for the move Flamethrower." At the same time, a cold spark flashed in his eyes. If they weren't on a ship, Cain might have lost his composure upon seeing someone coveting his Pokemon. Hearing Cain's acceptance, Takia Imamura immediately felt delighted, not considering at all whether he had a 100% chance of defeating Cain. He was just an ordinary trainer. How many resources could he possibly have to train his Pokemon? Besides, his jacket was that of a beginner-level trainer, which indicated that, at best, his level was also that of a beginner trainer. He himself had already defeated several beginner-level trainers, and, moreover, this time he had a new Pokemon with a certain type advantage. He was determined to take the risk. In the Trainer League, attire is an important symbol. If you're at a beginner trainer level, you wouldn't wear a regular trainer's clothes, and if you're at an intermediate trainer level, you wouldn't wear beginner attire. It's a matter of prestige. The stronger you are, the more respect you get according to the level of your clothing. The opposite is also true. A beginner trainer wouldn't wear intermediate level attire, as if they did and challenged someone, they'd end up being ridiculed for their arrogance if they lost. Therefore, a trainer's clothing generally reflects their level. In Cain's case, although he hasn't reached the intermediate trainer level, he's much stronger than the average beginner trainer. At the very least, if Cain fought 10 beginner-level trainers from the league in the wild, he could beat them all. If the battle were indoors, he could defeat at least 3, without taking any damage. Cain wore the league's beginner trainer attire simply for convenience. At the very least, with that clothing, the chances of a police officer stopping him on the street were nearly zero, as long as he didn't look too suspicious. Takia Imamura, realizing he didn't have the TM for Flamethrower, felt distressed. He knew this was an opportunity to obtain a shiny Pokemon. If he missed it, he would surely regret it later. He immediately started searching for his 2 friends, finally finding them in a corner of the crowd. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back," he said quickly as he went to fetch them, leading them to a secluded corner. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in simple, even somewhat worn clothes, with completely white hair and thick bottle-bottom glasses, approached Cain and spoke to him in a low voice. "Young man, this isn't right for you. Even if the other guy has the TM for Flamethrower, it's not worth what your Pokemon is worth. Besides, they're kids from wealthy families, you should leave before they come back. Go back to your room and hide. You just have to wait until the ship reaches port." Although his voice was low, Cain sensed that the old man had a lot of energy, but he was intentionally speaking in a low tone so no one else would hear. "I see your Slowpoke is well trained. It must have been eating at least advanced level Poke Blocks, with many other nutritional supplements. You're not lacking in money, so it would be better to avoid trouble and leave. Listen to this old man," the elder added before Cain could respond. Cain was surprised, as the elder had accurately identified that Slowpoke was consuming advanced level Poke Blocks. For someone who appeared to be a civilian, using intermediate level Poke Blocks would already be a luxury. The elder even noted that Slowpoke had been consuming other supplements, which was true. Cain had given it Multank milk, nothing more. An elder with this kind of knowledge could only be a Slowpoke researcher, knowing so much about them that he could determine its diet just by observing it. However, Cain was more inclined to believe that this elder was at least an advanced breeder, and not only that, but one with a lot of experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a sharp eye. But an advanced breeder dressed so poorly? Aren't breeders supposed to be wealthy? As these thoughts crossed Cain's mind in an instant, he set aside his curiosity and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, sir. He's no match for me. I need that TM." Cain had already planned to buy a Flamethrower TM for Slowpoke, but he couldn't do it before due to a lack of money. Now, a fool had come to offer it. Why was he so sure Takia Imamura wouldn't be a match for him? Because when he passed by Takia earlier, Cain used his system to scan the data of the Pokemon in Takia's Pokeball and confirm its level. It was an electric-type Pokemon, so Takia thought that with it, he'd have a sure win against Slowpoke. However, Cain knew that while Slowpoke is a water type, it's also a psychic type, and he had a strategy prepared against electric-type Pokemon. In general, type advantages often determine victory, but it also depends on the trainer's skill. If both trainers are at the same level and their Pokemon are equally trained, then yes, the type advantage could be decisive. But that doesn't apply when facing a spoiled young man who only relies on resources. The elder sighed upon hearing Cain's response. He knew he wouldn't be able to persuade him. He looked at Cain once more, and seeing the confidence in his eyes, he seemed to remember someone he knew. He was stunned for a few seconds, and when Cain looked back at him, the elder shook his head slightly and walked away from the crowd. He was no longer interested in watching the battle. He had advised Cain out of professional habit. Cain watched the elder walk away, frowning, with dark thoughts crossing his eyes. Just as the elder turned around, Cain instinctively used his system to scan the data of the 3 Pokémon in the elder's Pokeballs. That elder was definitely an advanced breeder, and one with extraordinary strength. This he knew from the Pokémon the elder carried with him. What did Cain see through the system a moment ago? An Aerodactyl at level 78, along with other Pokémon with levels between 60 and 70. What does this mean? It means that the elder who had just spoken is at least an Elite 4 level trainer, and not a newcomer, but an experienced veteran. However, by his attire, he looked like a typical village grandfather. He probably didn't want to attract attention, so Cain decided to act as if he knew nothing. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it for now. Regardless, this elder was someone not to be provoked. If an opportunity presented itself, Cain could try to build a good relationship with him. Shortly after, Takeya Imamura, who had left dragging his 2 friends, returned to the group. He looked quite pained as he pulled out 3 bank cards and placed them in front of Cain. Here's 1 million Poke dollars. It's more than enough to buy the flamethrower TM. I won't argue about the difference. It's a matter of pride, Takeya said with a grand air, though he couldn't hide the pained expression on his face. To borrow that much money from his 2 friends, he had to promise them plenty of benefits. In total, the value of those benefits was much higher than the amount he had borrowed. Cain looked at him with a sarcastic smile and said, "My Slowpoke is worth much more than that money. Don't try to act magnanimous, who are you trying to impress?" Takeya, overwhelmed by Cain's response, was left speechless, his face reddening, unsure of how to reply. Finally, he exclaimed, "Let's go to the battlefield." Hearing his words, many of those watching couldn't help but show expressions of disdain. Cain said nothing more and headed directly to the public battlefield. As they moved, many people interested in the spectacle followed them to the battlefield. Along the way, more people joined, and by the time they arrived, the field was surrounded by a growing crowd. The interest was high because the stakes were quite large, attracting onlookers. The public battlefield had a referee designated by the cruise ship. He stood on a high platform outside the field, holding 2 flags and wearing a red whistle around his neck. After explaining all the rules, the referee instructed both to place their bets on the corresponding sides of the judges' table. Takeya placed 3 nameless league bank cards, while Cain placed Slowpoke's Super Ball on the other side of the table. Slowpoke had no objections to this, it trusted Cain completely and had confidence in its own fighting ability. Cain was so sure that even if he lost, he wouldn't hand over Slowpoke. In the worst case, he'd have Slowpoke use teleport, and they'd both leave the ship immediately. With Gyarados as a means of sea transportation, returning to Vermilion City wouldn't be a problem as long as nothing unexpected happened. As for leaving a bad reputation, he didn't care. After all, it would only be an accusation of not paying a bet, something Cain wasn't worried about at all. If necessary, he would simply change his identity in the league. After all, he hadn't invested much in his current identity. Besides, Cain had already scanned the data of Takeya Imamura's Pokémon. With his level of combat, Takeya had no chance against him. "Go, Reishu!" Takeya shouted, throwing his Pokeball to summon the Pokémon he would use in battle. Pokémon, Reishu, light green. Gender, female. Level, 25. Type, electric. Ability, static. Held item, none. Egg moves, double slap, charge. Basic moves, tail whip, thunder shock, growl, play nice, quick attack, electro ball, thunder wave, feint, double team, thunderbolt. Learned moves, snore, knock off. TM moves, none. Takeya wasn't foolish, he was confident in his victory because he had his newly acquired Reishu, hoping to show off in front of his friends. Originally, he just wanted a battle where he could crush his opponent to demonstrate the strength of his Pokémon, and by extension, his own strength. However, he didn't know that Cain already knew he planned to use Reishu. This Reishu's level was only 25. Although it was fully evolved, it was clear that it hadn't fully developed its potential as a Pikachu. This forced evolution might even have reduced its quality. It's likely that this Reishu had green potential as a Pikachu, but by forcing its evolution, possibly with a low-quality Thunderstone, not only did it fail to increase its strength, but its potential was also reduced. Forced evolution is a way of wasting a Pokémon's potential. That's one of the reasons why Cain has yet to evolve Murkrow. Its potential hasn't fully developed, and evolving it now would harm its future growth. Pokémon like this are usually bought cheaply by stores and then sold to wealthy but uninformed trainers, who think they've found a great deal. Takeya was exactly one of those trainers. Although he came from a family of trainers, his position within it was not very high, as he had 3 older brothers who outperformed him. When he saw Reishu and how cheap it was, he couldn't resist buying it. In his mind, a fully evolved Reishu, at just the cost of a Thunderstone, was a steal. So when Cain saw the Pokeball on Takeya Imamura's belt, he already knew what to expect from him. A Reishu ruined by forced evolution, and a trainer without the skill to direct it, relying solely on type advantage. For Cain, defeating him would be like crushing a fly. Slowpoke, when you go up, Use Calm Mind immediately, Cain ordered calmly. Slowpoke also saw its opponent. Pokémon have a keen sense of detecting the strength of their rivals, especially those with combat experience. Upon seeing Raichu, Slowpoke couldn't help but show slight disdain. At first, it thought its opponent would be strong, but it turned out to be only at that level. However, after following Cain, Slowpoke had developed good habits. It wouldn't underestimate any opponent and would always stay alert in battle. Upon entering the battlefield, it immediately began to focus on using Calm Mind. Meanwhile, the opponent was still basking in the crowd's cheers. To most people, an electric-type Raichu, in its fully evolved form, should be able to crush a water-type Slowpoke, right? Just by looking at the situation, Takia already considered himself the winner, and he truly believed it. Seeing Slowpoke use Calm Mind instead of attacking immediately, Takia Imamura sneered and looked at Cain with disdain, arrogantly saying, Raichu, Thunderbolt? Finish it in one hit. The crowd, seeing Takia Imamura order Raichu to use Thunderbolt while Slowpoke was still meditating with its eyes closed, couldn't help but show expressions of pity toward Cain. However, it couldn't be denied that this Raichu truly lacked battle experience. As a Pokémon capable of storing electricity in its body, using electric abilities should only require activating internal electric energy. But this Raichu took a full 3 seconds to concentrate its electric energy, something that would normally be unacceptable in a battle, as no Pokémon would allow that much prep time. Finally, Raichu managed to charge its Thunderbolt move to full power. A powerful stream of high-voltage current emerged from its body, striking directly at Slowpoke. At that moment, Slowpoke also awoke from its meditative state, and its round eyes began to shine with an intense blue glow of psychic energy. Never before in battle had it had so much time to meditate, and now it felt its body was filled with psychic energy. Slowpoke, use Protect, Cain ordered coldly. Just as the words left his mouth, Slowpoke responded instantly. Cain's command came late, right as Raichu's attack was about to hit, but the synchronization between the trainer and his Pokémon was perfect. Slowpoke created a protective barrier just in time to block the attack. Raichu's Thunderbolt move, with all its intensity, collided with the barrier from Protect, kicking up a cloud of dust. The electricity struck with such force that most of the crowd thought the attack had reached Slowpoke undefended. Slowpoke, confusion? Then use Teleport to get close and finish it with Bulldoze, Cain calmly ordered. Before the others could react, Slowpoke was already in action. With a flash from its eyes, it unleashed a powerful psychic wave that struck Raichu's mind directly, leaving it dazed. Raichu, stumbling, couldn't avoid being reached by Slowpoke, who had used Teleport to appear right next to it. Slowpoke raised its front paws, charged with ground energy, and slammed them down hard on Raichu's face. The ground cracked from the impact, sinking Raichu into it. Raichu, Takia instinctively shouted, but it was useless. Again, Cain ordered. Slowpoke raised its front paws once more, now with more precision, and slammed them into Raichu's face again. The cracks in the ground deepened, and Raichu was completely defeated. With Raichu out of combat, Slowpoke looked to Cain for new orders. Cain shook his head, understanding that Slowpoke wanted to know if it should finish off the opponent's Pokémon. But Cain decided it wasn't necessary, given the situation. This was Slowpoke's first time participating in a formal battle like this, and it was still adjusting to the differences between wild and regulated fights. Understanding its trainer's decision, Slowpoke looked disdainfully at Takia Imamura, who was still stunned. Then, with a dismissive gesture, it used its psychic power to retrieve its Pokeball and the 3 league cards that were on the referee's table, bringing them to Cain's side. It was then that the referee, who seemed to be in shock, finally raised the flag signaling victory for Cain and declared, "The winner is Slowpoke." The crowd, still surprised, could barely believe what had just happened. They knew Slowpoke had a small chance of winning, but they never imagined it would defeat Raichu so overwhelmingly and in such little time. It was a quick, decisive victory. Many wondered how a Raichu, who supposedly had the advantage, could be defeated so easily. But a few understood the reason. Slowpoke wasn't only stronger in terms of skill and physical condition, but Cain had also prepared Slowpoke with a ground-type move, Bulldoze, which was doubly effective against electric types like Raichu. Cain had trained Slowpoke to counter electric-type Pokémon, knowing that they would face such opponents at some point. And although Slowpoke hadn't fully mastered the move, it only meant that it needed to use it twice instead of once to defeat Raichu. Taking the Pokeball and the cards Slowpoke brought him, Cain ignored Takia Imamura's expression and calmly pocketed his prize. As he did, he couldn't help but think about how easy it had been to make money off a fool like him. If only more like him would come along. However, after this battle, it's likely that those who had their eyes on Slowpoke might start reconsidering their plans. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden applause echoed through the crowd. Who's there? Startled by the sound of clapping, Takeya Imamura, with bloodshot eyes, looked furiously towards where the applause was coming from. Originally, he had already decided that, though he lost this time, he would investigate Cain's identity when he returned, to make him understand, once he disembarked, what it meant to face a family of trainers. Although his family was just a medium-sized family in Vermilion City, they should have no trouble crushing a novice trainer like Cain. After all, if necessary, they could handle him as they pleased. Of course, Cain couldn't care less. Just looking at Imamura's attire and that nouveau-riche appearance made it clear he was nothing more than an insignificant member of an upstart family. In his past life, Cain had eliminated many families of that caliber. Imamura, he didn't even remember a surname like that, so if he became an enemy, Cain had no qualms about facing him. In fact, he might even gain something from them. After all, he was on his way to the Hone region, where a minor family from Kanto held no influence. If they dared to come, Cain wouldn't hesitate to take them out. He might even gain something in the process. His killing skills had become a bit rusty since his past life. The crowd began to part, revealing a short, stout old man dressed in a black evening suit, with small round glasses held by two fine chains on the sides. He had a grayish mustache that seemed stuck to his mouth and wore a kindly smile on his face. If not for the two elegantly dressed women holding him by the arms, he would have looked like the typical friendly neighborhood grandpa. When Takaya Imamura saw the old man, he instinctively shrank, snapping out of his anger over the defeat, and lowered his head, glancing at the old man in secret. Seeing that he wasn't paying him any attention, Imamura sighed in relief and began to move slowly backward. Mr. Yamamoto, Mr. Yamamoto, Mr. Yamamoto. Many in the crowd recognized the old man and greeted him with respect. The so-called Mr. Yamamoto responded with a smile, nodding with satisfaction at the attention he received. Cain also looked at the old man called Yamamoto. After thinking for a moment, he didn't recognize any major family name in Kanto by that name but noticed the old man was observing him with a smile. It's hard to be rude to someone who's smiling at you, so Cain nodded as a sign of respect. Young man, you have remarkable talent. My name is Yamamoto Daikazu, and it was I who financed the SSN's voyage, Yamamoto Daikazu said, stroking his mustache, still smiling. Upon hearing that, Cain narrowed his eyes. The Yamamoto family? They certainly weren't a major family in Kanto, otherwise, he would have heard of them. Any family that could rent the SSN was not something a small family like Imamura's could compare with. Mr. Yamamoto, how can I be of service? Cain bowed slightly. A family capable of renting the SSN was not one Cain wanted trouble with if he could avoid it. Seeing that Cain was finally showing respect, Yamamoto Daikazu smiled even more, visibly pleased. Ha ha ha, I don't have many hobbies, but I greatly enjoy watching Pokemon battles. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent to be a trainer and participate in battles. But after watching you easily defeat an opponent who had a type advantage over your Pokemon, I couldn't help but applaud. As he said this, Yamamoto Daikazu glanced at Takaya Imamura, who was still slowly retreating. The latter was drenched in cold sweat, bowing repeatedly in respect. Yamamoto Daikazu showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. To him, a family as insignificant as Imamura's wasn't worth dirtying his hands for. Cain noticed this detail and looked at the two elegant women beside the old man. Doesn't have other hobbies? Yeah, right. This old man was shrewd. Cain nodded but said nothing. Yamamoto Daikazu continued, that's why I've decided to organize a small Pokemon tournament on the SSN. After all, there's still a long way to go to the next stop, and it won't take too much time. Of course, since it's a tournament, there will be prizes. Let's see, the main prize will be a TM for Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Surf. Yamamoto Daikazu announced the prizes, looking at Slowpoke beside Cain as he revealed them. Cain frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. What did Yamamoto Daikazu mean by looking at Slowpoke? All three moves he mentioned were compatible with Slowpoke, but was this a coincidence or a deliberate strategy? And since it will be a tournament, there will be other rewards as well. My secretary will handle the details shortly. However, everyone who participates, win or lose, will receive a consolation prize of at least 5,000 Poke Dollars, so I hope everyone will be encouraged to participate. Ha ha ha. The old man stroked his mustache again and added, but conventional battles can be boring, and they're also a bit unfair for less experienced trainers. So this time, we'll be using an elimination-style tournament format. Yamamoto Daikazu didn't explain what this format entailed, leaving it to his secretary to handle later. For some reason, Yamamoto Daikazu kept looking at Cain and his Slowpoke intermittently, making Cain feel uneasy. However, he detected no ill intent in Yamamoto Daikazu's gaze, so he didn't overreact. After finishing his speech, Yamamoto Daikazu, supported by the two women, slowly walked away from the crowd. Although he was clearly in good health, he insisted on having help to walk. And those two women by his side didn't seem like ordinary people either. When Yamamoto Daikazu was out of sight, everyone present seemed to collectively sigh in relief. Facing the head of a large family, whether as a family trainer or an independent trainer, kept everyone tense, fearful of provoking his wrath. As for Takaya Imamura, he was so scared he nearly wet himself. Now, he wasn't even thinking about revenge on Cain, he was only worried if he had left a bad impression on Yamamoto Daikazu and whether he would take retaliatory action. For someone of Yamamoto Daikazu's level, eliminating a family like Imamura's would require no effort. Just by mentioning his displeasure in casual conversation, there would be plenty of people willing to destroy the Imamura family to win his favor. Although no one knew what he was thinking, the discussions in the crowd began to pick up. Almost every trainer present was interested in Yamamoto Daikazu's tournament. After all, just for participating, they would receive 5,000 Poke Dollars. The cheapest ticket on the SSN only cost 3,000 Poke Dollars. While everyone else was excited and anxious, Cain and his Slowpoke quietly slipped away from the crowd. To be honest, the first place prize was extremely tempting, and with Cain's current strength and resources, it was something he greatly desired. It's worth noting that the moves Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Surf each had a value comparable to Flamethrower. Due to their rarity on the market, the combined value of these 3 TMS could reach up to 2.5 million, or even more. Additionally, each participant would receive a minimum reward of 5,000 Poke dollars, which amounted to an expense close to $1 million. Not to mention the prizes for second and third places, among others, which further increased the costs. However, remembering that the family behind this event had rented a cruise like the SS Anne, Cain wasn't surprised. He had simply encountered yet another wealthy family. Quietly, he returned to his room. Since the first place prize in this tournament interested him so much, Cain decided that he would definitely participate. After all, once he arrived in Moly City, he planned to train Slowpoke and the others in battles. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to get prepared? He still didn't know the specific rules of the tournament, so he could only wait patiently. Cain released the rest of his Pokémon. Perhaps due to spending so much time in the wild, they didn't like being inside their Pokeballs, especially Scoropy. Now, Scoropy's body had grown to the size of 3 basketballs. Cain believed that, in a short time, it would cross the growth stage and reach the normal size of a Scoropy. Although Cain didn't see Imuratakia as a threat, there were a few people in the previous crowd who did give him a slight sense of danger. Cain wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could win first place with certainty. After all, in a formal battle, many of his unconventional tactics wouldn't be viable. If they were in the wild, it would be a different story. He could handle most of the passengers on this ship without issue, including those with powerful Pokémon. Of course, this didn't include the old man with the overwhelming strength of his Pokémon. A trainer of this level, with just one Pokémon, could sweep all the passengers on the ship without anyone being able to resist. Since he had to wait for the rules to be announced, Cain wouldn't waste time. He took his Pokémon to the indoor training area to begin their practice. Each of his Pokémon had learned new moves, so they all needed to train. Fortunately, the training field was very sturdy, unlike the previous battle area. Here, the ground was covered with resistant metal. Sneasel scratched the floor but left no mark. Seeing this, Cain felt reassured, allowing his Pokémon to freely train their moves. The move Murkrow had learned was Taunt, but it didn't require physical training. Both Haunter and Scoropy had also learned Taunt. Luckily, Sneasel had learned the move Taunt at a lower level. Although he hadn't perfected it, he could explain to Murkrow and the others how to use it properly. Cain left Sneasel in charge of teaching the Taunt move to the other Pokémon and resolving their questions. Slowpoke had only learned the ground-type move Bulldoze. With no other Pokémon on the team knowing that move, Slowpoke had to figure it out on his own. Fortunately, Cain had some knowledge about the Bulldoze move and gave Slowpoke some suggestions before letting him practice on his own. Bulldoze was an area move that could inflict damage within a certain range and reduce the opponent's speed, making it very useful. Since Cain's team didn't have many effective moves against electric-type Pokémon, the Bulldoze move was essential. Haunter had learned Poison-type moves, Toxic, and Poison Jab. It only needed to activate the poisonous energy in its body to make good use of them. The rest was just practice until mastering these skills. Cain again asked Slowpoke to create a psychic energy field for Haunter, allowing it to absorb 2 more threads of poisonous gas. Now, Haunter could absorb the poisonous gas at a much faster rate. Cain believed it wouldn't take long before it absorbed it completely, thus stabilizing its potential at a higher level. Miltank could also be a key Pokémon in the tournament since it was unknown how many Pokémon each person would be allowed to use, so Cain had to be prepared for everything. Of course, the ideal scenario would be for Slowpoke to be able to defeat all opponents on its own. But regardless of whether Miltank participated or not, it needed to train its moves. Miltank had learned the move Brick Break, and it could train alongside Sneasel, who was practicing the move Low Sweep. The training field had a single target for combat moves. Miltank attacked the upper part while Sneasel attacked the lower part, complementing each other. As for Scoropy, it continued focusing on mastering its basic moves. Since it entered its growth stage, not much time had passed, but it had learned many moves. However, it still had a long way to go to master them. So, besides strengthening its body, Scoropy had to concentrate on perfecting its basic skills. Once all his Pokémon were training, Cain sat on the ground, preparing to train his psychic abilities. However, as soon as he sat down, his right eyelid began to twitch. Cain frowned. According to an old saying on Earth, the left eye jumps for fortune, the right for misfortune. Although it was just a joke, for some reason, Cain felt a bad premonition. Ever since he became a psychic, he hadn't fully mastered his abilities, but he seemed to have gained an inexplicable ability. It was like an animal instinct, a sharp intuition. Cain had always relied on his intuition to survive in the wild. After all, sometimes it was better to be safe than sorry. But this intuition was sporadic, sometimes accurate, sometimes not. However, since becoming a psychic, Cain's intuition had become sharper. Now, just as he was about to begin his psychic training, his right eyelid started twitching uncontrollably, and his intuition told him that something bad might happen. Cain shook his head, trying to dispel those thoughts. Although something bad might happen, there wasn't much he could do until it occurred, especially being in the middle of the ocean with no way to escape. However, it was always good to be cautious. With so many things on his mind, it took him longer than usual to enter a meditative state. However, after entering deep meditation, Cain quickly came out of it. What's going on? Cain showed a look of doubt, muttering to himself. As if wanting to verify something, Cain went back into a meditative state, but this time much faster than before. Not even 5 minutes had passed when Cain opened his eyes again. But this time, there was no doubt in his gaze. In fact, his eyes showed a hint of joy. Is this another effect of deep meditation? Why isn't this mentioned in the Psychic Abilities Training Manual? Cain thought to himself. The reason he quickly woke up after entering meditation was that he noticed his psychic training speed was now several times faster than before. In simple terms, if his previous meditation training speed was 1, Cain's speed had now increased to 3, a threefold increase. Although he wasn't sure if this was because his psychic foundation was low or if everyone experienced a threefold increase when entering deep meditation. System, explain the changes in my body. The system was always monitoring his body. Beep, brain activity level is 3 times higher than before and remains at that level, increasing psychic training speed by 3 times. The system also displayed a data graph in front of Cain, divided into 2 sections, one representing his previous state and the other his state in deep meditation. It was evident that brain activity had increased nearly threefold. Additionally, the system kindly displayed an estimate, time projected to become a basic level psychic, 10 years. All that joy disappeared in an instant. Yes, his psychic training speed had tripled, but Cain's foundation was still weak. Even with this improvement, he had only ceased to be among the psychics with the poorest talent. However, at least now, Cain had a bit of hope to reach the basic level of psychic ability. 10 years. Cain was now 15, so in 10 years, he'd be 25. 25 years old is still young for a trainer, and by then, he could use telepathy. After giving himself a little boost of confidence, Cain went back into meditation. 3 quiet hours passed, and then the SSN filled with noise again. Yamamoto's secretary finally published the tournament's content and rules. On every screen aboard the vessel, the tournament rules and prizes were displayed in a loop. It could be said they were organizing the tournament with great fanfare. Cain also sat in his room, watching the large TV screen in front of him, where the rewards for each position were shown one by one. First place, TMS of the moves, Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Surf. Second place, TM of the move Flamethrower. Third place, 300,000 Poke Dollars. Fourth place. Altogether, the prizes reached nearly 4 million Poke Dollars. Yamamoto was being really generous. Any trainer who placed in the top 8 would receive a prize valued at least 50,000 Poke Dollars. Additionally, so that everyone could battle without worry, Yamamoto had opened the SSN's Pokemon treatment room, and all treatment costs would be free. All this was to ensure they could witness an exciting battle. Then, the tournament rules were also displayed on the screen. Considering that there might be many trainers participating, and their abilities varied greatly, letting some of the stronger trainers fight in each match would be a waste of time. Therefore, the tournament was divided into 2 rounds, preliminaries and finals. The first round of preliminaries involved dividing all registered trainers into 8 groups, randomly selected, and having them compete in a free-for-all battle on one of the SSN's 8 battlefields. Only 2 trainers from each field would advance, determining the top 16. Of course, since it was a random selection, it was possible that one field could have 3 or more very strong trainers, while another could have relatively weak trainers, resulting in the elimination of a strong trainer due to an unfavorable draw. For this reason, those eliminated in the first round would enter a losers bracket, where they could compete in additional battles, and the top 4 would have a chance to challenge the 16 qualifiers. If they managed to win the challenge, they would replace that person in the top 16. Then the main tournament would begin, where each trainer could use 3 Pokemon, and elimination matches would proceed by draw. Finally, prizes would be awarded according to the final positions. It's important to mention that during the preliminaries, each trainer could only use 1 Pokemon. In the battlefield, if their Pokemon was thrown out of the area or unable to continue, they would be eliminated. Eliminated trainers would receive a consolation prize of 5,000 Poke Dollars. Those who reached the main tournament but didn't make the top 8 would receive 20,000 Poke Dollars. Overall, the tournament format was very reasonable, and the prizes were attractive enough for most trainers on board to register. However, for the truly powerful, these prizes might not be so interesting. For example, the ordinary-looking old man who had warned Cain before, probably the most powerful on the ship. Someone of his caliber likely wouldn't be interested in these prizes. Otherwise, Cain wouldn't even bother participating. Yamamoto, being able to rent a ship like the SSN, surely had powerful guards at his disposal. If they participated, no one else would stand a chance, and everything would be predetermined. However, these individuals, for various reasons, would not participate in the tournament. Registration closed at midnight, and anyone who wanted to participate only needed to call reception from their room. Since they had recorded each person's information upon ticket purchase, they knew who registered by their room number. After thinking for a bit, Cain called reception and registered. The process was quick. In less than a minute, Cain was registered, and he was informed that the preliminaries would start the next morning. The entire tournament schedule was well organized and proceeded so efficiently that it seemed everything had been planned in advance. From the moment Yamamoto announced the tournament, all staff members on the ship began moving quickly, performing their tasks in an orderly manner, and soon all tournament preparations were complete. Tomorrow the tournament would officially begin. But the more Cain saw how quickly and efficiently everything was done, the more he felt something was wrong. Everything was too smooth, too perfect. So perfect that it sent a chill down Cain's spine. The next morning, Cain and his Pokemon finished their morning training and, following the broadcast instructions, headed to the largest open area of the ship. Here, there were a total of 16 battlefields and 16 training areas, all for public use. If you wish to use them, you only need to leave a deposit, and you can use them for free. You'll only be charged if you cause any damage to public property. When Cain arrived, there were already a lot of people present. Not only were there trainers, but there were also many regular people who weren't trainers. After all, while the SSN is primarily a luxury cruise catering to trainers, they also have families, and when going on vacation, of course, it's better to bring the family along. Also, money is money. Even if ordinary people want to buy tickets, they won't be turned away. Selling to anyone is still selling. Cain stood silently to the side as more people gradually arrived. He believed that after a while, the competition would start. Many people, like Cain, were accompanied by their Pokémon. Within the system's scanner range, all the data of the Pokémon were visible. Most Pokémon were in their teens in terms of level, even if a few reached the 20s, they were only at level 21 or 22, just barely reaching level 20. Moreover, the average quality of the Pokémon wasn't very high. On average, they ranged from light yellow to yellow, with only the occasional light green. When enough people were present, a head judge climbed onto the already prepared podium. Without much explanation, he briefly went over all the rules again and then directly announced the start of the tournament. As for the distribution of people on each battlefield, it had already been randomly assigned by the staff on the computer after registration closed. Now, you only needed to go to the battlefield displayed on the screen, where your name appeared, and wait for the preliminary round to begin. Cain glanced quickly and saw that there were about 200 to 300 participants, distributed across 8 fields, meaning there were around 30 to 40 trainers on each field. Of those 30 or 40, only 2 could advance to the next round, making it quite difficult. Of course, that was only for the others. Cain was assigned to Field 7. When he arrived with his slowpoke, many people looked at him, showing a hint of hostility in their eyes. Yesterday, many had witnessed Cain's battle with Takia Imamura, and most of them had an idea of Cain's strength. They knew they couldn't defeat him in a one-on-one match. So, upon learning that Cain was in their same field, many showed hostility. Cain only smiled faintly, with no emotion about it. For him, it was nothing more than the useless complaints of the weak. When Cain positioned himself in his designated spot, a young man, appearing around Cain's age, quickly approached him. Instead of showing hostility or displeasure, the young man smiled cheerfully and said, Hey, you're the trainer who used Slowpoke to beat up that trashy Rayusha yesterday, right? Cain glanced at him sideways, without saying a word. But Cain's silence didn't mean the young man wouldn't continue. He moved even closer to Cain, almost touching him. You're definitely him? Too bad I had other things to do yesterday and couldn't watch your battle. I didn't expect to be in the same field as you today. Lucky me. So, the spots for advancing in this field are already decided, you and me. Cain frowned and shifted his foot slightly, distancing himself from the overly friendly young man. The young man, seeing Cain's movement, didn't notice the lack of manners and took another step closer. But this time, he couldn't get any nearer, as Slowpoke, uncomfortable with the situation, created a psychic energy barrier around Cain, which the young man walked right into. Ouch, that hurt, the young man cried, rubbing his head. Cain frowned, looked at the young man, and asked, What do you want? Oh, right, I was thinking that our skills are among the strongest in this field, so why don't we team up and eliminate the others together? What do you think? Here, apart from you, everyone else is trash, he said, showing a look of disdain when referring to the others. Upon hearing his words, Cain automatically glanced at the young man's Pokémon. His eyes narrowed immediately. Before, he hadn't noticed, but the Pokémon next to the young man was a Charmeleon, the evolved form of Kanto's fire-type starter Charmander. Pokémon, Charmeleon, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 25. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Held item, none. Egg moves, bite, dragon pulse, metal claw. Basic moves, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen, dragon rage, scary face. Learned moves, thunder punch, fire punch. TM moves, flamethrower, protect, rock slide, substitute. This was the first time in this life that Cain saw a Kanto region fire-type starter. In terms of potential, Charmander was definitely the Pokémon with the most potential among the 3 starters for Cain. Of course, this was assuming they were of the same quality. After all, Charizard has 2 Mega Evolution forms and, although Charizard is a fire and flying type, it actually has a trace of Dragon-type blood within it, allowing it to learn some Dragon-type moves. Among Dragon-type Pokémon, there are no weaklings. Alright, Cain said, nodding to show his acceptance. Most people who own a starter Pokémon are direct members of the Alliance. Judging by this young man's age, he was undoubtedly a direct family member of the Alliance. Moreover, his Pokémon was indeed one of the strongest on this battlefield, so teaming up to eliminate the others wasn't impossible. After all, for Cain, fighting anyone was the same. This time, it was the young man who was stunned. Hearing Cain's clear and affirmative response, he was first surprised, then delighted, and laughed, saying, Ha ha ha, I knew you had a good eye. Very well. If we join forces, together we'll crush everyone. But no matter what the young man said or thought as he tried to get closer to Cain, Slowpoke's psychic energy barrier did not disappear. Suddenly, the young man slapped his forehead and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jin, I'm from Viridian City in Kanto, and this is my first journey. He then extended his hand, looking at Cain sincerely. To him, Cain's easy acceptance to fight alongside him meant that Cain trusted his strength and character. So, for someone who trusted him so much, Jin also showed great trust, directly revealing his personal information. Cain extended his hand, shaking his, and calmly said, Cain. After shaking hands with Cain, Jin was very excited and wanted to hug him. But Cain stepped back, and Jin once again bumped into the psychic barrier created by Slowpoke. Jin looked at Slowpoke with a resentful expression, then at Cain, who maintained a calm face. Jin realized it had been a fantasy to think Cain would hug him, thus marking the beginning of a legend. Before Jin could continue complaining, the referee announced that all participants were present and that Pokémon should enter the battlefield. The battlefield was rocky, which for Cain was neither a great advantage nor a disadvantage. The Pokémon were alert, watching their opponents, some had already allied beforehand to eliminate the others. Cain and Jin fell into this category, with Jin's Charmeleon positioning himself next to Slowpoke to show his support. Many trainers wanted to attack Cain's Slowpoke first, knowing it was a formidable opponent. However, Jin's Charmeleon stood next to Slowpoke, deterring many of them. Slowpoke looked at Charmeleon and then at Cain, and after receiving Cain's approval, decided not to blast Charmeleon away with his water gun move. Since Slowpoke had been with Cain, no unfamiliar Pokémon had come this close to him. His battle instinct almost led him to use water gun, but he held back. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the free-for-all battle began immediately. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind, ordered Cain. Cain, how do you want to handle this? Shall we go together, or? Jin asked confidently. Half for each of us, Cain replied. All right. Charmeleon charged onto the field, fiercely attacking the Pokémon in combat. Jin, remaining calm, directed him in a low but clear voice, which Charmeleon instantly obeyed. This impressed Cain, who now saw Jin in a new light. Slowpoke, let's go to. Teleport, then bulldoze, and finally use confusion to throw them out of the field, said Cain. Yadin, Slowpoke responded. Slowpoke teleported to the center of the Pokémon in battle, and although he hadn't fully mastered the bulldoze move, he had improved a lot. Slowpoke's sudden appearance startled the other Pokémon and their trainers. Having not challenged Slowpoke initially, many were trying to eliminate the weaker ones first. But now, Slowpoke had become everyone's target, and the trainers quickly directed their Pokémon toward him. However, Slowpoke paid them no attention. Earth-type energy was already focused in his front paws, and by striking the ground, he caused the rocky field to crack, disrupting the movements of the other Pokémon and leaving them staggering. Slowpoke didn't stop there. After using Calm Mind, his psychic power increased, and he unleashed confusion at full strength. Pokémon flew through the air, tracing beautiful arcs as they exited the battlefield. The trainers watched helplessly as their Pokémon were thrown by an invisible force. Although they all knew Slowpoke was responsible, they could do nothing. Fortunately, the eliminated Pokémon were unharmed, they were simply disqualified for leaving the field. Because of this, the trainers didn't hold much resentment toward Cain. In fact, some admired his strategy. Ha ha ha, I knew you were a person with good judgment. Charmeleon, we need to work harder, Jin exclaimed upon seeing Slowpoke sweep through the field like an autumn wind, easily eliminating the others. Roar. Charmeleon responded with a cry, attacking with even more ferocity. Cain trusted Slowpoke, so after his initial command, he let him handle the field freely. Meanwhile, he observed Jin's Charmeleon. Charmeleon was well trained, although he had some deficiencies, they weren't significant. He used his moves with ease, defeating opponents with a single strike or quickly throwing them off the field. Noticing this, some attempted to team up to face Slowpoke and Charmeleon. However, their Pokémon barely surpassed level 20 and had no real battle experience, so they couldn't withstand Pokémon of Slowpoke's caliber. Moreover, Slowpoke didn't need to defeat or injure them, he simply used his psychic powers to throw them out of the field. As more Pokémon flew through the air, the spectators gathered, intrigued. Seeing it was the same Slowpoke that defeated Takea Imamura the day before, many showed looks of understanding. To them, Slowpoke was being even more careful than the previous day, merely throwing the others out without using his full strength. They believed Cain had ordered him to hold back since healing a Pokémon isn't easy. Slowpoke's consideration contrasted with Charmeleon's brutality, which eliminated opponents with a single strike. Thus, the eliminated trainers directed their resentment toward Jin, even those who were thrown by Slowpoke. When the last Pokémon was defeated by Charmeleon, he returned, panting, to Jin's side, who quickly took out a medium-level poke block to feed him. It was then that Jin noticed many looking at him with hostility, and he became alarmed. Cain, why are they looking at me like that? I wasn't the only one who eliminated them, was I? Jin asked in a low voice as he approached Cain. Cain simply looked away and stepped aside, thinking to himself, with such a fierce Charmeleon, if you don't attract the hatred, who will? Immediately, all the hostile gazes focused even more on Jin. If looks could kill, or at least strike, Jin would already be a battered man. The battlefield where Cain and his team were stationed was the first to finish their fight. Since Cain had already shown his strength in public, those participants without an organized plan didn't dare to face Cain's Slowpoke directly. Additionally, Cain was fortunate to be paired with Jin as his teammate. The two strongest fighters agreed not to face each other, avoiding many issues. It was just about quickly eliminating the weaker opponents. However, other fields weren't as lucky. On one of the fields, the two strongest fighters clashed from the start, and both ended up injured, allowing others to seize the opportunity. Regardless, it wasn't too much of an issue. As long as they had enough strength, even in the losers bracket, they could become one of the 16 finalists. It would just be a bit more complicated. When all the battles on the fields concluded, the 16 finalists were temporarily established. In total, the process took only about 2 hours, which meant that Cain and Jin waited for over an hour. Perhaps due to good prior preparation, there were no cases of severely injured Pokémon. And since treatment was free, everyone fought with all their strength. There were many incidents involving bleeding. The trainers of the Pokémon that Cain's Slowpoke had thrown out of the field were ultimately grateful that their Pokémon hadn't suffered any injuries. They had only been startled when they were tossed out of the arena. Compared to those Pokémon still in the treatment room, they were much luckier. Receiving those 5,000 Poke dollars was quite satisfying. Some trainers even began to feel grateful toward Cain, as without comparison, there would be no resentment. Meanwhile, those who had looked at Jin with hostility also started to calm down, accepting the situation in which their Pokémon were hurt, as they were surrounded by others in similar situations. In short, thanks to the orderly and quick treatment, the participants' Pokémon recovered quickly. At that moment, the head referee announced that the 16 finalist trainers had been decided. In the afternoon, the losers bracket would be held, where 4 trainers would be chosen to have a chance to challenge the 16 finalists. This led many who were defeated in the strong matchups to prepare to reclaim their spots. On the other hand, those who had reached the 16 finalists through luck couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their brows, well aware of their situation. The good news was that, even if they were eliminated, they'd earn 20,000 Poke dollars, far more than the 5,000 earned by others. When Cain learned the result, he returned to his room with his Slowpoke. Jin wanted to accompany him, but was blocked by a psychic barrier created by Slowpoke 5 meters away. Eventually, he abandoned the idea with a look of disappointment. He only thought that Cain still didn't know him well enough and that he'd need to be even friendlier in the future. Cain didn't know what Jin was thinking, but if he had, he would probably feel quite uncomfortable. People who got too close too quickly were the ones who made him most uneasy. Besides, Jin had no ill intentions. Cain wasn't the type to eliminate someone simply because they annoyed him. He only eliminated those who tried to harm him or damage his interests. Even if he were to eliminate Jin, it wouldn't bring Cain many benefits and could cause him problems. It's not easy to eliminate a member of the league's main faction, especially in such a crowded place. Of course, Cain had no plans to kill him. Jin's warmth was uncomfortable, so in the future, whenever Jin got close, he'd just have Slowpoke create a psychic barrier. On the way back to his room, Cain passed by the ship's dining area and saw a familiar figure. After hesitating a bit, he decided to approach. That familiar figure was the old man who had warned him yesterday. Although he hadn't managed to persuade Cain, his intentions were good. Upon getting closer, he saw that the old man was wearing the same worn clothes. In one hand, he held a cup of tea, and in the other, a newspaper, with a calm expression. On the SSN, dressing like that was quite unusual. Many people passing by looked at him with disdain. If not for the pokeballs on his belt, someone probably would have insulted him by now. But the old man didn't seem to pay attention. He simply enjoyed his tea and newspaper as if nothing around him mattered. Even when Cain approached, the old man showed no reaction until he was very close. The old man lowered his newspaper, adjusted his glasses, and upon seeing Cain, smiled. "Ah, it's you? Do you need something, young man?" he asked. His voice was clear and strong now that he didn't have to speak softly. Cain smiled and said, "I just wanted to thank you, sir, for your warning yesterday." Hearing this, the old man waved his hand. "Yesterday, as an old man, I worried unnecessarily. I saw such a well-trained Pokémon and feared that those rich kids would take it from you. I didn't think that someone capable of raising such an excellent Pokémon would also have great combat skills." Saying this, he looked a bit embarrassed. Yesterday had indeed been unnecessary. The trainer possessed extraordinary skill and didn't need to worry about being defeated. "Anyway, sir, I want to thank you. Thanks to you, I won yesterday's battle. Allow me to treat you to lunch. It's almost lunchtime." The old man looked at Cain in surprise, then glanced at the Slowpoke at his side. He seemed to understand something and, laughing, responded, "Ha ha ha, very well, I'll accept your invitation." Then he carefully folded his newspaper and placed it in his pocket. He finished his tea in one gulp and called the waiter. "Waiter, bring me the menu." He didn't seem the least bit concerned about being the guest. When the waiter brought the menu, he opened it directly to the end and ordered all the most expensive dishes. The waiter looked at him with doubt, wondering if he could pay, but the old man smiled and pointed at Cain. "Don't look at me, this young man will pay." Cain didn't flinch, nodded at the waiter, and handed him a bank card. "Please, bring the dishes quickly," he said. The waiter nodded repeatedly, eagerly taking the menu and card. He could only think of 2 words, a generous customer. The old man had ordered food totaling 30,000 Poke dollars. Cain smiled and refilled the old man's teacup, then sat obediently to the side. The old man, pleased with Cain's attitude, nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Tell me, what do you need?" Cain smiled and said, "Sir, seeing that you could identify the level of the poke block used by Slowpoke and notice that it has been consuming nutritional products continuously, I suppose you're a researcher specialized in Slowpoke, right?" Upon hearing this, the old man was surprised. He looked at Cain for a while, trying to discern if there was any hidden emotion in him, but saw nothing but serenity, like a crystal-clear stream. The old man had thought that this young man had discovered his true identity and was trying to get close to him, something he was quite used to, given his position. But Cain's words left him a little perplexed. He had clearly sensed something more, but seemed to have misinterpreted his identity. Though somewhat puzzled, he soon recovered from the surprise. He realized he had rushed to conclusions, and now this young trainer, who seemed to be of beginner class, was inviting him to a banquet. This made him feel as if he were taking advantage of his age. If Cain had really guessed his identity correctly, it wouldn't matter. He would let him pay, and in the end, give him some sort of reward, thus balancing any potential favor for the well-intentioned advice from yesterday. But now that Cain had misinterpreted his identity, letting him pay for this grand meal somehow seemed a bit excessive. Suddenly, the old man's face turned slightly red. However, thanks to his age, he had thick enough skin that it didn't show. Cain looked at the old man with some curiosity. He already knew who he really was, but decided not to mention it. Cain wasn't foolish. Directly revealing the secret would make it more difficult to approach the old man, and might even result in rejection. Sometimes, it's better not to say everything all at once. Ha, ha, ha. Boy, you have a good eye. Indeed, I'm a researcher specialized in slowpoke. The old man laughed to cover his discomfort. He realized he was wrong, so he planned to make sure he was the one to pay the bill. Although this 30,000 poke dollar meal hurt him a bit. Cain, glancing down, showed a hint of mockery. From the old man's behavior, it was clear that he was associated with the League. The fact that he was a League member wasn't necessarily good or bad for Cain. At least he didn't have to worry about a fickle person who might kill him at any moment. After all, talking to someone at the level of an elite level 4 trainer could be a dangerous task. One wrong step could lead to serious trouble. Cain asked Slowpoke to sit in another chair and then called Multank, who sat next to Slowpoke. How could two people eat a meal that costs 30,000 poke dollars? If they couldn't finish it, they could let the Pokemon help eat it and thus avoid waste. When Multank appeared, the old man's eyes gleamed slightly. Then, looking again at Slowpoke beside Cain, he seemed to understand the situation. He thought that the nutritional supplement for Slowpoke was actually Multank's milk, which was quite a smart choice. And Cain, who let Slowpoke and Multank sit in the chair, showed no discomfort but rather a slight approval. In this era, not many people treated Pokemon as friends. So, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions, Cain said humbly after the Pokemon had sat down. Ask, replied the old man, taking a sip of tea with a relaxed air. Why can Slowpoke learn fire-type moves? Cain asked after thinking for a moment. The old man set down his cup and organized his thoughts. Although Slowpoke is a water and psychic-type Pokemon, sometimes the type of moves it can learn isn't directly related to its type. For example, Ghost-type and Psychic-type Pokemon counter each other, but Ghost-type Pokemon can still learn Psychic-type moves. Why? Actually, not only Pokemon, even humans can use psychic abilities. You may have never seen one, but there are people who can use psychic abilities because their mental strength is strong enough, and with certain training, they can use psychic abilities. In the same way, although Slowpoke is a water-type Pokemon, it's extremely sensitive to different types of energy. If it can use Psychic-type moves, it means its mental power is actually quite strong. So, although it appears slow and distracted, it's actually a great master in disguise. A great mental strength gives them control over energy that surpasses many other Pokemon, so it's not surprising that it can learn Fire-type moves. The old man gave a long explanation, demonstrating his extensive knowledge about many Pokemon. Without such studies, he wouldn't have been able to create high-level Pokeblocks. Cain remained thoughtful. In truth, he had never thoroughly researched these things. He knew that Slowpoke could learn Fire-type moves, but didn't exactly understand why. And the system didn't offer a detailed explanation on these topics either. For him, it was only necessary to know how to use the moves. Why those moves existed wasn't his priority. But the old man's words made him ponder. If Slowpoke can only learn certain Fire-type moves like Sunny Day, Flamethrower, and Fire Blast, does it mean that if its control is strong enough, it could also learn other Fire-type moves? Then, driven by curiosity, he asked, so, how can you increase a Slowpoke's psychic power? If a Slowpoke has very weak psychic power from the start, is there a way to improve it quickly? This question doesn't only apply to Slowpoke, many psychic-type Pokemon face the same problem. It's a more general question, how to quickly improve psychic abilities. The old man took some time to think, sipping his tea several times before answering. I haven't researched much on how to quickly improve psychic abilities, but... He hesitated a little, then continued, but, I've heard that some Psychic-type Pokemon can form a kind of stone in their brain called a Shining Stone. However, Pokemon that can form the Shining Stone are extremely rare, and there doesn't seem to be a clear pattern. There might be a very low-level Psychic-type Pokemon that has it, and an elite-level Psychic-type Pokemon that doesn't. Anything is possible. Of course, this is just something I've heard. I've never seen it, so don't take it as a certainty. Shining Stone? Upon hearing this, Cain recalled that when the system analyzed conditions for rapidly improving psychic abilities, it had mentioned an item called the Shining Stone, but the system didn't provide further details about it. In his previous life, Cain had defeated many Psychic-type Pokemon, but he had never seen anything called a Shining Stone. Although, it could also be because he'd never opened their heads to look. After all, he didn't know such a thing existed, and doing so would be rather gruesome. Moreover, since the system had no data on this, even if it had detected something during a scan, it would have considered it a normal component and not raised any alerts. While Cain was lost in thought, the dishes he had ordered began arriving one after another. During the meal, he didn't ask the old man any more questions, they just chatted about everyday matters. Through the conversation, Cain discovered that the old man's surname was Matsuda, although he didn't know his full name. He shared his last name just so Cain would stop calling him sir all the time. Old Matsuda thoroughly enjoyed the meal, probably because it was quite expensive. Although he planned to pay, he realized toward the end that Cain had already paid with his bank card from the beginning, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. But everyone was so focused on eating that no one noticed. Especially Slowpoke and Miltank, who were big eaters. Cain had brought them out to avoid wasting the excess food, so they ate with great enthusiasm. Old Matsuda, being older and having a smaller appetite, didn't eat much, but seeing Slowpoke and Miltank enjoying the meal made him feel satisfied. After finishing the meal, old Matsuda prepared to leave. As he stood up, he hesitated for a moment and finally said to Cain, "Be careful." It seemed he wanted to make up for the embarrassment he'd felt earlier. After all, he believed that Cain was just an amateur trainer interested in Slowpoke and hadn't discovered his true identity. Since he felt a bit guilty for taking advantage of Cain, he offered him some advice to be cautious, but he didn't explain what he meant by be careful. When Cain wanted to ask, the old man had already waved his hand and disappeared down the hall. Be careful? It seems he knows something. This journey on the SSN won't be so simple, Cain thought as he returned to his room and sat on the couch, lost in thought. He had sensed something strange on the ship before, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. The warnings from his psychic intuition and old Matsuda's comment confirmed that there was definitely danger. The sailors. Suddenly, Cain thought of something, and a sudden realization struck him. Since boarding the ship, Cain hadn't seen a single sailor. Although sailors generally didn't appear much in the cabins, as they spent most of their time at their posts or on the bridge, one should have seen a few at least a couple of times. However, so far, Cain hadn't seen any trace of them. Of course, it could also be because he had stayed in his room most of the time and hadn't gone out much. But, considering all the circumstances, the SSN journey was becoming increasingly strange. Even Yamamoto himself, the man who introduced himself, was quite suspicious. However, at this moment, Cain couldn't do much. If something really happened, at least he had the ability to escape. If all else failed, he could always turn to old Matsuda. With his level as an elite level 4 trainer, no one could stop him. Cain had appeared in front of him several times, so he could ask for his help if it came to that. People from the Pokemon League are usually like that, indecisive and overly compassionate. In the afternoon, the losers round would take place, which had nothing to do with Cain. He decided to train his Pokemon in his room. Meanwhile, he attempted to meditate, although his worries made it difficult to enter a meditative state. Midway through meditation, his phone began to ring. Cain took it out and saw it was a message from Steven, asking him to call via video conference if he had time. Fortunately, the luxury suite on the SSN was equipped with a special video phone, as well as various teleportation devices. Cain let his Pokemon continue training on their own and went to the video phone to dial Steven's number. Almost instantly, the call connected, and Steven appeared on the screen. "Hello, Cain. Long time no see," Steven said with a smile. From the background behind Steven, it seemed he was still at home. Cain smiled and replied, "It hasn't been that long. How's everything? Have you gotten any results from what we discussed?" Steven, realizing it hadn't actually been very long, chuckled to hide his awkwardness, then adopted a serious expression and said, "There's no issue. They're willing to buy your recipe for Pokeblocks, but you didn't give me your specific conditions, so I just mentioned that you wanted to negotiate without going into details." Cain nodded. At the time, he'd thought of messaging Steven his conditions, but he had forgotten. "I'd like to exchange the recipe for a method to improve the quality of a Miltank. As you know, I have a Miltank, but when I captured it, its quality was somewhat mediocre, so I want to improve its quality and potential. But since there are few Miltank available on the market, I thought I could trade my recipe for a method from them." Steven frowned and said, "That condition will be a bit complicated. You must know that methods to improve Pokemon quality are quite secret. I'm afraid your Pokeblock recipe isn't worth that much. There are many methods to improve a Pokemon's quality, but most of the time they're accidental improvements. Finding a reliable method that works consistently is difficult. It requires hundreds or even thousands of experiments to be validated." "I know. In any case, I want to exchange my recipe for a method to improve Miltank's quality. Also, I'm willing to sign a confidentiality agreement not to disclose the method. If necessary, I can offer more in return," Cain said, rubbing his temples. The Miltank market was practically monopolized by Whitney's family. Even if the method to improve Miltank's quality was leaked, it wouldn't have much impact on their business, and Cain was practically giving them his recipe without asking for much in return. Steven knew that Cain was right, but when it came to a family secret, even if the impact of its disclosure was minimal, the question of principles was different. It wasn't something that could be measured in monetary terms. "All right, I'll try to ask. But this time I can't guarantee anything, as you're touching on quite a delicate topic," Steven said, feeling somewhat frustrated. Even though his family was more powerful than the Multank Ranch family, he couldn't push them on this matter without creating controversy. He might even be accused of using his influence to pressure other families, which would be a significant political issue. Stephen began to wonder if he'd made the right choice in agreeing to help Cain with this. Afterward, Cain and Stephen continued exchanging information on various topics, mostly related to Pokemon. Although Stephen's strength far exceeded Cain's, in terms of knowledge, Cain surpassed him by far. Therefore, during their conversations, it was mostly Cain who explained things while Stephen listened like a student. If someone saw this situation, they would probably be quite surprised. After all, this is the young heir of the Devon Corporation? Not to mention that if he mastered all the vast knowledge of the corporation, not even 10 Cains could compare to him. But Cain has the system, and when things get tough, he can always consult the system's database. So, it would be unusual for Stephen to surpass Cain. However, as the future heir of the Devon Corporation, Stephen is no ignorant. In fact, he has many unique ideas that gave Cain a new perspective, showing him that some things could be understood in different ways. After all, Cain had been a human on Earth. Even though he had already lived 2 lives in the Pokemon world, he still retained some fixed ideas from his life on Earth, whereas Stephen, being native to the Pokemon world, had a somewhat different way of thinking. What he shared was truly characteristic of the place. Especially when they talked about stones, Stephen got very excited, almost as if he wanted to have a long conversation with Cain. He discovered that Cain also knew a lot about different types of stones. If it weren't for the fact that they were separated by a video call, Stephen would probably have served Cain a cup of coffee to keep chatting all night. What Stephen didn't know is that Cain, to keep up with all the information about stones, almost had to review all the system's data. Who knows why someone who would be a future league champion knew so much about stones, even more than about Pokemon. Cain took the opportunity to ask Stephen indirectly if he had any superior quality dusk stones. Unfortunately, Stephen was more interested in unknown stones, so he hadn't specifically gathered evolutionary stones. He didn't have a superior quality dusk stone in his collection. Cain asked him to keep an eye out and, if he found one, to let him know. Stephen happily agreed, as after all, they were just stones, paying a bit of attention wouldn't be a problem. While they chatted, Cain even vaguely asked if Stephen had seen any Mega Evolution stones, but Stephen had no particular memory of what Cain described. Although Cain's description of the stone sparked great interest in Stephen, who repeatedly asked where he had seen it. Finally, Cain had to make up some lies to calm Stephen down, but from Stephen's expression, it seemed like he might start a big search. When he couldn't find the Mega Evolution stone or discover its purpose, Cain could take the opportunity to trade it for something else. At least he gave Stephen a hint to use the vast resources of the Devon Corporation to look for Mega Evolution stones. However, even if Cain managed to acquire a Mega Evolution stone now, he wouldn't dare to use it yet. It's an object that could attract too much attention, so it shouldn't come to light at the moment. The two spoke via video call for 2 hours. Stephen still didn't seem satisfied, and if Cain hadn't interrupted him, they probably would have spent the entire afternoon talking. It seemed like they were having an endless call. Of course, everything they discussed was related to Pokemon knowledge. Stephen also asked Cain about customizing Pokeblocks for his Metang, but since the system had not yet completed the analysis, Cain simply said that he hadn't finished experimenting with it. Cain took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although talking with Stephen didn't pressure him, keeping up with all the topics Stephen brought up took a lot of effort. Despite this, his somewhat restless mind gradually calmed down after talking to Stephen. No matter what might happen on the SSN, Cain knew he had to stay calm, and he was at least sure he could escape if things got dangerous. However, to be safer, Cain decided to be prepared in advance. Soon, the afternoon passed quickly, as the Pokemon continued training according to a plan. The most noticeable progress was with Haunter. Its poison type, which had already been developed, was now complemented by very characteristic moves of that type, greatly improving its control over poison-type energy. Additionally, Cain occasionally allowed it to absorb the poison gas. Only about 20% of the gas remained in the special container. The poison gas contained a large amount of energy, and if Haunter managed to absorb it all, aside from being able to improve its quality to the highest possible level, it would likely also gain another level. Even though it wasn't as fast as when it was ghastly, the effect was still quite good. After dinner, Cain left his room and found a bathroom. He had Slowpoke set a teleportation coordinate and then returned to the room. He changed clothes and also put on a new face mask. Then, with Slowpoke's help, he teleported back. He opened the bathroom window, and together with Slowpoke, they jumped directly out. At that moment, in the highest room of the SSN, Yamamoto held a wine glass, looking seriously at the video call in front of him. Everything has started as planned. When do you intend to come? Yamamoto asked, taking a sip from his wine glass. On the video call, only darkness was visible. If it weren't for the device's blinking light, anyone would have thought there was no communication. After a moment, a hoarse voice replied, "Wait a bit longer. I think someone from the League has infiltrated. Be careful." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's hand holding the glass paused for a moment. Then he brought it to his lips again, this time taking a big gulp of wine. Someone from the League? What a hassle. Can't they deal with their own internal rats first? They always find out everything. The interlocutor remained silent for a moment before changing the subject. Is the material this time good? Not bad, some things surprised me. And by the way, could you be more efficient with your work? I'm tired of having to clean up your messes. If this continues, there will be no more cooperation, Yamamoto said, with a fierce expression and eyes full of murderous intent. Don't try to challenge our limits. After this time, we will probably hide for a while. We just hope you continue to develop properly, replied the hoarse voice, emphasizing the words develop properly. Huh? You don't need to worry about us. But doesn't your leader intend to come in person? They always send the usual ones. Jumping out of the window, just before hitting the surface of the sea, Slowpoke used its psychic powers to suspend them above the water. Cain took out a regular Pokeball and threw it. A large Gyarados appeared in the sea. Gyarados, who had been trapped in the Pokeball for quite some time, finally returned to the ocean and, upon emerging, wanted to roar to release his frustration. Although he lived comfortably in the Pokeball, with food and rest, so much so that he nearly gained weight. But he is the king of the sea. Did that human really treat him as if he were a pig? So, just as he came out, he wanted to roar at the sky. Quiet. But before he could roar, a cold, sharp voice interrupted him. He immediately felt a chill run down his body and obediently made no sound. He looked silently at Cain, who, in his eyes, seemed like a demonic figure. Although he was so small, why did his voice have such authority? Cain and Slowpoke slowly flew toward Gyarados' head. After they were settled, Cain said calmly, "Make less noise, first, let's move away from the cruise." He tapped his foot lightly, indicating that he could move. After receiving Cain's order, Gyarados obediently leaned down and began to swim slowly through the sea. Because he didn't dare to make noise, his movement speed was not fast. Swimming in the opposite direction of the cruise, Gyarados carried Cain toward unknown waters. What Cain didn't know was that his movements were being observed by an old man on the upper deck of the cruise. If Cain were here, he could probably recognize this old man as the man with the last name Matsuda with whom he had had lunch. The old man remained silent on the upper deck, listening from the room below to Yamamoto's arrogant voice, then looked in the direction Cain was heading and gave a slight smile. His lips moved, without making a sound, but from the shape of his mouth, one could guess he said something like, "Interesting young man." Luckily, Cain had been quite cautious, not summoning too many Pokemon or showing his mask, otherwise, the old man's tone might have changed. The old man only recognized Cain by his height under the black cloak and the Slowpoke accompanying him. So, this young man noticed something strange just from a small warning during the day? But why is he leaving now? Where will he go? Old Matsuda wondered internally, but Cain's actions seemed insignificant. His attention was focused on the conversation between Yamamoto and the mysterious person in the room below. When he heard them talking about something important, his eyes gleamed with coldness. After waiting so long, they had finally left a clue. Right now, since he had no funds for his research, he could use this to obtain some reward. After Cain and the others moved a bit away, Gyarados received Cain's order to sail at full speed. Immediately, the freed Gyarados moved his body and began to speed through the ocean. It had been a long time since he had swum so freely in the sea. Some wild Pokemon, sensing the vibrations in the water, began to approach. Realizing other Pokemon were approaching, Gyarados released his Intimidate ability, causing many Pokemon to flee in terror at the pressure. Even the stronger Pokemon, upon seeing Gyarados' silhouette, quickly fled as well. Although some Pokemon were stronger than Gyarados, they didn't dare to provoke him. After a brief look, they simply turned around and returned to their territory. Everyone knew that Gyarados often appeared in groups, and even though they saw only one, provoking a whole group would be trouble. Gyarados is not like Beedrill. When they appear in groups, they are truly terrifying. Feeling the fear of the other Pokemon toward him, Gyarados felt much more at ease. He had been trapped in the Pokeball for so long that he almost considered himself a pig. Returning to the sea allowed him to feel his power as king of the ocean again. Casting a furtive glance at Cain and Slowpoke on his head, and seeing that they showed no expression, Gyarados felt he couldn't hold back. Opening his mouth again and noticing that the person and Pokemon on his head were not paying attention to his behavior, he finally let out a loud roar. Roar. The roar lasted a whole minute, and after roaring, Gyarados felt completely relaxed. It had been a long wait, but he finally could roar. What a relief! Suddenly, Gyarados stiffened a little because he felt the gaze of the person on his head, who had an intimidating presence, focus on him again. With slight fear, Gyarados put in more effort and increased his speed. Only when the person on his head looked away did Gyarados breathe a sigh of relief and concentrate on swimming. Cain looked into the distance. He had no intention of having Gyarados take him back to Vermilion City. He had already been sailing for a whole day, and the SSN was not slow. If they tried to swim back, they would lose a lot of time. But while sailing aboard the SSN, Cain noticed they passed a small island. He decided to leave a psychic marker there with Slowpoke. If anything happened on the SSN, he could have Slowpoke teleport him immediately, thus avoiding being stranded in the sea without a course. That's why, taking advantage of the darkness, he had Gyarados take him to the island. Cain had already decided that, if he had the chance, he would leave a psychic marker each time he passed an island. So, no matter when an incident might occur, he wouldn't have to wander blindly in the sea. Initially, upon confirming the danger, Cain had considered leaving directly. Waiting for the next cruise at Vermilion City didn't matter. But that would take up too much time, and at the moment, time was the most valuable thing to him. Another important point was that Cain was very interested in the 3 moves for first place. If he could obtain those 3 moves, Slowpoke's attack power would increase by 30%. Cain looked at the island, growing larger in the distance, and murmured, "It's better if there are no incidents and we reach home safely." But he knew that was impossible. A powerful league trainer was already on the ship, and he had personally heard them warn to be cautious. So, there was a 90% chance something would happen during this trip. The island seemed close, but Gyarados took 20 minutes swimming at full speed before reaching it. Exhausted after swimming at full speed, Gyarados was breathing heavily. This effort had worn out even his stamina. Cain threw some mid-level energy poke blocks to Gyarados to help him regain strength and then returned him to his Pokeball. This island, both from afar and up close, is very small, with only a few trees and no signs of life. Cain and Slowpoke didn't stay long, allowing Slowpoke to set a psychic teleportation coordinate on the spot. "Slowpoke, can you do it?" Cain asked after Slowpoke finished setting the coordinate. And Slowpoke nodded, indicating there was no problem. Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back, channeling his small amount of psychic energy to communicate with Slowpoke's psychic abilities. This would make using teleport a bit easier on Slowpoke's energy. Slowpoke's body began to glow with a soft blue light, enveloping both Cain and himself. After a sudden increase in light, they instantly disappeared from the spot. Cain and Slowpoke reappeared in the cabin of the ship. Cain was confident that his actions had gone unnoticed by others. Due to the considerable distance, Slowpoke was somewhat fatigued after using teleport. After drinking a glass of Multank milk, Slowpoke entered a meditative state. Cain took off his clothes and released all his Pokémon. They had been training all afternoon, and sometimes even sparred with each other, as certain moves couldn't be effectively trained alone, like the move Taunt. Overall, the day's training had been quite effective. This time, Cain didn't give them evening massages or ask them to continue training. Instead, he asked them to gather around him. Once Slowpoke recovered, he sat down next to Cain. Cain petted Slowpoke's head and said, "Slowpoke, create a psychic barrier and wrap us all in it." Upon hearing this, Slowpoke activated his psychic power, enveloping Cain and all the Pokémon with a barrier. Cain took out a small glass bottle from his ring, containing a milky white liquid. It was the geocentric cleansing milk he had obtained on Challenge Island. Although he had sold half of the elixir, keeping about 200 drops, Cain didn't regret having done so. Although he had earned a lot of money, he did it out of necessity, otherwise, he would never have chosen to sell it. Carefully, he opened the bottle, and a fresh aroma filled the psychic barrier, without escaping. As they inhaled the scent, all the Pokémon felt their fatigue melt away, instantly revitalized. They all looked expectantly at the small bottle in Cain's hands. Murkrow and Slowpoke already knew about the geocentric cleansing milk, but the other Pokémon did not. This is the geocentric cleansing milk. Although you can't fully utilize its effects, it's very effective in healing any internal injuries or hidden damage in your bodies, Cain explained. Although his Pokémon didn't show signs of internal injuries, some of these could be difficult to detect, even with League technology. However, consuming the geocentric cleansing milk could greatly prevent these issues from emerging. This was especially true for Pokémon like Sneasel, who had lived and fought alone for a long time. He likely had some injuries or scars that hadn't fully healed, some of which might be hard to detect or treat. Cain administered 2 drops of geocentric cleansing milk to each of his Pokémon, then asked them to go to sleep. The milk would begin to work slowly in their bodies throughout the night. Even Haunter could benefit, as the milk was essentially a concentrated form of energy. That night, except for Haunter, who was on watch, all the other Pokémon quickly fell asleep, allowing their bodies to naturally absorb the milk's benefits. The next morning, with an amused smile, Cain watched as his Pokémon lined up to go to the bathroom, showing signs of discomfort. The scene made him laugh a lot. That day marked the start of the tournament's final phase, but first, the original 16 qualifiers had to face the 4 who had made it through the losers round. Due to time constraints, battles began as soon as Cain received notification of his turn. Why didn't they wait for Cain? Because no one had challenged him. Once the judge was present and both the challenger and challenged were on the field, the battle began. So, when everyone arrived, they realized that the 4 trainers who had advanced from the losers round had already finished their matches. Many were disappointed to have missed those exciting battles. Of the 4 trainers who emerged from the losers round, 3 managed to defeat the original qualifiers. This showed that if one had enough strength, they could advance, even if they hadn't won in the first round. Soon, the final phase officially began. Due to the reduced number of participants, it was decided to use a single battlefield for all matches, as they had the whole day. Cain was drawn to fight in the afternoon, so he had no battles in the morning. While among the crowd, Cain noticed a guy looking around, searching for someone. It was Jin, with whom he had previously cooperated to draw others' attention. Upon seeing Cain, Jin ran toward him, visibly excited, but Slowpoke stopped him half a meter away. Jin had his match in the morning, but since he wasn't up in the first round, he had been looking for Cain the whole time. Finding him, he wanted to give him an enthusiastic hug, but Slowpoke stopped him. With a resigned look, Jin glanced at Cain, who pretended not to see him, calmly watching the battle on the field. Realizing Cain was ignoring him, Jin gave up and joined him to watch the match. Once he focused on the fight, Jin completely forgot about Cain's presence, showing how much he enjoyed battles. Cain took advantage of the calm and approached the judges' area. To motivate the participants, Yamamoto had ordered the prizes for the top 3 places to be displayed on the judges' table. Unlike Takumi, who had offered money after losing, Yamamoto was prepared and had placed the 4 TMS as prizes, along with a stack of bills totaling 300,000 Poke dollars, forming a small pyramid to the side. The shiny cash pyramid was even more eye-catching than the 4 TMS. Although most transactions were made with cards nowadays, seeing such a large amount of cash was still quite impressive. Cain and Slowpoke stealthily approached the judges' table, where Slowpoke left a new psychic teleportation coordinate, then returned to Jin's side without him noticing. Jin didn't show any reaction, completely engrossed in the battle. The 2 trainers on the battlefield had similar skills, and their match was intense. In the end, they each had only 1 Pokemon left, and after a fierce battle, one of them managed a hard-won victory. After the battle ended, Jin snapped back to reality and showed Cain a wide smile, displaying 2 rows of teeth. Cain, just wait and see how I win 3 in a row. Without waiting for a reply, he quickly left, as his next battle was about to begin. Cain observed the battlefield for a moment. When the battle began and he saw his opponent's Pokemon, Cain immediately walked away. The opponent was too weak, only slightly stronger than Takia Imamura. Jin would probably win all 3 fights in a row, or at most, he'd need to use a second Pokemon to finish the battle. Cain wasn't interested in watching such a predictable match. Furthermore, this kind of fight reminded Cain of a children's game, which he found uncomfortable. It was as if 2 people were fighting, both armed with guns, but instead of shooting, they used the weapons as melee weapons, hitting each other until one fell. A waste of time. Cain took a walk around the ship's deck but didn't find the old man Matsuda he had seen the day before. Originally, Cain had wanted to chat with him to strengthen their relationship, but since he couldn't find him, he decided to return to his room. However, he didn't stay in the room for long. Judging by the progress of the battles, even though his turn was in the afternoon, Cain estimated he'd still have a long wait. So, Cain changed clothes, stored his Slowpoke, and left the room. Slowpoke was too recognizable, making it easy for others to guess his identity. Cain carefully avoided the staff while heading to the lower part of the ship. Since he boarded, he hadn't seen any sailors, which might seem exemplary behavior, as sailors shouldn't enter passenger areas. But to Cain, this was a problem. There was no completely clean water, even if the sailors were very respectful. Cain didn't believe they could resist the temptation of entering the passenger zone, even if only in passing. This situation was unusual. Cain slowly descended the stairs, firmly holding Slowpoke's Pokeball in his hand. His mind was alert, prepared to summon Slowpoke to use teleport at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, he didn't encounter anyone on his way down. When Cain reached the sailors' quarters, he saw the first sailor through a window. Nothing seemed unusual. The sailor didn't notice Cain's presence and was focused on his tasks. Cain observed for a moment, but detecting nothing strange, he cautiously moved inside. Seeing a single sailor didn't mean there wasn't a problem. Cain entered the sailor's locker room, and after making sure no one was around, he began searching for anything out of the ordinary. Enduring the bad smell, he used his weak psychic ability to open the lockers one by one, looking for something suspicious. Just when Cain was about to give up and search elsewhere, he found a clue in the last locker. Underneath several dirty clothes in the last sailor's locker, Cain discovered a blue handkerchief. Upon seeing the emblem on the handkerchief, Cain's hand trembled. His pupils, which had dilated in the darkness, sharply contracted. Cain, visibly shocked, stared at the handkerchief in the locker. After making sure he hadn't mistaken it, he quickly put the clothes back as they were. He closed the locker door and called Slowpoke. Under Slowpoke's inquisitive gaze, Cain didn't explain anything, simply asking him to take him back to his room. Back in his room, Cain sat silently on the sofa. What he had seen earlier left a deep impression. If it weren't for his strong adaptability, he might have cried out in surprise. Cain felt deeply unsettled. The blue handkerchief he had seen bore a white emblem. Although an ordinary person might not give it any importance, Cain knew well what that emblem represented. In the current timeline, that organization should be in its inactive phase. So why had he seen their emblem here? If that organization was involved, then the SSN was truly in grave danger. Suddenly, Cain thought of something else. Could it be that Yamamoto and that organization are collaborating? But Yamamoto, I'm not sure that's his real name. However, when I saw him the other day, many people called him by that name. Seeing how scared Takia Imamura was, it doesn't seem fake. Cain began organizing his thoughts in his mind. Then he remembered the elite-level league trainer named Matsuda, who had appeared on the ship dressed humbly. What was his real purpose? Was his warning to be careful a reference to that organization or a warning about Yamamoto? Why, the first time Yamamoto saw him, did Cain feel his gaze was strange, but he couldn't say exactly why. Why did the first rewards Yamamoto offered include 3 moves that Slowpoke could use? Why was this competition organized so suddenly and with such generous rewards? The tournament prizes seemed too high. Why did everything in the tournament seem to have been prepared in advance, with the tournament progressing so quickly and efficiently? There was still a lot of time before reaching the next destination. Why speed things up so much? Those factors combined couldn't be a coincidence. After reviewing all these thoughts, Cain saw he had 2 options. The first was to abandon the SSN right now and not get involved. The second was to participate, win the first prize, and then leave. But the second option was clearly more dangerous, and he wasn't even sure the tournament would reach its end. Cain sat on the sofa, frowning, without saying a word. In the afternoon, after being notified by the loudspeaker, Cain headed back to the battlefield. Seeing the prizes for the top 3 on the referee's table, Cain thought those items were extremely tempting. If he didn't genuinely want to compete for those prizes, he might have already withdrawn. If he left now, all the danger would have nothing to do with him. But after returning from the sailors' quarters, Cain had thought for a long time and finally decided to stay. The first reason was that the tournament prizes were indeed attractive. Additionally, those items were displayed so blatantly that anyone would feel tempted to look at them. This was a very clever strategy on Yamamoto's part. However, if it were only about the prizes, it wouldn't have been enough for Cain to decide to stay. The main reason was the old man Matsuda with whom he had shared a meal. With his presence, at least Cain wouldn't have to worry about facing an enemy so powerful that he couldn't defend himself or escape. Moreover, Cain didn't believe that if the League had detected something, they would only send a single elite level 4 trainer. What Cain didn't know was that Matsuda's actions were completely voluntary and that the League hadn't actually sent any combatants on board. Most of the League trainers on the ship were fairly weak. Even someone like Jin was considered one of the stronger ones among them. If Cain had known this, he probably would have reconsidered his decision. The League usually won through sheer numbers, which had given Cain the false impression that there would always be additional support. The second reason he decided to stay was that the group to whom the blue handkerchief he found belonged, while powerful, was not as threatening as Team Rocket. But that wasn't the important part. The crucial thing was that, as Cain recalled, that organization shouldn't have revealed itself to the world at this point in the timeline. If they caused a big commotion, they might attract the League's attention before they were fully prepared. Therefore, Cain thought the leader of that organization, if they had any common sense, wouldn't do anything that would draw too much attention from the League. So Cain only needed to stay on guard against the crafty Yamamoto. Cain took his position. When he arrived, both the audience and his opponent had already been waiting for a while. If he had arrived a few minutes later, he would have been disqualified from the tournament. Cain's opponent was a young woman in her 20s with a black ponytail and an ordinary appearance. Cain had no memory of her. Only after the referee introduced her did Cain learn that the young woman was named Kyoko. The battle began immediately. Cain sent out his signature Pokemon, Slowpoke. Kyoko, clearly having studied Cain, sent out her Grass-type Pokemon, Gloom, to take advantage of the type advantage over Cain's Water-type Pokemon. Under Cain's system analysis, Gloom had a dark yellow aptitude, was level 22, and was a fairly standard Grass and Poison-type Pokemon. Cain had bet on the Flamethrower TM in his battle against Takaya Imamura, so Kyoko assumed Slowpoke hadn't learned any Fire-type moves, allowing her to make full use of the type advantage. But she clearly hadn't considered that Gloom, also being a Poison type, was vulnerable to Psychic-type moves. Slowpoke, don't hold back. Use Size Hawk and go all out. Aware of the possible danger on the ship, Cain wasn't in the mood to play childish games with these novice trainers. He attacked first, ordering Slowpoke to use its strongest move with the simple goal of ending the battle as quickly as possible. Gloom, use Stun Spore, Kyoko ordered without hesitation. Gloom, a Pokemon that quickly learned powder techniques, could be quite effective in battle if its moves were used correctly. But for Slowpoke, Gloom was simply too slow. Gloom's Stun Spore move, clearly not well trained, was so slow that it hadn't finished releasing the powder when Slowpoke had already launched the Size Hawk move twice. With the advantage in level, aptitude, abilities, and type, Gloom was directly defeated by Slowpoke's Size Hawk move. Fortunately, Slowpoke held back at the last second, otherwise, Gloom would not only have lost the ability to fight but might have died. Kyoko, biting her lip to hold back tears, stared at Cain, who maintained an indifferent expression. After a moment, she threw another Pokeball. This time, she stopped trying to exploit the type advantage and sent out her strongest Pokemon, the Pidgeotto that had made her stand out in the preliminary rounds, a level 25 Pokemon with light green aptitude. This was Kyoko's starter Pokemon, which her father had captured with much effort. Pidgeotto, using its flying ability, had made it easy for Kyoko to break through in the preliminaries. Fly, Pidgeotto, use Gust, Kyoko ordered. Slowpoke, use Protect and then Calm Mind. Both Pokemon had no type advantage over the other, meaning the outcome would be decided by pure skill. Pidgeotto, being Kyoko's starter Pokemon, had a much faster skill execution speed than Gloom. Pidgeotto quickly formed a tornado in front of its wings and launched it toward Slowpoke, enveloping it. Slowpoke, without moving, used the Protect move to block the attack and then entered a meditative state with the Calm Mind move. Having practiced this move a lot, Slowpoke executed it perfectly, protecting itself and meditating almost simultaneously. When it finished meditating, Slowpoke opened its eyes. Slowpoke, let's finish this quickly. Use Size Hawk, then Water Gun with confusion, take it down. Slowpoke's eyes glowed, and just when Pidgeotto thought its attack had been effective, it was quickly struck by Slowpoke's Size Hawk move. Then, the Water Gun move powered by the Confusion move hit it, increasing both its power and speed. Dazed by the Size Hawk move, Pidgeotto started to fall, being struck by the Water Gun move before reaching the ground. Pidgeotto, hang in there, use Gust. Kyoko shouted, tears in her eyes as she looked at her fallen Pidgeotto. Slowpoke, finish it. Teleport and use Headbutt. Slowpoke instantly teleported beside Pidgeotto, which was still trying to stand, and launched the Headbutt move. Boom! The ground sank under the impact, leaving Pidgeotto incapacitated in the crater. Slowpoke teleported back next to Cain, looking coldly at Kyoko while waiting for her to send out another Pokemon. Too weak, simply too weak. That was Cain's first impression. Seeing how other trainers fought so fervently, but when it came to his turn, the opponents seemed too weak. These trainers who had never experienced a real battle, who had no clear direction in training their Pokemon, simply didn't awaken his desire to fight. With tear-filled eyes, Kyoko picked up her Pidgeotto. Looking at Cain, who showed no sign of offering comfort, she finally broke down in tears. It's not that she had never lost before, but she had never been defeated so quickly. In other battles, it usually took dozens of commands, going back and forth to determine the winner. Even if the power difference was significant, she had never been treated so ruthlessly. When facing a girl, most trainers tend to be a bit more lenient. Unfortunately, her opponent was Cain. Kyoko, the girl, began to cry, and the people around her became a bit agitated, murmuring amongst themselves. Cain felt a bit uncomfortable, but he showed no reaction, simply indicating that he was patiently waiting for Kyoko to send out her next Pokemon. But after a while, Kyoko made no further move and just stood there, crying. The referee, feeling somewhat awkward, frowned and asked, Kyoko, please send out your third Pokemon. Kyoko looked up at the referee, then glanced at Cain with her red eyes, biting her lips to hold back her tears. Her whole body trembled as if she were receiving an electric shock. Finally, she couldn't hold it in and began to wipe her tears with her hands. In a choked voice, she said, I forfeit. And without looking back, she ran off. Upon hearing that Kyoko was surrendering, Cain, along with his Slowpoke, immediately left, leaving behind a crowd in heated discussion. The conversation centered around how Cain had made a girl cry, but eventually, it shifted to commenting on the significant age difference between Kyoko and Cain. In the end, everyone was impressed by Cain's strength. As Cain left, he caught a glimpse of the prizes on the referee's table out of the corner of his eye. Although they were in plain sight, Cain noticed that some people were secretly watching over them. Yamamoto had likely assigned his men to prevent anyone from attempting to steal the prizes. Surely, there were many who would be willing to take the risk. Before returning to his room, Cain looked for the old man Matsuda. To his surprise, he found him in the dining area, reading the newspaper. Cain approached, determined to start a conversation. Matsuda, upon seeing him, was a bit surprised. He thought Cain had already left the ship, but now he realized that Cain had returned after that night. However, Matsuda had spent the whole night on the ship's deck and hadn't seen Cain return with his Gyarados. So, seeing the Slowpoke beside Cain, he understood a little of the situation. Why aren't you in the competition and instead come to chat with this old man? Matsuda said, taking a sip of tea. Cain smiled and sat beside him. I came to learn from you. I'm still not very skilled at raising Slowpoke. Matsuda glanced at Cain's Slowpoke. Your Slowpoke is very well trained, it doesn't seem like the work of a beginner. His words carried an implied meaning. Hihi, I just spent quite a bit of money on high-quality poke blocks, Cain replied, pretending not to understand the implication and taking a seat next to him. I heard you have a lot of experience with Slowpoke. I wanted to know if there's anything particular in their poke block diet, or how I could use poke blocks to enhance growth efficiency. Thus, the conversation turned to different methods of making and using poke blocks. The old man Matsuda set his newspaper aside and observed Cain for a moment before taking a sip of tea and beginning to share his knowledge about Slowpoke feeding and care. He had spent considerable time researching Slowpoke and its evolution, Slowbro, so he knew a lot about their habits and daily routines. Cain also shared some of his own experiences in raising Slowpoke, which pleasantly surprised Matsuda. Cain even hinted that he knew how to make poke blocks. When it came to poke block crafting, the old man Matsuda showed much more interest, dropping his indifferent attitude. But the more they talked, the more surprised the old man Matsuda became. Observing Cain's height and hearing his voice, he was clearly in early adolescence. At such a young age, without being a league-backed trainer, having that level of skill was already impressive. But he hadn't expected that he would also have a remarkable talent for Pokemon breeding. The old man Matsuda was a high-level breeder, and his status was above most breeders in his class. Just by listening to Cain, he could deduce that the young man already had the skills of an intermediate-level breeder, which surprised him even more. It's worth remembering that he himself became an intermediate breeder in his 20s and was considered a prodigy at the time. But seeing Cain, who was probably only 15 or 16 years old, he couldn't help but be amazed. Even if he had started studying from a very young age, he shouldn't have reached the intermediate level so quickly. A prodigy? An exceptional talent? Beyond those words, Matsuda couldn't find another way to explain how Cain could master so much knowledge at such a young age. Cain, who taught you all of this? He couldn't help but ask in the end. Oh, well, in my family, there are some elders who left many books. When I have nothing to do, I read. And when I read, I get curious to try putting things into practice. Though, I'm not sure if I'm doing it correctly, Cain replied, scratching his head with some embarrassment. Hearing Cain's answer, Matsuda's eyes lit up, and with a certain urgency, he asked, so, you haven't had a mentor to teach you directly? Cain pretended to think for a bit. It's not that no one ever taught me. The elders in the family always told me to read more, and from time to time, they'd ask me questions. If I couldn't answer, they'd make me keep reading. They wouldn't let me go on my journey until I could answer all their questions correctly. I had to study a lot before I could start my journey. A family heir? But it didn't seem that way. Perhaps from an ancient family? Could you tell me the names of those elders in your family? I don't know. I always called them grandpa and grandma. I don't even know their last names. I'm an orphan, and they always treated me very well. I saw them as my own grandparents, Cain replied. Cain was very aware of the importance of his identity within the league. It was best to present himself as an orphan, and fortunately, the identity Umbra provided for him was also that of an orphan, with no specific details. Cain's league ID card began recording his information from the moment he passed the test to become a league trainer. What came before was deliberately left vague. This kind of situation was quite common in the league, so it wasn't unusual. Many people lived in remote areas, and someone with an unknown background often appeared. As long as they passed the league's tests and exams, they could obtain a league ID card. Or if they gained the support of certain league members, they could also receive an official identity. Not being part of the core members meant the evaluation process wasn't as strict. Additionally, many ancient families were hidden in various places, like those who guarded ruins or the last heir of a declining family. Too many cases like those, and the league couldn't investigate them all. As long as a person had a good character and decent conduct, getting a league ID card wasn't difficult. The challenge was getting a league ID card with a high confidentiality level like Cain's. Time passed quickly. Since Cain boarded the ship, 3 days had already gone by. The tournament organized by Yamamoto was already coming to an end. As expected, Cain and his slowpoke advanced to the quarterfinals with a decisive victory in the round of 16. Then, with an overwhelming advantage, they defeated their opponent in the quarterfinals, advancing to the semifinals. In both battles, only Slowpoke participated, defeating all 3 Pokémon of his opponents, thus securing qualification. On the third day, during the semifinals, his opponent showed considerable strength. Although a bit older, he was likely almost 30 years old. But due to his age, his Pokémon were quite strong. Only when Slowpoke unleashed his full power did he manage to defeat all 3 of his opponent's Pokémon and allow Cain to advance to the finals. Additionally, since Slowpoke had been the sole battler during these days, and thanks to daily training, Slowpoke leveled up again after the semi-final victory, reaching level 27. Although Cain's other Pokémon were also training hard, their levels hadn't increased. However, Cain estimated that Scoropy could level up with 2 more days of training, once it fully mastered its body. Haunter, after absorbing all the poisonous gas, should also be able to level up. Cain's opponent in the final was also no surprise, it was Jin, who had come from the same battlefield as Cain initially. In the previous rounds, Jin hadn't had as easy a time as Cain. Although his Charmeleon was not weak, his battle techniques left much to be desired, so Jin only advanced to the final after revealing his second Pokémon. His second Pokémon was also strong, a Poliwhirl. If nothing unexpected occurs, Cain and Jin will officially face each other tomorrow morning. The winner will receive the 3 TMs as the first place prize, while the runner-up will obtain the Flamethrower TM. During these 3 days, aside from battles and training, Cain spent most of his time conversing with the elder Matsuda. What began as cautious questions from Cain turned into Matsuda testing Cain's knowledge of Pokémon breeding. Although neither of them said it openly, they both already knew that Matsuda was a Pokémon breeder in the league, and not of a low rank. In fact, he was an advanced breeder, though both kept it quiet. Matsuda indirectly tested Cain's breeding knowledge, and Cain deftly managed his responses, showing intermediate-level breeding knowledge but focusing his expertise on the creation of Pokeblocks. With the help of the system, Cain could access any knowledge available in the system database at any time. If he weren't worried about revealing too much and startling Elder Matsuda, he could have done much more. But doing so would attract too much attention, and if someone investigated him thoroughly, it would be hard for Cain to maintain his anonymity if someone high-ranking in the league found out. Therefore, maintaining his breeding level at an intermediate level was most suitable. Matsuda, for his part, began to trust Cain more and more. He didn't keep many of his specialized skills secret and, seeing Cain as a promising young talent of the league, he was willing to guide him. After all, Matsuda viewed Cain as a talented breeder who had chosen the path of a trainer. In short, the relationship between Cain and Matsuda was now close enough for occasional joking. Now, Cain was confident that if anything unexpected occurred on the ship, as long as the situation remained under control, he could rely on Elder Matsuda's help to get away safely. After today's match, while they were talking, Cain noticed that Matsuda's tension had increased. It wasn't a tension of fear, but rather the preparation of someone expecting something to happen. Matsuda directly told Cain that if he had the chance, he should leave the SSN as soon as possible, as something might happen in the coming days. In fact, Matsuda had already hinted at this to Cain since the second day of their conversation. Seeing Cain as valuable talent, Matsuda wanted to ensure he was prepared. But Cain never responded directly to this warning, leading Matsuda to think that youth made him bold. Back in his room, Cain sat quietly on the sofa. The atmosphere on the ship was no longer normal, and Cain was not the only one noticing it. Even the rough Jin, after his battle, approached Cain to ask if he had noticed anything strange. Cain didn't say much, but in his opinion, it was likely that the organization could no longer wait. If they didn't act soon, the situation would spiral out of control. They might even have discovered the presence of Elder Matsuda. Cain hinted at this to Matsuda, but he gave no further details. In truth, Cain's suspicions and intuition were quite accurate, as Yamamoto was beginning to grow impatient. In the highest room of the SSN, Yamamoto made another call to the mysterious man. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice no longer had the calm it had before. It was hoarse. We've exceeded the scheduled time. If you don't act soon, I'll withdraw from this. Yamamoto, get ready. We are prepared to board the ship tonight. Send me all the information you've gathered. Don't give me orders. You're not qualified to do so. Let your leader speak. Yamamoto interrupted the man. Oh, what's wrong, Yamamoto? I heard you missed me. Suddenly, a deep, steady voice of a middle-aged man echoed from the phone, with a tone that mixed seriousness and amusement. At that moment, Elder Matsuda, who was watching Yamamoto from the upper deck, narrowed his eyes. Things were getting complicated. I didn't expect the leader himself to intervene. I guess there won't be any failures, then, Yamamoto said, changing his expression to a smile. Hehe. After a cold laugh, the call abruptly ended. After hanging up, Yamamoto looked serious. If the person who was coming was the one he spoke to at first, he could still keep control, but if that organization's leader was coming, he would have to reduce his share of the benefits. Meanwhile, Elder Matsuda had already disappeared from the upper deck. He began searching the ship for Cain to warn him to leave immediately, or it would be too late. However, even though they had spoken many times, he still didn't know exactly where Cain was staying. Out at sea, a submarine suddenly surfaced silently next to the SSN. A group of dark figures emerged from the submarine and, with the help of their Pokémon, boarded the SSN. In the sailors' room on the lowest level of the SSN, the sailors quickly removed their uniforms and put on blue and white clothing, with a blue bandana on their heads. Then, they lined up neatly in the room, awaiting their commander's arrival. Suddenly, the SSN came to a complete stop, and many passengers woke up immediately. What happened? Why did the ship stop? At that moment, Cain was sitting calmly on the sofa, sensing the commotion caused by the ship's stop. Have they arrived? Cain murmured quietly. He quickly changed clothes and put on a black coat. In truth, it would be wisest to leave immediately, but Cain had left a psychic marker with his slowpoke at the prize platform. Originally, there was always someone watching over it, but with the movement of this mysterious group, Cain wasn't sure if Yamamoto's men would still be concerned about those prizes, which were insignificant to them. If there was still surveillance, Cain wouldn't waste time and would leave immediately with his slowpoke. But if security was relaxed, he wouldn't mind claiming the prizes that were rightfully his. However, Cain wasn't foolish and didn't rush out immediately. Going now would draw too much attention. Cain smashed the room's fire alarm with his fist. Immediately, alarms started sounding throughout the SSN in the hallways and rooms. Passengers, already puzzled by the ship's stop, quickly left their rooms, and those still deeply asleep were awakened by the noise. Realizing it was a fire alarm, they quickly got dressed and ran out of their rooms. The SSN became chaotic. On the upper deck, Yamamoto's face was grim. He knew perfectly well that the group he had allied with had begun boarding the ship, and once they were all in position, they would be able to take control of the situation smoothly. But the fire alarm ruined his plans. Crack! He threw his glass to the ground forcefully and took 4 pokeballs from the drawer, attaching them to his belt. With an angry shout over the wireless phone he was holding, he ordered, "Attack! Leave no one alive, capture everyone." Then, accompanied by 2 bodyguards and the woman who always followed him, he left his room. However, upon exiting, he found someone blocking his way. If Cain had been there, he would have recognized him as the Elder Matsuda, with whom he had been conversing over the past few days. But now, the Elder Matsuda no longer wore his usual friendly expression. He was frowning at him. Coldly, he said, "So, you've finally allied with Team Aqua." Yamamoto was shocked to see the Elder Matsuda. He had seen him several times on the ship's surveillance cameras, but due to his ordinary appearance and humble behavior, he hadn't paid much attention to him. Cain left his room along with his slowpoke. Now, both the hallways and decks were in complete chaos. Cain wasn't the only one who had noticed the strange situation on the SSN. Some passengers had also sensed the unusual atmosphere, and when the alarm sounded, they ran straight to the ship's security room. A ship as large as the SSN has League staff responsible for security. They are the ship's safety guarantee. But, to their surprise, Yamamoto had taken control of the security room from the start, replacing all staff with his own men. Others, like Cain, attempted to take advantage of the chaos to seize the tournament prizes. Money and prizes spark people's greed. There was no shortage of those who decided to take the risk. When Cain made his way around the crowd and reached the battle room, he saw that many people were already there. However, many lay on the ground clutching their stomachs, clearly injured by attacks. Their Pokémon lay beside them, unable to keep fighting. Some were still frantically fleeing, only to be immediately met by members of Team Aqua, dressed in blue and white uniforms. Despite being mentally prepared, Cain was surprised to see them. Team Aqua? In the future, one of the 2 major dark powers in the Hone region. The other, an equally notorious group, is Team Magma. Both teams, as their names suggest, have a fierce rivalry. Otherwise, they would have already unified Hone's underworld. This demonstrates Team Aqua's power. But why did Team Aqua appear here? It shouldn't yet be time for their appearance. Don't they fear being relentlessly pursued by the League for openly attacking the SSN? Yamamoto had likely allied with Team Aqua, but then, how did he expect to continue operating in the league as the head of a major family? Cain didn't understand, but seeing that Team Aqua had already taken over the battle room, he knew he wouldn't be able to obtain the prizes. If the situation wasn't favorable, Cain wouldn't insist. He turned around and started to head back. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from the upper level of the SSN. The entire ship shook slightly from the impact. Matsuda was on his Aerodactyl, looking down coldly at Yamamoto and his two Pokémon. The previous explosion had been caused by Aerodactyl's Hyper Beam, which had knocked back Houndoom and Crawdaunt, Yamamoto's Pokémon. Yamamoto had recently reached Elite Four level with the help of Team Aqua, but in front of a veteran like Matsuda, who was also an expert breeder, the power difference was immense. Even with a type advantage, Yamamoto's Pokémon couldn't withstand Aerodactyl's power. So you reached Elite Four and already think you're invincible, Matsuda murmured coldly. He had no respect for an Elite Four level trainer like Yamamoto. But just as Matsuda commanded Aerodactyl to attack again, a purple shadow suddenly rose from below, aiming its attack at him. Matsuda had no choice but to order Aerodactyl to dodge. Acrobat had been the attacker, and it was clear it possessed the strength of an Elite Four level Pokémon, much stronger than Yamamoto's Pokémon. Matsuda narrowed his eyes, watching as a figure slowly ascended the stairs. A Mightyena walked beside him. With Matsuda's experience as an expert breeder, he could immediately tell that Mightyena was also at the Elite Four level. This meant that Aerodactyl now had to face 4 Elite Four level Pokémon. Boss, Yamamoto murmured, hesitating for a moment before speaking. The newcomer cast a glance at Yamamoto, and a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. This man has become too arrogant with his new power, he thought. Archie, murmured Matsuda upon seeing the approaching figure. Team Aqua, an organization aiming to expand the oceans area to dominate the world alongside Pokémon. The League is aware of its existence, but because they operate covertly in the Hone region and rarely cause trouble, they haven't taken drastic measures against them. Archie is a mid-level Elite Four veteran trainer, and Matsuda isn't sure if he could face him. But, whether or not he can, the situation is already set. The League has detected nothing unusual on the SSN, everything he is doing is on his own. By chance, he discovered something strange in Yamamoto and, since he needed funds to continue his experiments, decided not to report it to the League. He planned to capture Yamamoto when he committed an act against the League, securing a good reward. Besides, he had some valuable items he needed to buy in Hone, so he took the opportunity to achieve both goals. In his mind, Yamamoto was merely a quasi-Elite Four level trainer, someone he could capture easily. But upon facing him recently, he found out that Yamamoto had already reached the initial Elite Four level. Despite this, Matsuda was still confident he could capture Yamamoto. He knew Yamamoto had allied forces and considered that the newcomers might be powerful, but he assumed they would, at most, be at the initial or mid-Elite Four level. Matsuda admits he underestimated the situation. Although he already called the League, which will arrive in an hour, by then Team Aqua could have taken what they wanted from the ship and captured most of the passengers. Archie, can't you hold back any longer? Matsuda asked aloud. Hehe, it's not that we're impatient, Archie replied sarcastically. This is just a favor we're doing. Right, Yamamoto? Yamamoto hesitated for a moment but finally nodded respectfully. Yes, boss. The Team Aqua leader, Archie, is a seasoned Elite Four level trainer, and he had 3 executives at a similar level to Yamamoto. Although one of them contacted him before, today it seemed Archie had decided to intervene personally, leaving his executives at the base. Archie's confrontational attitude made things even more complicated. Team Aqua's base has always been at sea, and finding its exact location is nearly impossible unless the League decides to dedicate significant resources and time to the search. Suddenly, Cain's figure came to Matsuda's mind. I hope that boy can escape, Matsuda thought. Originally, when Cain didn't flee immediately, Matsuda hadn't said anything because he thought that if things got complicated, he could easily protect him. But now, the situation had spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Cain silently watched Team Aqua members from the shadows. After boarding the ship, under the command of what seemed to be a leader, they quickly took control of the SSN. Many sailors, already part of Team Aqua under Yamamoto's explicit or implicit orders, began to subdue those loyal to the ship's captain. Then, from the lower decks up, Team Aqua members started joining those who came up from the submarine, capturing everyone they encountered. Cain was hiding in the upper stands of the battlefield, watching as they captured one person after another. A Team Aqua member held a stack of documents, checking each person against the list. If someone matched the information, they were separated and guarded by a specific group. Cain noticed a pattern. Those who stood out in the tournament organized by Yamamoto were selected. Could they be trying to recruit promising trainers, take them to Team Aqua's base, and brainwash them into joining? Cain thought. The chosen ones didn't seem to be people of high rank, most were common trainers. Those from influential families weren't touched, even if they were skilled. Clearly, they didn't want to incur those families' wrath so soon. A few families might not be a threat, but if they united and pressured the League would have to act, at least to eliminate some Team Aqua members and provide an answer to those families. However, if they only capture common trainers, the League will merely make a few token moves and then abandon the case. After all, the Hone region isn't entirely under the League's control. In this region, many forces are intertwined, and the League cannot afford to lose its influence with rash decisions. This is why Team Aqua operates with such impunity. If this is the case, Jin shouldn't be in trouble, at least he has a guaranteed status as a League-affiliated trainer. Though he might be an exception, given his skill, capturing him alone wouldn't prompt the League to take drastic action. It all depends on whether Jin is promising enough for Team Aqua to take the risk. Cain, barely able to look after himself, didn't worry about Jin, even though Jin might consider Cain a close acquaintance. Something doesn't add up. If they're only after a few trainers, it doesn't justify Team Aqua mobilizing so many resources. The old Matsuda still hasn't appeared, which means they're keeping him at bay. In our conversations, Matsuda hinted at his disdain for Yamamoto, indicating that the opponent is weaker than Matsuda. So, whoever is holding him off must be an Elite 4 level Team Aqua trainer. Team Aqua isn't like Team Rocket, they're still in their infiltration phase and don't have as many Elite 4 level trainers. Matsuda is a veteran Elite 4 level trainer, at least of initial or mid-level. To hold him off, the opponent must be at least mid-level. Could Archie be directly involved? The more Cain thought, the more likely it seemed, suggesting that they sought more than just some common trainers on the ship. Perhaps these trainers were only a distraction. That means they could also be looking for a very valuable item. Or, maybe they haven't taken it yet, waiting for the Elite 4 trainers' battle to end to secure success before retrieving it. If so, there's still a chance to act. Cain's eyes sparkled with determination, abandoning his initial idea of giving up. Yamamoto isn't the type to entrust a valuable item to others. He probably has it in his room or even carries it himself. But now, the Elite 4 trainers are fighting on the upper deck. Going directly would be suicide. I need someone to draw attention first. Cain murmured as a plan began forming in his mind. Midnight. The SSN. On the upper deck, an Aerodactyl and a Charizard were flying in the air. Below, there were 4 Pokémon in total, Archie's Crobat and Mytaina, and Yamamoto's Houndoom and Crawdaunt. Both sides had been fighting for over 15 minutes with mixed results. In reality, Archie and Yamamoto had the numerical advantage. Although Yamamoto's skill was relatively inferior to the other two, he was still an Elite 4 level trainer, which is not easy to handle. If it weren't for the fact that Matsuda's 2 Pokémon were flying types, the battle wouldn't be going as smoothly. However, overall, Archie's side had the advantage. Even so, the option to attack remained with Matsuda. Although Archie also had a Crobat capable of performing aerial attacks, if he rushed in recklessly, he would face the combined attacks of Aerodactyl and Charizard, so he dared not attack hastily. Both sides decided to bide their time. Archie was waiting for his subordinates to capture the trainers they needed and take the valuable items off the ship. And Matsuda, for his part, was waiting for the League reinforcements to arrive. Although he was told over the phone it would take at least an hour for a substantial number of League members to arrive. However, those would only be the League's regular fighters, the true experts would not arrive so quickly. It's said that the person responsible for the League in this area is on their way as quickly as possible. Although that person is also a recent Elite 4 level trainer, if they arrive in time, Archie and Yamamoto won't escape so easily, at least one of them will be captured to appease the League and other forces. So, although the battle seemed intense, in reality, only a few Pokémon exchanged moves, creating large explosion sounds. Both sides were cautious of causing too much damage, which could lead to significant destruction of the SSN or even sink it. That would be a major problem, and the League would undoubtedly send their best warriors to engage Team Aqua in a life-or-death battle. After all, the construction of a luxury cruiser like the SSN involved joint funding from many important families. If it were destroyed, even without the League's intervention, those families would go crazy and seek to deal with Team Aqua. In that case, no matter how well Team Aqua hides, they would be found. Therefore, neither side displayed their full power, and by mutual agreement, each sent only 2 Pokémon, avoiding being defeated by a surprise attack and maintaining some control over the situation. Meanwhile, Cain, who had decided to find someone to draw attention, had Slowpoke use teleport to leave the stands of the battlefield. During this time, he left several teleportation marks with Slowpoke in different locations on the SSN. In such a large area, Cain could have Slowpoke teleport anywhere at any time. Of course, there were some more restricted areas where Cain didn't have a chance to approach. But Cain wasn't foolish enough to cause trouble now. He had Slowpoke move directly to the side of the captain's cabin, at the front of the SSN. Earlier, he heard Team Aqua members mention that many trainers and crew members headed to the captain's cabin as soon as the ship malfunctioned. Sure, some went to the security room, but that area had already been taken over by Yamamoto's men, so everyone who went to the security room was captured. However, the captain's cabin was different. Those who had the authority to pilot the SSN weren't ordinary people. Not only were they elite trainers, but they were also absolutely loyal to the League. Otherwise, the League would not have allowed them to control the SSN. So those who went to the captain's cabin were relatively safe. Moreover, the cabin didn't only contain the captain but also some of his trusted subordinates. Although they weren't as strong as the captain, they were much stronger than the sailors and ordinary members of Team Aqua. There were even 1 or 2 who had reached the advanced trainer level of the League, being personally trained by the captain. Now they were all cornered in the captain's cabin by Team Aqua members. Given their considerable strength, the Team Aqua members dared not attack recklessly, and both sides reached a standoff. After all, as soon as one of the Elite Four level trainers won the battle, this area would no longer be a problem. As for the engine of the SSN, it had already been sabotaged by Team Aqua members disguised as sailors in the lower part of the ship. Without specialized equipment for repairs, it couldn't be restarted in less than half a day. Slowpoke teleported Cain stealthily to the side of the captain's cabin, avoiding the view of Team Aqua members. Why didn't he teleport directly into the cabin? Because Cain hadn't accessed it earlier, so he couldn't have Slowpoke leave a teleport mark inside. Fortunately, they were now close enough for Slowpoke to move directly inside. After a brief pause, Cain quickly switched the mask on his face, and Slowpoke teleported him directly into the captain's cabin, just in time to avoid the small Team Aqua patrols. The sudden appearance of someone in the room startled everyone, and all their Pokémon prepared their moves, waiting for the order to attack. Cain raised his hands above his head, holding up a League ID card to prove his identity. Fortunately, one of the League trainers who had arrived earlier recognized Cain. "Cain, so good to see you're safe." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, and a figure quickly ran towards Cain. Bang! A sound of bones colliding against the wall echoed. The person who ran toward Cain was none other than the ever-friendly Jin. Cain hadn't expected Jin to be there. "Jin, do you know this person?" asked a man in his 40s wearing a captain's uniform and bearing the official League emblem on his chest, observing Cain with a sharp gaze. Clearly, he was the captain of this vessel. Although Cain was holding a League ID card, that didn't make him lower his guard. Jin quickly got up from the floor, threw a glance at Slowpoke, who pretended not to know what had happened, and, rubbing his forehead with a grimace, said, "Yes, uncle, this is Cain, the one I told you about. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he also has deep knowledge and is unstoppable in battles." From Jin's words, it was clear he had a very good impression of Cain. What surprised Cain was that this man, who was clearly the captain of the SSN, turned out to be Jin's uncle. Could he be another millionaire? Upon hearing Jin's words, the captain observed Cain a little more closely, but he still couldn't figure anything out. He signaled the sailors around him to calm their Pokémon. Once the Pokémon around him adopted a less aggressive stance, Cain finally sighed in relief. These Pokémon were not low level. If they suddenly attacked, Slowpoke might not be able to get him out of there safely. However, Cain kept his hand on Slowpoke's back, not letting go. "Captain, I have a way to get us out of here. Staying in this place isn't a solution. Nearly all the ship's passengers have been captured. One of Team Aqua's objectives could be those talented civilian trainers," Cain said after organizing his thoughts. Right now, Yamamoto and the Elite Four level experts of Team Aqua are being held back by the Alliance's Elite Four experts. If the captain can lead a counterattack, it's not impossible to win this battle. Also, I still don't know what Team Aqua is after, but I estimate that if it's not in Yamamoto's room, it's on his person. Cain shared all his speculations. The captain listened to Cain's words with a frown, especially when he mentioned that the passengers had been captured. As the captain of the SSN, he was responsible for each of the passengers. However, with Team Aqua's attack, he and his team were trapped here while the passengers were captured. He had the strength of an elite level trainer, only one step away from Elite 4 level, and could have gotten out directly. However, without knowing the outside situation, he couldn't act recklessly. After all, many passengers were also seeking help in the captain's room, so he was responsible for them as well. "How can you prove what you're saying?" the captain asked after a brief silence, staring intently at Cain. Any sign of suspicious behavior from Cain, and he would detain him immediately. Cain looked directly at the captain and responded calmly, "Captain, with your strength, you could surely protect yourself. If any of what I say is false, you could go out and report it to the Alliance, and I wouldn't survive in the Alliance after that. I can't prove what I'm saying right now, it all depends on your judgment. But at least, the Alliance Elite Four expert who is still fighting above is someone I know. Perhaps you saw us on the security cameras. We used to sit together to eat and drink tea. Does this help you trust me a bit more?" Indeed, when Cain ate with the old man Matsuda, they didn't hide at all, fully exposing themselves to the cameras on the SSN. If anyone had paid attention, they might have seen it. The captain signaled a sailor to check the camera recordings. "Most of the time, we were at the dining table. Focus on the dining room cameras," Cain suggested. Cain had no objections to the captain's caution. At times like these, being careful was crucial. If Cain were an infiltrator from Team Aqua, they would indeed be in danger. As for identifying old man Matsuda, the captain had probably seen him on the external cameras when the powerful trainers began to fight and caused large disturbances. After a moment, the sailor returned to the captain and whispered something in his ear. The captain's expression softened gradually. Earlier, his concern was that Cain could be a Team Aqua spy, but upon learning that Cain knew the Alliance expert fighting outside, he lowered his guard a bit. After all, not everyone can be recognized by an Elite Four expert, and someone like that wouldn't stab others in the back. Once Cain's identity was verified, he was considered a passenger on the SSN, and to the captain, every passenger was someone he had to protect. Only, these passengers had very varied skills. "I'm sorry, I'm the captain, and I have to be responsible for everyone in this room," the captain said with a touch of apology. Cain quickly brushed off the captain's gesture of apology and waved his hand, saying, "Captain, there's no need to apologize, it's what you must do." This gesture earned the approval of most of the sailors. To them, the captain was like a father, and the way Cain respected him made them accept him. So, little brother Cain, what idea do you have? Can your slowpoke take us all? Asked the captain, unable to hold back after apologizing. After all, the ship's passengers were suffering, and as captain, it was hard to shirk responsibility for what was happening to them. Cain nodded. Slowpoke can't take everyone at once, but he can do it in several rounds. Also, before coming here, I had Slowpoke leave a mark in a temporarily safe place. If we go now, there will basically be no safety issues. The captain's spirits lifted. Could you take these passengers to the lifeboats first, so they can leave the SSN? Captain, to be honest, I don't support the passengers leaving first. We don't know if there are more enemy ships at sea. Leaving recklessly would be dangerous. Also, if everyone in the captain's room disappears, the remaining guards might disperse. We must remember that a large portion of Team Aqua's forces is here. If we can keep them here, it would be better to let them stay here. The captain pondered Cain's words, while the others remained silent, relying on the captain. What's your suggestion, then? The captain asked after some thought. My suggestion is to leave some people to distract Team Aqua outside, at least to ensure they stay here. We can dress some up as the captain and sailors, and make noise to make them believe they're still inside. Since they fear the captain, they probably won't dare to enter. It's more likely that they'll stay at a standoff, which would keep those inside safe. As for the captain and the sailors, I suggest they dress as passengers and attack Yamamoto's room. They might find something important there, or they could attack the area where Team Aqua is holding the passengers. However, my suggestion is to attack Yamamoto's room first, as there will likely be fewer people there. The Elite Four experts are fighting there, so there should be few Team Aqua members left. If we attack what they're trying to protect, and if there's something valuable in Yamamoto's room, they'll surely send reinforcements. At that point, we can attack the passenger area, increasing our chances of success. Cain laid out his entire plan. Of course, this was in an ideal scenario, if everything went smoothly. However, Cain didn't share all his thoughts aboard the SSN. In a secluded bathroom. It's the same bathroom Cain often used to leave coordinates on some small islands. After several uses of his Slowpoke's teleport move, he finally managed to bring the captain and some of the strongest sailors to this place. After this experience, the captain couldn't help but think he should catch a Pokemon that can use teleport in the future, as it is extremely convenient. When he brought them here, Jin requested to join, but both Cain and the captain refused. In the end, Jin had no choice but to put on the captain's uniform and wander around the command cabin to distract the enemies. So far, Team Aqua had not started killing indiscriminately, they had only captured everyone, so Jin and his men's safety was assured. Additionally, the strongest sailor among the captain's trusted men stayed behind to ensure their safety. Ultimately, it was the captain who decided to take 2 men to attack Yamamoto's room, hoping to draw the enemy's attention, while the rest of the team would go directly to the ship's combat area to rescue the prisoners. Of course, if they failed to attract most of the enemies, Cain and the others should not act recklessly, as they could fall into a trap and not only fail to rescue anyone but also put their own lives at risk. After everyone arrived, Cain gave Slowpoke several high-quality poke blocks before it used Calm Mind. Although the distance wasn't great, the number of people was considerable, and transporting them in several rounds was still an effort for Slowpoke. The captain, along with 2 sailors, slowly exited the bathroom, asking the rest to wait there. Once they had successfully drawn the enemy's attention and launched a signal flare, they could act. He also told the group leader that if any problem arose, he could consult Cain. This showed the captain's growing trust in Cain. Although Cain might not be the strongest in the group, his ability to plan was unique. If they worked together, they could devise special strategies. After the captain disappeared down the hallway, Cain and the others blocked the bathroom door. They didn't mind the dirt and sat on the floor to prepare. In reality, it wasn't dirty. A luxury ship like the SSN kept all its bathrooms impeccably clean, without a single bad smell. But even so, several large men crowded into a small bathroom made for a somewhat strange scene. Especially the sailors next to Cain, who, due to their physical jobs, were incredibly muscular. Cain, in comparison, looked like a little kid. Although he was growing and had reached almost 1.7 meters tall, he was still much smaller than them. However, the others didn't think much of it. In a situation like this, they couldn't do anything but wait for the captain's instructions. After Yamamoto boarded the ship, Team Aqua had activated a signal inhibitor covering the entire ship, causing all communication systems to fail. Fortunately, the old man Matsuda noticed it in time and sent a message to the Alliance. Otherwise, the SSN would be in much greater danger. 10 minutes passed, and the captain had not launched the flare, which began to unsettle the sailors. I'll go check. You all stay here. If I don't return in 10 minutes, attack Team Aqua directly, Cain said as he stood up. Slowpoke, after 10 minutes of using Calm Mind and with the help of the poke blocks, had already largely recovered. Cain, it's very dangerous for you to go alone, said the head sailor who had been left in charge. Don't worry. I have Slowpoke, who can use teleport. If anything goes wrong, I'll return immediately. I just want to make sure the captain is okay. As he spoke, Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back, and the Pokemon's psychic energy enveloped them both, disappearing in an instant. Sigh. I really need to get a psychic-type Pokemon. Having teleport is too convenient, said the head sailor, expressing what many were thinking. In reality, not all Psychic-type Pokémon can learn Teleport, and even if some do, they don't use it with the same skill as Cain's Slowpoke. Additionally, Psychic-type Pokémon tend to have an intelligence level comparable to humans, and due to their abilities, many do not consider humans worthy of their respect. Psychic-type Pokémon have their own pride, even more than most other Pokémon. In short, not everyone can catch a Psychic-type Pokémon. Especially these rugged sailors, they probably wouldn't have much hope of achieving it in their lifetime. Slowpoke's teleport moved Cain out of the bathroom, but instead of taking him directly to Yamamoto's room, it transported him to the combat area in the stands. It was the place where Cain had previously been hiding. The fact that the captain hadn't launched the signal could only mean two things. Either they were discovered right after leaving and began to fight, preventing them from launching the signal, or they had not yet reached Yamamoto's room and encountered guards along the way, so it wasn't the time to launch the signal, or maybe they couldn't launch it due to location constraints. In any case, going directly to Yamamoto's room was too dangerous. Therefore, Cain had Slowpoke take him directly to the combat plaza. It was evident that, aside from the basic combat soldiers, all other Team Aqua members were no longer there. Even the leader who had been giving orders initially had disappeared. Several Corphish and Crawdonts surrounded the prisoners, keeping them under guard. Since their Pokeballs had been confiscated, the prisoners couldn't defend themselves, even though these Pokemon weren't particularly strong. The sound of explosions continued to echo on the ship's deck. The battle between the Alliance and Team Aqua leaders was still ongoing. Cain noticed that, aside from the guards, the protectors Yamamoto had left to guard the prizes were also gone. The captain's attack had likely taken effect, and they were urgently called away. The prize platform was about 100 meters from Team Aqua. If Cain moved quickly enough, he had a chance. Haunter, go first to the fire hydrant at the other end of the plaza. When I give the signal, break the fire hose and make as much noise as you can. Then, head to the prize platform, Cain ordered. Kakeek. Haunter nodded, and using the shadows, slipped over to the hydrant on the other side of the plaza, leaving only his eyes visible, waiting for Cain's command. When Cain saw that Haunter was ready, and after observing Team Aqua members in the area, a chill flashed in his eyes. It would be better if they didn't stand in my way. Otherwise, I'll eliminate them if necessary to get those items. In any case, he no longer sensed any extremely dangerous presence nearby. With a signal to Haunter, he began to act. Boom, 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 aboard the SSN. In a secluded bathroom. It's the same bathroom Cain often used to leave coordinates on some small islands. After several uses of his Slowpoke's teleport move, he finally managed to bring the captain and some of the strongest sailors to this place. After this experience, the captain couldn't help but think he should catch a Pokemon that can use teleport in the future, as it is extremely convenient. When he brought them here, Jin requested to join, but both Cain and the captain refused. In the end, Jin had no choice but to put on the captain's uniform and wander around the command cabin to distract the enemies. So far, Team Aqua had not started killing indiscriminately, they had only captured everyone, so Jin and his men's safety was assured. Additionally, the strongest sailor among the captain's trusted men stayed behind to ensure their safety. Ultimately, it was the captain who decided to take 2 men to attack Yamamoto's room, hoping to draw the enemy's attention, while the rest of the team would go directly to the ship's combat area to rescue the prisoners. Of course, if they failed to attract most of the enemies, Cain and the others should not act recklessly, as they could fall into a trap and not only fail to rescue anyone but also put their own lives at risk. After everyone arrived, Cain gave Slowpoke several high-quality Pokeblocks before it used Calm Mind. Although the distance wasn't great, the number of people was considerable, and transporting them in several rounds was still an effort for Slowpoke. The captain, along with 2 sailors, slowly exited the bathroom, asking the rest to wait there. Once they had successfully drawn the enemy's attention and launched a signal flare, they could act. He also told the group leader that if any problem arose, he could consult Cain. This showed the captain's growing trust in Cain. Although Cain might not be the strongest in the group, his ability to plan was unique. If they worked together, they could devise special strategies. After the captain disappeared down the hallway, Cain and the others blocked the bathroom door. They didn't mind the dirt and sat on the floor to prepare. In reality, it wasn't dirty. A luxury ship like the SSN kept all its bathrooms impeccably clean, without a single bad smell. But even so, several large men crowded into a small bathroom made for a somewhat strange scene. Especially the sailors next to Cain, who, due to their physical jobs, were incredibly muscular. Cain, in comparison, looked like a little kid. Although he was growing and had reached almost 1.7 meters tall, he was still much smaller than them. However, the others didn't think much of it. In a situation like this, they couldn't do anything but wait for the captain's instructions. After Yamamoto boarded the ship, Team Aqua had activated a signal inhibitor covering the entire ship, causing all communication systems to fail. Fortunately, the old man Matsuda noticed it in time and sent a message to the Alliance. Otherwise, the SSN would be in much greater danger. 10 minutes passed, and the captain had not launched the flare, which began to unsettle the sailors. I'll go check. You all stay here. If I don't return in 10 minutes, attack Team Aqua directly, Cain said as he stood up. Slowpoke, after 10 minutes of using Calm Mind and with the help of the Pokeblocks, had already largely recovered. Cain, it's very dangerous for you to go alone, said the head sailor who had been left in charge. Don't worry. I have Slowpoke, who can use teleport. If anything goes wrong, I'll return immediately. I just want to make sure the captain is okay. As he spoke, Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back, and the Pokemon's psychic energy enveloped them both, disappearing in an instant. Sigh. I really need to get a psychic-type Pokemon. Having teleport is too convenient, said the head sailor, expressing what many were thinking. In reality, not all psychic-type Pokemon can learn teleport, and even if some do, they don't use it with the same skill as Cain's Slowpoke. Additionally, psychic-type Pokemon tend to have an intelligence level comparable to humans, and due to their abilities, many do not consider humans worthy of their respect. Psychic-type Pokemon have their own pride, even more than most other Pokemon. In short, not everyone can catch a psychic-type Pokemon. Especially these rugged sailors, they probably wouldn't have much hope of achieving it in their lifetime. Slowpoke's teleport moved Cain out of the bathroom, but instead of taking him directly to Yamamoto's room, it transported him to the combat area in the stands. It was the place where Cain had previously been hiding. The fact that the captain hadn't launched the signal could only mean two things. Either they were discovered right after leaving and began to fight, preventing them from launching the signal, or they had not yet reached Yamamoto's room and encountered guards along the way, so it wasn't the time to launch the signal, or maybe they couldn't launch it due to location constraints. In any case, going directly to Yamamoto's room was too dangerous. Therefore, Cain had Slowpoke take him directly to the combat plaza. It was evident that, aside from the basic combat soldiers, all other Team Aqua members were no longer there. Even the leader who had been giving orders initially had disappeared. Several Corphish and Crawdont surrounded the prisoners, keeping them under guard. Since their Pokeballs had been confiscated, the prisoners couldn't defend themselves, even though these Pokemon weren't particularly strong. The sound of explosions continued to echo on the ship's deck. The battle between the Alliance and Team Aqua leaders was still ongoing. Cain noticed that, aside from the guards, the protectors Yamamoto had left to guard the prizes were also gone. The captain's attack had likely taken effect, and they were urgently called away. The prize platform was about 100 meters from Team Aqua. If Cain moved quickly enough, he had a chance. Haunter, go first to the fire hydrant at the other end of the plaza. When I give the signal, break the fire hose and make as much noise as you can. Then, head to the prize platform, Cain ordered. Kakeek. Haunter nodded, and using the shadows, slipped over to the hydrant on the other side of the plaza, leaving only his eyes visible, waiting for Cain's command. When Cain saw that Haunter was ready, and after observing Team Aqua members in the area, a chill flashed in his eyes. It would be better if they didn't stand in my way. Otherwise, I'll eliminate them if necessary to get those items. In any case, he no longer sensed any extremely dangerous presence nearby. With a signal to Haunter, he began to act. Boom, 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 aboard the SSN. In a secluded bathroom. It's the same bathroom Cain often used to leave coordinates on some small islands. After several uses of his Slowpoke's teleport move, he finally managed to bring the captain and some of the strongest sailors to this place. After this experience, the captain couldn't help but think he should catch a Pokemon that can use teleport in the future, as it is extremely convenient. When he brought them here, Jin requested to join, but both Cain and the captain refused. In the end, Jin had no choice but to put on the captain's uniform and wander around the command cabin to distract the enemies. So far, Team Aqua had not started killing indiscriminately, they had only captured everyone, so Jin and his men's safety was assured. Additionally, the strongest sailor among the captain's trusted men stayed behind to ensure their safety. Ultimately, it was the captain who decided to take 2 men to attack Yamamoto's room, hoping to draw the enemy's attention, while the rest of the team would go directly to the ship's combat area to rescue the prisoners. Of course, if they failed to attract most of the enemies, Cain and the others should not act recklessly, as they could fall into a trap and not only fail to rescue anyone but also put their own lives at risk. After everyone arrived, Cain gave Slowpoke several high-quality poke blocks before it used Calm Mind. Although the distance wasn't great, the number of people was considerable, and transporting them in several rounds was still an effort for Slowpoke. The captain, along with 2 sailors, slowly exited the bathroom, asking the rest to wait there. Once they had successfully drawn the enemy's attention and launched a signal flare, they could act. He also told the group leader that if any problem arose, he could consult Cain. This showed the captain's growing trust in Cain. Although Cain might not be the strongest in the group, his ability to plan was unique. If they worked together, they could devise special strategies. After the captain disappeared down the hallway, Cain and the others blocked the bathroom door. They didn't mind the dirt and sat on the floor to prepare. In reality, it wasn't dirty. A luxury ship like the SSN kept all its bathrooms impeccably clean, without a single bad smell. But even so, several large men crowded into a small bathroom made for a somewhat strange scene. Especially the sailors next to Cain, who, due to their physical jobs, were incredibly muscular. Cain, in comparison, looked like a little kid. Although he was growing and had reached almost 1.7 meters tall, he was still much smaller than them. However, the others didn't think much of it. In a situation like this, they couldn't do anything but wait for the captain's instructions. After Yamamoto boarded the ship, Team Aqua had activated a signal inhibitor covering the entire ship, causing all communication systems to fail. Fortunately, the old man Matsuda noticed it in time and sent a message to the Alliance. Otherwise, the SSN would be in much greater danger. 10 minutes passed, and the captain had not launched the flare, which began to unsettle the sailors. I'll go check. You all stay here. If I don't return in 10 minutes, attack Team Aqua directly, Cain said as he stood up. Slowpoke, after 10 minutes of using Calm Mind and with the help of the poke blocks, had already largely recovered. Cain, it's very dangerous for you to go alone, said the head sailor who had been left in charge. Don't worry. I have Slowpoke, who can use teleport. If anything goes wrong, I'll return immediately. I just want to make sure the captain is okay. As he spoke, Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back, and the Pokemon's psychic energy enveloped them both, disappearing in an instant. Sigh. I really need to get a psychic-type Pokemon. Having teleport is too convenient, said the head sailor, expressing what many were thinking. In reality, not all psychic-type Pokemon can learn teleport, and even if some do, they don't use it with the same skill as Cain's Slowpoke. Additionally, psychic-type Pokemon tend to have an intelligence level comparable to humans, and due to their abilities, many do not consider humans worthy of their respect. Psychic-type Pokemon have their own pride, even more than most other Pokemon. In short, not everyone can catch a psychic-type Pokemon. Especially these rugged sailors, they probably wouldn't have much hope of achieving it in their lifetime. Slowpoke's teleport moved Cain out of the bathroom, but instead of taking him directly to Yamamoto's room, it transported him to the combat area in the stands. It was the place where Cain had previously been hiding. The fact that the captain hadn't launched the signal could only mean two things. Either they were discovered right after leaving and began to fight, preventing them from launching the signal, or they had not yet reached Yamamoto's room and encountered guards along the way, so it wasn't the time to launch the signal, or maybe they couldn't launch it due to location constraints. In any case, going directly to Yamamoto's room was too dangerous. Therefore, Cain had Slowpoke take him directly to the combat plaza. It was evident that, aside from the basic combat soldiers, all other Team Aqua members were no longer there. Even the leader who had been giving orders initially had disappeared. Several Corphish and Crawdonts surrounded the prisoners, keeping them under guard. Since their Pokeballs had been confiscated, the prisoners couldn't defend themselves, even though these Pokemon weren't particularly strong. The sound of explosions continued to echo on the ship's deck. The battle between the Alliance and Team Aqua leaders was still ongoing. Cain noticed that, aside from the guards, the protectors Yamamoto had left to guard the prizes were also gone. The captain's attack had likely taken effect, and they were urgently called away. The prize platform was about 100 meters from Team Aqua. If Cain moved quickly enough, he had a chance. Haunter, go first to the fire hydrant at the other end of the plaza. When I give the signal, break the fire hose and make as much noise as you can. Then, head to the prize platform, Cain ordered. Kakeek. Haunter nodded, and using the shadows, slipped over to the hydrant on the other side of the plaza, leaving only his eyes visible, waiting for Cain's command. When Cain saw that Haunter was ready, and after observing Team Aqua members in the area, a chill flashed in his eyes. It would be better if they didn't stand in my way. Otherwise, I'll eliminate them if necessary to get those items. In any case, he no longer sensed any extremely dangerous presence nearby. With a signal to Haunter, he began to act. Boom, boom, boom. Haunter did not disappoint Cain and caused a great commotion on the battlefield on the other side. This drew much of Team Aqua's attention. Although some members stayed behind to guard the captives, the battlefield's defense was significantly weakened. Cain considered taking the opportunity to free all the captives, creating even more chaos. However, after thinking it through, he decided against it. Although freeing everyone seemed feasible, it would draw too much attention from Team Aqua, and then it wouldn't be so easy to get the rewards. He patted Slowpoke, who immediately understood the signal. Using the move teleport, they appeared at the podium where the rewards were kept. Haunter, after causing the commotion, quickly slipped back into Cain's shadow. Cain, cloaked in his black cape, which also covered Slowpoke, approached the podium. Haunter used Shadow Ball, breaking the glass protecting the rewards, and Cain quickly gathered the 4 moves inside. It was only when they heard the sound of shattering glass that some members of Team Aqua reacted. But looking up, they only saw the broken cabinet and a fleeting shadow. All the rewards inside the cabinet had disappeared. Team Aqua stirred a bit, but soon calmed down. To them, the positive thing was that the intruder had only stolen the rewards and hadn't freed the captives. If the captives had been released, the resulting chaos might have forced them to kill some to restore order, something their leader had said they should avoid to prevent provoking the league too much and risking their trophies. However, they knew that if another incident occurred, they would be much more cautious. They would prioritize protecting the captives. Taking advantage of a moment of calm, Cain changed his clothes and, once again using Slowpoke's teleport, returned to the bathroom. The sailors who had been waiting, visibly impatient, instantly surrounded Cain. Cain, encircled by these burly men, felt the air grow a little heavy. Cain, what happened? Has the captain already made his move? Asked the head of the sailors, calming the others. Cain shook his head and, with a slightly hesitant expression, replied, I didn't see what happened to the captain because there were too many enemies. But the captain managed to divert attention. Now we should be able to rescue the captives without any problems. The remaining sailors were quite competent. After all, they were men who had survived the harsh conditions of the sea. Without skills, one cannot survive the dangerous seas. Even on a luxury cruiser like the SSN, attacks by wild Pokémon and pirates were not uncommon each year, and each time the sailors played a crucial role in overcoming those dangers. According to the head sailor's introduction, he had recently reached the level of an advanced trainer, while the others were intermediate trainers. "Come on, let's get out of here. These Team Aqua guys are going to find out who we are," said one of the sailors, unable to contain his impatience. The others, equally eager to fight, stood up, tired of hiding in the bathroom. The head sailor hesitated, but seeing that Cain did not oppose, he finally gave his approval. "At any moment, the League will be here. We need to protect the passengers and make sure Team Aqua doesn't take them." When Cain heard that the League was about to arrive, he felt a small knot in his stomach. Not because he feared the League after all, he had even conversed with the League leaders. What worried him was that, if the League intervened, they might check his space ring, and then he wouldn't be able to hide the fact that he had stolen those 4 TMS. This, in turn, could lead to the discovery that he had instigated the captain, which would ruin the relationship he had cultivated with old Matsuda. And if they suspected he had approached them with hidden motives, it would be even worse. Cain didn't want to destroy the relationship he had worked so hard to build, a relationship that could help him integrate into the League. If he achieved that, he was sure Giovanni would invest even more resources in him. Cain was thinking long-term, this relationship with old Matsuda could be key to his future. So, breaking it now was not an option. He needed to find a way to escape, but he had to do it in a way that wouldn't raise suspicion. His thoughts lasted only a moment, as he now had to lead the sailors in an attack on Team Aqua's detention area. The hallways were nearly empty of Team Aqua members, some were guarding the prisoners, others in the submarines, and others had been drawn away by the captain. Cain knew that the Team Aqua grunts weren't too strong. He hadn't seen anyone above the level of an advanced trainer, so even if they couldn't free everyone, they could save some. With that determination, the sailors, led by their chief, charged straight into the battlefield. Cain, however, did not follow immediately. Instead, he reappeared on the observation platform. When Cain appeared in the stands, the sailors were already battling Team Aqua members. Kingler, Machop, Machoke, Golbat, Psyduck, Primeape, and other Pokémon were all in the plaza, and the battle had turned into complete chaos. In addition to the first mate fighting directly against Team Aqua's temporary captain, the other sailors did not split up into different fronts but instead faced Team Aqua's combatants together. Because the sailors were accustomed to fighting in chaotic battles against pirates, and after so much time together, their teamwork was far better than that of the Team Aqua members. Although Team Aqua had a numerical advantage, the sailors managed to stand their ground. However, the longer the battle lasted, the more Team Aqua's advantage grew, as their numbers meant they had more Pokémon and could endure longer. Cain watched silently from the stands for a moment, and once most of the Team Aqua members were engrossed in the battle, he slipped down with his Haunter and Slowpoke. Haunter, use hypnosis with all your strength and put as many Team Aqua members to sleep as possible. Slowpoke, use confusion to control those who remain standing. As for their Pokémon, if all goes well, we shouldn't have any issues. Cain instructed Slowpoke and Haunter. Both nodded, showing they understood the task. Haunter slipped into the shadows, and as soon as Cain gave the signal, both Pokémon began working together to neutralize the Team Aqua members. As one by one fell under Haunter's move, others noticed what was happening. However, before they could act, Slowpoke used confusion to immobilize them. Cain quickly moved to the first Team Aqua member who fell under hypnosis and took the Pokeball from his belt, capturing the disoriented Crawdaunt inside and locking the ball. Then, without further concern for them, he pulled several knives from his ring and began to free the captured people. He distributed the remaining knives among the captives, urging them to free the others. At that moment, Team Aqua's Pokémon who had been on guard started reacting. The Dark-type Crawdaunt broke Slowpoke's confusion, allowing all the Team Aqua members to regain mobility. Cain shouted, "Quick! If you know where your Pokeballs are, get them back. I'll handle the distraction." With that, Cain, along with Slowpoke and Haunter, launched himself at the Team Aqua members. However, Cain's strength alone wasn't enough. After all, there were too many opponents. At that moment, Cain pulled someone to the side and whispered, "I'll distract them. You free as many as you can. If things become unmanageable, save as many as you can and escape." The person Cain had pulled was, to his surprise, Kyoko, the same person who had cried after losing to him in the quarterfinals. Though Kyoko had tears in her eyes, she now looked at him with evident adoration. "Cain, I forgive you," Kyoko exclaimed unexpectedly. Cain was surprised to realize he had pulled Kyoko, but given the moment, he had no other choice. "Remember, save as many as you can. If things get out of hand, retreat. The Pokémon League should be arriving soon," Cain said, cutting Kyoko off before she could say more. After that, he ordered Slowpoke and Haunter to launch a full-scale attack, then turned to dash out of the battlefield. Seeing that Cain's attacks had injured Team Aqua members, some of them pursued him. Cain ran down the hall, followed by several Team Aqua members who continued launching attacks with their Pokémon, though each was intercepted by Slowpoke and Haunter. A cold smile appeared on Cain's lips, and his dark eyes gleamed with restrained murderous intent. For a long time, Cain had pretended to be a compliant League trainer, limiting his true power in battles. Had he attacked with full force during the ambush, he could have neutralized 3 or 4 people instantly, which would have drastically changed the situation. But this outcome was exactly what Cain wanted. infiltrating Team Aqua's ranks, freeing the SSN's captured members, and then drawing Team Aqua's attention to himself, facing the bulk of their forces alone. Didn't they see the look of admiration Kyoko gave Cain? If this story reached the Pokémon League, Cain would surely be praised. Not that he cared much for resources, but the Pokémon League wouldn't hesitate to grant him a medal or a banner of recognition. And if old Matsuda exaggerated a bit, maybe Cain would become the League's next rising star. A brave and selfless hero, with outstanding skills and the ability to train Pokémon. If Cain could hide his true identity, infiltrating the Pokémon League would be within reach. Then, with identities in the League, Team Rocket, and the Hunters Guild, Cain would have access to all the resources he needed to grow. But first, Cain needed to get off the SSN. Although he was sure the Pokémon League would praise him, he preferred that to happen when he was safely on solid ground. By taking out these Team Aqua members, Cain had the perfect excuse to disappear. He had run far enough to no longer be followed. Cain took out 2 Pokeballs from his belt and, with a spin, entered a luxury suite that Slowpoke had opened with its psychic power. Since there were no cameras in the room, Cain could operate securely. Once inside, he released 2 Pokeballs, and Sneasel and Murkrow appeared in the room. Sneasel, Murkrow, take them down quickly. Focus on finishing them off. Cain dodged an attack from a Team Aqua Pokemon and gave the command. Since the room's door was narrow, the Team Aqua members couldn't fight side by side, nor could their Pokemon enter in groups. In an instant, Sneasel and Murkrow began taking them down one by one, while Slowpoke and Haunter worked together to control and put enemy Pokemon to sleep. The Team Aqua members, who had entered so eagerly, now lay in pools of blood. Cain quickly collected the Pokeballs from their belts, capturing their Pokemon and locking them. Slowpoke, Sneasel, clean up the blood. Murkrow, break the window with your strongest move. Haunter, check the room for an oxygen tank. There should be an emergency kit in a luxury suite. Cain gave orders calmly. He stowed the Team Aqua members' tools and Pokeballs without taking the time to examine his gains. The most important thing now was to disappear without a trace. Murkrow used the Dark Pulse move at full power, directly breaking the window. Haunter also found the oxygen bottle hidden in the room, which Cain immediately stored in his ring. Slowpoke, mark a coordinate on my body. I'm going to jump out, and then you'll use your psychic powers to throw these bodies out one by one. Remember, heads down to make it look realistic, Cain instructed. Yadong. Slowpoke nodded with effort. Cain then returned Sneasel and Murkrow to their Pokeballs, while Haunter slipped back into Cain's shadow. Standing at the window, Cain signaled for Slowpoke to be ready. With a leap, Cain jumped straight out the window. Afterward, Slowpoke used its psychic powers to throw the Aqua Team members' bodies one by one, as if they were pursuing Cain. When everyone was in the water, Slowpoke used the move Teleport to vanish from the room. Old Matsuda and Archie had been clashing for over half an hour, fighting intermittently, both attempting to buy time. Until a man dressed in Aqua Team uniform arrived on the upper level, cautiously approached Archie, and whispered something in his ear. Suddenly, Archie became furious. Yamamoto, give me the item, we have to retreat immediately. You, go tell everyone not to worry about those who escaped, catch as many as you can and pull out. Archie yelled. Old Matsuda observed Archie's enraged expression. Although he didn't know the reason, he understood that Archie was starting to grow desperate. With a cold smile, old Matsuda ordered Aerodactyl and Charizard to attack at full strength, initiating a true battle. Since the enemy planned to retreat, old Matsuda only needed to hold them off without worrying about the reason for their retreat. Leader, if I retreat now, I fear I'll never be able to return to the League, Yamamoto said, hesitant, without immediately fetching what Archie needed. Archie, withstanding old Matsuda's fierce attack, narrowed his eyes and slowly moved his right hand to his belt, a cold glint flashing in his eyes without attempting to hide it. Yamamoto immediately felt his hair stand on end, sensing imminent death. He quickly forced a nervous laugh and said, Leader, it was just a slip. What you need is most important, what you need. Saying this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly ran towards the room. His clothes were completely soaked, clinging to his body from sweat. After a moment, Yamamoto returned with a silver briefcase in hand, handing it to Archie. Archie took the case, and though he was still furious, the joy on his face was undeniable. You don't have to go back to the League anymore. Your family isn't of much importance anyway. This time, come with me to Aqua Team's base. Soon, we'll reveal ourselves to the world. Yamamoto nodded, feeling deeply affected. He had invested great effort in growing his family from a minor third-rate clan to a first-rate one, spending countless resources. Now, being told he had to abandon it all, how could it not pain him? Not to mention that his family's current funds would be enough to train several elite-level trainers. That was his foundation, but now he could only give it up. In the future, he'd likely have to settle for Aqua Team, without knowing when he could return to the League. Archie didn't care what Yamamoto was thinking and spoke again, full attack. First, let's take down this old man, then we'll retreat quickly. The League must be about to arrive. Archie threw out 2 more Pokeballs, releasing a Pelipper and a Ludicolo onto the ship. With Pelipper's appearance, a gentle rain began to fall, and soon, the drizzle turned into a downpour. Aerodactyl and Charizard, flying in the sky, were affected. Aerodactyl, a rock and flying type, and Charizard, a fire and flying type, suffered from the impact of the rain, making it difficult for them to fight. Old Matsuda's face turned serious at the sight of the Pokémon Archie released. It seems he's serious, Old Matsuda muttered. Although Archie wasn't very well known and few knew his strength, Old Matsuda had seen many things in his life. The Pelipper with the ability Drizzle and the Ludicolo with the ability Swift Swim formed a classic rain team, showing that Archie was now bringing out some of his strongest Pokémon. If Old Matsuda chose to keep fighting, Archie would undoubtedly call out the rest of his team. They were on the sea, and Old Matsuda's Pokémon already had a type disadvantage. If he continued the battle, the outlook wasn't good. Suddenly, Old Matsuda found himself at a crossroads. Should he keep holding them off? After jumping out the window, Cain saw the bodies of Aqua team members being thrown into the water one by one, as if they were in pursuit of him. In reality, no one was paying attention to Cain at that moment, and the ship's security cameras didn't capture the entire scene. But Cain did this to be sure. Once in the water, Cain quickly took out the oxygen tank from his ring and placed the respirator in his mouth, taking a deep breath. Then, a ripple in the water revealed that Slowpoke had appeared beside Cain. Cain grabbed onto Slowpoke's shoulder, signaling for it to move him out of the area. Shortly after Cain fell into the water, it started to rain, but for him, already in the water, it made little difference. After Slowpoke moved him a certain distance, Cain slightly surfaced and saw Old Matsuda and Archie in combat. In the torrential rain, Ludicolo moved quickly in the water, nearly invisible. Meanwhile, Old Matsuda could only hold his ground by using his advantage in the air. Finally, when he couldn't hold back any longer, he released another Pokémon. A Lapras landed in the water, facing Archie's Pelipper. Although Old Matsuda managed to maintain a standstill, he was starting to struggle. It wasn't that Old Matsuda was no match for Archie, rather, Archie was fighting without concern for the SSN, while Old Matsuda had to protect the ship. Furthermore, Archie's Pokémon were strategically organized, with support from Yamamoto's team. Old Matsuda had only brought 3 Pokémon, thinking they would be enough, but Archie had appeared suddenly. This is troublesome, I can't hold out much longer. If I had known, I would have brought all my old friends. Getting outmatched by a youngster like you, if the old league guys knew, they'd laugh at me, Old Matsuda thought with resignation. I'm getting old, I'm getting old. No more? They said they'd be here in an hour, and 45 minutes have passed. Thinking this, Old Matsuda ordered Aerodactyl to rise, facing only Crobat and Pelipper, ignoring the other Pokémon for now. Cain observed the situation for a moment before submerging himself back into the water. Knowing Old Matsuda's strength, he knew that even if he couldn't win, he could escape without trouble. The important thing was to see if he could delay Aqua Team's retreat. Cain had Slowpoke guide him a bit farther, noticing that the number of Pokémon around him was increasing. He decided to summon Gyarados, instructing it to stay underwater and not surface. This was what Gyarados did best, swimming below the surface was its specialty. Cain asked Slowpoke to locate the nearest psychic coordinates. Gyarados swam quickly, facing no major threats in the sea. On the deck of the SSN, Old Matsuda and Archie continued their battle at full force for 5 minutes, until Pokémon League reinforcements arrived, an Elite 4 level expert. However, their arrival was too late. Aqua Team members had already boarded the submarine. Some of the ship's passengers were even captured by them. If it weren't for Cain's interference, they likely would have captured more people. The League expert, aware of his responsibility, launched a fierce attack. But, as he had just reached Elite 4 level, he was no match for someone like Archie. He only managed to separate Yamamoto from the fight with Matsuda, but couldn't alter the course of the battle. When Aqua Team's submarine disappeared underwater, Archie and Yamamoto also leapt into the water, laughing. Their Pokémon followed them and were returned to their Pokeballs as they hit the water. Once underwater, Archie summoned Sharpedo, and with reinforced gloves and oxygen tanks, they quickly vanished into the sea. Neither Old Matsuda nor the newly arrived League expert had any way to stop them. Although Matsuda had a water-type Lapras, it was only a Pokémon from his second team. The main Pokémon he had brought along for this occasion were Aerodactyl and Charizard, but neither could fight underwater. The newly arrived expert found himself in an awkward position. He had the means to pursue them, but knew that facing Archie and Yamamoto would be suicidal. He stood no chance of defeating them. Matsuda looked at the League expert with frustration and let out a snort. He had managed to keep 2 Elite 4 level trainers at bay, and if reinforcements had arrived a bit earlier, he wouldn't have had to do much. Even if they had just eliminated the Aqua Team soldiers, he would have been able to fight freely. At the very least, he would have caught Yamamoto. But now, a group of trainers had been captured by Aqua Team, and he wasn't sure if Cain was among them. Matsuda turned and walked away, saying nothing to the League expert, who could not express his frustration. 20 minutes later, the League reinforcements arrived, albeit slightly late. They were also reprimanded by Matsuda, who was furious with himself for not bringing enough Pokémon and for being outmatched by a younger opponent. Furthermore, the fact that Aqua Team had captured several trainers only worsened his anger. He considered all this a great disgrace. His mood worsened when, upon reviewing the list of missing persons, he found out that Cain was among them. Just as Matsuda was about to unleash his anger on the unfortunate League expert, the ship's captain approached. Mr. Matsuda, is this Cain a young man around 15 or 16, accompanied by an unusually colored Slowpoke? The captain asked cautiously. Matsuda looked at him, trying to contain his anger. He had considered taking Cain as his apprentice due to his exceptional talent. Training such a youth would have given him great prestige among his old friends, who always boasted about their own apprentices. But now, with Cain's disappearance, all his plans had fallen apart. Have you seen him? If it's him, yes, I've seen him. Here's the story. The captain proceeded to recount how Cain had entered the control room, presented various plans, and then helped prepare the crew for the situation. Later, the first officer and others rescued by Cain, including Kyoko, appeared. Though Matsuda showed no pressure, knowing he was in front of an Elite Four expert, everyone was a bit nervous as they recounted the details of what happened. Finally, Cain told us he would draw the attention of the villains, giving us more time to rescue others and retrieve our Pokeballs. I saw him face several enemies, but he eventually had to flee, giving us a chance to escape, said Kyoko, tears in her eyes as she recalled how she had misjudged Cain during the competition. She felt guilty for hating him, and now Cain had disappeared after saving them. Wah, Cain, I'm so sorry. Kyoko began to cry again, while old Matsuda rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He gestured for someone to take Kyoko to calm her down. A sailor approached and whispered something in the captain's ear before quickly leaving. Mr. Matsuda, they just checked the security cameras, and it seems Cain jumped into the sea, followed by several Aqua team members. We haven't seen him resurface, so we suspect he wasn't captured, but we don't know where he is now, the captain reported. Matsuda rubbed his temples, recalling that Cain had left the ship at night over the past few days, though he didn't know what he'd done. However, now he had a suspicion. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. That boy is truly clever. Seeing Matsuda's smile, everyone present sighed in relief. Old Matsuda, when angry, was like a child. There was no way to calm him down. Hey, you, later send someone to search the nearby islands to see if they find him, and also notify the coastal cities and ships in the area. If they find a young man named Cain, inform me immediately, and remember, tell me first. Sir, do you think the boy is all right? The league expert asked cautiously. Matsuda kept an enigmatic expression, without answering. It seemed that the confirmation that Cain was safe was accurate. Old Matsuda warned everyone to keep Cain's matter a secret, allowing it to be made public only once Cain reappeared. Though the others didn't understand why they had to do this, in the face of old and powerful Matsuda's warning, or was it pressure, they had no choice but to comply. Old Matsuda obviously wasn't going to tell them that this excellent and promising young man should be accepted as his disciple before others found out. What if someone else got ahead of him? With Cain's talent, he would only need a bit of training to pass the intermediate breeder exam. After about 7 or 8 years of training, he might even become an advanced breeder. By then, Matsuda could boast about having 2 advanced breeders in his family, making all his old friends envious. Every time he saw them, he could flaunt his accomplishments. Now it would be his turn to brag. Thinking about this, old Matsuda's stern expression transformed into a dreamy smile, almost drooling. The others, observing how quickly he changed his expression, decided it would be best to withdraw before he issued another order. When old Matsuda awoke from his fantasy of having 2 advanced breeders in his family, he realized everyone had already left. No vision, he muttered with disdain. Though, that boy Cain, with his cunning, shouldn't be dead, right? Matsuda thought with some concern. However, recalling Cain, who had approached him cunningly from the start, he smiled again. That boy probably figured out my identity from the beginning, yet pretended ignorance? Next time I see him, I'll make sure he pays for that. In the ocean, on an unknown island. Achoo. Cain sneezed just after reaching the shore. Slowpoke looked at him curiously. Since he had known Cain, he had never seen him get sick. Could he have caught a cold this time? Cain rubbed his nose as he walked along the beach, sitting in the grass and murmuring, "Who's thinking about me? Could it be that old man Matsuda?" Sometimes, intuition is accurate. Cain might not have known, but he managed his goal of getting close to old Matsuda, even surpassing his expectations. However, if someone were to investigate Cain's identity thoroughly, especially someone of high rank, he might not be able to keep his true identity hidden. Luckily, old Matsuda, eager to take the lead in accepting Cain as a disciple, decided to keep all matters related to him a secret. Cain pulled a sea chart from his ring, specifically bought on the SSN. Since learning about the dangers aboard the SSN, Cain had begun marking coordinates on each island he visited and purchased the map in preparation for a possible retreat. Although these types of maps weren't always entirely accurate, the general orientation was fairly reliable. On each island where Slowpoke left a coordinate, Cain made a mark on the map to avoid getting lost in the vast ocean. He put the map back in his ring, now knowing where he was. His current position was delicate, both returning to the Hone region and going back to the Kanto region would mean covering similar distances. Cain needed to decide carefully which way to go. In any case, he couldn't show himself at sea for now, as it was highly likely he would encounter League agents searching for missing people. So he decided to stay on the island for a while before departing. This island was one Cain had marked as favorable. Not for any special reason, but because the island was relatively large and uninhabited, and it also hosted some wild Pokémon. This indicated it hadn't been explored much by various factions. With a bit of luck, he might find something valuable. Cain returned Gyarados, who had finally come up for air, and then summoned Murkrow. In an unfamiliar environment like this, it was essential to have a flying Pokémon like Murkrow to scout the surroundings. He even released Fearow and asked Slowpoke to explain via telepathy what he needed to do. Compared to Gyarados, who still showed some resistance, Fearow, who had already been tamed, was much more docile. This was one of the few times Cain had brought him out, and the last time was when he captured him and had just met him. After Slowpoke explained to Fearow, he sought Cain's approval before soaring into the sky. This showed that the person who sold Fearow had really tamed him well. He wouldn't act without his trainer's consent. For a flying Pokemon that transports people, good taming is crucial. Otherwise, if it suddenly got angry mid-flight, the trainer could be in serious trouble. If there was no second flying Pokemon available, the trainer could fall and die. It's not the same with water Pokemon. Even if a water Pokemon lost control, at least the trainer wouldn't drown immediately. He could try to survive a bit longer, though it might not make much difference. But for someone like Cain, who always prepared with multiple safeguards, it wasn't a problem. Cain often thought he didn't have many virtues. If he had one, it was his fear of death. Out of fear of death, he always planned every detail before acting. Out of fear of death, during missions, he always ensured he had an escape route, guaranteeing his personal safety even if the mission failed. Out of fear of death, Cain demanded absolute loyalty from the Pokemon he considered tools, even above their level, abilities, or combat power. Cain also released Sneasel and Miltank. In an unknown forest, you never know what level the wild Pokemon will be. It's safer to enter with the protection of all his Pokemon. After waiting a few minutes, both Murkrow and Fearow returned. Through their descriptions, Cain discovered that the island was larger than he thought. In comparison, it might be the size of Cinnabar Island. Cain returned Fearow and, accompanied by his 4 Pokemon, slowly entered the forest. It was nighttime, and the sounds of insects echoed throughout the forest. Entering an unknown forest at night isn't ideal, but Murkrow and Haunter had night vision, and Sneasel wasn't bad at moving at night either. Additionally, the system performed real-time scans. As long as the opponent's strength didn't greatly exceed Cain's Pokemon, they could handle it. In the worst-case scenario, Slowpoke's teleport move would be Cain's last line of defense. It was 3 or 4 in the morning. On a nameless island in the middle of the ocean. After advancing a bit, Cain stopped. The previous night, he had stayed awake to prevent a surprise attack from Team Aqua and hadn't slept at all. This unknown island could harbor many dangers, so to have more energy during the day, Cain decided to get some sleep first. The beach environment was too humid, and at night, the sand became very cold, which wasn't ideal for sleeping. After venturing into the forest, Cain found a large, ancient tree. It wasn't clear how many years it had been growing, but its trunk was large enough to serve as an improvised bed. Haunter was designated to keep watch during the night, and Cain, exhausted from the previous night, soon fell asleep. At noon, after finishing lunch, Cain and his Pokemon began to explore the island in earnest. There had been several attack attempts by wild Pokemon, but Slowpoke and the others took care of them. Cain noticed that the Pokemon on this island were relatively high level. The first to attack was a level 23 Dustox. Although it wasn't exceptional in terms of development, it was decent in other aspects. However, being a bug and poison-type Pokemon, it couldn't withstand the combined attack of Slowpoke and Murkrow, and it soon lost its life. Then, Cain threw the Dustox's body to one of the green-quality Grimer he had bought in Vermilion City. These green-quality Grimer were at a lower level than Dustox, so the energy within it was quite substantial for them. Also, since Cain had bought them, they hadn't eaten anything, and they even seemed to have shrunk a bit. As Cain delved deeper into the island, he realized that all the Pokemon he encountered were native to the Hone region. Since the island was located between the Kanto and Hone regions, it was possible to find Pokemon from both regions. However, so far, Cain had only encountered Hone Pokemon on this island. Most of the Pokemon he'd seen were Dustox, Beautifly, Swellow, and Wingull. There were a few other types of Pokemon, but most belonged to these species. Although the island wasn't very large, it took Cain the whole day to explore it. He discovered that the Pokemon on the island were mostly at levels above 20, and in some larger groups, there were even Pokemon at level 30 or higher. For instance, in the forest on the southern end of the island, there was a group of Seedot and Nuzleaf, led by a level 35 Shiftry. To Cain's surprise, Shiftry is a Pokemon that needs a Leaf Stone to evolve. Could this mean there were Leaf Stones on the island? On the western side of the island, there was a small hill, where a large group of Shroomish lived. Their leaders were 2 Breloom, a male at level 34 and a female at level 33. The Breloom group and the Shiftry group were the 2 strongest forces on the island, and they seemed to be at odds with each other, in a state of hostility. In the northern part of the island was the territory of the Dustox, and in the eastern part, the Beautiflies. Although both groups descended from the same species, they despised each other and were in constant conflict. Cain had entered the island at the border between the Beautifly and Dustox territories, which was why he had encountered both Pokemon at the same time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found Dustox in Beautifly territory. These 2 Pokemon were natural enemies like Beedrill and Butterfree. This place turned out to be a perfect training site. Not only were there no other humans to interrupt, but the wild Pokemon were high level, which was ideal for training Cain's Pokemon. For this reason, although he had initially planned to leave if he didn't find anything interesting, he decided to stay on the island for a while. After all, he had already planned to survive in the wild for a while, so he could start here. As for heading to the Hone region, Cain was in no rush. These high-level wild Pokemon provided considerable experience for his Pokemon. Cain also discovered that there was a freshwater lake in the center of the island. Many of the island's Pokémon had likely survived thanks to this lake, so he decided to set up a small camp by the lake. Just as Cain was about to start building his camp, a large shadow covered the sky above him. If it hadn't been for the quick reaction of his Pokémon, who used the move Protect to block the impact, Cain might have been in serious danger. Finally, thanks to Slowpoke's teleport move, Cain and his Pokémon managed to escape. Back on the beach where he had initially landed, Cain used seawater to wash the mud and dirt from his face and body. I didn't expect such a powerful Tropius to be on this island, Cain said, with a grim expression. The appearance of the Tropius had been so sudden that, if it weren't for Slowpoke, things could have gone very badly. At the moment the shadow appeared, Cain instinctively used his system to obtain data on the Tropius. Pokémon, Tropius, light green. Gender, male. Level, 40. Type, grass plus flying. Ability, chlorophyll. Held item, none. Egg moves, leech seed, dragon dance, synthesis. Basic moves, leaf storm, leer, gust, growth, razor leaf, sweet scent, stomp, magical leaf, whirlwind, leaf tornado, natural gift, air slash. Learned moves, tailwind, dragon pulse. TM moves, none. Seeing Tropius's level, Cain understood that this was the true king of the island. The strongest Pokémon of all. Although Tropius had the word dragon in its name, it wasn't a dragon-type Pokémon, as it lacked that type. However, like Charizard, which was fire and flying type but had dragon blood in its veins and could learn some dragon-type moves, Tropius also had some dragon blood. If one of Tropius's parents was a dragon-type Pokémon, it would be able to learn some moves of that type. The fact that this Tropius had Dragon Dance as an egg move indicated that one of its parents was likely a dragon-type Pokémon. This significantly boosted both its combat power and its value. Cain sat on the beach after a short break, crossing his legs over the sand. The sun was about to set, and the tide was beginning to recede, leaving the beach dry. How can such a small island sustain so many Pokémon? And not only survive, but these Pokémon grow so well and reach such high levels, Cain thought silently. Unlike Pokémon captured by humans, who gain experience more quickly by battling other Pokémon and thus level up, wild Pokémon usually level up as they age and absorb various types of energy. If wild Pokémon knew how to train, they might level up a bit faster. However, the Pokémon on this island didn't seem to be in any special situation. It was a completely normal forest, except that the plants were quite ancient. There was nothing particularly special about this place, but the levels of the Pokémon here didn't seem to match reality. There was even a level 40 Tropius in the center of the island. Though not a true dragon-type Pokémon, it was still a formidable opponent. In fact, Cain was considering taking complete control of the island. If he managed to defeat all the Pokémon, his own Pokémon's levels could increase significantly. Even, as unrealistic as it may sound, if he could capture that Tropius, he wouldn't need to keep using Fearow as his airborne transport. Cain had only used Fearow a few times, but to be honest, he found it a bit ugly. Although Cain isn't a trainer who cares about his Pokémon's appearance being a practitioner of utilitarianism, the comparison between Tropius and Fearow is obvious. Anyone would know which one to choose. The most important thing is that if Cain had both Tropius and Gyarados as mounts, he would look incredibly impressive while flying or sailing. Just thinking about it felt grand. Cain patted himself on the head, scolding himself for having such fanciful thoughts. At this moment, his highest level Pokémon is Slowpoke, who has barely reached level 27, and he's already considering facing a level 40 Tropius. Lately, I've been surrounded by people with no common sense, and it seems like I'm catching it, Cain thought, recalling Jin from the SSN, an impulsive and energetic guy. At first, Cain wondered how someone like Jin, without the luck of being the protagonist like Ash, managed to survive. In the end, he discovered that Jin had an uncle who was the captain of the SSN, making him a junior officer. Cain slowly stood up, brushing the sand off his body, murmuring, I originally thought about setting up camp in the center of the island, but it seems the Beautifully territory is safer. Although the island is mostly populated by 4 types of Pokémon, that doesn't mean there aren't others. Without other Pokémon, the ecosystem would be unbalanced. There are just fewer of them, not in the same numbers as the main groups. Additionally, each group allows other Pokémon to enter, except when it comes to rival groups. When Cain and Slowpoke entered the Beautifully territory, they weren't much bothered. Beautifully didn't pay attention to Cain and his Pokémon. Only other wild Pokémon, who had never seen a human before, launched the first attack. However, they were all defeated by Slowpoke and Murkrow, losing their lives. Even their bodies were devoured by Grimmar, turning into nutrients. Leaning against a large tree, Cain took tools from his ring, and with the help of his Pokémon, he quickly set up a small camp. The tent was next to an old tree, sturdy enough to withstand the wind. Slowpoke and Moltank also prepared the campfire and food. The recently released Scorpii had calmed down a lot. As a bug-type Pokémon, he could sense other Pokémon of his type and realize that there were too many stronger Pokémon on the island, which led him to restrain his mischievous behavior. Cain's Pokémon, who had spent long hours in daily training on the SSN, had now reached a higher level of mastery over their moves, urgently needing some battles to test their progress. Moreover, the prolonged training had brought their bodies to a state of limit, and a few intense battles would help them level up. The aroma of roasted meat spread through the forest, attracting many wild Pokémon to watch. Some, unable to resist the temptation, attacked, but were defeated by Murkrow and the others, leaving several powerful Pokémon bodies on the ground. With this display of strength, many other Pokémon decided not to cause trouble. As the sun set, the campfire became the only light source in the forest. The Pokémon sat around the fire, enjoying the delicious roasted meat. For them, this life, where they could always be outside with their trainer, is what they love most. Though battles might be more frequent, who among them isn't a fan of battles? After dinner, the Pokémon played around the campfire. Slowpoke and Moltank played with Scorpite while Sneasel and Murkrow trained together, discussing combat techniques and move usage. Sneasel had just learned the move Dark Pulse but still had a lot to master, whereas Murkrow had learned that move a while ago and, under Cain's guidance, had mastered it quite well, though not completely. But Murkrow still had enough skill to teach Sneasel. On the other hand, Sneasel also handled the move Taunt well, and Murkrow asked him about using that move. The two Pokémon trained each other, quickly developing a strong bond. Although Sneasel is stronger in battle than Murkrow, in terms of Dark-type skills, Murkrow is superior. After all, Sneasel's greatest talent lies in the Ice-type. Meanwhile, Haunter didn't join the group. He stayed close to Cain, faithfully performing his role as a guardian. Although Cain allowed him to join the others, Haunter refused, considering his duty to be protecting Cain. Unable to convince him, Cain let him be, as he knew that in the wild, danger could arise at any moment, and having Haunter nearby guaranteed his safety. After watching his Pokémon play for a while, Cain fell into deep thought. He was determined to thoroughly explore this island and help his Pokémon level up. After days of training, they had accumulated enough experience and only needed a few more battles to achieve it. Cain soon set his sights on one of the island's 4 major groups, the Dustix group. Dustix is a bug and poison-type Pokémon, doubly vulnerable to flying, rock, fire, and psychic-type moves. Slowpoke and Murkrow can serve as the main Pokémon to attack. Sneasel and Haunter can assist offensively by restraining the enemies. As for Scorpite, the level of the Pokémon here is too high for it, so it's not very suitable for it to participate in the battle. And Moltank isn't quite up to the team's level, so this is a good opportunity to train it a bit more. The next day, on an unnamed island, Cain led his Pokémon into Dustix territory. The Dustix aren't as easy to handle as Beautifully. Cain was attacked as soon as he entered. Additionally, the Dustix forest is filled with fine dust everywhere. If you accidentally inhale too much, you can become paralyzed, poisoned, or fall asleep. At that moment, you would become food for the Dustix. After defeating some Dustix acting as guards around the area, Cain finally formally entered the Dustix forest. As they went deeper, numerous pale white cocoons could be seen on tree branches, in bushes, and even directly on the ground. There were so many that it was impossible to count them. Although these cocoons look very similar to the ones in the Beautifully forest, there are slight differences in color. The cocoons in the Beautifully forest are called Cascun, while those in the Dustix forest are called Cascun. Though both evolved from Wurmple, due to differences in their personality values, the evolutionary path differs. Additionally, along the way, Cain encountered more Wurmple than anything else. In these giant trees, every leaf has tiny bite marks. The sunlight filtering through these small holes, already divided by the leaves, creates spots of light on the ground covered with dry leaves. It resembles a star-filled night sky, countless and dense. Cain did not attack the Wurmple and Cascun, as they have not yet evolved into Dustix. Their level is low, and they do not provide much experience for the Pokémon. However, as they went further in, the number of Dustix increased, and Slowpoke and Murkrow began to attack frantically. Sneasel used the move Icy Wind to reduce the Dustix's speed. Although Dustix isn't a flying type, it's still a Pokémon that can fly, so Ice-type moves have a good effect. When its wings become slightly damp, Icy Wind forms small ice crystals on them. Although this doesn't prevent the Dustix from flying, it significantly reduces its flying speed. Additionally, although Moltank is a normal-type Pokémon, its hidden power move is Fire-type. After training this move for a long time on the SSN, it now uses it with great skill. While the hidden power move might not cause many casualties, besides the Dustix in the center of the explosion being taken down immediately, the Dustix hit by the shockwave are quickly taken out by Murkrow and Slowpoke. Cain released Murkrow from its weights, and after applying Tailwind to the entire team, a single use of Wing attack was enough to defeat a Dustix. The Pokémon with the fastest attack speed and strongest effects was still Slowpoke. After using Calm Mind, it alternated between Confusion and Size Hawk, dealing area damage and direct eliminations. Nearly half of the fallen Dustix were defeated by Slowpoke. Each time it exhausted its psychic abilities, Cain gave it some high-quality poke blocks, and after meditating a bit, once its powers were restored, it caused even more damage. As for Haunter, it didn't attack directly. It only took out a few Dustix that tried to attack Cain from behind, and then it obediently stayed by his side. Sometimes, Haunter handed some dying Dustix to Scorpite, who was at Cain's feet. Scorpite had no problem finishing off the injured Dustix. It knew that only by growing quickly could it be useful to Cain and the whole team. However, when Scorpite killed the second Dustix that fell before him, it paused. It tugged on Cain's pant leg to get his attention. Then, it used its sharp pincers to pierce the Dustix's head, slowly extracting a small, dark purple particle about the size of a fingernail. Cain's face showed surprise as he took the particle Scorpii offered. He took out a bottle of mineral water, rinsed it a bit, and held it in his palm. It looked like a black and purple crystal, reflecting light like a tiny diamond. System, scan this, Cain ordered mentally. Beep. After a beep sound from the system, a data graph appeared before Cain. Object, energy crystal, small. Type, poison. Effect, when ingested by a Pokémon, it can slightly increase poison-type energy. If used in large quantities, it could even enhance the poison-type abilities of the Pokémon. Origin, after consuming a considerable amount of pure energy, there is a chance that an energy crystal will form in the body. A small object like this is an energy crystal, and continuous use of them can improve a Pokémon's poison-type abilities. Cain murmured to himself while observing the poison-type energy crystal in his hand. If there are small energy crystals, there might also be medium or even large energy crystals. Suddenly, Cain seemed to have thought of something. Wait, is this Dustix the only one with an energy crystal? Or do all the Dustix here have it? Could this be related to how this small island can sustain so many Pokémon? The more Cain thought, the more his eyes lit up. Several Dustix corpses already lay on the ground, and even more Dustix were gathering. Furthermore, do only the Dustix produce energy crystals? What about Beautifully? And other Pokémon here? Cain's mind filled with questions. However, since the Dustix were not low level, even with the strong synergy of Slowpoke and the others, they were beginning to struggle. Scorpii, check the other Dustix to see if they have energy crystals. If they do, gather them all, Cain ordered Scorpii. Scorpii kept staring at the energy crystal in Cain's hand. It could feel the large amount of poison-type energy within it, and it knew that consuming it would be very beneficial. But due to Cain's order, it held back and began searching through the Dustix corpses. Probably because Dustix is a bug and poison-type Pokémon, and Scorpii is also bug and poison-type, it could sense the energy crystals within the Dustix bodies. Among nearly 100 Dustix corpses, Scorpii found a total of 30 energy crystals, 19 poison-type and 11 bug-type, all small in size. It did not find crystals of other sizes. As for the corpses, 2 Grimmer handled them. Murkrow, use Gust to the maximum. Sneasel, Icy Wind. Slowpoke, Confusion. Use all your power. We're leaving, Cain ordered. With more and more Dustix appearing, Cain decided to retreat. After temporarily repelling the Dustix, Cain and his Pokémon retreated from the Dustix forest. This time, the collaboration of his Pokémon led to the elimination of a large number of Dustix. Scorpii even managed to find concentrated energy crystals within the bodies of the Dustix. However, the most important thing was that Cain's Pokémon levels rose once again. Originally, on the SSN, after a long period of training, they were already on the verge of leveling up. Now, with the defeat of over 100 Dustix with an average level of around 20, each Pokémon gained a substantial amount of experience. Among them, Slowpoke benefited the most, due to his type advantage and the assistance of other Pokémon allowing him to attack without restraint. He single-handedly took down nearly half of the Dustix. However, during the tournament on the SSN, Slowpoke had already leveled up, so this time he was the only one who didn't level up, though he accumulated a lot of experience. Murkrow reached level 25, Haunter reached level 26, Moltank reached level 23, Sneasel also rose to level 26, and Scorpii, despite defeating fewer enemies, due to the large level difference, rose the most, reaching level 16, going up 2 levels. This was due to the accumulated experience from previous training, and after such an intense battle, they naturally leveled up. Next time, leveling up wouldn't be as easy. Overall, his Pokémon's strength had increased a bit more. There were still countless Dustix in the forest, and Cain didn't plan to give up now. After resting for a while, he was ready to return to the Dustix forest. Whether to gain more combat experience for his Pokémon or to obtain more energy crystals, the Dustix had become his target. Before returning to the forest, Cain observed several Beautifully flying peacefully around the forest. Dustix have energy crystals inside them, but do these Beautifully have them too? Now, Cain saw wild Pokémon as if they were walking energy crystals. During the rest, in addition to giving his Pokémon Poke Blocks to restore energy and Moltank's milk to recover strength, Cain took out a Poison-type energy crystal and gave it directly to Scorpii. Although Haunter was also interested in the energy crystals, he hadn't fully absorbed the poisonous gases yet. Cain decided to wait until Haunter consumed those gases before giving him Poison-type energy crystals. As for Scorpii, there was no problem, and since he was the one who found the crystal, Cain gave it to him as a reward. If any adverse effect was noticed, he simply wouldn't use it again. After all, it was just a small energy crystal, and any side effects would quickly dissipate. System, monitor Scorpi's body data in real time and calculate the effects of using the energy crystal, along with any changes in his stats, Cain mentally ordered. After Scorpi consumed the poison-type energy crystal, he closed his eyes and lay down on the ground. Although there were no visible changes, Cain could monitor Scorpi in real time through the system. In the data graph provided by the system, one could see how Scorpi's internal energy fluctuated, especially in terms of poison-type energy. Even his physical condition improved to a certain extent. After about 10 minutes, Scorpi opened his eyes after completely digesting the crystal's energy. When he looked at Cain, his desire for more was evident in his eyes. Although he didn't know exactly what changes had occurred in his body, he could feel that his internal energy was very charged, and he felt that consuming more could help him evolve further. For Pokémon, this is perceived as evolution, but for Cain and the system, it's simply a level increase. Cain reviewed the real-time scan results provided by the system and was very surprised. A small poison-type energy crystal, yet its effect was remarkably good. The system calculated that if Scoropy consumed about 10 more energy crystals, he could level up again. Although Scoropy was relatively low level and needed less energy, it couldn't be ignored that he had just leveled up. Could energy crystals help accelerate a Pokémon's growth? Moreover, it seemed there were more benefits. After consuming the poison-type energy crystal, Scoropy's total amount of poison-type energy had increased slightly. The increase wasn't very noticeable, Scoropy probably didn't even realize it, but the system captured it perfectly. Could this energy crystal enhance a Pokémon's abilities to a certain degree? However, the improvement was quite small. For Scoropy, he would need to consume around 10,000 crystals to improve his poison-type talent. This assumed he wouldn't develop resistance to the crystal and that the amount of energy would increase evenly with each crystal consumed. Cain also wondered what would happen if a Pokémon of a different type consumed an energy crystal that didn't match its type. But he wasn't willing to experiment with his own Pokémon. Also, as far as he knew, not all wild Pokémon had energy crystals, so each one he found was valuable and should be used with caution. As he explored the island further, Cain's interest in it grew. Since the wild Pokémon on the island were quite high level and provided considerable experience, he decided to continue exploring with the aim of collecting more energy crystals. If he found any Pokémon with good potential, he might even capture it. However, he didn't know when he might return to the human world, and capturing too many Pokémon could become a burden in terms of food. Therefore, Cain decided he would only consider Pokémon with at least a light green potential. After resting for half an hour, and with the help of Moltank's milk to recover energy, his Pokémon were back to full strength. However, it couldn't be denied that the powders in the Dustix forest were very annoying. But Moltank, as the team's support, turned out to be very reliable. Her heal bell move was already well trained. Although she wasn't fully proficient, in non-urgent situations, her effectiveness was quite good. This was one of the main reasons Cain could take his Pokémon directly into the Dustix nest. They didn't have to worry about the interference of Dustix powder, allowing them to attack freely. However, Cain noticed that in each battle, he felt that a large protective shield was missing at the front and that his Pokémon's safety wasn't fully guaranteed. After resting, Cain ventured back into the Dustix forest with his Pokémon. However, this time, after entering, they were abruptly expelled in less than 30 minutes. Due to the ferocity with which they had previously defeated so many Dustix, the experts of the Dustix group retaliated. Two relatively high-level Dustix appeared, one at level 30 and the other at level 31. If it had only been those two, Cain's Pokémon, although of lower levels, would have had a fighting chance. Even though these Dustix had high levels, their abilities weren't all that impressive, and as long as it wasn't a one-on-one fight, they had a chance. However, in addition to those two high-level Dustix, there was an overwhelming number of common Dustix, which was what really worried Cain, forcing him to retreat again. These two Dustix were certainly not the strongest in the group. If Cain managed to defeat them, it was likely the true leader would emerge to confront them. It seems I'll have to play exterminator on this little island, Cain murmured to himself as he looked at the Dustix forest. There are so many Pokémon and so few natural predators. If this continues, the island won't be able to sustain it. In that case, the Pokémon that can't dive or fly will likely go extinct. With this justification, Cain reassured himself, determined to rid the island of excess Pokémon. Although his Pokémon weren't strong enough yet, a few more days of fighting could change that. According to the system's scans, Slowpoke was close to leveling up. The Beautifully Forest, which bordered the Dustix forest, was well defended. The previous surprise attack had only succeeded because the Dustix didn't expect an attack from the weaker side of the Beautifully Forest. But after suffering heavy losses, the Dustix had strengthened their defenses on that side. Cain decided to circle around and attack from another direction. Meanwhile, he instructed Slowpoke to leave spatial coordinates at each place they reached. Cain was determined to wage a guerrilla war, gradually wearing down the Dustix forces. On the other side of the Dustix forest, Cain and his Pokémon launched another surprise attack. As he had suspected, the Dustix's peaceful life had made them lower their guard. With such weak defenses, Cain and his Pokémon managed to break through quickly. Avoiding the Silcoon, they focused solely on the Dustix. This attack resulted in the death of over 100 Dustix, and Cain obtained 34 energy crystals. Additionally, Slowpoke leveled up again, reaching level 28, remaining Cain's highest level Pokémon. When the higher level Dustix arrived again, Cain withdrew with his Pokémon. After a brief rest, he stored his Pokémon and allowed Slowpoke to teleport them to another part of the forest, where they resumed the attacks. After 3 or 4 raids, the number of Dustix had noticeably decreased. The Dustix were so on edge that any small movement in the forest caused a horde of them, with eyes red with anger, to stampede out. If it hadn't been for Cain's quick retreat in the last assault, he could have been caught by the enraged Dustix, who, in their fury, had begun to launch suicide attacks. Even if they died, they wanted to leave a mark on Slowpoke and the others. Seeing the situation become more complicated, Cain decided to return to the Beautifully Forest and leave the attacks for the day. Not only were the Dustics agitated, but Slowpoke and the other Pokémon were also showing signs of physical and mental fatigue. Despite the constant help of Moltank's milk and the timely supply of advanced Poke Blocks, the prolonged fighting had left them mentally exhausted. Cain knew that if they continued fighting, they could suffer irreversible damage to their bodies, so he chose to retreat. In any case, he had never planned to wipe out the massive group of Dustics in a single day. However, the lower-level Dustics nearby had been almost entirely wiped out by Cain and his Pokémon. The remaining Dustics had an average level of 23 or 24, making them harder to defeat. That day, Cain collected a total of 121 small energy crystals. As for medium-sized crystals, he found none. The rate of obtaining energy crystals was about 1/3, which meant Cain and his Pokémon had defeated around 300 Dustics in one day. No wonder the dense shadow of Dustics in the sky had noticeably dispersed. Moreover, throughout the day, Cain didn't capture a single Dustics. It wasn't that there weren't any decent quality Dustics, but in such a chaotic battle, it was hard to hold back. A moment's inattention could lead to the disbandment of the entire team. In short, what they lacked was a tank Pokémon capable of withstanding attacks and drawing the attention of enemies. Without that protection, Cain's Pokémon had to focus on attacking while worrying about getting hurt. But finding such a Pokémon in such a short time, and one with enough power, was practically impossible. Cain didn't have time to train one now, so perhaps after the final test, he could capture one. Now, everyone, rest well, Cain said as he distributed advanced Poke Blocks to his Pokémon. Reflect on what you learned today in battle, on your understanding and analysis of your moves. If any of you have similar moves, you can discuss them with each other. Cain, for his part, put on an apron and began preparing dinner. His Pokémon were very tired, and Cain declined Moltank's help. Although Moltank hadn't participated much in the battles, she had used her Heal Bell move and produced a lot of milk, which had also left her exhausted. Cain even noticed that Moltank seemed a bit thinner. Little by little, the aroma of food filled the forest again. But this time, no daring Pokémon came to bother them. After all, there was a group of Pokémon covered in Dustics blood resting, their imposing presence warding off any potential intruders. Even the Beautifly that used to play nearby had disappeared. In the middle of Beautifly territory, Cain and his Pokémon had claimed a small area, making it their own. The Beautifly, more sensitive than other Pokémon, could perceive the scent of blood emanating from Cain's Pokémon. It was the scent of the blood of their natural enemies, the Dustics. Who knew how many Dustics they had eliminated in total? Looking at Cain's Pokémon, surrounded by an atmosphere of blood and death, the Beautifully decided to avoid trouble. If they could kill so many Dustics, they could also finish off the same number of Beautifully. Can't be provoked, can't be provoked. Cain spent another entire day hunting Dustics, finally managing to clear out all the relatively low-level Dustics on the outer areas. Finally, within a level 30 Dustics, he found a medium energy crystal. Item, medium energy crystal. Attribute, poison type. Effect, can increase a Pokémon's poison type energy when consumed. Repeated use may even improve the Pokémon's poison type talent. Origin, forms inside a Pokémon after using a significant amount of high-purity energy. Cain led Slowpoke and the others in a true guerrilla war, ultimately bringing down this level 30 Dustics, which had a dark yellow color quality. The number of Dustics in the forest decreased drastically. To protect their territory, they had to disperse their forces. This gave Cain the opportunity he needed. In each previous battle, when a level 30 Dustics appeared, Cain would retreat with his Pokémon. This led the Dustics to believe that as long as a level 30 Dustics was present, Cain wouldn't dare to attack again. But reality was quite different. The strong Dustics that the group leader had sent out were taken down one by Cain. By the end of the day, the Dustics group was reduced to only a few. Although bug-type Pokémon grow quickly, these newly evolved Dustics posed no obstacle for Cain and his Pokémon. Cain's plan for tomorrow was simple: eliminate the Dustics leader. Once that was done, the Dustics group would essentially be neutralized. For a long time, the Dustics would likely no longer be a significant group on the island. Cain was in no rush, as he planned to do the same with other groups on the island. The benefits of his hunt had been enormous. This place seemed to have gone untouched by humans for a long time. Cain found many rare herbs and berries in the Dustics forest, all of which he collected. Not to mention, after so much battle, his Pokémon's skills had improved considerably. After a day of facing high-level Pokémon, although they hadn't leveled up, their mastery of moves had improved greatly. Even Scorpii had perfected its basic moves. At dawn, Cain led his Pokémon back to the now familiar Dustics forest. The poisonous dust that used to fill the air had significantly diminished. Now, with the sunlight, they could see the plants more than 10 meters away. Stepping on the leaf-covered ground, he ignored the growls of the Cascun around him. He knew that these newly evolved Pokémon wouldn't be a problem. Their levels were too low, and the experience they gave was negligible. Instead of spending energy on them, Cain preferred to reserve himself for the fight against the Dustics leader. Upon reaching the center of the forest, Cain saw that the Dustics leader was already waiting for him. After the past few days of fighting, the leader had understood what Cain intended to do: exterminate their entire Dustics group. Or at least, eliminate all the current Dustics, as he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking the Cascun. This relieved the leader somewhat, as even if she died, new Dustics would soon appear in the forest. Bug-type Pokémon grow quickly. It seems you already know we're going to fight. You even sent away the Dustics with potential to keep them out of this, right? Cain said with a smile, looking at the solitary Dustics leader. It was true, of the entire group, only the leader remained to face Cain. The young, promising Dustics had been sent away. During these days of battle, the leader had noticed that Cain didn't pay much attention to low-level Dustics but targeted the strongest ones. The leader understood that Cain was simply gathering experience for his Pokémon. A spark of admiration shone in the Dustics leader's eyes. She had reached her position after years of life and training, relying on her talent and skills. Cain's Pokémon were young but powerful, clearly cultivated with care. What would have happened if she had been raised the same way? The Dustics leader didn't dare to imagine it. But as the leader of her group, even if she admired Cain's strength, she couldn't allow someone who was massacring her people to go on. The pride of a leader didn't allow her to surrender to anyone. Cain observed the Dustics leader, whose aura of power was unmistakable. For the first time, he could see her full stats. Pokémon, Dustics, green. Gender, female. Level, 34. Type, bug/poison. Ability, compound eyes. Equipped item, leadership, able to improve a Pokémon's aptitude by a small level. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, Gust, Confusion, Poison Powder, Moonlight, Venoshock, Psybeam, Silver Wind, Light Screen, Whirlwind, Toxic. Learned moves, Bug Bite, Signal Beam, Snore. TM moves, none. Leadership. So this Dustics has that special trait. Cain paused at the leadership ability listed in Dustics' stats. He remembered the first time he'd seen this ability in his current life was on the test island when he faced the group of Beedrill. The leader of the Beedrill also had leadership. Leadership is a very special trait, exclusive to group leaders. It cannot be obtained simply by defeating the Pokémon who possesses it. This item has the ability to improve a Pokémon's aptitude by a small level, which means the Dustics leader may have originally had a light green aptitude. The Pokémon world is fair. Bug-type Pokémon have a fast growth and reproduction rate, but their growth potential and lifespan are limited. This makes them both desirable and less popular. Bug-type Pokémon tend to form groups, increasing the chances of one with leadership appearing. Cain thought for a moment, what would happen if I captured a Pokémon with leadership? Originally, on the test island, he had wanted to try it, but circumstances hadn't allowed it. Now, perhaps, he had an opportunity. However, considering Dustics' level, Cain decided to postpone this idea. If you survive the battle, I'll capture you and see what happens. If not, I'm very sorry. Cain told the Dustics leader, regardless of whether she understood. Cain didn't capture a single Dustics while taking down the entire group of these Pokémon. One reason was that the combat situation didn't allow him enough energy to capture Pokémon. Another reason was that Dustics' growth potential isn't very high, even lower than Drill's. At least Beedrill can Mega Evolve, right? Therefore, Dustics' resale value isn't very high. Of course, if we're talking about the Dustics leader, that's a different story. A level 34 Dustics with green potential has combat abilities that honestly surpass all of Cain's Pokémon. However, Cain wouldn't be so naive as to let a single Pokémon face that Dustics in a one-on-one fight. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind to increase speed. Sneasel, use Hone Claws. Haunter, use Toxic. 4 Pokémon against the Dustics leader. With the right strategy and coordination, they might have a chance. Upon hearing the command, Slowpoke closed its eyes and sat on the ground, trusting its companions to prevent Dustics from disturbing it while it meditated. Murkrow flapped its wings, and a gentle air current surrounded all the Pokémon, activating the speed-boosting effect of Tailwind on the whole team. Sneasel stayed in position, watching Dustics closely as its claws sharpened, emitting a piercing sound. Ready to react, Sneasel wouldn't hesitate to strike if Dustics made a move. Haunter, laughing eerily, vanished into the shadows and appeared next to Dustics, forming a sphere filled with poisonous energy in its hands. Any Pokémon that touched that sphere would become poisoned. Haunter's poison had been developed and refined under Cain's direction, making its toxic effect even more devastating. Although Dustics is a poison type, and therefore resistant to poison-type moves, Haunter's toxic move has a lingering effect. The longer the battle drags on, the greater the pressure on Dustics. When Cain and his Pokémon defeated the first Dustics level 30 or higher, it was thanks to Haunter's toxic move, which wore down the enemy slowly. However, the Dustics leader was clearly different from the other Dustics Cain had faced previously. Sensing Haunter's move, the Dustics leader gently flapped her green wings and dodged Haunter's toxic. After evading the attack, the Dustics leader mirrored the move, quickly forming a sphere of toxic energy. Cain remained unfazed and gave orders calmly. Murkrow, use Snatch, then Wing Attack. Sneasel, use Taunt. Slowpoke, use Size Hawk. Haunter, move in and use Poison Jab. Murkrow's prankster ability allowed it to use status moves at an incredible speed. While it couldn't directly snatch Dustics' toxic move, it did manage to interrupt its execution. Then, Sneasel rushed forward, using Taunt and preventing Dustics from using support moves. Enraged, the Dustics leader beat her wings powerfully, creating 2 small gusts of wind. One sent Sneasel flying, and the other headed towards Slowpoke, sensing it as the biggest threat. At that moment, Slowpoke, having finished using Calm Mind, teleported to evade Dustics' gust. Then, its eyes glowed with a blue flash as a powerful psychic wave struck Dustics. Haunter also approached Dustix quickly, and along with Slowpoke's Sicehawk, its hands, charged with the strongest poison it could generate, hit Dustix directly. The Dustix leader let out a cry of pain. Her green wings began to glow with a faint purple shine. She was poisoned. However, Dustix was also a Pokémon capable of using Psychic-type moves. Although Slowpoke's Sicehawk had caused great damage, the Dustix leader quickly regained her composure. Due to Sneasel's taunt, Dustix couldn't use support moves. With no other option, a powerful psychic wave emanated from her body. It was her strongest Psychic-type move, Psybeam, which directly targeted the nearby Haunter. At such close range, Haunter couldn't dodge. Kageek. Haunter fell to the ground, injured. The Psybeam move, with its double damage, combined with the Dustix leader's level advantage, almost finished Haunter in a single hit. Cain's expression changed slightly. The level difference was still too great. Although his 4 Pokémon were attacking just one and their coordination wasn't weak, the level gap made the battle outcome highly uneven. For example, Sneasel's taunt only managed to interrupt 2 of the Dustix leader's moves before the effect wore off. Fortunately, Murkrow arrived just in time, its wings charged with flying-type energy as they struck the Dustix leader directly. Boom! The Dustix leader was sent flying by Murkrow's attack, but she used the impact to put distance between herself and Cain's Pokémon. Haunter, use Rest. Slowpoke, use Disable to block Dustix's Psybeam. Sneasel, use Icicle Crash to keep Dustix at bay and give Haunter space. Murkrow, keep attacking with Wing Attack, Cain commanded. Slowpoke generated a mysterious energy wave, sending it toward Dustix with the intent to block her Psybeam move. However, before Disable could take effect, Dustix made a peculiar movement, and a beam of sunlight fell on her, healing her wounds rapidly. It was too late for Murkrow to use Snatch, as it was too far away. It seemed Dustix had taken Murkrow's attack deliberately to be able to use that move. Cain's face darkened slightly. The Dustix leader's difficulty exceeded his expectations. The level 30 Dustix he had faced before were also challenging, but not to this extent. This Dustix leader knew each of her moves well and knew exactly when to use them. Is that the Fairy-type move, Moonlight? Cain observed Dustix and quickly guessed what move it was. Currently, the Fairy-type hadn't yet been widely promoted by the League, so many trainers didn't know this type existed and couldn't explain certain moves. But Cain knew it very well. In his previous life, the Fairy-type had become very popular, and the emergence of the Fairy-type had a major impact on Dragon-type trainers. In particular, that individual who calls himself the Dragon-type champion. According to him, the emergence of the Fairy-type has had a considerable impact on trainers like him who specialize in Dragon-type Pokémon. But the truth is, he's actually a Flying-type master, right? However, due to his strength, many people prefer not to mention this fact. Anyway, the emergence of the Fairy-type has had a huge impact on the balance of power. The Dragon-type is no longer the sole dominant force. However, Cain doesn't have to worry about this right now, as very few people know about the existence of the Fairy-type. Only some scholars dedicated to this research know anything about it. Even within the League, knowledge of this type is quite limited. Thinking about this, Cain wondered if revealing this information to the League could help him advance in his career within the organization. He shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic idea. Right now, the most important thing was to defeat the Dustix leader in front of him. After the Dustix leader used the Fairy-type move, Moonlight, all the damage she had previously received had been completely healed, except for slight residual damage from the poison that still lingered. However, being a Poison-type Pokémon, Dustix naturally resisted Poison-type moves well, so the effect of the Poison Jab move wasn't very significant. Toxic is still more effective, Cain thought. Sneasel's Icicle Crash move completely missed, but Dustix had already distanced herself from Haunter, who was still deep in sleep, achieving the desired objective. Icicle Crash is a high-damage move, but due to its slowness, its accuracy leaves much to be desired. Cain thought it would be necessary to train Sneasel more in the accuracy of Ice-type moves. The battle up until then hadn't affected either side too much. Murkrow launched himself into the attack again, unconcerned about defense, and used the Wing Attack move repeatedly against Dustix. Earlier, Dustix had taken a direct hit from Murkrow's Wing Attack move, but now, with all her efforts dedicated to dodging, Murkrow managed to land far fewer hits. Slowpoke, use Sicehawk to assist Murkrow. Sneasel, use Agility and then Quick Attack to get close and strike with Ice Punch. Haunter, use Sleep Talk and try to execute Toxic. Slowpoke's psychic energy fluctuated as it repeatedly launched its Sicehawk move, helping Murkrow reduce Dustix's escape options. Dustix knew that if Murkrow or Slowpoke managed to reach her, she'd soon face a combined attack from both, so she did everything possible to avoid taking even a single hit. Meanwhile, Sneasel was moving quickly, increasing its speed with agility. Once at maximum speed, it used Quick Attack to get close to Dustix and join Murkrow in close combat. Haunter, eyes closed, floated slowly upward and then charged quickly toward Dustix. A terrifying face appeared on Haunter, and though it failed to use Toxic, it successfully executed Scary Face. Though it wasn't the desired attack, Scary Face's effect slowed Dustix down, which pleased Cain. With her speed reduced, Dustix couldn't dodge Murkrow's next move. The attack struck Dustix directly, throwing her into the air. While she tried to beat her wings to regain balance, Slowpoke's Sicehawk reached her, inflicting even more damage. The poison type is doubly weak to the psychic type, so Slowpoke's attack was devastating. Sneasel, with a mighty leap, concentrated all its energy into its fist, forming a massive block of ice that it then smashed violently against Dustix, causing her to crash to the ground. Dustix, thinking the barrage of attacks was over and preparing to escape, realized she was mistaken. Haunter, use sleep talk again. Slowpoke, get close with teleport and use water gun. Sneasel, follow up with icy wind to freeze her. Murkrow, use taunt. Cain wasn't going to give Dustix another chance to counterattack. This time, Haunter successfully used sleep talk and executed the toxic move, a bit late but with good effect. Although Dustix is a poison-type Pokemon and Toxic's damage is reduced, the true power of the toxic move lies in the cumulative damage over time. The longer it lasts, the higher the damage. The type resistance effect only slows this process a bit. Dustix, who was trying to get up, was quickly knocked back down by Slowpoke's water gun, enhanced with psychic energy. At that range, the attack was as powerful as Hydro Pump, leaving Dustix immobilized on the ground, unable to defend herself. Sneasel took the opportunity to launch Icy Wind, lowering the water's temperature even further and making Dustix's suffering increasingly intense. Murkrow's taunt, though not as precise as Sneasel's, worked well in this moment when Dustix was already an easy target, allowing Murkrow to practice its move in a real scenario. It was rare to find such a good target, and Murkrow didn't let the opportunity slip, using taunt repeatedly until Dustix lost all capacity to resist. Thus, Cain's 4 Pokemon relentlessly attacked Dustix, who lay in the crater they had formed with their blows. When Haunter awoke from his sleep, he immediately joined the assault. Dustix was driven deeper into the ground, and the surrounding area gradually caved in. But none of the Pokemon showed any mercy, knowing that if Dustix managed to use her powerful Psybeam even once more, Haunter could be knocked out. With that resolve, the Pokemon didn't stop until they were sure Dustix had no chance of counterattacking. Seeing the intensity of the situation, Scorepi, who was by Cain's side, swallowed nervously, looking at his teammates and Cain with newfound understanding. Although he had always seen his teammates as calm and approachable, he now realized that in battle, they could be ruthless. Cain, noticing Scorepi's look, coughed slightly and said, "Ahem, I think that's enough. If we keep going, she might not survive." Upon hearing Cain, Slowpoke, and the others reluctantly halted their attacks. Dustix had been a very useful training target, but it seemed she could no longer hold out. Cain approached with Moltank and Scorepi, seeing Dustix lying on the ground, barely conscious. Cain sighed in relief. This Dustix was valuable, and losing her would be a big blow. But as Cain approached, the ground began to crack beneath his feet, and all the Pokemon looked towards Slowpoke. Slowpoke froze. Although he was the one who hit the most, is it really fair to blame him alone? Didn't you all hit hard too? The Pokemon exchanged glances quickly, and in the end, they all turned their attention to Moltank. Moltank, who was enjoying the show, noticed that everyone else had shifted their attention to her, and her joyful expression froze immediately. Just from the looks of Murkrow and the others, Moltank instantly understood what they were thinking. After hitting Dustix so many times, leaving her half dead and the ground cracked, now it's my fault? Is it my fault for being too heavy? Moltank was furious. As a girl, she couldn't let herself be called heavy, so she got angry. Suddenly, she gave a strong stomp on the ground. Crack! The gazes of all the Pokemon focused on her foot, as if to say, "See, you don't even deny it, you've cracked the ground again with a single stomp." Moltank was stunned. She looked at her foot, then at the cracks in the ground, and realized they had indeed been caused by her. However, even though she stomped hard, she didn't use any move. Is it really because I'm too heavy? Moltank began to doubt her own weight. As if to confirm it, she gave another stomp, this time softer, using only the inertia of her foot. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks under her foot spread even further, more than the last time when she had stomped harder. Slowpoke and the others were also stunned. They had only been joking with Moltank, but they didn't expect her to actually create cracks with every stomp. Moltank despaired. Am I really that heavy? Have I been eating too much? Cain observed the interaction between his Pokemon, not interrupting their play. However, he couldn't hide the smile forming on his lips. Taking out a Pokeball, he threw it into the crater, capturing the Dustix leader inside. Then, he patted Moltank's head, feeling the little horn sticking out gently from her head. It's okay, enough joking. Moltank, you're not heavy at all. Your weight is perfect just as it is, he said with a smile. Moltank, as if her soul had returned to her body, clung to this last hope like a lifeline, looking at Cain with tears in her eyes, hoping for further reassurance. Seeing Moltank's expression, Cain couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. Ha, ha, ha. Moltank, don't worry, Slowpoke and the others were just joking with you. Then, Cain gave the confused Moltank a few pats and slowly walked toward the center of the plain. All right, enough games. Slowpoke, try to sense what's beneath the ground, Cain said, regaining his composure. Indeed, there must be something underground. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for Moltank to cause cracks with a simple stomp. Moltank finally understood, it wasn't because of her weight but because the ground was already hollow. Immediately, she looked at Slowpoke and the others resentfully, making them avert their gaze, afraid of meeting hers. The image of Moltank violently crushing an Arbok flashed in their minds again. Can't mess with her, can't mess with her. Slowpoke lowered his head, activating his psychic perception to the maximum, and soon discovered that, indeed, beneath where Moltank was standing, there was an underground tunnel. Normally it wouldn't be so easy to find, but the furious attacks on the Dustix leader had loosened the soil in that area. That's why Moltank's stomp had caused a crack. So, is there something else down there? Could it have some relation to the high level of Pokémon on this island? Cain murmured to himself as he rubbed his chin. Cain had previously suspected that this small island must have something special to be able to sustain so many high-level Pokémon. And now, in the middle of the Dustix territory, he had found an unusual place. However, Cain decided to postpone the investigation, as his system showed him that Slowpoke and the others had leveled up after defeating the Dustix leader. In the previous day's battle, the Pokémon had already fully assimilated the changes from their last level increase. Cain had thought they would need more time to accumulate experience, but after the battle with the Dustix leader, the Pokémon had gained enough experience to level up again. However, not everyone leveled up. Haunter, who had leveled up rapidly thanks to the poisonous gas, didn't gain a level this time, as in recent days he had been more focused on protecting Cain as his loyal guardian. Of the 4 Pokémon that participated in the battle, he was the only one who didn't level up. As for the others, Slowpoke leveled up, remaining in the lead at level 29, just one step away from the crucial level 30. Murkrow, who had been the main attacker in the battle, also leveled up, reaching level 26, matching Haunter again. Sneasel also leveled up, reaching level 27, becoming Cain's second strongest Pokémon after Slowpoke. And due to his advantage in skills and types, if Slowpoke and Sneasel faced each other in a battle, it's possible Sneasel might have a slight advantage. Cain didn't pay much attention to this, and his Pokémon didn't see it as an issue either, as they knew that the strengthening of one of them represented the strengthening of the entire team. Cain began considering whether he should push Slowpoke into more intense combat to bring him directly to level 30. Every 10 levels represent a significant difference in a Pokémon's power. Cain felt confident, if he let his Pokémon fight with all their might, he'd have almost a 50% chance of defeating a Team Rocket captain. Though that could result in considerable injuries and even the possible loss of some of his Pokémon, this was just an estimate by Cain. He wouldn't be reckless enough to attack a captain head-on. Obviously, a stealth attack or an ambush would be much more viable options than a direct confrontation. Is Cain some league fool? Despite having taken down one of the island's 4 major groups, the changes for Cain and his Pokémon were significant. After reviewing his Pokémon's progress, Cain said, "Let's dig it out a bit to see what's down here." Following Cain's orders, the Pokémon, who were already ready, sprang into action. Slowpoke used his psychic powers to lift the soil little by little, while Sneasel condensed a massive ice claw in his hands and dug frantically. Murkrow and Moltank helped as best as they could, though, to be honest, they weren't very good at it. On the other hand, Sneasel seemed to be in his element, and Scorepi was also very skilled at digging. Little by little, the underground tunnel was revealed before Cain's eyes. Nameless Island. Territory of the Dustix colony. An underground river appeared in Cain's view. An underground river. Cain frowned as he observed it. This was different from what he had imagined. Initially, he thought he would find an energy crystal mine or some form of dispersed energy, which would explain why Pokémon in this area could absorb energy simply by breathing, allowing them to condense energy crystals in their bodies. Cain approached the cave entrance and jumped down. Seeing Cain's action, the Pokémon jumped as well. Just before touching the ground, Cain remained suspended in the air, then descended slowly. Slowpoke's psychic ability kicked in, gently lowering Cain and all the Pokémon to the ground. The soil here is very soft. It seems to be due to this underground river. Cain crouched down, took some soil, and examined it in his hand. After letting the soil fall, Cain approached the underground river, scooped some water with his hand, and brought it to his nose to smell. It had a faint fresh aroma, but nothing particularly special. System, analyze this water. I have a feeling it's not that simple, Cain commanded his system. After a brief silence, the system displayed data in front of Cain. Seeing the analysis report, Cain was surprised. This water contains faint energy waves. So, could the energy crystals in the Dustix's bodies indeed be related to this river? But how is it possible for there to be a freshwater underground river on a small island in the middle of the sea? Cain couldn't understand it. If this water were seawater, he would accept it, but finding a freshwater underground river on an island in the ocean was surprising. Could it be related to the small lake in the center of the island? No wonder, with a Tropius in the lake, not all Pokémon could drink water from there. Moreover, this area is somewhat far from the lake. Would all the Dustix have to go to the lake to drink? That would be too troublesome. The island's trees likely grew so large thanks to this underground river. And the Pokémon on the island, after consuming these plants, accumulated energy in their bodies. Gradually, this energy combined with the Pokémon's natural attributes, forming energy crystals with specific characteristics. The medium-sized energy crystals likely formed in Pokémon that lived long lives, accumulating energy over extended periods, resulting in higher quality crystals. This would also explain why a small island could sustain so many Pokémon, all at above average levels, with most reaching at least level 20. All of this thanks to this underground river. So, where does this underground river come from? Why does it contain energy? Cain solved several of his questions, but at the same time, new ones arose in his mind. Looking toward the dark ends of the river, Cain wondered if he should investigate further. Could the main Pokémon groups on the island survive thanks to this underground river? Does each Pokémon in those groups have an energy crystal in their body? Although Cain hadn't completely wiped out the Dustix group, what remained were the younger and weaker ones, those that had yet to develop energy crystals. Still, from a group of almost 600 or 700 Dustix, Cain had obtained a total of 178 small energy crystals and 12 medium energy crystals. If Cain decided to use all those crystals on Scoropy, disregarding side effects, resistances, or energy loss, Scoropy could reach level 27 or 28 in a single day. Of course, Scoropy, after all the recent battles, even though he hadn't been the primary fighter and only faced weaker Dustix, had reached level 17. This means that nearly 200 energy crystals could raise Scoropy by 10 levels. And what about newly hatched Pokémon? Could they level up even faster? They could quickly overcome the post-birth weakness period. Besides level increases, prolonged use of these crystals could slightly enhance a Pokémon's quality. Scoropy, with its light blue quality, would need almost 10,000 small energy crystals for a complete quality evolution. But what if a Pokémon's quality was light yellow, light green, or even green? Wouldn't it require far fewer crystals? Not all of Cain's Pokémon had reached blue quality. Moltank has a light green quality, Murkrow has a green quality, and the strongest of all, Slowpoke, only has a dark green quality. Could these energy crystals help improve Pokémon quality? The more Cain thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he started feeling excited. Of course, the crystals obtained so far are bug and poison types, so they wouldn't enhance other types of Pokémon. But what if he found the source of the river's energy? Perhaps he'd find something to improve Pokémon like Moltank. With these thoughts in mind, Cain took out the metal torch he had used in Diglett's cave. After filling it with oil and lighting it, Cain began to walk in the direction of the water's flow. The ground beneath his feet was extremely damp, as the river water splashed around, wetting the soil and turning it muddy. Cain's shoes were already covered in mud. However, under the circumstances, it seemed that this soil also contained a large amount of energy. If collected for growing plants or medicinal herbs, they would probably grow with exceptional medicinal effects and at a faster rate. Of course, as long as the soil's energy wasn't depleted. As Cain advanced with his Pokémon, some of them, feeling thirsty, knelt by the river and drank a bit of water. They felt the water was refreshing and sweet, and even the fatigue from recent battles lessened somewhat. Slowpoke went even further, immersing himself in the river and floating along with a look of complete satisfaction, which made the other Pokémon envious. Cain also took out some bottles and filled several with river water. Although the energy in the water was highly dispersed, its effect was quite good. If Cain used this water to make Pokeblocks, their effects could be even better. Nameless Island. Underground River Tunnel. Cain, holding a torch, advanced with his Pokémon. However, his thoughts didn't stop. After defeating the Dustix leader, Cain captured it in a Pokeball and then treated its wounds lightly to ensure it wouldn't die. He also instructed the system to constantly monitor any changes in Dustix. He found that the leadership skill Dustix originally had as a leader was slowly fading. Even inside the Pokeball, this ability couldn't help but fade away. This showed that once a Pokémon with leadership was captured, it was no longer considered the leader of its group, so that ability would gradually disappear. When Dustix's leadership ability completely vanished, its quality would likely revert to light green. Then, aside from its level, its utility value wouldn't be as high. In these past 2 days, Cain had eliminated so many Dustix that his 4 Grimmer could hardly contain any more. The 2 Grimmer captured in Dugtrio's cave now had a dark yellow quality and a light green quality, both having improved once. Not only had their quality changed, but their levels had also increased. Originally, both Pokémon were between levels 10 to 15, but after devouring and absorbing so many bodies, both Grimmer had reached level 23. There was still much energy left in the larger Dustix bodies to absorb. If they absorbed it completely, their levels might increase even more, and they could even improve their quality. The most important thing is that Dustix is also a poison-type Pokémon, giving Grimmer a greater benefit than other types of Pokémon. As for the 2 Grimmer purchased in Vermilion City, their bodies were also filled with Dustix remains. The feeling of satisfaction was so intense that they barely wanted to move inside their Pokeballs. They only wanted to focus on breaking down the energy from those remains. Even though Cain had extracted the energy crystals from the bodies, the original energy they contained hadn't diminished at all. Moreover, under the system's constant supervision, Cain discovered that the higher the initial quality of a Pokémon, the faster it decomposed and absorbed the bodies. While quality improvement still took longer for high-quality Pokémon compared to low-quality ones, the rapid energy breakdown meant their leveling speed would also increase. The system predicted that if these Grimmer fully decomposed and absorbed the Dustix bodies, their levels might also surpass 20. The higher the quality of a Grimmer, the greater its efficiency in using dispersed energy. Once all these Grimmer have grown, whether to assign them to his subordinates or to sell them, both would be good uses. At the very least, after Grimmer evolves into Mook, its combat capacity won't be weak. Furthermore, if he formed a team with a line of Mook of such high quality, their combat power would be quite impressive. Cain set those thoughts aside and focused on the present. After all, the wild Pokémon bodies didn't have much use for him, so he preferred to leave them as nutrients for his Grimmer. He had been walking for nearly 2 hours, but the path showed no change. The underground river continued to flow endlessly. Slowpoke had already left the river and was now slowly floating beside Cain, using its psychic powers. Cain needed Slowpoke to use the previously established psychic markers to determine their current location. Slowpoke informed Cain that they were now very close to the small lake in the center of the island. If they advanced 5 more minutes, they'd likely be directly below the island's central lake. Of course, if there was such a thing as below the lake. Perhaps the small lake in the island's center was connected to this underground river. With a slight feeling of unease, Cain and his group advanced 5 more minutes. Then they witnessed a very strange scene. They had indeed arrived just below the central lake. They could even see the scenery above the lake without any obstruction. Because what Cain had in front of him was a central lake suspended in the air over the underground river, without any layer of soil or rock as he had imagined. There was nothing, just a thin membrane holding the central lake in the air. And in the center of the membrane, where the water was highest, there was a small hole, about the width of a finger. Directly below the hole was a deep, bottomless black hole, from which the water of the underground river flowed slowly, endlessly. Was the water flowing upward? Looking closer, Cain realized that the water in the hole below the central lake wasn't flowing downward from the lake, but rather a jet of water was shooting from the black hole below, straight into the hole in the central lake. Did the central lake's water also come from this black hole? Cain was astonished. What was beneath this black hole? He extended a hand and touched the membrane below the central lake, feeling its coolness and softness. With a gentle push, the membrane moved upward. Was there really no soil beneath the central lake? As Cain marveled, he saw some aquatic Pokémon living in the central lake. They were rare Pokémon, difficult to see under normal circumstances. It seemed they couldn't see Cain, as they remained still on the other side of the membrane, feeding on small organisms within it. Cain also noticed that as they fed, these fish stirred up the mud in the water. This meant that not only did the central lake have no visible bottom, but there was actually mud on top of the membrane, though it wasn't visible from below. Cain was perplexed. What kind of phenomenon was this? Who could have created something like this? Suppressing his amazement, Cain directed his attention to the underground black hole. It was unfathomable, completely dark, showing no signs of life. Cain tried tossing a stone inside, only to find that it simply bounced off an invisible membrane, never falling in. Instead, it was carried away by the underground river's water. Was there also a membrane over this black hole? Could it be that he couldn't see what was below, but from below, they could clearly see what was above? What was down there? Pokémon? Humans? Or something else? A legendary Pokémon? Cain had no way of knowing. However, with his current power, even if he knew, he probably couldn't obtain it. If someone had the capability to create this, they wouldn't be an ordinary human, and if it were a Pokémon, it wouldn't be a common one, like Zapdos or Articuno, but a legendary Pokémon, a unique one with divine powers. That was Cain's assumption, though probably not all legendary Pokémon would have this ability. Or perhaps it could be the work of a human. Cain didn't rule out that possibility. It seemed that, with his current strength, he was far from uncovering this small island's true secret. Shaking his head, Cain decided to abandon his investigation of this underground river for now. He would have to wait until he was strong enough to return and explore further. At the very least, he should find out what phenomenon had created all this. Just as Cain prepared to leave, Slowpoke tugged at his pant leg. Slowpoke could be seen using its psychic powers to make several energy gems, each the size of a fist, float in front of Cain. Is this such a large energy gem? Cain looked in amazement at the energy gems, each almost as big as his fist. According to the system's scan, these energy gems weren't exactly high quality. Although their volume was considerable, the quality was comparable to medium-sized gems Cain had obtained from level 30 and above Dustix bodies. So these energy gems were medium quality, just much larger in size, a bit hard to describe. But these gems are huge. A single fist-sized energy gem was much more valuable than all the medium gems Cain had obtained in the Dustix colony. Those dozens of medium gems barely equaled a fifth of one of these fist-sized gems. And here, there wasn't just one. They could no longer be called gems at this point, they were blocks of energy. Cain took the energy blocks that Slowpoke had lifted with its psychic power. Feeling the weight in his hand, Cain confirmed that these were indeed energy gems and not some type of unknown crystal grown in the mountain crevices. Most importantly, these energy gems had no attribute, meaning any Pokémon could use them, and any Pokémon could improve its quality with them. Slowpoke, where did you find this? Cain asked. At that moment, he felt nervous. These energy gems couldn't just be measured in terms of value anymore. Because so far, Cain had only seen a few objects that could steadily increase a Pokémon's level and improve its qualities. Although he couldn't guarantee that there weren't more, they were certainly extremely rare. Yet in Slowpoke's eyes glowed blue. From the waters near the black hole, 4 more fist-sized energy gems emerged. As a psychic-type Pokémon, Slowpoke was much more sensitive to energy fluctuations around it than any other Pokémon. And these attribute-free energy blocks weren't detectable by other Pokémon. After receiving 4 more fist-sized energy blocks, Cain stored them all in his bag. When he looked back at Slowpoke, he saw it shake its head, indicating there were no more left. These energy gems likely formed from the energy escaping the black hole, accumulating at its outlet and eventually forming these medium-sized energy blocks. It could have taken years to accumulate such an amount. This time, Cain had collected a total of 16 fist-sized energy blocks and 1 smaller one. It could be said it was a very abundant reward. and the accumulation of these energy gems could be the greatest wealth amassed on the island in a long time. The next time he wanted to find energy gems of this size, he wouldn't know how many years he'd have to wait. Just the fact that he couldn't investigate what was below the black hole, and that dispersed energy could form medium-sized gems after a long accumulation, made Cain believe there might be even larger gems down there. I can only wait until I'm stronger to investigate this more thoroughly. However, the secret of this island must remain hidden, Cain thought, considering the most critical problem. This island isn't unknown to everyone, it's marked on sea charts, though due to its size, it doesn't even have a name. But if someone, like Cain, were curious about this island, it wouldn't be impossible for them to discover this hidden place. Therefore, it was previously just a symbolic matter to clear the Pokémon from the island, but now it's something I must do, Cain said, a cold look in his eyes. To prevent others from discovering the black hole's secret, it's enough for them not to know about the existence of the energy gems. Eliminate all the Pokémon that have been on the island for a long time and collect the energy gems in their bodies. That way, even if someone manages to reach the island and take down the Pokémon, they won't know these Pokémon contained energy gems, nor will they discover what lies underground. When he's strong enough, he'll be able to return with people and completely claim the island until he uncovers the secret beneath the black hole. It seems that before long, he will at least become the island's owner. When Cain exited the entrance of the underground tunnel in the Dustix territory, the sun had already disappeared from the sky, and a bright full moon hung on the western horizon. Cain had his Pokémon block the entrance of the underground tunnel with dirt and cover it all with a thick layer of leaves before truly leaving. After Cain and his Pokémon left, the weaker Dustix began to slowly return to the area. Originally, there had been a crowd of Dustix covering the sky, but now only a few dozen were scattered. Fortunately, they hadn't eliminated the Cascoon as well, so, over time, this place would return to being the Dustix territory. 8 days later, on the surface of the sea near the nameless island, a huge Tropius was swiftly crossing the surface of the sea, creating waves in the water. A young man dressed in somewhat worn clothes was riding on Tropius' back, with his feet seemingly glued to the surface. No matter how hard the wind blew, they couldn't be shaken loose. Next to the young man was a pink Pokémon that emitted a soft blue glow. This Pokémon, always alert, never left the young man's side. The Tropius was enormous, standing almost 3 meters tall, not counting its full height with its head held high. It had 3 enormous palm leaf-shaped wings on its back, which, when flapped, could generate a powerful gale, creating waves in the sea. It also wore a helmet-like structure made of 3 tree-like leaves on its head, which protected it from the wind during flight, preventing the gusts from affecting its vision. Hanging from its jaw were a bunch of yellow bananas, one of its distinctive features. Indeed, this Tropius was the one Cain had found on the first day he arrived at the island, and it was at level 40. And the young man on its back was Cain, who had been living on the nameless island for 8 days and had cleared out the 4 large Pokémon groups on the island. The Pokémon beside him was Slowpoke, which had now reached level 32. With its psychic abilities, it had become even stronger. Cain sat slowly. Although he looked very elegant sitting on Tropius' back, he felt his long hair blowing into his eyes with the wind. With his right hand patting Slowpoke's back and his left rubbing Tropius' back, he felt the pleasant warmth of Tropius and recalled the experiences of the last 8 days. After leaving the forest of Dustix that night, Cain planned to clear out all the high-level Pokémon on the island to prevent the next visitor from discovering the island's secret. The highest-level Pokémon on the island were concentrated in the 4 large groups. Oh, at that time, there were only 3 large groups. Cain first focused on the Shroomish group. Since Breloom is a grass and fighting type, it is 4 times weak to flying type moves and 2 times weak to poison, fire, psychic, ice, and fairy types. Cain's Pokémon had a nearly absolute advantage over Shroomish. Even the unevolved Shroomish, which are grass type, are vulnerable to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice types. Among Cain's Pokémon, Murkrow, dark and flying type, Slowpoke, water and psychic type, Sneasel, dark and ice type, Haunter, ghost and poison type, and Scoropie, bug and poison type, could all counter the Breloom, so the Breloom group became Cain's first target. However, the Breloom group was very different from the Dustix group. At least the number difference was considerable, since the Dustix group had around 700 to 800 Dustix. The Breloom group, while numerous, was significantly smaller in comparison. It had about 200 members. Within the Breloom group, aside from 2 leaders, there was a very coordinated group of Shroomish, with levels around 27 to 28. Cain took more than 2 days to completely eliminate this large group. Finally, only a few newborn or low-level Shroomish remained, barely keeping the group's existence intact. After clearing the Breloom group, Cain's Pokémon levels rose again. When the Shroomish group learned their territory had been wiped out, the Shiftry group was very pleased. A leader Shiftry, with 2 subordinates of the same type and a large number of Seedot and Nuzleaf, fully took over the Shroomish territory. While they were celebrating, Cain, who had rested for a day, led his Pokémon back to the Shiftry group. Compared to the Shroomish group, Shiftry is a grass and dark type, which represents a great threat to Slowpoke. So, while clearing the Shiftry group, Slowpoke became a total support Pokémon, using its psychic powers to boost the speed and attack power of its teammates. Shiftry is weak to fighting, flying, poison, fire, ice, fairy, and bug types. Therefore, even though Slowpoke's combat ability was relatively reduced, the type advantage of Cain's other Pokémon was still evident. Moreover, Shiftry was too confident in itself and spread its entire group in an attempt to cover 2 territories at once. Cain seized the opportunity to defeat them one by one. The time spent was much shorter than with the Shroomish group. In just a day and a half, Cain had completely cleared the Shiftry group. During the process, he captured 2 high-quality Shiftry, one light green and the other green, which he would surely sell for a good sum in the black market. After all, Shiftry is a Pokémon that requires a leaf stone to evolve. And these wild Shiftry, who had developed their bodies to the limit, were much more valuable than the Raichu he fought on the SSN. Cain then spent half a day inspecting the entire Shiftry territory and finally found 2 leaf stones, one basic and one medium level, which turned out to be a good harvest. If it weren't for not wanting to waste too much time, he could have found more, but it didn't really matter much to Cain. As long as they weren't superior or supreme quality evolution stones, their value wasn't too high, only a difference in how much money they would bring in. With a large number of energy gems, Cain didn't really need money, but the energy gems weren't suitable for mass selling. Their value was similar to that of geocentric cleaning milk. So far, Cain had completely wiped out 3 of the 4 large groups on the Nameless Island. Although he hadn't exterminated all of them, the groups were severely weakened and wouldn't recover to their previous levels for at least a decade. Since that day, Cain and his Pokémon became the most fearsome presence on the Nameless Island. Any wild Pokémon that saw them instinctively fled. The group of Beautifully that remained on the island also realized what Cain intended to do. Therefore, they immediately gathered all the Pokémon in the group, preventing Cain from forcing his way through. However, since Cain resided on the island within the Beautifully group's territory, almost like a tenant, he left behind some Beautifully of a more or less acceptable level as a sign of gratitude for the past days. Beautifully are quite peaceful and usually don't provoke other Pokémon. Disputes with Dustex were mostly initiated by the latter, so Cain felt relatively at ease with the Beautifully. Even if someone arrived on the island, they generally wouldn't hunt the Beautifully. Additionally, it was necessary to keep some defensive forces on the island, otherwise, if the sea Pokémon attacked the Nameless Island with no defense, it wouldn't be convenient. Thus, Cain only cleared about half of the Beautifully group before stopping. After defeating and capturing their leader, Cain promised not to continue clearing out the group. At that time, nearly all the strongest Pokémon on the island had been cleared, and Cain's Pokémon levels had risen dramatically. At the same time, Cain also obtained a large number of energy crystals with attributes, both small and medium-sized. This all happened in just 5.5 days, clearing the Beautifully group took a day and a half. So, why didn't Cain leave the Nameless Island until the 8th day? What did he do during the remaining 2.5 days? This relates to the Tropius that was now beneath Cain. After the increase in his power, the Pokémon became more confident and asked Cain to take them to challenge the Tropius that had almost defeated them in the beginning. At first, Cain was somewhat reluctant, since Tropius had reached level 40. However, deep down, Cain really wanted to defeat that Tropius. So, during the remaining 2 days, Cain and his Pokémon engaged in a series of battles against Tropius. Tropius, being a grass and flying type Pokémon, is vulnerable to flying, poison, rock, and fire types, and 4 times more vulnerable to ice type moves. Thus, in terms of type, Cain's Pokémon had a certain advantage. But the level difference was significant. Even with 5 Pokémon attacking together, they couldn't defeat the enormous Tropius. The first challenge resulted in a complete defeat for Cain. If Slowpoke hadn't used the teleport move to quickly escape with the Pokémon, they would have likely suffered serious damage. Tropius is a kind-hearted Pokémon, especially the one on the Nameless Island. Since no wild Pokémon dared challenge it, its character had become even gentler. If Cain and his team hadn't attacked, it would have simply expelled Slowpoke without intending to kill. But this gave Slowpoke and the others an opportunity. After the first defeat, they didn't get discouraged. On the contrary, thanks to their strong recovery abilities, after recovering, they challenged Tropius again. The result was obvious, they failed again. For 2 full days and nights, with brief breaks to eat and sleep, they almost didn't stop fighting Tropius. They almost drove Tropius mad. Slowpoke, Murkrow, and the others had high-energy Poke Blocks, Moltank Milk, and Cain's massages and guidance. And what did Tropius have? Tropius only had a lake with some energy, which, although it sped up its recovery, wasn't as efficient as what Cain's team had. By the second day of battles with Tropius, things were more balanced. They led in endurance and recovery, and had also learned more about Tropius's moves and battle style. Sometimes, they used Tropius as a training target, throwing every move at it, from the most mastered to the newly learned ones. Finally, Tropius, exhausted, wanted to rest, but Slowpoke and the others didn't give it the chance. They forced a level 40 Pokémon to completely wear itself out. This was quite exceptional. In the end, Cain made it clear that he wanted Tropius to become his flying mount. At first, Cain thought about capturing it as a combat Pokémon, but Tropius was very resilient and didn't like fighting. It was peaceful and uninterested in battles. Therefore, Cain eventually tried to convince it to become his flying mount. But Tropius wasn't willing. It preferred to stay on the island, enjoying its peace. Then began a long period of persuasion. Through Slowpoke's telepathy, Cain could easily understand Tropius's thoughts. So, Cain and his Pokémon began describing the spectacular landscapes of the outside world, the creatures it had never seen, skyscrapers, cars, and airplanes. Although Tropius showed some curiosity, it firmly refused to go with Cain. With Tropius, a Pokémon with a calm temperament, Cain couldn't use aggressive tactics like with Gyarados. Otherwise, even if he captured it forcefully, Cain wouldn't dare fly with it. Who could guarantee safety in such a situation? Somewhat discouraged, Cain prepared the last dinner for his Pokémon by the lake. He planned to leave the nameless island the next day. Tropius would remain as the temporary guardian of the island. But unexpectedly, when the aroma of the roasted meat spread, Tropius, intrigued, tried a bite and became excited immediately. Being an herbivorous Pokémon, its teeth didn't allow it to chew raw meat, but cooked meat was different. It could chew it lightly and swallow it directly. Cain's roasting technique was excellent, and after trying it once, Tropius wanted more. Seeing this, Cain and his Pokémon quickly understood. They began to tell Tropius about all the delicacies in the outside world and promised that, if it agreed to be Cain's flying mount, they would take it to try all the food in the Pokémon world. Then, Tropius felt tempted. With roasted meat as a lure, Tropius, who had initially been determined, gave in to the food. Finally, it agreed to be Cain's Pokémon and promised to take him on its flights, but asked Cain not to involve it in battles unless absolutely necessary, as it didn't like them. Cain smiled and accepted. After boarding the thieves' ship, where could it escape to? This is how we arrived at the previous scene, where Tropius was carrying Cain, following the direction indicated on the nautical map, heading towards the Hone region. Of course, the entire journey couldn't be completed in a single flight, so they made several stops at small islands. However, Cain was in a good mood, even though his clothes were tattered. His spirits were excellent. The achievements of this time were so great that even he was a little surprised. Initially, he just wanted to find a place to stay temporarily, but he didn't expect to find an island with a great secret in the midst of countless islands in the vast ocean. After that, Cain could stop at a few other islands for a while, to see if he could be so lucky again. However, this could only be considered an attempt. In general, it was very unlikely. Now there are about 20 days left for the final test. With my current strength, even if I don't get first place, I should at least have no problems surviving, Cain said with a smile, relieved from a great burden on his mind. After leaving the nameless island, he had captured a level 40 Tropius. Although its potential was only light green, its strength was formidable. Even though he promised not to involve it in common battles, Cain was confident that, in a critical situation, Tropius would be willing to fight. However, these were uncontrollable factors. The most important thing was the level increase of Slowpoke and Murkrow. In 8 days, Murkrow went from level 26 to 30, completing a 4-level increase, which was a major advancement. After all, the 4 main tribes of the island were made up of bug or grass-type Pokémon. Since Murkrow was a flying type, it had a great type advantage, so its growth was considerable. Although it didn't learn any new basic moves, its power increase wasn't limited to just the moves. For example, its weight training device was now set to the maximum, with a weight of 30 kilograms. If it wanted to increase the weight further, it would have to change equipment. Even the improvement of this single Pokémon would be enough for Cain to surpass the rank of a Team Rocket grunt and reach the level of a captain, albeit one of the weakest in that category. A captain normally has the authority to have 5 grunts as subordinates, but for now, Cain doesn't have that opportunity. Perhaps he will have to wait until the final test is over. Among Cain's main battle Pokémon, the strongest is still Slowpoke. Now, Slowpoke is at level 32 and has learned the basic moves, Water Pulse and Zen Headbutt. The first is a special water-type move, more powerful than the move Water Gun, while the second is a physical psychic-type move that requires close combat. The Zen Headbutt move has the same power as the move Size Hawk, but its effect and form of attack are different. If it weren't for the fact that, among the other Pokémon, Psychic and Water-type moves didn't have as much of an advantage, Slowpoke's level could be even higher. Haunter hasn't leveled up as much as Murkrow, going from level 26 to 29. This is because it needs to stay close to Cain for protection, and it rarely attacks unless necessary. Still, it managed to level up 3 times. One reason is its poison-type advantage, allowing it to play a more important role. Additionally, after finally absorbing all the toxic gases, Haunter stabilized its potential at a light blue color, becoming Cain's 3rd Pokémon to reach this quality. The large amount of energy contained in the toxic gases was also a key reason for its success in leveling up 3 times. Then there is Miltank, which is primarily used as a support Pokémon. She hasn't participated in many real battles, so her level has only slightly increased, from 23 to 25. However, as a support and healing Pokémon, that level is sufficient. After all, on the Nameless Island, the one who really took care of the Pokémon and helped Cain was Miltank. Sneasel's level also reached 30, and at level 28, it successfully learned the move Beat Up, one of the key moves to defeat Tropius, along with Haunter's Poison. The Beat Up move allows all allied Pokémon to attack simultaneously. The more Pokémon in the team, the more attacks there will be. Thus, Sneasel played a crucial role in defeating Tropius. Of course, it's not just about the moves learned, the level increase is also evident. Since they faced many Grass-type Pokémon, Sneasel's Ice-type moves dealt double damage to Grass-type Pokémon, especially against Tropius, where the damage was 4 times greater. Therefore, Sneasel's skill in Ice-type moves improved quickly. Since it already had great talent in Ice-type moves, it finally mastered all the Ice-type moves it knew, and Cain is already considering looking for new moves of this type for it. Among all of Cain's Pokémon, the one that has leveled up the most is Scorpy, since it started at a relatively low level, giving it more room to grow. As a bug and poison-type Pokémon, Scorpy had a great advantage against grass-type Pokémon, so, during the clearing of the Shroomish and Shiftry groups, it fought more than anyone. Of course, Cain didn't let Scorpy fight against wild Pokémon that were too far above its level, and Scorpy isn't stupid. It always chose Pokémon whose level wasn't too far from its own, with a difference of 3 or 4 levels at most, taking advantage of its potential. Additionally, the other Pokémon also supported it strategically, leaving weaker wild Pokémon for it to eliminate. As a result, Scorpy's level quickly increased from 17 to 22, achieving a 5-level increase. However, due to this rapid growth, its self-control has decreased again, and if it doesn't train for an extended period, it may have stability problems in its development. Overall, all of Cain's main Pokémon have experienced great growth in their levels. With his current strength, Cain is no longer the weakest among the Team Rocket captains. After all, not all captains have so many Pokémon with such exceptional qualities. Some captains even have Pokémon with yellow or even dark yellow qualities. The higher the level, the more obvious the difference in qualities. If they were to fight in an unrestricted battle against Cain, he could probably defeat them directly. The combat experience of a quasi-elite trainer and the existence of his system are not mere embellishments. Cain, on the Nameless Island, had obtained a total of 16 medium-sized energy crystals, about the size of a fist, and one slightly smaller, about half a fist, along with a total of 345 small energy crystals of different attributes. Among them were 95 bug-type energy crystals and 66 poison-type ones. These small energy crystals were especially useful for Scorpy, as he had the lowest level at the moment. Cain was sitting on Tropius's back, enjoying the sea breeze whistling around him, feeling lighter and more relaxed. Suddenly, moved by a playful impulse, Cain took out his Gyarados' Pokeball and tossed it straight into the water. A large Pokémon appeared on the ocean's surface. Roar. Upon surfacing, Gyarados realized he was in the middle of the vast ocean, with no other Pokémon or place to settle around him. Even that human who always frightened him was nowhere in sight, and immediately, his masculine pride flared up again, roaring endlessly. I see you're feeling quite comfortable, huh? Gyarados' roar stopped immediately, and his large eyes began to dart around nervously. Just because he was violent by nature didn't mean he was stupid. In an instant, a large shadow enveloped him. Gyarados looked up and saw a figure blocking the sun. The shadow moved slowly closer, and a human figure appeared in his line of sight. Tropius, following Cain's orders, descended gently until he was floating over the water. Cain was standing on Tropius's back, looking at him without expression. Suddenly, Gyarados felt that the sun in the sky had lost all its warmth, and that he was submerged in icy waters. Especially when he saw the Tropius under Cain's feet. Even though he had never seen a Tropius before, he could sense the dragon blood within him, no weaker than his own. In fact, the concentration of that blood seemed even higher. Most importantly, Tropius's aura and pressure were much stronger than his. He immediately understood this was a level suppression. Gyarados was stunned. Had only a few days passed, and this terrifying human had already captured such a powerful Pokémon? How was that possible? Tropius tilted his head slightly, glancing at Gyarados. Immediately, Gyarados' scales bristled in fear. He felt a mortal threat. Unlike the threat he felt with Cain, which was based on cruel methods, Tropius's was a pure pressure of power. This was something Slowpoke had conveyed to Tropius through telepathy, asking him to participate in this performance. Originally, Tropius had no interest in such things. Despite being a pseudo-dragon, he was still a dragon, and one that had reached level 40 and was quite mature. As a carrier of noble dragon blood, just being used as a mount was collaboration enough. How could he have to act in a scene? But when Slowpoke mentioned there would be extra food if he acted well, suddenly, all of Tropius's dignity, aura, and composure disappeared. He would act. And he would do it realistically? Therefore, Gyarados was genuinely frightened. Tropius had submitted to Cain partly because he was defeated, albeit in a team defeat, but he was defeated by Cain alone. Another important factor was food, delicious food. Upon hearing there would be extra food, Tropius was fully won over. The look he gave Gyarados didn't hide his intent to kill. If there wasn't extra food tonight, he'd kill this damn deal. The normally calm Tropius had shown a killing intent simply because food was involved. So, Gyarados quickly calmed down. But it wasn't just Tropius's appearance that surprised him. Slowpoke, using his psychic powers, suspended himself in the air, carrying Cain to Gyarados' head. Gyarados' eyes widened. What was he seeing? He knew Slowpoke was strong, but he also knew his level wasn't higher than his own. However, just now, he clearly felt that Slowpoke had surpassed his level. And not just by one level, but by at least 2 levels above. What on earth had happened in these past few days? Why had this human not only captured such a strong pseudo-dragon but also made his other Pokémon level up so much? Pokémon perception of levels can be vague, but it can also be precise. They can clearly sense if the opponent's level is higher or lower than theirs, and how their power compares at that level. Even though it's a vague perception, it's generally quite accurate. If the level is higher, it really is higher. but they can't say exactly how many levels. They don't have a clear standard for level divisions. It all depends on the feeling. Gyarados could feel that Slowpoke had surpassed his level. If they fought one-on-one, he probably wouldn't be a match. No, he definitely wouldn't be a match. Now he began to feel lucky he hadn't tried to escape, as with this human's way of doing things, he'd probably have lost his tail. Gyarados now looked at the person and Pokemon standing on his head with much more affection. It seemed there was no point in trying to escape in the future, better to think about how to please this terrifying human. Maybe he'd even improve his strength. If he was going to be a strong warrior's mount, it wasn't so hard to accept after all. Gyarados had resisted with all his might at first because he thought Cain wasn't strong enough. He had only defeated him thanks to the cooperation of 2 Pokemon. But now, after sensing Slowpoke's strength, he didn't feel so bad. Gyarados calmed down. Cain looked at him in surprise. Why had this previously restless Gyarados suddenly become so docile? It was somewhat baffling. Could it be that this little display of strength scared him? Cain thought to himself. It seemed like a pretty high possibility. Cain was standing on Gyarados' head, with Tropius flying slowly beside him. And then, Cain wondered. Could I consider myself a dragon-type trainer? Look, Gyarados, Tropius, aren't they both dragons? That dragon-type champion, Lance, seems to have a similar situation. Aside from his Dragonite, isn't he pretty similar to me? Maybe I really could. 3 days later. On the sea's surface, 10 kilometers off the coast of Slateport City in the Hone region, a Tropius was flapping its wings rapidly. With the chlorophyll ability, Tropius could increase its flight speed by at least 20% in sunny conditions. The brighter and hotter the sun, the faster it flew. Cain, alternating between Tropius and Gyarados, rested on a few small islands along the way. Finally, after 3 days, he arrived in Slateport City in the Hone region. On the beach, some people who were enjoying the area saw a Tropius approaching quickly from the horizon through binoculars. This drew the attention of more people, who stopped what they were doing and started watching. Look, what's that Pokemon? It's flying over the sea and seems to be heading toward us, a young woman exclaimed. It's quite large and flying very fast. I don't know what kind of Pokemon it is. It's a Tropius, said someone with more Pokemon knowledge. It looks like there's a person on that Tropius's back. That's impressive. To capture a Tropius of that size, they must be a strong trainer. We'd better call the police. We don't know if this person is friendly, said someone more cautious, quickly taking out their phone to dial Hone's emergency number. The League took public safety very seriously, and just a few minutes after the call, a police motorcycle arrived at the beach, ridden by Officer Jenny, accompanied by her Manectric. In the Kanto and Johto regions, Officer Jenny typically used Growlithe and Arcanine, but in Hone, their usual Pokemon were Electrike and Manectric. Who called the police? Asked Officer Jenny, frowning as she walked across the sand in her boots. If there wasn't a real emergency, making false calls could have serious consequences. I did, Officer Jenny. Look, there's a Tropius flying toward us over the sea, responded a middle-aged man, raising his hand. He was familiar with Officer Jenny, and although she looked serious, he knew she was kind. Hearing this, Officer Jenny looked out at the sea and saw a small black dot getting bigger. Without a telescope, it would have been hard to notice. She used her special binoculars and clearly saw the Tropius flying quickly over the sea, along with a human on its back. She couldn't quite make out their face. Officer Jenny's binoculars were military grade and could estimate the size and speed of objects. When she saw the size and flight speed of the Tropius, her expression shifted slightly. It was a very powerful Tropius. If this person didn't have good intentions, she wasn't sure she could stop them on her own. She took her communicator and requested backup from nearby officers. When the crowd saw Officer Jenny calling for reinforcements, everyone was surprised. Did even she need help? People began to step back a little, but instead of leaving, more people gathered, forming a semicircle. When Cain, riding his Tropius, approached the beach, he was a bit puzzled. Were they preparing to capture him? Then his expression changed slightly. Could it be that the conversation he had with old Matsuda on the SSN had led him to thoroughly investigate his identity? Could this setup be for his arrest? Cain grew serious. Although the possibility was low, if it existed, he didn't want to take the risk. Luckily, the people there didn't seem that strong. If he had to flee, he was confident he could do so. After 3 days under the sun, Cain looked a bit disheveled. He also hadn't showered or changed clothes in a while, so he looked similar to a beggar. However, it was still clear he was wearing a league trainer's uniform. Noticing this, Officer Jenny didn't call for further reinforcements. She simply ordered her officers to disperse the crowd and clear an area of the beach. Although the crowd stepped back a bit, more people kept arriving, forming a semicircle. Tropius's speed was high, and he soon landed on the beach. The palm leaves of his wings stirred up the sand. Cain patted Tropius's neck, indicating for him to land. After several days together, Tropius had been won over by Cain's roasted meat. Not only the meat, but also the poke blocks, filled with nutrients and flavor, had become his new favorite food. Even though they were mid-level poke blocks, to Tropius, who had never tried them before, they were a delicacy. Sensing Cain's order, Tropius obediently landed. Everyone could see Cain and Slowpoke. Slowpoke used telekinesis to help Cain down from Tropius's back. Cain took out some poke blocks from his pocket, gave them to Tropius, and patted his head as a gesture of thanks. After doing this, he looked at Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny, is there a problem? He asked, his voice a bit hoarse from being at sea for so long. Noticing Cain's uniform, Officer Jenny relaxed a bit. Giving a polite bow, she said, "Hello, trainer. Due to regulations, I need to see your League ID." Cain took out his League ID card and handed it to her. Officer Jenny scanned it, and all of Cain's data appeared on the screen. Even his past activities were recorded in detail, including his involvement in the Gyarados beach incident in Vermilion City, where he helped local police calm down the rampaging Gyarados. After reviewing the details, Officer Jenny's face turned more serious. Noticing her expression, Cain also grew alert, moving his hand to his waist. Could it be they had really discovered his true identity? Just as Cain began to focus, Officer Jenny stood firm and saluted him. In a strong voice, she declared, "Thank you, Cain, for your outstanding contribution in Vermilion City. Thank you for your brave fight against the enemies on the SSN, saving countless lives. On behalf of all officers in Slateport City, I express our deepest gratitude." After she spoke, the officers behind Officer Jenny also stood firm and saluted Cain with serious expressions. The spectators watching began to murmur among themselves, dropping their expectant attitude. Although Matsuda had blocked information about Cain, news of what happened on the SSN had already spread across all League regions. Although specific details of Cain's actions weren't recorded, his identity card had a note stating, "Made a significant contribution on the SSN. If encountered, immediately notify the following number, XXXXXX." After saluting, Officer Jenny took out a special League communicator, entered the number, and sent a message indicating Cain's presence in Slateport City. She thought that would conclude her task, but the response arrived almost immediately, "Keep Cain in Slateport City. This is an order." And after that, there were no further details. Officer Jenny smiled resignedly. Since the person on the other end ordered her to keep Cain in the city, she really had no choice, especially because that person's League rank was several levels above hers. Could this be someone from the higher ranks of the League? She thought to herself. Looking up, she saw Cain watching her with a curious expression. Jenny felt a bit uncomfortable, unsure of how to explain herself. "Is it true that someone asked you to notify them the moment you saw me?" Cain asked with a smile. The truth was, in his current state, Cain's smile wasn't exactly pleasant. However, Officer Jenny wasn't swayed by his appearance and nodded. "Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry, but that's what the last line of your identity card said." "I understand. Well, can I go now?" "Don't worry, I won't leave Slateport City, but you can see the state I'm in," Cain said, gesturing to his disheveled appearance. "Oh, of course, go ahead, Cain," Officer Jenny replied, stepping aside to let him pass. The other officers did the same, creating a path for Cain to move forward. Cain didn't return Slowpoke or Tropius to their Pokeballs and simply moved forward with his Pokemon by his side. Slowpoke remained calm, showing no interest in the city, while Tropius, with his head held high, looked around curiously, clearly excited to be in such a new environment. Watching Cain and his Pokemon walk away, Officer Jenny sighed slightly. "He's a very strong trainer. That Tropius seems more powerful than I could handle." Officer Jenny had sensed an intense aura of danger from Cain, one that only trainers who had been hardened at the edge of death possessed. Cain hadn't returned Tropius intentionally, hoping to have a deterrent effect. Since Jenny had reported his arrival, soon others would also find out, including potential Team Aqua members or allies who might be interested in ambushing him. Being cautious wasn't a bad idea. However, as he approached the city proper, Cain finally decided to return Tropius to his Pokeball. His size was simply too large and could cause issues in the streets. Cain chose the tallest hotel in the area, which seemed to be the most luxurious around. He quickly booked the most expensive room and, after Haunter confirmed everything was secure, released his Pokemon. Since it was a luxury suite, it even surpassed the luxury room on the SSN. With a height of nearly 5 meters, even Tropius could be comfortable, as long as he didn't fully extend his neck. Instead of going straight to shower, Cain took out a communicator marked with the Team Rocket emblem. Not only did it have the team's emblem, but it also featured a black cloud below it, the distinctive symbol of the Shadow Unit. When Cain officially joined the Shadow Unit, Umbra had personally given him this communicator along with his contact code. Umbra had instructed him to use it to contact him in case of an emergency. Cain entered Umbra's code into the communicator and wrote, "Possibility of League infiltration. Risk of high-level investigation. Requesting authenticity upgrade for identity." After writing the message, he sent it. A moment later, the communicator beeped with a response. Cain checked it, and there was only one word, "Approved." They don't even bother to write a bit more, Cain thought with an ironic smile as he tucked the communicator into the most hidden corner of his ring. Finally, he headed to the bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom was spacious enough to include a small pool where the Pokemon could swim. Everyone quickly joined in, except for Tropius, whose size prevented him from enjoying the pool. What Cain didn't know was that his message had caused a stir in Team Rocket's data team. The deputy leader of the Shadow Unit had given an unwavering order to enhance Cain's League identity to the highest possible level. The goal was for his identity to be at the highest possible level, even comparable to that of the 3 main executives. But that was almost impossible. Team Rocket had taken years and considerable expense to ensure that the identities of its 3 main executives were secure enough to go undetected, even by League champions. For Cain, the best they could do was ensure his identity couldn't be thoroughly investigated by anyone except a champion. Currently, is there a champion in the league? No. That was enough. To reinforce Cain's identity further, Giovanni's personal scientist would need to intervene, requiring Giovanni's own approval. But for Cain, this level was already sufficient. He didn't believe anyone would try to dig that deeply into his information. After all, no matter how much Cain attracted attention, he was still a minor character with little significance. However, his data would be scrutinized, as someone in the league was already reviewing his information. If Cain were present, he would recognize that person as the elder Matsuda from the SSN. However, old Matsuda wasn't using a direct league computer. Instead, he was on a plane, using his exclusive permissions to check Cain's information. As a result, the connection was very slow, giving Team Rocket enough time to maneuver. Perhaps it was all a matter of luck. If Cain had notified Umbra right after showering, his identity might have been exposed, as old Matsuda has the authority to do so. But now, everything turned out well. When old Matsuda closed his old laptop with satisfaction, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. A talent? No, a genius? Cain had considered that, upon returning to the league, someone might come looking for him, given that what he did aboard the SSN was no small feat, and even more so, he had left the ship before the league's help arrived. Although he hadn't done anything wrong, he had certainly raised some suspicions. But Cain would never have imagined that everything he did had been suppressed by old Matsuda. Exiting the bathroom, Cain rubbed his hair with a dry towel to remove the excess water, then plugged in his phone to charge. As soon as he turned it on, he received an avalanche of messages. Most were from Steven, and a few from Whitney. In this life, the only people with whom Cain has had any connection, who could barely be considered friends, are Steven and Whitney. After putting on a clean robe and drying his hair, Cain used the room's video phone to call Steven directly. He waited a minute, and just when Cain thought no one would answer, Steven appeared on the screen. "Cain, it really is you? Where have you been all these days?" Steven said in surprise. Seeing him dressed elegantly, it seemed he was about to go out. He didn't expect to receive Cain's call just before leaving. "What's the matter? Were you afraid I'd run off with your money?" Cain joked. In his hands, Cain still had the two materials Steven had previously given him to make the exclusive high-level poke blocks. They were indeed quite valuable. "Haha, you called at the right time. If you'd called a minute later, I probably wouldn't have been able to answer." Steven laughed while adjusting his clothes, showing that he was about to head out. Cain raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you going on a long trip?" "No, I'm just going out to take care of some things my father assigned me. By the way, the deal to exchange poke blocks for the Multank enhancement method was approved. But they want to talk to you in person." Steven remembered what Cain had asked him to do. Then he added, "I heard you know Whitney, and she was quite helpful. You know how her grandfather is." He didn't finish the sentence, but both understood what he meant. Cain nodded. "Thanks for your help. As for the exclusive poke block for your Metang, it's almost ready. You might have it in a few days." Asking Steven for help, of course, wouldn't be free. This exclusive poke block for Metang was the reward Cain was offering him. But the money owed would still be paid, he was just advancing it a bit. Hearing this, Steven's eyes lit up. "Really? Do you need anything else? Tell me, and I'll send it right away." "No, what you gave me last time is enough. Besides, there are things you can't obtain, their specific ingredients I prepare myself. But I warn you that the price might be higher, maybe several times that of common advanced poke blocks on the market," Cain warned, so he wouldn't be surprised later. Steven shrugged nonchalantly. For him, any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. "Let me know when it's ready, and I'll come pick it up." Steven looked excited, even eager. He knew how exorbitant the demands he had previously set were. He had consulted several advanced breeders, and they all said that even if a formula could be developed, it probably wouldn't meet his requirements, and the research time would be measured in years. He couldn't wait that long. Although pseudo-legendary Pokémon grow slowly, his Metang consumes large amounts of rare metals, and its growth isn't that slow. By the time they finally developed the formula, his Metang would likely have already evolved into a Metagross. Cain laughed at his response. "Then you're in luck. I just arrived in Slateport City in Hone today. If you're not too far away, come by. I'll probably be here for a few days." Recalling Officer Jenny's expression, Cain deduced that the person she contacted in the league held quite a high rank. If Steven could come, taking advantage of his status might also be useful. After all, as the heir to the Devon Corporation, his position was quite elevated. Hearing this, Steven was surprised. "You're in Slateport City." Cain nodded, confirming. "Then wait there. I'll take care of my matters today, and tomorrow at the latest, I'll come to see you." With that, Steven quickly ended the video call and rushed out. Although rare stones were tempting, at that moment, the exclusive poke block for his Metang was even more appealing. He had to go to the company, quickly handle the documents his father had assigned him, and then fly directly to Slateport City. As the heir to the Devon Corporation, although he wasn't required to manage the company, he had to learn certain essentials and become familiar with administrative management. It wasn't an easy task. He had to learn about both business and Pokémon breeding, and still managed to become a champion, which was truly admirable. Of course, the financial support from the Devon Corporation was also vital. After finishing the call with Steven, Cain didn't directly call Whitney. Wearing his robe, he had no problem speaking with Steven since they were both men, but with Whitney, it was different. He sent her a short message assuring her that nothing had happened, then set his phone aside. From Cain's perspective, Whitney no longer held much value. As friends, it was enough to notify her briefly. Steven still had a higher value. Reclining on the soft bed, after more than 10 days at sea, even Cain was exhausted. Despite it being daytime, nothing prevented him from getting a good sleep. He planned to use the time to prepare the poke blocks for Steven, as some of his own Pokémon were also about to run out. All of this needed to be taken care of. But the reward from his time at sea, not counting the energy crystals, just capturing some Pokémon would already be worth a considerable sum. There would be no issues in buying more materials. Additionally, he could take advantage of Steven. Thinking about this, Cain fell asleep with a smile on his face. Midnight. Slateport City, Hone region. After a nap, Cain freshened up a bit and left the hotel, heading straight to Slateport City's black market. The Pokémon League in the Hone region doesn't exert as much control as in Kanto and Johto. Because of this, although Slateport City's black market isn't explicitly within the city, it's practically the same. An area was designated exclusively for transactions, where chaos reigns, and you can find all sorts of people. Team Rocket, which dominates underground organizations in Kanto and Johto, has barely managed to gain a presence in Slateport City's black market. They've only opened a small shop to have a minimal involvement in underground business. The fear of Team Rocket has led Hone's underground organizations to constantly clash with each other, but when external forces try to intervene, they all unite against the enemy. That's why, so far, Team Rocket hasn't been able to fully enter the Hone region. This is one of the main reasons why the Trial Island was activated. Team Rocket has very little influence outside Kanto and Johto. Although the League doesn't exert strong control in these areas, it still has more power than Team Rocket. If things continue like this, the gap between Team Rocket's strength and the League's will only widen. At the very least, the Champion and Elite Four positions in each region have always been there, showing respect for the League. Cain entered the black market and headed straight to the Hunter Guild's headquarters. This organization has its main base in Kanto and Johto and is supported by Team Rocket, making it a considerable force. However, unlike Team Rocket's aggressive approach, the Hunter Guild, with its more relaxed style, was quickly accepted by local organizations, allowing them to establish a branch in Slateport City's black market. After all, the Hunter Guild doesn't seek to dominate or occupy territories, its sole purpose is to buy and sell Pokémon. Many members of underground organizations capture Pokémon to sell them, and one of the best buyers is the Hunter Guild. So, although the Hunter Guild is affiliated with Team Rocket, its business continues to thrive in Slateport City. Cain sold all the Pokémon he had captured on the unknown island directly, 2 Shiftry, an Alpha Dustix, an Alpha Beautifully, and 2 high-quality Shroomish. He obtained a total of 2 million Poke Dollars and 2 million Hunter Points. The 2 Shiftry were the most valuable, but since the Alpha Dustix and Beautifully lost their dominant presence when captured, their value dropped significantly. Thus, the total sale reached only 2 million Poke Dollars. However, adding 2 million Hunter Points, Cain finally surpassed 5 million accumulated points, officially becoming a 3-star hunter. Once he reaches 4 stars, he'll be able to form his own hunter group and take on group missions from the Hunter Guild, which will really start generating income. Catching Pokémon one by one isn't as satisfying as catching them in groups. However, becoming a 4-star hunter is 10 times harder than 3 stars. Cain still has a lot of work ahead. Luckily, his current resources are sufficient for now, so there's no rush. He can take his time. With the newly acquired 2 million Poke Dollars, Cain now has a total of 5.2 million Poke Dollars. Just the incident with Takayuki Imamura on the SSN brought him $1 million in profits. After leaving the Hunter Guild, Cain headed to a Pokémon item shop run by an underground organization in Slateport City to buy the most important and valuable ingredients for the advanced Poke Blocks his Pokémon needed. The previous Poke Blocks had almost been completely consumed, and if he wanted to maintain his Pokémon's growth pace, the materials he bought this time should be more valuable than the previous ones. Additionally, Haunter's poison gas had already been fully absorbed. If he wanted to continue developing his poison-type affinity, he couldn't do without materials rich in poison-type energy. Upon leaving the Pokémon item shop, Cain's credit card was practically empty. The items he bought this time were of higher quality and quantity. Just the materials for the Poke Blocks cost 3 million Poke Dollars. Of course, Cain also bought the necessary items for Steven's Metang. However, most of the purchases were for his own Pokémon. Once he completes the production, he won't have to worry about Poke Blocks for at least the next 2 months. He then spent another 2 million Poke Dollars on items to help his Pokémon in their training and combat. Training Pokémon is an extremely costly process, especially as they reach higher levels. Since his Pokémon have leveled up so quickly recently, it's not appropriate to continue leveling up at such a rapid pace. His main goal now is to train, master their current moves, and move on to more advanced training. So this time, Cain bought items that, although not very expensive, would be useful for stabilizing his Pokémon's abilities. First, a new set of weights for Murkrow. The previous weights were no longer suitable, so this time Cain bought a set with a weight limit of up to 90 kilograms, enough for Murkrow until its evolution. For Slowpoke, he acquired a set of mental beads that not only aid in training but also allow for measuring the intensity of its psychic power, something Cain can also use, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, another set of poison gas for Haunter, of similar quality to the previous one. Since it's crucial for further developing its poison-type affinity, Cain makes sure it's never lacking. For Sneasel, he bought a resistance vest, similar to a training device, which will help strengthen its limbs. Recently, its skills have improved greatly, but its physical strength is lagging behind its leveling pace. As for Miltank, Cain doesn't have high expectations, he just needs it to stay in good shape and health. For Scorpie, Cain invested in a high-quality calcium supplement, the most expensive item he bought. Scorpie has already reached the average size for its species, but according to system analysis, it can still grow more. Cain decided to give it an extra boost to see how far it can go. The bigger Scorpie is in its current state, the larger it will be when it evolves into Drapion. Cain has high expectations for Scorpie. Moreover, the poison-type material he bought earlier could also be used by Scorpie to develop its poison type. Thus, Cain was left with only 200,000 Poke dollars, spending money lavishly. The 4 TMS were initially for Slowpoke to learn, but considering it has leveled up so quickly, learning too many moves might not be the best thing right now, so he decided to wait a bit. The next morning, after spending the entire night making Poke blocks, Cain rubbed his shoulder as he pulled back the curtains to let the morning light into the room. Then, someone knocked on the door. Cain opened it. He found an elderly man of similar height, smiling broadly at the entrance. It was old Matsuda. "You little rascal, you left without saying a word," exclaimed old Matsuda, whose good humor at seeing Cain vanished in an instant as he launched into a scolding the moment he saw him. Cain, with an awkward smile, invited old Matsuda inside, not daring to say too much. When an Elite 4 level trainer is reprimanding you, it's best to take the scolding quietly, especially when it's clear they care about you, even more so when you need their help. "Do you know that as soon as I got the news yesterday, I rushed from Violet City to Saffron City, took an overnight flight to the Hone region, and then used my Pokémon to get here as quickly as possible." Old Matsuda dropped onto the couch and explained to Cain all the effort he had made to get there. Cain was surprised. He knew the League would send someone, but he hadn't expected it to be old Matsuda, a man of great power and seemingly high rank. Old Matsuda wasted no time and, after taking a sip of water, continued, "Come on, hurry up. I don't have much time." Huh. Cain didn't fully understand. Seeing his expression, old Matsuda frowned and said, "Kid, didn't you approach me on the ship because you wanted me to become your master? I'd bet you recognized me already. Those relatives you talked about, some of them are probably old friends of mine. Come on, let's get it over with. Except becoming my apprentice, I still have things to do." Matsuda didn't want to miss the chance to accept a talent like Cain as his disciple, especially to prevent his old friends from persuading him first. He had gone to great lengths to protect Cain so far. "Oh, of course, that's fine." Cain couldn't help but smile, realizing the old man had misunderstood his intentions. Either way, this saved him the effort of finding the right words. Cain quickly took a cup of tea, approached old Matsuda, bowed, and respectfully offered the tea, saying, "Master." Matsuda nodded in satisfaction, drinking the tea in one gulp, without showing any of that great master attitude. Internally, he also breathed a sigh of relief. In the world of Pokémon, though masters teach their disciples, most refer to them as teacher. Additionally, there's no limit on how many teachers a person can have, though the first one is always the most important. Matsuda had made sure to be the first. "As I told you before, my surname is Matsuda, and my name is Takashi. Now you know my full name," Matsuda commented, as if he wanted to make sure Cain knew his identity. Cain committed it to memory. Matsuda Takashi, a senior member of the League, an Elite 4 level trainer. "With this, I have a good backing in the League," Cain thought. As if reading his thoughts, Matsuda added, "Don't think using my name in the League will get you very far. Not many know me, only some veterans do. Mentioning my name won't give you any advantages. If you want something, you'll have to earn it. I barely have resources myself, otherwise, I wouldn't have taken that job on the SSN cruise to earn a bit of extra money." "Understood, Master," Cain quickly replied, accepting his new role. For him, having a backing like Matsuda, an Elite 4 level trainer, was invaluable, even if there were no tangible benefits. He simply wanted a legitimate identity, not to use Matsuda's influence for material gain. Once he had Cain as his apprentice, Matsuda felt relieved. Now he could boast to his old friends, "You have talent as a breeder, don't waste it. Though I don't oppose you being a trainer, you should be prepared to choose at some point. It's difficult to reach the top in 2 disciplines at once," old Matsuda sighed. "I don't think I can go any further than I already have, but you're different. With your talent, if you specialize as a breeder, you could reach the highest level," Matsuda continued. Cain was well aware of the advantages a breeder has in developing Pokémon. For others, this choice might be difficult, but for him, with the help of the system providing the necessary data, there was no time lost. However, he couldn't explain this openly. Seeing Cain's look, Matsuda could only sigh. He knew that young people always want to challenge the limits, convinced that what others can't achieve, they will. He himself had thought that way when he was young. "Well, it's your decision. But let me tell you this, you're almost 16 years old. If you don't become an elite level trainer before 20, give up that idea and focus on being a breeder. Matsuda offered his advice sincerely. Cain agreed. He was almost 16, with 4 years ahead. If, with all the system's help, he couldn't reach elite level in that time, then he'd better abandon being a trainer. After this, Matsuda didn't insist further on the matter. He had said what needed to be said, the rest was up to Cain. Now, as a master, his role was only to guide him. Passing on knowledge, solving doubts, that was the role of a good teacher. But the decisions were the apprentice's responsibility. After Cain's new master had spent 2 hours talking to him about Pokemon knowledge, the door sounded again. It seems you're quite busy today, joked old Matsuda. Now that he had accepted Cain as his apprentice, he felt relieved, as if he could already see the envious, jealous looks of his old friends. Cain smiled and opened the door, finding Stephen, dressed in a formal suit, standing straight at the threshold. His impeccable behavior made his education and refinement evident. Stephen. Hearing the door, Cain already knew who it was, so he didn't hesitate to invite him in. When Stephen saw the person sitting on the couch, his expression immediately turned solemn. He approached Cain's master and bowed respectfully. Stephen Stone greets Master Matsuda. Old Matsuda, upon hearing the door open, already knew who it was. He smiled and waved his hand. The kid from the Stone family, not bad, not bad. Nodding in satisfaction, old Matsuda was delighted to see that his new disciple was getting along well with Stephen. The heir of the Devon Corporation, with his talent and skills, needed no introduction. They say like attracts like, and those who gather with geniuses tend to be geniuses themselves. At old Matsuda's words, Stephen smiled slightly and nodded humbly. Old Matsuda and his father were friends, and as a young man in the presence of an elder, he had to show due respect. Besides, old Matsuda wasn't just a powerful elite 4-level trainer but also a distinguished breeder. Either title commanded respect. Well, it's best that you young people keep talking. I must be going. I still have experiments to finish, said old Matsuda, standing up. Cain, remember what I told you, your talent shouldn't be wasted, he added before leaving. Yes, master, Cain replied respectfully. Observing Cain's attitude, old Matsuda could only shake his head. Although Cain responded quickly, it was clear he didn't plan to follow his advice to the letter. Having been young once himself, he could understand and decided not to insist further, disappearing down the hallway. Once he closed the door, Cain let out a sigh of relief, wiping a bit of sweat from his forehead. Wow, what pressure. Then he saw Stephen looking at him with curiosity, walking around him as if he wanted to get to know him again. Cain, the older relative you talked about, wouldn't happen to be Master Matsuda? Stephen asked with a sly smile. Cain gave him a look that could only be understood but not explained, then shook his head, dropping onto the couch. Seeing Cain's expression, Stephen seemed to understand immediately. It's him, isn't it? Of course, only Master Matsuda, one of the league's old-timers, could have made that rare poke block recipe. My father used to talk about him. However, a few years ago, he disappeared from the scene, and it turns out you found him here, Stephen continued, convinced he'd uncovered the truth. Cain maintained a discreet smile, saying nothing. This was all Stephen's assumption, right? Then he pulled an elegantly designed box of poke blocks from his ring and pushed it to the edge of the table. Here are the poke blocks you requested, though there's a small difference from what you asked. They can't completely prevent Metang from gaining weight, but they minimize that gain as much as possible. Additionally, all the nutrients necessary for its growth are fully covered, and the effect might even be better. Cain felt a bit pained. To make these poke blocks, he had to cut an eighth from a medium-sized energy crystal, about half the size of a fist, that he'd obtained from the unknown island. How could the effect not be good? Hearing this, Stephen's eyes lit up immediately. He took out a pokeball and summoned his Metang. Cain reflexively scanned the data of this Metang. When he saw Metang's level, his eyes sparkled with surprise. No wonder the rich were like this. In such a short time, Metang's level had gone from 30 to 35. Stephen truly had skills. Metang had leveled up so quickly and without side effects. Clearly, his move training hadn't been neglected. Stephen didn't hold back. He opened the box, took out a poke block, and gave it to Metang. Seeing Metang's satisfied expression, Stephen grinned broadly and gave Cain a thumbs up. Cain, you're amazing. Come on, tell me, how much do I owe you for this? Cain waved his hand, but before he could speak, Stephen continued. Don't refuse, you know I'm not short on money. We're friends, but some things must be paid for. Who wants to refuse? Didn't you see I was trying to speak, and you interrupted me? Do you think being a big benefactor is amazing? Cain rolled his eyes and replied, I wasn't trying to be polite. I was just saying that if we can avoid using money, it's even better. Besides, you also helped me sell the poke block recipe, and I haven't even thanked you yet. No, I haven't sold your poke block recipe yet. But you're right, talking about money could harm the friendship. So tell me, what do you want? If I have it, I'll give it to you. If possible, I'd like a high-quality dusk stone, or a sharp claw in excellent condition, or a king's rock. Well, the king's rock is a bit pricey, so I can pay you the difference. The dusk stone and sharp claw are easier to find. One is needed for Murkrow's evolution, and the other for Sneasel. But the king's rock is necessary for Slowpoke to evolve into Slowking. Although Slowpoke hasn't yet decided its evolutionary path, as a trainer, Cain wanted to let Slowpoke choose whether to become a Slowbro or a Slowking. But regardless of the choice, it's always good to be prepared. Well, I can try to find a high-quality dusk stone. That shouldn't be difficult. The sharp claw isn't a problem either, but the King's Rock is a bit more complicated, Stephen mused. But I can keep an eye out and let you know when I get it. However, even the high-quality dusk stone and sharp claw don't fully compensate for all the cost. Is there anything else you need? Let's leave out the King's Rock for now. Stephen wasn't new to this and quickly calculated the value. As the heir of the Devon Corporation, he was well aware of relative values. Cain nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he said, if possible, I'd like an Aaron. This benefactor offered. Not accepting would be disrespectful. Hearing Cain's words, Stephen was stunned. Aaron. This Pokemon is exclusive to the Hone region, but even in Hone, it's a very rare species. However, that's only true for others. For Stephen, it doesn't make much difference. He immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, that's easy. My family has a mine, filled with all kinds of steel-type Pokemon. Anytime you want, I'll take you there, and you can see if you can find what you're looking for. Not only Aaron, whatever you like, you can get it for free. Cain raised an eyebrow. A mine? All steel-type Pokemon? Even Beldum? Does he really have a mine at home? Stephen's laughter stopped suddenly, and with a slight hint of embarrassment, he said, yes, but as for Beldum, I'm not sure I have the authorization for that, you know. Ha ha ha, I was just joking with you. I can't afford to raise a Pokemon like Beldum. It's not something you manage with just one, Cain said, laughing. He just wanted to tease Stephen, not really intending to ask. But who would have thought that Stephen would take him seriously? With a serious expression, he looked at Cain and said, Cain, if you really want it, I can talk to my father. With his connection to old Matsuda. No, I really was joking. I can't handle a Beldum. Even Aaron, I can't take care of it now. I just wanted to reserve one in advance, Cain quickly replied, waving his hands. The reason he wanted Aaron was because, during his time on the Nameless Island, he realized that his team really lacked a tank Pokemon with high defense and HP, and Aaron was the one that best suited his needs among the Pokemon he could get. After all, the Stephen in front of him is the future Steel-type champion. In the future, he'll have a very powerful Agron. Right now, it's probably only in its Laren form, or it might have already evolved into Agron. Alright, whenever you need it, just call me. You can go straight to my family's mine, and I'll take you to look. Although there aren't as many Pokemon as in the Safari Zone, when it comes to Steel types, we have plenty. Hearing Stephen mention the Safari Zone, Cain's heart skipped a beat. Are there a few Dratini in the Safari Zone? Those should be the only Dratini not under the control of the Dragon family, right? At this time, they should still be in the Safari Zone because later, when Ash goes there, he'll still see Dratini and Dragonair. Should I try going there? Cain was tempted. After all, they are pseudo-legendary Pokemon, and without Mega Evolution, Dragonite is one of the strongest among pseudo-legendaries. But now's not the time. That Dragonair is very powerful, and he might not be able to beat it. Plus, he doesn't yet have the strength to handle a pseudo-legendary Pokemon, unless he stays by old Matsuda's side all the time, but that's clearly not possible. Team Rocket wouldn't leave him alone so easily. Better to let it go for now. There's still time, he'll check it out later. By the way, Cain, I heard that this time you were drifting at sea for over 10 days. Did you see a lot of things? Did you find any rare stones or ones you've never seen before? Stephen asked. Besides Pokemon, stones were what interested Stephen the most. I didn't see anything. You know, most of the time, I was in the middle of the ocean, with nothing in sight. Cain raised his hands, indicating he hadn't found anything. Haha, true enough. But I heard you returned in impressive style, riding a powerful Tropius. How about it? Want a battle? Hearing this, Cain could only smile wryly. Tropius wasn't weak, but currently, he had no synchronization with it, and besides, Tropius didn't enjoy battles. He couldn't force it, right? As for his other Pokemon, like Slowpoke, there's a power difference with Stephen. No need to mention that Cain can't do anything against Stephen's Metang. Is that Stephen's strongest Pokemon? I don't think so. For Metang to evolve into Metagross, it needs 2 Metang. Could this Metang be Stephen's strongest? Besides, Stephen doesn't only have Metang, he also has Agron and Skarmory, which are very powerful Pokemon. Not now. I know there's a power difference between us. Some other time. Next time I go to your mine, we'll have a battle, Cain replied. Stephen looked at Cain in surprise, not because Cain had noticed that Stephen was currently stronger, but because Cain had the confidence that next time, he could fight him, which wasn't easy. Stephen had always been the strongest among his peers. His confidence as a trainer was absolute, and Cain, a few years younger than him, thinks he could fight him next time? Stephen didn't say anything, assuming Cain thought this Metang was his strongest Pokemon, and agreed with a smile. All right. What are your plans after this? Stephen asked. Today, he hadn't finished his work, but he couldn't resist coming over. I'm going to disappear again for a while, to train. But before that, I'll probably go to Moly City to train my Pokemon. Moly City? It's a good place, full of trainers ready to battle. In that case, I have to go back to Rustboro City anyway. Why don't I accompany you to Moly City and then return to Rustboro City? Won't I be taking up your time? Cain asked, doubtful. Stephen made a casual gesture. It doesn't matter, there are always more things to do. Let's consider it a little break. I'll probably spend the rest of my life in that kind of routine. Better to enjoy myself now, or I'll regret it later. Cain couldn't help but smile at this. Many people would want Steven's life, but for Steven, it has no appeal. But the responsibility he bears doesn't allow him to walk away, so he can only do what he wants before fully taking over. Even Steven's father, the elders of the Stone family, and the Devon Corporation's top management have accepted this. Because, in their view, Steven is an exceptional heir. Even in his spare time, he's managed to become an outstanding trainer, and he's never neglected the studies necessary for company matters. The term genius couldn't be more appropriate. Compared to Steven, Cain really isn't that close. Only, with his advantages, Cain not only possesses the experience of a quasi-elite trainer but also an incredibly powerful system. So it seems Cain is more or less equal to Steven. In the afternoon, above Route 110, the road from Slateport City to Moly City, a Tropius and a Skarmory flew openly in the sky. They were Cain and Steven, who had agreed to go to Moly City together. Originally, Steven had planned to ride on Cain's Tropius. After all, until now, Steven had never ridden a Tropius. Although Tropius is a Pokémon from the Hone region, it's not common and is only found in coastal areas. But Steven, a rock lover, often ventured into mountains and forests, so he rarely saw a Tropius. Even when he did, he had no interest in capturing it since his true love was Steel-type Pokémon. This time, however, he was curious to try it, and Cain agreed. But when they reached Tropius, it was adamant about not letting Steven ride it. Even when Cain promised it an extra meal, Tropius still refused. As a minor dragon-type Pokémon, it had its dignity. It agreed to be Cain's flying Pokémon because Cain had defeated it in battle. But to Tropius, Steven was a stranger, and the way Steven looked at it made it uncomfortable. So, in the end, Steven had to use his Skarmory. Not that Skarmory was bad or slow, but seeing Cain comfortably seated on Tropius's back, with plenty of space, while he had to scrunch up on Skarmory's back. Skarmory's shell was a bit rough. Why did he feel so petty? On the other hand, when Cain saw Steven's Skarmory, he was glad he hadn't agreed to battle him. Pokémon, Skarmory, Blue. Gender, Male. Level, 38. Type, Steel plus Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Held item, Metal Coat. Egg moves, Drill Peck, Stealth Rock, Endure, Whirlwind. Basic moves, Leer, Peck, Sand Attack, Metal Claw, Air Cutter, Fury Attack, Feint, Swift, Spikes, Agility, Steel Wing. Learned moves, Snore, Sky Attack, Tailwind, Iron Defense. TM moves, Protect, Substitute, Hidden Power, Water, Toxic, Roost, Aerial Ace, Swords Dance. What was this? A blatant display of wealth? Let's not even talk about other things, just one TM for Swords Dance costs a lot of money. He knew that this Skarmory was one of Steven's main Pokémon, but not his strongest. Even so, this Skarmory was a match for any of Cain's Pokémon. Even in terms of moves, it far surpassed Cain's Pokémon. Could you be a bit more human, please? Is this the potential of a future champion? It's terrifying. While Cain was amazed by Steven's Pokémon, Steven looked at Tropius with a sad expression. But Tropius really didn't want to pay him any mind and flew proudly. The day was sunny, so its speed wasn't bad. However, seeing Skarmory's relaxed expression made it clear that it wasn't using its full strength. Skarmory, with all the weight of its armor, could still fly freely, proving that its daily training was no joke. Plus, it was carrying a metal coat as a held item, making it even heavier. Cain was already regretting mentioning that he wanted to battle Steven next time they met. Wouldn't it be a massacre? It seemed that if he really wanted to have an equal conversation with Steven in terms of power, he couldn't avoid training his Pokémon. At the same time, Cain already had a plan to improve his Pokémon's moves. When he was on the unknown island, he had the system analyze how to use the medium-sized energy crystals he had obtained more efficiently and without side effects. Before reaching Slateport City, he already had the results. But he hadn't had a chance to apply them yet, since he'd been away this whole time. Once in Moly City, Cain would begin testing ways to improve his Pokémon's moves. In addition, the method for improving Moltank's quality had already been negotiated with the Moltank Ranch. All that was left was to finalize the deal in person. Now, improving Moltank's quality didn't significantly impact her overall battle ability. After all, Moltank was designed to be a healer and support Pokémon. Cain and Steven, each riding on their Pokémon, chatted as they flew toward Moly City. Steven admired Cain's knowledge. Although his strength wasn't much, he was younger than him and didn't have the same resources. So Steven considered Cain truly strong not in terms of power, but in knowledge. Cain, on the other hand, admired Steven's wealth, that ever-present yet subtle wealth. Although Steven was refined, with the attitude of a noble, and had no intention of showing off, each of his words carried an air of wealth. For instance, when Cain asked, "What materials do you use to feed your Pokémon?" Cain referred to things like poisonous gas for Haunter, not counting poke blocks. Steven responded without hesitation with high-cost ingredients, and though he knew they were expensive, he would say very expensive so calmly it made Cain want to punch him. Unintended boasting is the deadliest? In fact, only with Cain did Steven speak this way. Normally, he was very polite with others, seemingly friendly, but actually keeping them at a distance. Steven was a proud person, whether it was due to his lineage, his combat skill, or his personal talent. His pride wasn't outward but rather an inner pride. He had an innate presence of leadership. But with Cain, Steven truly considered him a friend, so he spoke without reserve. In his view, as a disciple of Master Matsuda, a prodigious Pokémon breeder, with advanced knowledge of Pokémon, even if his combat skills were a bit weak, Cain was young, which was understandable. Therefore, Steven believed that Cain had the skill and the right to be his friend, which is why he spoke openly with him. As the saying goes, like attracts like. Only geniuses have the right to be friends with other geniuses. Otherwise, if you don't understand what the other person is talking about, how could you be friends? Stop dreaming? As they conversed, it was clear they were growing closer and closer. Although Cain initially approached Steven with a specific purpose and a slight intention to take advantage, he couldn't deny that he now considered Steven a friend. That type of friendship where, even if they became enemies, it would always be a true friendship. A friendship where, if they were on the same team, they could become true friends. However, time flew by, and the outline of Moly City began to appear on the horizon for both of them. Moly City. Cain and Steven parted ways on the outskirts of Moly City. Steven would return to Rustboro City to continue with pending matters, while Cain would stay in Moly City to help his Pokémon get used to the new bodies they had acquired after quickly leveling up. Moly City has a prime location in the Hone region, it's practically in the center. For this reason, its transportation is very advanced. Although it's not the most developed city in Hone, it's one of the largest. Additionally, due to the popularity of Pokémon battles in this area, many trainers from different places gather here, and in the battle areas around the city, you can always see trainers engaging in battles. Moly City is known as the City of Radiant Joy because colorful and spectacular moves are often seen. Furthermore, battles are conducted in a friendly manner where victory or defeat isn't the most important thing. The main point is that Pokémon and humans enjoy their time together. Upon arriving in Moly City, Cain didn't head straight to the Pokémon Center in the city center or to the famous battle arena. Instead, he looked for a trustworthy real estate agency to rent a mansion on the city's outskirts. Cain had come to Moly City primarily for battles, but not only for that. His original plan included survival in the wild and Pokémon battles as ways to level up his Pokémon. However, due to his Pokémon's rapid level increases, it wasn't advisable to engage in battles immediately. What he needed was to help them stabilize first. Once his Pokémon fully mastered their bodies and moves, he would be ready to start battling. Thanks to a significant investment, the agency quickly found him a mansion with a small house but a large plot of land, costing Cain 100,000 Poké to rent for 1 month. In less than a month, Cain would have to participate in Team Rocket's final test. Would he be able to advance quickly? Everything depended on this time. With the eager-to-please real estate agent, Cain arrived at the mansion where he would probably stay for about 15 days. The house wasn't large, it was a small, 2-story chalet with all the necessary comforts. On the second floor, there was a spacious bedroom and a living room. Those were the only 2 rooms on the entire floor, so it was quite roomy. On the ground floor, there was a large dining room, a well-equipped kitchen, a guest room, and a smaller living room. The property outside the house was nearly 50,000 square meters, surrounded by a fence and dense forest. If it weren't for the path leading to the main entrance, no one would think there was a mansion here. Due to its remote location and the lack of people nearby, some wild Pokémon often snuck in, prompting the owner to decide to rent it out. It obviously wasn't easy to find a buyer. However, thanks to the agency's negotiations, a 1-month lease agreement was accepted. On the property, there were fruit trees and a lawn covered in grass that hadn't been mowed in a long time, so it had grown wild, with many weeds. But for Cain, who was used to living in nature, this wasn't a problem. What surprised him most was finding a large pool at the mansion. Although the water seemed unchanged for a while, the real estate agent assured him the pool's water system worked perfectly and only needed a change of water to be usable. Cain was very satisfied with the property. If he were staying longer than a month, he would even consider buying it as a permanent residence. A place so isolated and peaceful, surrounded by nature, was the ideal setting for Cain, as he wouldn't have to worry about keeping any secrets. Without hesitation, he paid the 100,000 Poké immediately and asked the agent to leave. It was time to start the final push for the ultimate test. Cain released Slowpoke, Haunter, and Moltank. As for the other Pokémon, he would let them out once he was sure there was no danger. First, as usual, Haunter inspected the entire house to ensure there were no surveillance cameras or similar devices. Slowpoke inspected the lawn and pool to check for any issues. Meanwhile, Cain took Moltank inside the house to start preparing dinner for the Pokémon. Currently, under Cain's influence, Moltank had become a master of cooking. She knew all the ingredients and preparation methods well, and with just a glance from Cain, she knew exactly what he wanted. It could be said that she was now his personal assistant. When Haunter and Slowpoke confirmed that the mansion was in perfect condition and the environment was safe, Cain released all his Pokémon except for Mook. He even let out Firo, who had been in his Pokeball for a long time. With such a large mansion, it would be ideal to have more Pokémon helping to maintain it. The interior of the house didn't have much dust, suggesting that someone regularly cleaned it, but the outside was a mess. Murkrow was equipped with a new training device and, along with Sneasel, took on the task of clearing all the grass in the yard, ensuring it was at the same height. This task would also serve as part of their training. Slowpoke and Gyarados were assigned to clean the pool, a job that required quick water draining and cleaning of algae and debris. Initially, Gyarados was a bit reluctant, but one look from Cain made it instantly obedient. Haunter used its poisonous energy to break down any unwanted materials, like plastic containers and trash bags, without damaging the grass or soil. Scorpii was equipped with the training device that Murkrow previously had, and it was tasked with climbing trees and trimming branches, ensuring all the trees looked uniform. It had to control its strength to avoid breaking branches or damaging trees. Cain released Fearow to keep watch around the mansion and alert him of any dangerous Pokémon or suspicious people. For the next few days, Fearow would act as the mansion's guardian, patrolling from the sky. Tropius, once released, lay lazily on the mansion's lawn to rest. It had flown for 3 days straight and nearly a full day without rest and was tired. It had gone out looking for something tasty to eat, but barely had a bite and instead ended up flying endlessly. When the sun had fully set, the Pokémon had almost finished cleaning the entire mansion. The once messy lawn was now neatly even, nearly the same height throughout. The pool water had been completely changed, now so clear that the bottom was visible without any impurities. Cain also took out several small energy crystals, crushed them, and sprinkled them into the pool, giving the water a slight energy pulse. Seeing this, Gyarados jumped directly into the water with no intention of coming out. The trash that couldn't decompose had also been dissolved by Haunter. Although this affected the soil a bit, Haunter absorbed the toxins in time. As for Scorpii, the mansion's fruit trees now looked really good, though the fruits that had been on the trees had completely disappeared. Cain didn't mind this, they were just regular fruits, and even if they were berries, to him, they weren't very different from normal fruits. With Moltank's help, Cain prepared a very hearty dinner. They didn't eat inside the house but instead set the table in the garden. Of course, the amount of food wasn't enough for a single Pokémon like Tropius, so grilling meat outside became inevitable. This time, Cain brought out his secret weapon, using a large barbecue grill that came with the house and roasted an entire lamb. If that wasn't enough, they would have to use Pokeblocks as a substitute. While the Pokémon enjoyed a big dinner, Cain ate less in comparison. Once he felt full, he sat aside to reflect. The time left for Team Rocket's final test was short, and he needed to organize a reasonable plan for his Pokémon in these last few days. First, after leveling up, each Pokémon needed to fully master their strength before participating in any battles. For Cain, leveling up was secondary at this point. When dinner ended, Cain gathered his Pokémon. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Haunter have been with me since the beginning. They know that I have a mission I must complete. If I fail, it could mean death, Cain said as he looked at his Pokémon. For Cain, the idea of death had become simpler. He feared death, but he wasn't afraid of it. It was a contradiction in his mind. Yaden, Craw, Kakik, Slowpoke, Murkrow, and Haunter nodded. They had left with Cain from the trial island, so they knew he had to return to that island for the final test. Now, they were full of confidence. Their current power was much greater compared to when they left the island. Seeing their enthusiastic expressions, while the other Pokémon looked worried, Cain smiled and said, "Don't worry. With our current power, even if we don't win in the final test, at least we should be able to protect ourselves." Even if he failed, with his status in the Shadow Unit, Umbra would probably protect him. But relying on others for his safety made him very uncomfortable. Not being able to control his fate was a sign of a lack of strength. If Cain had the power of a quasi-elite trainer, or even an elite level 1, he would at least have the chance to escape someone like Umbra, who was at an intermediate elite level. Ultimately, it all came down to a lack of power. The other Pokémon had never heard Cain talk about his past. This was the first time he mentioned his experiences before capturing them. He didn't give too many details, only explaining in general terms the possible situations they might face in the future and how they should act to stay safe. The Pokémon, who seemed to have an inflated sense of confidence after leveling up, were calmed by Cain's words. Having confidence isn't bad, but arrogance is always a problem. After explaining the situation, Cain could see the resolve and desire in his Pokémon's eyes, which left him very satisfied. A trainer must not only help their Pokémon improve their battle skills but also guide their spirit and will. A Pokémon reflects its trainer. This is part of the mental development of Pokémon. Cain, smiling, led his Pokémon to the room on the upper floor. They were all already used to sleeping together, waking up together, and fighting together. As for Tropius and Gyarados, due to their size, they couldn't go upstairs, so they slept in the garden. However, Gyarados had no problem with this. The water in the pool, though of a different type of energy, made him feel more comfortable than the sea. As for Tropius, after eating and drinking, he had no objections either. Cain assigned him a new task, to keep watch over the place. If any suspicious person or unknown Pokémon approached, he should attack without hesitation. To motivate him, Cain promised many food rewards. With this promise, Tropius climbed up to the roof and lay down on the tiles without worrying about discomfort. On the other hand, Fearow was the most diligent. This Pokémon is known for its great endurance in flight and is often used for delivering packages. Although it's not very popular for its appearance, it's very useful. Originally, Cain had considered releasing it, as it wouldn't be worth much if he sold it. But he found that Fearow was excellent as a patrol guard. It could fly all night without getting tired. As long as it had enough food, it could keep flying. So, in the end, Cain decided not to release it. Keeping it as a security guard worked quite well, at least Haunter no longer had to take night shifts. As for the food, it was just a portion for one Pokemon, something Cain could afford, and it only needed basic food, without needing special poke blocks. The next day, in the morning, while the sky was still gray and misty, Cain led his Pokemon in starting a day of training in the mansion's garden. To improve the quality of Pokemon training, it's ideal for the trainer to train alongside them. Even if you can't reach their level, simply showing your effort will push the Pokemon to try even harder. Murkrow focused primarily on endurance and stamina training. After changing his load to a new one, Cain increased the weight to 35 kilograms, and Murkrow flew around the entire garden. The basic goal Cain set for Murkrow was to complete 50 laps. Murkrow's combat techniques are already practically defined, and the level increase hasn't provided any new moves. Therefore, the focus is on quickly adapting to his new body. Cain bought a set of mind-blocking spheres for Slowpoke, which help measure the strength of his psychic power and train its use and control. Slowpoke's growth has been one of the fastest among the Pokemon, but since he already had great psychic abilities, the recent level increase has decreased his control. The mind-blocking spheres will help him regain his previous skill level. Haunter has already developed his poison attribute, but his capacity for increase has no clear limit. After acquiring another bottle of poisonous gas, his poison attribute has been enhanced again. However, he hasn't fully mastered the 2 new poison-type moves he recently learned. In combat, Haunter tends to lose accuracy with his poison-type move, so Cain assigned him training with these 2 new moves. Cain dug a hole in the garden for Haunter to train his poison control, regulating the amount he releases and ensuring he can retrieve it afterward. Sneasel's ice attribute is improving, but Cain noticed that during recent battles, he still lacks precision and speed in executing certain moves. Sneasel's training goal is to increase the hit rate of his ice-type moves without reducing their power. Cain bought a large bottle of calcium for Scorpite, with the intention that, while still growing, he can absorb these nutrients and surpass his growth limit. Now Scorpite must take 2 calcium tablets 3 times a day, a routine that Cain assigned to Moltank to supervise. Additionally, when Cain arrived in Moly City yesterday, he used a black market learning machine to teach Slowpoke the move Flamethrower and Sneasel the move Ice Beam. Both moves are compatible with Slowpoke, but they are not easy to learn quickly. Therefore, Cain prioritized Flamethrower, as his team lacks fire-type moves, a significant weakness. Although Slowpoke is a water type and can learn Flamethrower, it will be more difficult for him than a water or psychic type move. Cain has set Slowpoke the goal of mastering Flamethrower in the coming days. Given Sneasel's great talent in Ice-type energy, Ice Beam is the most efficient choice for him. Now, that move is incorporated into his training. Except for the utility Pokemon and Moltank, Cain has set clear goals for each. After last night's talk, no Pokemon dared to slack off, all were determined to meet the daily goals Cain set for them. Cain's plan is for his Pokemon to get used to their recent improvements before participating in battles at Moly City's battle ring for one last push. 7 days later. Training is exhausting and monotonous work. But during this final stretch of time, none of the Pokemon have relaxed. After 7 days, Cain feels that his Pokemon have fully mastered their bodies and moves, marking the end of this training period. With the level increase, the Pokemon's combat power has now reached the standards. During these 7 days, even though the levels didn't increase, combat strength has significantly improved. If Murkrow, Slowpoke, Haunter, and Sneasel were to face Tropius together now, it wouldn't be necessary to fight multiple times to beat him, they could dominate him without any problem. This shows that level isn't the most important thing. Only when the body and moves adapt to the level reached can real progress be claimed. Early today, after breakfast, Cain headed to the battle ring in Moly City. This place is quite well known in the city, frequented by citizens and high-status individuals. Here, Pokemon battles are held 24 hours a day. There are 8 areas, divided into 8 battle rings, and anyone can enter the ring to fight by paying 10,000 Poke Dollars. Winning also comes with a reward. Rewards accumulate with each victory. For example, a person who wins their first battle can receive a reward of 20,000 Poke Dollars. That person can choose to leave the ring and claim their prize or continue and defend the ring. Afterward, they can accept challenges without rest. The more they win, the greater the reward. Winning twice grants a reward of 40,000 Poke Dollars, adding up to 60,000. Winning 3 times adds 60,000 to the pool, accumulating to 90,000. Upon reaching 10 consecutive victories, regardless of whether they continue or not, they can claim all accumulated prizes. The total would be 1,100,000 Poke Dollars. Of course, if you lose before reaching 10 victories, you receive nothing from the pool. After 10 consecutive victories, if you decide to continue, you advance to the next level of difficulty. Each ring has 8 levels of difficulty, and every time you reach 10 consecutive victories, you level up. Additionally, the base rewards differ for each ring. For example, in the first ring, the base reward is 20,000 Poke Dollars, increasing with each victory. In the second level, the base reward is 30,000, increasing progressively from there. And so on for the other levels. That's why many trainers from different regions gather here. The reward system here is so special that it's unique in the entire Pokemon world. Not only are the rewards generous, but many trainers use the level they've reached in this arena as a standard to brag about. Maybe it's not as evident elsewhere, but in Moly City, many trainers, when meeting friends, will say, "Today I reached level such and such in the arena, and after winning several rounds, I was finally defeated." This is very similar to a level-based game that Cain used to play when he was on Earth. Basically, it works like a ranking system. Winning 8 rounds at the first level of the arena would be equivalent to earning a certain amount of points on a specific leaderboard. Moreover, not all trainers here are from the league. Many of them belong to underground organizations or other groups. Although the tournament rules follow those established by the league, where the battle ends when a Pokémon can no longer fight, occasionally, some Pokémon end up dead in battle. After all, moves don't differentiate between targets, injuries and death are inevitable. But for some spectators, this is extremely bloody and exciting, so many come to watch the battles as a way to relax after work. The arena organizers don't earn mainly from the participants' entry fees but from the spectators' tickets. Tickets for the first 2 arenas are quite affordable, as the battles are simpler, but since there are many, it balances out. At higher levels, the battles are much more thrilling, and ticket prices are also much higher. It's said that it's almost impossible to see a battle at the 7th or 8th level in a year. But when there's a battle at level 7 or 8, ticket prices are so high that not everyone can afford them, and yet, it's always packed. This shows just how profitable it is for the arena organizers. Cain doesn't know who organizes these battles, but he's sure it's not the League or Team Rocket. If it were the League, these arenas would be in Kanto or Johto. The League doesn't have enough control in the Hone region, so if someone were to cause trouble, they couldn't handle it immediately. It also couldn't be Team Rocket. If Team Rocket could build this kind of arena here, they wouldn't need to look for another way to enter other regions. They could start dominating Hone's underground operations. So it can't be the League or Team Rocket. Maybe it's some faction that Cain doesn't even know about or a combination of several. In any case, this doesn't affect Cain at the moment. What he wants is to take advantage of this place to train his Pokémon. Since it's not run by the League, it's not mandatory to use real names for tournament registration. Many well-known trainers use aliases. Cain likes this idea since he has multiple identities, and each one can only use certain Pokémon. If he wants all his Pokémon to have a chance to battle, one identity won't be enough. When he enters the massive battle building, the first thing he hears is deafening shouts. This is the first level arena, the most crowded. There are not only many spectators but also many competitors. The arena organizers have also set up a betting system for each battle, assigning winning odds. No matter how it's played, the organizers never lose money. At most, they just transfer money from one side to the other. Cain first buys a spectator ticket and watches for a while from the stands, trying to gauge the level of competitors in the first arena before signing up. It's not that he's unsure about winning in the first arena, he simply wants to decide which of his Pokémon to use after evaluating the participants. He finds that the Pokémon of the competitors in the first arena are usually between levels 20 and 25. It's rare to see Pokémon below level 20 or above level 25. A Pokémon below level 20 probably wouldn't last even one round, while one above level 25 would likely have already advanced to the second level of the arena. Cain registers directly, and the staff guides him to fill out a registration form. He chose the nickname Joker for his first identity. In his vague memory, it seems to be the name of a fairly well-known person, but he doesn't remember exactly who. Anyway, as long as it has Joker in the name, Cain doesn't mind much. Fortunately, he arrived early today, so he doesn't have to wait many rounds to participate. Cain patiently waits in the competitors' lounge. There are many other competitors besides Cain, most of whom wear masks or strange costumes to avoid being recognized, so his all-black attire doesn't stand out at all. In the lounge, there's a large television screen showing the ongoing battle. Trainer Joker, please prepare, your match is next. The announcement sounds 3 times in the lounge before stopping. Cain immediately stands up and heads to the counter where competitors can place bets. He takes out a bank card and bets the 150,000 Poké he has. He glances at the odds, 3 to 1. The other competitor has already won 3 consecutive times, while Cain is a complete unknown, so the organizers estimate his chances of winning at less than 30%. The maximum bet in the first arena is 200,000 Poké, and Cain's 150,000 is already a considerable sum. The staff look at him in surprise, few have that much confidence in themselves, and they quickly record the information. There's a betting limit at each level of the arena. If 2 competitors agreed to make a massive bet, the organizers would lose a lot of money. Of course, the organizers wouldn't allow this to happen. If a fixed match is discovered, someone will intervene. So far, those who have been caught have never appeared in public again. So the result is clear. After placing his bet, Cain leaves the lounge. What a pity that the odds are only 3 to 1. If I could bet more, a few million would win a lot. Cain complains silently. These organizers really don't let anyone take advantage of any loophole. Although it's called an arena, it actually looks more like a coliseum. All around are seats for spectators, and only in the center is there a sunken area for combat. For convenience, the organizers have set the battlefield as rocky terrain, no matter what type of Pokémon is used. If you're a water-type Pokémon trainer, good luck. Our winner this time, the Elite King competitor, has decided to continue fighting. Now, his prize pool has accumulated to 120,000 Poké, and if he wins again this time, it will reach a substantial sum of 200,000 Poké. Can our competitor the Elite King keep his winning streak? Let's wait and see. A presenter in flamboyant attire stood in the center of the battlefield, loudly announcing the generous prize pool amount. Announcing the prize pool amount so directly not only stirs up the participants' passion but also excites the audience. This helps attract more participants for the arena battles. Elite King, Elite King, Elite King, Elite King. Amid the crowd's cheers, a person wearing a hip-hop style mask waved, clearly enjoying all the attention. Cain, waiting at the entrance platform, although he had already commented once before, couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment again upon hearing the crowd's cheers. Elite King? Does he think he's the king of elite trainers? Do people now pick names so brazenly? As Cain continued with his remarks, he heard the presenter say, "So, let's give a warm welcome to our next challenger, Blue Peacock." Boo! When the name Blue Peacock was announced, the crowd erupted in boos. Blue Peacock? In the Pokémon world, the name Peacock refers to a bird resembling a rooster, a blue rooster. Just by the name alone, it doesn't sound strong. What name is more intimidating than Joker? Cain, hidden under a long black cloak, slowly walked to one side of the field. Will competitor Joker, who has won 3 consecutive times, maintain his winning streak, or will challenger Blue Peacock defeat him and become the new arena champion? Let's see the battle. After the presenter finished his exaggerated announcement, he moved to the rest area on the side, leaving the rest of the time to the referee. In this battle, each competitor can use 2 Pokémon. When both Pokémon of one competitor lose their ability to fight, that competitor will be declared the loser. Let the battle begin. With the referee's command, both competitors took out a Pokeball and launched it onto the field. Cain's Pokémon was a Scorpy. In his first arena battle, Scorpy could fight and learn some combat techniques. Meanwhile, on the other side, competitor Blue Peacock released his Pokeball, revealing a loaded. Cain used his system to scan its data, a dark yellow quality loaded, level 22, with the Swift Swim ability. Loaded, a water and grass-type Pokémon, has decent attributes but is weak to bug, flying, and poison types, taking double damage from them. It turns out Scorpy is a bug and poison type, making it a perfect counter to Loaded. Competitor Blue Peacock on the other side clearly didn't recognize Scorpy as a Pokémon, as he showed no reaction upon seeing it and instead remained confident. Loaded's Swift Swim ability could be useful on a rainy day, but in this sunny weather, it practically has no effect. Scorpy, use Agility. A raspy voice came from under Cain's black hood. This was Scorpy's first one-on-one battle between Pokémon and trainers. Upon receiving the command, Scorpy quickly moved across the rocky field, kicking up a cloud of dust. Loaded, use Growl. Blue Peacock, seeing Scorpy's movement speed, nervously gave the order. Loaded let out a sound similar to a duck's quack, but it had no effect on Scorpy. The growl move failed. Scorpy, use Bug Bite and then Poison Tail. Cain didn't let the circumstances affect him. The fact that Scorpy wasn't affected was normal, otherwise, all his training would have been in vain. Scorpy's eyes showed excitement. It had been a long time since it had a battle. These past few days had been filled with intense training, both in physical abilities and techniques. According to Cain, it had trained enough. However, Scorpy knew that among Cain's Pokémon, its combat strength was relatively low. Each time it trained with its older brothers, they always let it win. This time, facing an unknown enemy, it could finally show its full strength. In the midst of its swift movement, Scorpy's speed increased again, even forgetting the weight it was carrying. Under Loaded's terrified gaze, its growl had barely finished when Scorpy appeared right in front of it. With a bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes, Scorpy's teeth were imbued with a faint green energy from the bug type. During these training days, it had been so close to using this move to bite down all the trees in the garden nearly to the ground. With a fierce bite, without hesitation, it bit Loaded. Loaded cried out in pain. This sharp pain, due to the double vulnerability, almost made it lose consciousness. But this wasn't the end. Scorpy's tail, loaded with purple poisonous energy, struck Loaded again without hesitation. Though Scorpy's poison wasn't as developed as Haunter's, Scorpy, being a scorpion, naturally contained venom. The fact that it wasn't fully developed only meant that the poison wasn't very strong, but it didn't mean it didn't exist. After finishing the attack, Scorpy jumped back, quickly distancing itself from Loaded. This was the first battle rule Cain had taught it. After an attack, don't continue chasing. Always hold your position and prepare for any counter-attack from the opponent. However, clearly, Loaded no longer had the ability to counter-attack. Loaded has lost its ability to fight. Competitor Blue Peacock, please send out your second Pokémon. Although Blue Peacock's face was covered by a mask, sweat appeared on his forehead. Loaded's direct defeat had put a lot of pressure on him. On the other hand, Cain showed no emotion. If Scorpy couldn't defeat an opponent like this, then what was the purpose of all this training? 2 Pokémon of the same level, an overwhelming advantage in quality, physical strength, combat techniques, and type advantage. In this battle, even without his guidance, Scorpy could win. From the stands, cheers began for Cain. These spectators are like this, they support whoever seems stronger. Before Cain won, they were also cheering for others. Seeing Cain's Scorpy defeat Loaded so easily, they started to realize the strength of the Joker competitor. After returning Loaded to its Pokeball, Blue Peacock gritted his teeth and took another Pokeball from his waist. He's arrogant, not stupid. He had already guessed that he probably wouldn't make it this time and that the prize pool money probably wouldn't be his. This time, he sent out a level 21 Gloom, whose combat power was even lower than Loaded's and also vulnerable to Scorpy's type. Scorpy, use Quick Attack and Bug Bite. Remember what I taught you before, the sniper technique. Cain, upon seeing Gloom, lost all desire to fight. However, this didn't affect Scorpai's enthusiasm for the battle in the slightest. Scorpai kicked up another cloud of dust on the rocky field, speeding toward Gloom even faster than before. Before Blue Peacock could issue a command, Scorpai, with lightning speed, bit Gloom's body. This time, Scorpai targeted a weak spot on Gloom, hitting a critical point directly. The sniper ability activated. By hitting a critical point, the power increased to 2.25 times, taking down Gloom in a single blow, leaving it on the ground with no fighting capacity. Gloom has lost its fighting ability, therefore, the winner is the challenger, competitor Joker. The referee raised the flag in his hand, announcing the outcome of the match. Upon hearing the referee's voice, the previously silent stadium filled with cheers. Many spectators continued to shout, "Joker, Joker, Joker." Meanwhile, Blue Peacock, withdrawing in disappointment, had already become a blurry background, slowly disappearing from the field. Scorpai returned to Cain's side, bouncing with joy. Cain knelt down, patted Scorpai's back encouragingly, and then discreetly took out a high-energy poke block, feeding Scorpai. Scorpai wasn't too tired, he had only spent some energy, and his overall state was even better than at the beginning. Clearly, he was just warming up. Well done, Scorpai. Remember the feeling from just a moment ago. Before attacking, always observe the opponent's movements, find their weak spot, and strike hard. Always try for a deadly hit. If you can't bring the opponent down in one hit, retreat immediately and wait for the right moment, Cain whispered to Scorpai, giving him combat advice. The main purpose of coming here was also to improve the Pokemon's combat skills, not to win money or level up. Of course, earning a little extra money while training in combat techniques wasn't a bad thing either. This battle's prize awarded Cain 20,000 Poke Dollars, but this was only a small part. The majority of the prize came from the bets Cain had placed on himself, 150,000 Poke Dollars, which tripled, resulting in 450,000 Poke Dollars. At that moment, the announcer appeared on the field. "Ha ha ha, let's congratulate competitor Joker for becoming the new champion of this round. Right now, the accumulated prize amount is 20,000 Poke Dollars. If he continues the challenge, the next time it will be 40,000 Poke Dollars." Hearing this, the audience began cheering again. To Cain, 20,000 Poke Dollars might seem like an insignificant amount, but for many in the audience, it was equivalent to 1 or even 2 months of salary. That amount had already sparked the festive spirit in their hearts. Continue, keep fighting, let the prize accumulate more and more, only to lose it all in one go. They enjoyed seeing each competitor lose all the prize money and showing that face full of regret. They loved seeing those who couldn't obtain such an amount. If we can't have it, neither should you. So, please, continue. Keep fighting. Then, competitor Joker, will you decide to end the competition now and take the prize, or will you continue competing, with the chance to win even more in the next match? The announcer exaggerated his movements as he asked. At the same time, uniform chants echoed from the stands. Continue, 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 continue. Cain, undeterred by the spectators, gave the answer they most desired. Cain only wanted to train his Pokémon. This was just the first battle, and he couldn't abandon it for such a small amount of money. Besides, this was only the first stage. There was no way a competitor would appear who could make Cain withdraw. Hearing Cain's decision to continue, the chants of Joker resounded once more from the stands. Very well, competitor Joker has decided to continue. Let's welcome our next challenger, Ryu. A young man without a disguise and with his identity openly displayed slowly walked toward the opposite side of Cain. This was a competitor who openly showed his identity. However, this time the battle had no suspense. Cain defeated his opponent once more, and Scorpai once again achieved a streak of 2 consecutive victories. But in this battle, Scorpai was hit by an opponent's attack for the first time. It was because he was overly confident that he could defeat the opponent in a single blow, but he failed to hit the critical point, and the sniper ability didn't activate, so he couldn't dodge in time and took a hit. Although the damage wasn't severe, Cain scolded Scorpai. This type of battle, similar to a gamble, was never what Cain advocated. Cain knew that Scorpai had the capacity to defeat the opponent in a single blow, but Scorpai still couldn't effectively identify the opponent's weak points. His current battle strategy was to attack once and immediately retreat, whether or not the opponent was defeated. Unless Cain gave the order to continue attacking, he had to retreat immediately. After being scolded by Cain, Scorpai understood that he had been arrogant. Defeating his opponents so easily repeatedly had slightly inflated his confidence. Fortunately, this mistake provided Cain with an opportunity to teach. It's better to correct mistakes now than to make them in the final trial. His Pokémon spent a lot of time training, often fighting in groups against a single opponent or in group battles, and hadn't had much experience in one-on-one battles. This was also why Cain was determined to participate in these battles following league rules. Quickly identifying his Pokémon's mistakes and correcting them is one of a trainer's responsibilities. After this mistake and Cain's scolding, Scorpai became much more focused on each match. Although he was still excited, he no longer underestimated his opponents. With each attack, unless Cain said otherwise, Scorpai would retreat immediately by instinct. This combat tactic allowed him to avoid many attacks. Thanks to the strength of a single Pokémon, Cain managed to defeat consecutive opponents, winning more matches and accumulating more and more prize money. Soon, Cain had won 9 consecutive matches, and the audience was going wild, chanting Joker frenetically. Although it's not rare to see someone win 10 consecutive matches, it remains a significant achievement, and many in the audience had never seen a 10-match winning streak. Because many, upon reaching a certain number of battles, choose to pause temporarily. That is, they can choose to continue on another occasion, but Cain wasn't stopping. He continued fighting without rest, using only one Pokémon, defeating 9 consecutive opponents, achieving an astounding 18 victories with just one Pokémon. No wonder the audience was so frenzied. Today might be a day they'll never forget. Now, let's cheer for our player, Joker. His personal prize pool has reached 900,000 Poke Dollars. With just one more win, he could earn an additional prize of 200,000 Poke Dollars in one go, totaling 1,100,000 Poke Dollars. The host, with the microphone in hand and veins bulging in his neck, displayed his professionalism as a presenter. Joker, Joker, Joker. Cheers filled the stadium. 1,100,000 Poke Dollars, a sum many would never earn in their entire lives. But now, the person on stage had been winning again and only needed one more victory to secure 1,100,000 Poke Dollars. As for ending now and taking the 900,000 Poke Dollars without further complications, nobody even wanted to suggest it. What they wanted to see was a streak of 10 consecutive victories, not for it to end now. And besides, that amount of money stirred envy. Although they were shouting encouragement for Joker, deep down, they hoped the next opponent would be stronger and wouldn't let him take a single Poke Dollar. It was the typical thought of, if I can't have it, neither should you. Meanwhile, in a large office behind the tournament stage, a few people were holding glasses and watching Joker's battlefield, listening to the crowd's cheers. One of them spoke, another lucky kid. What do you think? Should we have a little fun? Play what? Haven't you seen he's been using Scorpy from the start? He probably has more Pokemon, and Scorpy might be the weakest. But we can't just let him walk away with the 1,100,000 Poke Dollars prize, can we? Although that amount isn't much, if it happens, we'll lose a lot today in ticket sales. Bah, we just need to send a strong opponent against him. Right now, where would we find someone appropriate? Even if someone defeats him, that person might also end up with 10 consecutive wins. The people sitting on the sofa and at the table shared their opinions, but the one sitting in the boss's chair seemed detached from the conversation, swirling his wine glass with an indifferent expression. They all turned their attention to him, waiting for his opinion. As if only just noticing their gazes, he brought the wine glass to his nose to smell it, then took a small sip, smiling. It wasn't clear if it was due to the taste of the wine or because he'd found a solution. So, why not send in someone who also has 8 or 9 consecutive wins? I noticed there's a participant today who won his 9th match last time and only postponed the 10th due to his Pokemon's condition. Hearing this, everyone brightened. Of course, if someone was going to achieve 10 wins, it might as well be one of the two. Regardless of who wins, it would be good news for them. Splitting the prize between two people is easier to accept. They were only in charge of managing the tournament for the forces they represented, but they couldn't interfere too much in the matches. Otherwise, each time someone got close to winning a big prize, they'd send someone to defeat them, and after that, who would dare to aim for big prizes? If that were the case, players would rather win 5 or 6 matches, take the money, and quit the tournament. If everyone did that, although it wouldn't bankrupt them, they definitely wouldn't earn as much money. And the forces behind them wouldn't forgive them. This place was their largest source of income. They could only manipulate 1 or 2 fights occasionally to secure some benefits. Otherwise, if everyone knew it was rigged, who would come to the tournaments? They couldn't sacrifice the long-term gains for small benefits. Their business was long-term. They were always winning, it was just a matter of how much. After contacting reception by phone, they resumed watching the battle with a smile. For them, it didn't really matter who won or lost. They were always on the side of the forces they represented. They could only earn a little extra income by participating in small bets. How much exactly that extra meant was unknown. Back on the battlefield, the host, newly informed through his earpiece, smiled broadly. Another great showdown was coming. Attention, spectators! We've just received news that Joker's next opponent is also a contender with 9 wins. So, will Joker secure his 10th consecutive victory with absolute strength, or will the next contender achieve his own 10th consecutive win? One is going strong, the other is fresh and rested. Who will win? Stay tuned. Now, let's welcome our other player with 9 wins, Tank. Joker, Joker, Tank, Tank. Clearly, as another player with 9 victories, Tank's popularity was high. This was a battle between 2 players with 9 wins. Only the winner could earn the grand prize of 1,100,000 Poke Dollars and also gain the opportunity to advance to the second stage. The blood of the spectators was already beginning to boil. Although 10 consecutive wins were rare, they were not something they had never seen before. But a battle between 2 contenders with 9 wins was something they had never witnessed. With adrenaline pumping fast, everyone in the stands was shouting the name of their favorite player. Meanwhile, the tournament organizers began announcing the start of big bets. Earlier, Cain's dominance had been so obvious that it left no doubt, so bets weren't bringing in much profit, and people were barely making money. But this time was different. It was a duel of 9 wins versus 9 wins, with high uncertainty. Furthermore, since Cain had not rested at all and Tank was fresh and rested, the odds showed a payout of 1.5 to 1 for Cain. It seemed even the organizers favored Tank. Many began betting right away. Only a match with this kind of uncertainty was worth betting on. In fact, no matter which side people bet on, the ultimate winners would still be the tournament organizers. Cain called over a staff member and bet 200,000 poke dollars from the 450,000 he had just won. Earlier, the odds hadn't offered any gain. Now, although it was only 1.5 times, there was at least a small margin for profit. Then, when the host finished his spirited speech, the time had finally come for the real battle to begin. On the battlefield appeared an opponent named Tank, an extremely muscular man, shirtless, showing off all the muscles in his torso. On his head, he wore an exaggerated mask that only revealed his eyes and mouth, like a bank robber waiting for his chance. Tank seemed well informed about Cain's fighting style, who used a Scorepai, so he was prepared. As soon as the referee gave the starting signal, he threw a poke ball. A nosepass appeared on the field. Pokemon, nosepass, light green. Gender, male. Level, 26. Type, rock. Ability, sturdy. Held item, none. Egg moves, rollout, stealth rock. Basic moves, tackle, harden, block, rock throw, thunder wave, rest, spark, rock slide, power gem. Learned moves, thunder punch, shock wave. TM moves, smackdown, sleep talk. Nosepass is a Pokemon specialized in physical defense, with half of its base points invested in this stat. Its resistance to types like normal, flying, poison, and fire made it a good contender against Scorepie's poison-type moves. Although Scorepie's bug-type moves could deal normal damage, it was evident that piercing Nosepass's physical defense would be challenging. However, Nosepass had many weaknesses. Fighting, ground, steel, water, and grass-type moves would deal double damage, but Scorepie didn't have any of these options. Tank had clearly been watching Cain's battles and his Scorepie from the sidelines, studying his combat style and moves. Additionally, his Nosepass was level 26, which was unusual in the first battle stage. It was clear that Tank, as a competitor with 9 wins, had a certain level of skill. The audience reacted immediately upon seeing Tank release a Nosepass. Although they weren't trainers, they recognized this Pokemon, especially since it was from the Hone region. Moreover, its size and presence were imposing, overshadowing Scorepie's appearance. Recently, Scorepie had been consuming calcium provided by Cain. Although not much time had passed, the effects were evident. Normally, an average Scorepie's size is around 80 centimeters, and Cain's had already reached this height, showing it had stopped growing. However, Cain's system indicated that Scorepie's bones had not yet fully set, allowing room for further growth with some external assistance. Cain purchased a large bottle of calcium supplements, and after just 1 week, Scorepie had already reached 90 centimeters, 10 centimeters more than the average Scorepie. However, since it was a Pokemon from Sinnoh, most spectators were unfamiliar with Scorepie and couldn't be surprised by its size. The increase in size didn't affect Scorepie's speed, which continued to move with agility. Scorepie, this time our opponent is prepared. Give it your all in this battle. Cain ordered from the edge of the field. Under his cloak, he held a remote control that adjusted the weight Scorepie carried for training. Cain deactivated Scorepie's weight. Feeling his body suddenly lighter, Scorepie let out a cry of joy. He had heard stories from the veteran Murkrow on the team about how it felt when the weights were removed, and now Scorepie fully understood that feeling. It felt as if he could fly. Let the battle begin, the referee shouted, signaling the start. Scorepie, use agility. Although Nosepass had high physical defense, his speed was disappointing. Without the weights and boosted by agility, Scorepie darted around the field, reveling in his newfound agility. However, Tank wasn't intimidated. Nosepass, harden and use stealth rock. Nosepass glowed with a stony shine, while his eyes emitted a faint glint as he set up invisible rocks around the field. Scorepie, watch out for the invisible rocks and use poison sting on Nosepass. Cain had anticipated the opponent's strategy and knew that Nosepass would be a tough target. Poisonous needles were shot directly at Nosepass. Tank let out a disdainful laugh as the needles struck Nosepass, producing only a metallic sound with no effect. Scorepie, stop running and stay in place. Keep using poison sting. Remember what Haunter taught you about focusing poisonous energy. Cain ordered, ignoring the initial lack of effect of the move. Nosepass was an easy target due to his slow mobility, and with Stealth Rock in place, moving around too much wasn't safe for Scorepie. You can launch them more slowly, but make sure to use your poisonous energy. Scorepie nodded, and a violet glow appeared in his eyes as he recalled the toxin control lessons he'd received from Haunter. Though their structures were different, they had much in common when it came to poison-type energy. This time, the poison sting attack had a different effect. They hit Nosepass with a similar sound, but left a purple mark on his body. Nosepass felt pain, and one of his eyes involuntarily closed. Nosepass, keep using Harden, don't stop. Tank said urgently upon noticing the damage. Cain smiled and added, Scorepie, well done, but you haven't reached your limit yet. Keep using Poison Sting. Let's take advantage of this stationary target as a training opportunity. Scorepie nodded, excited to face an opponent that couldn't be defeated in a single blow. The next Poison Sting attack was executed with greater speed and power. This time, Nosepass was poisoned. Although Nosepass had some resistance to poison, this didn't mean he couldn't be poisoned, it only meant that the poison damage would be slightly less. Since Nosepass wasn't a Probopass, he didn't have the steel type that would make him immune to poison type moves. However, Tank didn't seem too worried about Nosepass being poisoned, letting out a loud laugh. Is that all the damage you can do with poison? Nosepass can recover quickly. Don't you have any aces up your sleeve? Nosepass, keep using Harden. Cain, however, seemed unfazed by his words, with a barely visible smile under his hood, as he said, Scorepai, remember the feeling of using the toxin just now? Scorepai nodded firmly. Training in a controlled environment was one thing, but achieving it in battle was something completely different. That was Cain's true purpose. Alright, now we can start the real battle. Scorepai, get close and use Poison Tail. Don't worry about his speed, he can't keep up with you. The battle was becoming intense, with both trainers making the most of their Pokemon's strengths. After experiencing the control of internal toxins, Scorepai quickly charged toward Nosepass. Although he encountered several invisible rocks along the way, which limited his speed, he was still fast enough to stay out of Nosepass's reach. Nosepass, Thunder Wave, ordered Tank, allowing Nosepass to use an electric-type move for the first time. In Tank's view, after using Harden multiple times, Nosepass already had enough physical defense to withstand Scorepai's attacks. An electromagnetic orb appeared in front of Nosepass, forming and swiftly heading towards Scorepai. But could Nosepass really hit Scorepai with his attack speed? Scorepai approached at high speed, his tail glowing a dark purple hue. The move Poison Tail has a higher chance of landing critical hits compared to other normal moves, and combined with Scorepai's ability, Sniper, it results in considerable damage even against a Pokemon with resistance to poison. With the poison status dealing damage every turn and Scorepai's repeated Poison Tail attacks, the poison quickly accumulated, making it so that Nosepass, despite his double resistance, couldn't withstand it. Nosepass, use rest quickly. Tank shouted upon seeing his Nosepass become an easy target. Though he had prepared his strategy, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Cain smiled coldly, already expecting Nosepass to use rest to buy time, relying on his high physical defense and resistances to gradually wear down Scorepai's energy. Scorepai, Taunt. Scorepai had perfected his taunt move under Sneasel's teaching, and now he finally had the chance to use it in a real battle. Nosepass, who was trying to enter the rest state, was immediately interrupted by Scorepai's taunt move, which prevented him from using any support or reinforcement moves for a while. I let you use Harden repeatedly just so you wouldn't fall too quickly. After all, practice targets like this one for Scorepai's intensive training don't come along every day, thought Cain, smiling as he saw his strategy working and Nosepass's rest move being blocked. In previous battles, Scorepai had shown excellent performance, using bug-type moves skillfully, and he was getting familiar with his sniper ability. However, his poison-type moves hadn't had many effective practice opportunities, as few Pokemon could withstand Scorepai's attacks. Nosepass had been the perfect target for Cain to observe Scorepai's improvement in real combat. But now that Scorepai had mastered the release of internal toxins, it was no longer necessary to prolong the match. The blocking of Nosepass's rest move left Tank stunned. He had carefully planned to let Nosepass strengthen himself while the opponent attacked, then recover using rest and wear down the opponent over time. However, with the key move rest interrupted, Tank was left bewildered. Why hadn't Nosepass's Harden move been interrupted before? This doubt lingered in his mind even after Nosepass's defeat. Nosepass has lost the ability to battle. Trainer Tank must switch Pokemon, announced the referee, pulling Tank out of his daze. Tank's face, hidden under his mask, showed clear displeasure. He had thought this would be an easy fight, but he hadn't expected this outcome. If he had known this beforehand, maybe he wouldn't have stepped into the arena to fight. Nosepass was his strongest card, but with him defeated, Tank knew he probably didn't stand much chance of winning the rest of the battle. Regret began to arise in his heart. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have claimed his reward after his 9th win and retired. Afterward, Tank sent out a level 24 Tauros with a dark yellow quality. Although it was quite a strong Pokemon, without a type advantage, and with a speed lower than Scorepai's, along with multiple activations of the sniper ability, Scorepai quickly secured the victory. Joker, 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 the crowd chanted from the stands. After Tank retreated in dismay, the announcer returned to the center of the battlefield, proudly announcing Cain's victory and the fact that he would soon move to the second stage. With 10 consecutive wins, Cain had only used one Pokemon, making everyone remember the name of this competitor, cloaked in black. Now, to watch his battles, one would have to go to the second stage spectator area, where ticket prices were significantly higher. Moreover, the prize of 1.1 million Poke Dollars made the audience fill with excitement, wishing they were in the winner's place. When the announcer finished his motivational speech, Cain left the battlefield with Scorepai, leaving the place to the next competitors. However, the crowd's cheers didn't die down with his departure. According to the tournament system, after 10 consecutive wins, Cain could automatically claim the jackpot and advance to the second stage. The next time Cain competes under the name Joker, he will have to register in the second stage. In reality, the first stage wasn't suitable for the power level of Cain's Pokemon. The only Pokemon that had found any training in this stage was Scorepai. Any other Pokemon that Cain might have used would have secured an instant victory. Now, in the second stage, the rivals should provide a bit more training for Slowpoke, Murkrow, and the others. Cain and Scorepi headed to the tournament official's desk to claim their 1.1 million Poké prize for 10 consecutive wins, and then to the betting area to collect an additional 550,000 Poké. By betting 150,000 on himself and winning, he tripled that amount to 450,000, and then bet 200,000 in the last round, winning 300,000, for a total of 550,000 Poké. Thus, Cain earned a total of 1.65 million Poké in this tournament. The stronger one is, although the resource consumption is greater, the faster they can acquire those resources. It's quite a healthy cycle. Cain left the grand battle arena, returning Scorepi to his Pokeball and changing his attire in a secluded place before heading to his mansion. Today, Scorepi had received enough training. In the following days, Cain planned to select a different Pokemon for each battle, ensuring they all had the opportunity to fight. Training outside of combat is always different from real battle. Today's battle with Scorepi was a clear example. With about a week before the final test, Cain still had time. 7 days later, Cain boarded the plane that would take him out of the Hone region. The trip to Hone brought him much more than he had planned. It wasn't just gains in money and resources but also an increase in the level and strength of his Pokemon. He spent 7 days on the battlefield putting into practice everything his Pokemon had learned in training. There are only a few days left before returning to Trial Island. Umbra has already sent a message to Cain through the Shadow Unit's communication system, notifying him that they will set sail from Vermilion City's port toward Trial Island at sunset the following day. If he didn't make it in time, unless he were dead, he would only face the relentless pursuit of Team Rocket. However, Cain had no intention of avoiding this fate. The final trial, which could be a terrifying challenge for others, was for him a unique opportunity to succeed. Days before, he had already booked a flight to Saffron City. He left a message for Steven via his cell phone, informing him that he'd be busy for a while and that he would look for Aaron when he returned. Any other matters would be on hold. No matter the cost, Cain would handle everything upon his return. Additionally, Cain contacted Elder Matsuda, who had taken him as a disciple but later left him to his fate. When he learned Matsuda was busy in his lab and had no time for him, Cain hung up immediately and stored his phone in the new spatial ring he had bought. The space in the previous ring was no longer enough, so after earning money on the first day, Cain went to the black market to buy a ring with a larger capacity. He didn't know how long he'd be away this time, so he needed to prepare with more supplies. Among his Pokemon, the one that consumed the most food was no longer Moltank but Tropius. Tropius's appetite was so big it equaled that of all the other Pokemon combined. Half of the food stored in Cain's ring was just for him. After all, Tropius remained Cain's strongest Pokemon and also his flying mount, essential for combat and for escape if necessary. During the battles this time, though the primary goal was for his Pokemon to master their bodies, it was inevitable that their levels would rise. But this time, the improvement was different from previous ones. This time, the levels increased naturally after facing one-on-one battles and through constant training. Except for Tropius and Gyarados, nearly all Pokemon leveled up. Now, in Cain's team, the Pokemon with the lowest level was Scorepi, who had reached level 23, and was no longer the one with the least combat ability in the team. In fact, Scorepi now surpassed Moltank, no longer being the weakest. Scorepi was very happy about it. Of course, there was some help from Moltank, as she's a support Pokemon and doesn't need great combat abilities. Scorepi had grown under Moltank's watchful eye, so there was no issue in giving him a little advantage. Additionally, thanks to the calcium supplements Cain bought, Scorepi's height had reached 1 meter, as robust as a small calf. With several cups of Moltank's milk and calcium supplements every day, how could he not grow? The normal height of a Scorepi is 80 centimeters, but this one had already exceeded that by 20 centimeters. And he keeps growing. As for Slowpoke and Sneasel, what they did the most this time was practice the moves they had just learned. Compared to Sneasel's innate skill in Ice-type moves, Slowpoke needed a lot of time to master the Fire-type move Flamethrower and even more time to perform it smoothly. Even now, Slowpoke hasn't completely mastered this move. After all, he didn't only have to train moves but also had to focus on physical exercise and psychic training. But, regardless of everything else, Cain finally has a Pokemon in his team that can use Fire-type moves, even if it isn't very skilled. On the other hand, Sneasel already handles the Ice Beam move with great skill. Sneasel's talent for Ice-type moves impressed Cain so much that he couldn't help but praise him. Now, if he faces Dragon-type Pokemon, he has an ace up his sleeve. Additionally, under Cain's guidance, Sneasel has begun to understand variations in Ice-type moves beyond their basic form. For example, the Ice Shard move. In its basic version, it only involves throwing ice fragments. But as an Ice-type move, why not condense the fragments to make them more solid or change their shape? If they turned into stalactites, wouldn't they be more lethal? This is the approach Sneasel should follow in his training. As for Murkrow, he has completely adapted to the weight of 45 kilograms and remains incredibly fast under that load. Cain can say without a doubt that Murkrow has developed his body to the fullest according to his standards. If a high-quality Dusk Stone appeared now, Cain wouldn't hesitate to allow Murkrow to evolve. Of course, that doesn't mean Murkrow has reached his absolute limit, but he has met Cain's minimum expectations. If he continued developing his body, the benefits would no longer be as great. On the other hand, Haunter, in just 7 days, absorbed another entire bottle of toxic gas. In the future, this type of substance will no longer have much effect on him. If Cain wants to continue developing his poison type, he'll have to look for other toxic objects. Initially, Cain also wanted to develop Scorpi's poison type, but since he didn't know how long the process would take and the final trial was about to begin, he had to postpone it. Cain has observed his Pokémon's progress during this time, and he hasn't been idle. Based on the energy crystal analysis done by the system, Cain has begun implementing the method he derived from that analysis. The most notable change is in Moltank, whose quality has already shown some improvement. What used to be pale green has now started to darken. Cain is already considering whether or not to continue trading with the Moltank farm to improve his Moltank's quality. Every day, a mixture of energy crystals and various herbs is administered to his Pokémon, achieving an improvement in their aptitudes with minimal side effects. However, due to differences in basic aptitudes, the difficulty of improvement varies. For instance, the improvement in Moltank, who originally had pale green aptitude, is noticeable after 7 days of treatment. However, in Murkrow's case, whose aptitude is green, the change is almost imperceptible. And not to mention Sneasel, who has a light blue aptitude, the change is nearly zero, but at least there have been no significant side effects, right? It's only a matter of time before Cain can enhance. Many people regret that after putting so much effort into training their starter Pokémon to a certain level, when they encounter higher quality Pokémon, their starter no longer meets their expectations, and they have to abandon it. That kind of wasted time can affect an entire lifetime. Not everyone can, like Steven and Lance, start with a high-quality Pokémon and train it without worrying that it might fall behind in terms of abilities. For this reason, those members of the League Elite who start with a high-quality starter Pokémon are the ones who, in the long run, become more powerful. In his past life, Cain also faced the situation where his Pokémon's quality didn't measure up, leading him to switch Pokémon frequently and lose the bond with them. When he faced truly strong enemies, those new Pokémon weren't willing to fight to the end for their trainer and ended up fleeing. This was the reason Cain died so easily in his previous life. Is the difference between an elite-level trainer and a quasi-elite-level trainer that great? Yes, it's big, but so big that you don't even have a chance to escape? No? If one is willing to sacrifice some Pokémon to cover their retreat, escape is still possible, though with great losses. But in his previous life, Cain had only one Pokémon willing to protect him, Murkrow. No others did. In this life, Cain values the bond with his Pokémon even more than their quality. Therefore, anything that can improve the quality of his Pokémon has an extremely high value, even if intermediate energy blocks don't have a very significant effect. According to the system's calculations, intermediate energy blocks still have some effect on Pokémon with light green, green, and even dark green quality. However, for Pokémon of light blue quality or higher, the effects are no longer as evident. In fact, for those with dark green quality, seeing tangible changes might take a long time. High-quality energy blocks might be needed. But even so, if someone found out that Cain possessed large quantities of these energy blocks, others wouldn't even need to make a move. Team Rocket would be the first to act. It wouldn't be Team Rocket's high command, who probably wouldn't care, but rather the middle ranks, like captains or officers, who definitely wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. However, Cain's expectations aren't that high. He just needs the improvement in his Pokémon's quality to more or less align with his own progress. The plane is much faster than a boat. Cain spent the entire flight meditating with his eyes closed, and when he opened them, he had already arrived in Saffron City, a city that never sleeps. Thanks to his meditation, Cain felt very well, so he didn't waste time in the city. Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City, still gives Cain a certain sense of fear. Sabrina is powerful and unpredictable. Cain doesn't know when he will reach a level where he no longer fears her or where he can resist her psychic abilities. Cain shook his head in silence, knowing he still has a long way to go. He took a taxi directly to the southern district of Saffron City. Generally, flying on Pokémon within the city is not allowed. If you do, the police have the right to arrest you. Of course, if you have enough power that they can't catch you, or they simply don't dare to, then you can fly freely. Obviously, Cain doesn't have that power yet. 2 hours later, Cain arrived once again on the outskirts of Saffron City. This was the third time he had come here. The first time was for data from the Pokémon daycare, the second to cross Diglett's cave to Vermilion City, and now, on this third occasion, he's preparing to head to Challenge Island, where he will face his final trial. In this place, there were no longer any restrictions on Pokémon, so Cain released Tropius and jumped onto his back. Now that Cain and Tropius had been together for a while, Cain trusted Tropius to carry him in flight without needing Slowpoke for protection. Once on Tropius's back, Cain took out a few poke blocks and gave them to Tropius. From the way Tropius narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, it was clear he was happy. For him, flying a bit in exchange for delicious food wasn't a big deal. As long as the sun was shining, his chlorophyll ability kept working, and flying barely consumed any energy. With a gentle flap, Tropius stirred up dust on the ground and began to rise slowly. After gaining enough experience as a flying mount, Tropius could now fly very steadily, and Cain hardly felt any unbalanced movement while on his back. Additionally, Tropius's back was quite broad, so Cain could even lie down comfortably if he wanted to. Once they reached a certain height, Cain gently patted Tropius's back, and he immediately flapped a bit harder and soared forward. Thanks to the chlorophyll ability, his flight speed was quite good. Although Tropius isn't especially fast in battle, this doesn't affect him when flying in a straight line to travel. At least, his endurance is unquestionable. As long as there's sunlight, Tropius could fly all day without getting tired. Following Cain's directions, Tropius flew swiftly toward Vermilion City. In the air, Cain encountered several wild Pokémon, but they all avoided Tropius. Even if they didn't recognize Tropius, Pokémon like Fearow or Pidgeotto could sense his imposing presence. Although Tropius isn't a dragon-type Pokémon, the presence of his dragon lineage is still unmistakable, just like Gyarados in the sea. In this sky, Tropius is like a sovereign. Among a group of Pokémon whose average level is around 10 or 20, who would dare to challenge a level 40 Tropius. So, with no obstacles, 2 hours later, Cain could already see Vermilion City. Before entering the outskirts of the city, Cain had Tropius descend. After giving him some Pokeblocks, he returned him to his Pokeball. He was about to go back under Team Rocket's watchful eye, so anything he could keep hidden, he would hide for now. After all, it was Umbra who temporarily took him off Challenge Island, but in the end, he has to return. Additionally, given the special nature of this final trial, it's certain that many people will be watching Cain, although not necessarily the High Command. Probably, several captains already have their eye on him. On Challenge Island, Cain had already proven himself superior to the others, and now, with Umbra's interest and his entry into the Shadow Unit, some see him as a threat. It's not that Cain is a direct threat to them, but to the subordinates they've sent. This was the main reason Cain decided to go to the Hone region to train. Who knows how many eyes in the Kanto and Johto regions were watching him. Umbra's name doesn't guarantee his safety 100%, and although his life might not be at risk, his abilities could be exposed. But in the Hone region, it's different. Team Rocket has not yet infiltrated there, so what Cain did in Hone isn't widely known. In a way, he has managed to hide part of his power. Upon entering Vermilion City, Cain headed straight to the cargo dock. After communicating with the dock personnel using a secret code, he obtained information on which Team Rocket ship was about to set sail. Cain approached a cargo ship that didn't seem very large at first glance, but he was stopped by several sailors. "This is a private vessel. No access allowed," said one of the sailors, a burly man who extended his hand to block Cain's path. Cain frowned and discreetly took out his Shadow Unit member badge, showing it subtly. The sailor blocking him gave a sarcastic smile but didn't move his hand, keeping it firmly in front of Cain. The two other sailors behind him also smiled, looking at Cain with amusement. At that moment, Cain understood the situation. These people knew perfectly well why he was there, but they had no intention of letting him through easily. The question was, for whom did they work? Could they be Shadow Unit members? Or perhaps subordinates of another Team Rocket leader? Or maybe captains involved in the situation? But it didn't matter who they were. Cain was no longer the same as when he left the island. He was now much stronger. If someone wanted to test his strength, he was willing to show them. Cain's expression suddenly turned cold. Anyone who chose to confront him had to be prepared to face the consequences. With a quick flick of his hand, a sharp dagger appeared. He directed it straight toward the sailor's arm at an unexpected angle. However, the sailor was no novice. Seeing the flash of the blade, he instinctively withdrew his hand, though he couldn't avoid getting cut. Blood fell immediately to the ground, but Cain's dagger remained completely clean. Clearly, Cain's dagger was extremely sharp, and he had applied considerable force and speed in his attack. If the sailor hadn't reacted in time, his arm would likely have been rendered useless. The sailor quickly understood Cain's intentions. A violent look appeared in his eyes. After all, those moving in Team Rocket's circles had blood on their hands, whether it was the blood of their enemies or that of their own comrades. Initially, he just wanted to give Cain a lesson, but he hadn't expected the young man to attack so decisively and mercilessly, without leaving room for negotiation. The two sailors behind him were also taken aback. They had seen tough people before, but never someone who would strike without a word. They had dared to stop a Shadow Unit member simply because a senior officer had promised them rewards if they could gauge Cain's strength. The sailor blocking Cain was a Team Rocket officer. When he heard that the young man coming was a rookie who hadn't yet completed his island trials, he accepted the task immediately. In his mind, Cain was just a kid, and the fact that he had a Shadow Unit badge was likely because someone saw potential in him, but his actual strength must be limited. Moreover, the standard Shadow Unit badge only indicated the rank of captain, and as an officer, he had no reason to fear him, although he didn't yet command a full group of captains. The two men behind him had been his subordinates when he was still a captain. He thought that by disciplining Cain, as long as he didn't go too far, the leader in the cabin wouldn't oppose it, especially because when the senior officer gave the order, the leader in the cabin had also heard the conversation. Since the leader hadn't reacted, the officer decided to accept the task. But he never imagined that the young man before him, who seemed so inexperienced, would attack with such coldness. "Kid, you're asking for death," the officer shouted, enraged at being challenged in this way by a mere soldier who had just been promoted to captain. He quickly pulled a dagger from his belt and threw it at Cain. Clang! The two daggers clashed, sparking. Cain, though young, had grown significantly in this time, but he still didn't have the strength of a burly man like that sailor. After the clash of daggers, Cain stepped back several steps before stopping. In this world, though Pokémon battles were common, that didn't mean that direct combat between humans had disappeared. As long as the enemy could be eliminated, the method didn't matter. The future gym leader of Fuchsia City, for instance, was a ninja whose assassination techniques focused on stealth attacks, using Pokémon only as support. That's why, in this world, physical training for trainers is extremely important. Haunter? Shadow Ball. Cain's cold voice rang out. He knew that he was at a disadvantage in a close-quarters fight, and this clash was the perfect opportunity to withdraw. Haunter, who had been ready in Cain's shadow, appeared immediately, forming 2 dark energy spheres in his hands and throwing them at the 3 sailors. Upon seeing Haunter appear, the officer's face immediately changed, and he rolled on the ground to dodge the attack. But his 2 subordinates weren't so lucky. The 2 shadow balls hit them directly, and with the physical resilience of humans, they probably wouldn't survive, and if they did, they would be gravely injured. Moreover, Haunter hadn't held back at all. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed. The officer, who had narrowly escaped, tried to pull out his Pokeball from his belt, but Cain wasn't going to give him that chance. Haunter, Poison Jab. Using its ability to move through shadows, Haunter appeared in front of the officer in an instant, its 3-fingered claw covered in dark poisonous energy, heading directly for the man's face. Stop! A voice suddenly echoed from the ship. A stranger had appeared on the bow, watching the situation with a stern expression. The 2 sailors hit by the shadow ball lay motionless on the ground, while the officer, who had received the order to intimidate Cain, was on the ground with Haunter about to attack him. Cain looked at the newcomer, his eyes glinting with coldness, but he didn't give any order for Haunter to stop. Seeing that Cain showed no intention of stopping, the senior officer's face immediately darkened. Stop, said another voice. Cain recognized Umbra's voice. His expression changed several times before ordering, hold. Haunter's poisonous claw stopped just an inch from the officer's face. The officer's eyes were fixed on Haunter's claw, sweat running down his face. He hadn't pulled out his Pokeball in time and ended up in this situation. If it weren't for Umbra's timely intervention from the cabin, he would likely be dead. And Cain had completely ignored the senior officer who had given the order. Umbra slowly walked to the edge of the ship, looking down at Cain and the sailor who had been pinned down by Haunter. The senior officer who had first attempted to stop Cain gave a respectful bow upon Umbra's arrival and stepped aside, though a deadly threat toward Cain gleamed in his eyes. Umbra observed that, although Haunter had stopped attacking, Cain hadn't ordered Haunter to withdraw his move. A smile formed on his face. He shook his head slightly and said, "That's enough." Cain looked up at Umbra and, seeing the smile on his lips, immediately understood what had happened. The man who had tried to stop him didn't belong to Umbra, nor was it Umbra who had sent the sailor to test Cain. Although he didn't know the exact identity of this man, the fact that he could be in the same room as Umbra indicated he held a high rank. Noticing Umbra's smile, Cain felt reassured and slowly approached the immobilized man. The sailor, still held by Haunter, didn't dare to move, but the fury and hatred in his eyes were undeniable. Cain gave a slight smile as he looked at him, then crouched down slowly and patted his face without saying a word. Even on the ground, he remained arrogant. The man's flushed face showed his rage, and if it weren't for Haunter, he probably would have stood up to confront Cain. After Umbra intervened, the man seemed convinced that Cain wouldn't dare kill him. The hand he'd stopped halfway toward his belt began to move slowly again. Seeing the fury on his face, Cain's smile widened. In an instant, a cold gleam crossed Cain's eyes, and in his right hand, a knife reappeared, striking down in one swift move. With a single slash, Cain severed the man's right hand, which had tried to reach for his Pokeball. "You." The senior officer behind Umbra reacted immediately, but before he could say anything, a look from Umbra silenced him instantly. Umbra turned to him with a cold gaze and said, "Regardless of what your superior told you, this one here is one of mine from the Shadow Unit. I don't need your interference. Go back and tell your superior that if there's a next time, I'll personally go speak with him." The man paled but dared not respond. He lowered his head respectfully and, after murmuring a yes, left the ship, abandoning the officer lying on the ground screaming in pain. A total waste, an officer incapable of defeating a mere boy, and now even lost a hand. What was the point of keeping a useless person like him? The senior officer knew well that he had managed to get an officer to attack Cain, an important member to Umbra, for 2 reasons. First, his superior, whom Umbra held some caution toward, and second, more importantly, was that Umbra also wanted to see how Cain was progressing. If Cain couldn't handle this situation, there was no point in him continuing on the trial island. Better he die here and avoid the embarrassment. That's why, when the senior officer organized the attack in front of Umbra, he didn't intervene. However, now that the test was over, no one else could attempt to harm Cain until the final trial was completed. The opportunity had passed. Cain hadn't disappointed Umbra, who watched him as he slowly headed toward the ship under his gaze. Cain stopped where the senior officer had been standing, respectfully bowed, and said, "Sir Umbra." Umbra watched Cain's every move and, with a playful smile, said, "Seems like you've made an enemy out of a senior officer. Are you scared?" Umbra's tone was filled with mockery as he waited to see how Cain would react. Cain smiled and replied, "It's only a senior officer? Anyway, even if I hadn't provoked him, wouldn't he have come after me eventually?" Ha ha ha. Umbra was initially surprised, but then burst into laughter. "You're quite a smart kid. Aren't you afraid that that senior officer's superior will come after you? He's one of the elite officers. Aren't I under your protection? I clearly heard what you just said." Cain responded, looking at Umbra, one of the great leaders of Team Rocket. Umbra paused for a moment before his smile faded, adopting a more serious expression as he observed Cain. You should know that protecting you from an elite officer entails considerable pressure. You know what you have to do, don't you? Yes. Cain's expression also turned serious. To become an elite officer in Team Rocket, there was only one requirement, to be an elite-level trainer. Cain had provoked one of them. But this was something Cain could not avoid doing. If he didn't take a firm stance on Umbra's side, why should Umbra protect him? Just because he had good potential? That's wishful thinking. There are many people with potential, but how many manage to realize it? Only those who realize it gain power. At this moment, Cain was like a small boat amidst the stormy internal struggles of Team Rocket. Aligning with a stable faction was the best option. If Cain tried to maintain good relations with everyone, Umbra would not show him the slightest consideration. It was that simple, that real. Why should he protect someone who would eventually go with another? Impossible? If Cain wanted Umbra's protection, he needed to clearly align with his faction. Furthermore, in Team Rocket, Umbra was the only option for Cain. According to the information Cain had, Umbra and Sabrina were on the same side. So, at least this group had 2 elite-level trainers. Not a bad option. Umbra's laughter was because he knew Cain had understood everything. Cutting off the officer's hand had merely been a demonstration for him. This young man was sharper than he had imagined. As long as Cain had some value, Umbra would have no problem protecting him. Anyway, the superior of that senior officer was not someone Umbra considered important. As the injured officer continued groaning on the ground, Cain frowned and said, Haunter, use hypnosis to calm him down. Kakeek. Hearing the order, Haunter used hypnosis on the man, making him quiet. Cain followed Umbra into the cabin. As for the officer, having gained no advantage from either side, he no longer held any value. After returning to the ship's cabin, Umbra sat in front of a table with tea, incense, and various tea-making utensils. Does the Pokémon world also have a tea tradition? Cain thought. Umbra gestured for Cain to sit across from him. Cain obediently sat cross-legged. Although he hadn't shown the slightest fear when speaking to Umbra earlier, that was because he had understood Umbra's intentions. But now, the situation was different, so Cain set aside all thoughts and emotions. When facing an elite-level trainer, one must be respectful when needed. Umbra remained silent for a long time, only handling the various tea utensils in front of him. The hand with only 2 fingers was covered by a leather glove, but Cain noticed that all the fingers could move. Most likely, Team Rocket scientists had implanted mechanical prosthetics. I heard you went to the Hone region, Umbra said, breaking the silence, though he didn't look at Cain, focusing instead on the tea utensils. Yes, Cain replied, nodding. Finally, Umbra finished preparing the tea, brought it to his nose to smell, and then took a sip. He nodded in satisfaction and pushed a cup of tea toward Cain. It wasn't clear if he was satisfied with the tea or Cain's choice to go to the Hone region. What do you think of the Hone region? Umbra asked again. Complex and intricate, full of factions, and the League doesn't hold much influence, Cain said, looking at the cup of tea in front of him, but not daring to drink it. Would tea prepared by an elite-level trainer taste that good? Umbra nodded again and then changed the subject. Do you trust your success in this trial? He knew the situation in Hone better than Cain, who had only given a general summary. I'll do my best. I don't know my opponent's situation yet. If it was only about the rivals on Trial Island, Cain wouldn't say he was 100% confident, but he was 90% sure. However, regarding the people sent by executives and elite officers, Cain had no point of reference. The senior officer who interfered earlier must have been a subordinate of an elite officer or an executive involved. Since Cain had been off Team Rocket's radar after going to Hone, they didn't have a clear estimate of his strength. That's why they sent someone with considerable strength to probe Cain, and if they had the chance, eliminate him. Besides, Cain had caught on to Umbra's mindset, who also didn't fully know Cain's strength and wanted to observe the situation. Thus, his interests aligned with those of the executive who wanted to test Cain. That's why what happened before occurred. However, Cain didn't even give the other a chance to attack. He completely overpowered him. Aside from his Haunter, he didn't show any other Pokémon, revealing only a small portion of his power. However, that Haunter alone said a lot. Cain recalled that Umbra had a Gengar, which at that time was probably part of his second or third line of Pokémon. What would it be like now? This time, 4 executives and 5 elite officers will participate in the trial, and you're the only one without backing, Umbra said, smiling. After taking a sip of tea, 4 elite-level trainers were playing chess, 5 top-tier trainers trying to navigate the board, with many others watching every move. Any minor change could unleash a fierce struggle, where everyone would try to gain an advantage. That's how survival works in Team Rocket. Are the subordinates of the 5 elite officers already on Trial Island? And will the executive subordinates join later? Cain asked. He remembered 3 people on Trial Island, Xander with a brother at officer level, a girl named Jasmine who led all the girls, and Alex, the strongest among the loners. But Umbra shook his head and said wryly, do you think only 9 people are involved in this? In reality, at least 20 are involved. These 9 are just the strongest. Of those you saw on Trial Island, only 1 is one of those 9. The others are just subordinates of ordinary officers. Do they really think anyone can join this? Those officers close to executive rank may take risks, but ordinary officers, if they lose, they might fall into an abyss. Do they think challenging an executive is easy? Umbra was, indeed, one of the executives. An elite level trainer has their pride, and those close to that level can take risks, but those ordinary officers, if they get involved, might die without even knowing how it happened. Lions fighting wolves, and they expect street dogs to join? Cain was shocked to hear this from Umbra. Only one of the people he saw on Trial Island was a subordinate of one of those 9? Xander? Jasmine? Alex? Or someone else? Most likely, it was Xander. Umbra didn't say, and Cain wasn't going to ask. What he was really concerned about were the subordinates trained by the executives. The officer you faced before is just an ordinary officer, but he has a fairly strong senior officer above him. So far, you've already made an enemy of a senior officer and an elite officer. What do you think about that? Umbra, in the middle of his seriousness, joked with Cain again. To this, Cain could only smile bitterly. What else could he do? Whether it was an elite level trainer or one at the peak, neither was someone Cain could currently face. Even in his past life, when he saw these people, he could only avoid them and never dare to challenge them. Sir, please don't joke with me, Cain said. In fact, Cain wasn't entirely unprotected. Umbra was his greatest backing within Team Rocket. And if he stretched the connection a bit, Sabrina could also be considered support. After all, Sabrina and Umbra shared a special relationship. Ha 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 ha. Umbra laughed heartily again. Normally serious, he had laughed many times today. You know, I've protected you from many people, but you must understand that when someone loses their value, the protection also disappears. This is common in Team Rocket. I understand. Those without power must prove their value to gain the protection of the strong. Pleading for mercy isn't a long-term strategy, the key is to grow quickly. Cain understood what Umbra was saying. Cain wasn't someone Umbra had raised from the beginning, but someone who joined along the way, so the trust wasn't as strong. Cain knew he had to closely follow Umbra's steps and prove his value if he wanted to keep being protected and gain some breathing room. This was Umbra's way of giving Cain a warning to prevent him from letting his ego swell after entering the world. After saying all he needed to, Umbra and Cain fell back into silence. Following Umbra's signal, Cain finally lifted the teacup and took a slow sip. In truth, Cain enjoyed both tea and coffee. That initial bitterness, gradually fading, leaving a soft sweetness in the mouth. The contrast between sweetness and bitterness highlighted the true flavor even more. Cain didn't care too much about the type of tea or coffee, he simply enjoyed that lingering aftertaste. Unlike Umbra, who paid close attention to the art of tea, Cain downed the contents of his cup in one go, and the bitterness in his mouth grew stronger. Umbra shook his head and refilled Cain's cup. For a powerful elite-level trainer to be serving Cain tea was a rare occurrence. Such good tea is wasted on you, Umbra said calmly, slightly melancholic, though with a hint of irony. Cain, about to lift the cup, paused momentarily and then replied with a smile, to me, it doesn't matter what kind of tea it is or what techniques are used to prepare it. What matters is that the more bitter the tea, the deeper the aftertaste. Umbra, surprised, remained silent for a moment. Cain's words didn't seem typical for someone his age. Although he had lived much more than most people his age, he hadn't expected to hear something like that from him. They didn't have to wait long before the ship set sail. Originally, Umbra had been waiting for Cain's arrival, and now that Cain was on board, even though the captain, officer, of the ship had been taken to emergency care for severe blood loss, it wasn't that important, was it? He could easily be replaced by someone else. The rocket team's cargo ship followed its course, heading toward the trial island along a special route, its hold filled with various supplies. In a luxurious room, a frail-looking middle-aged man rested his hand on his head, looking at a video phone on the wall as he listened to the report from one of his subordinates. If Cain were here, he would probably recognize that the person on the video phone screen was the senior officer he had encountered before on the cargo ship. The senior officer, showing complete respect, was detailing the events that had occurred. After listening to the report, the middle-aged man, smiling, said, "So, you, a senior officer, along with an officer, were unable to uncover anything about that boy, and in addition, one of you was rendered useless." Although he was smiling as he spoke, no one would have thought he was actually pleased. The senior officer started sweating profusely. Quickly, he recounted exactly what Umbra had said, word for word. "Oh, I heard he failed his last mission and his power was severely diminished. If this were before, I might have shown him some respect, but now, we'll only know who's stronger if we face off," said the man. According to the elite trainer rankings, Umbra was far stronger, but on his last mission, he had suffered a major power loss, and now no one knew how much strength he had left. Forget it, it's pointless to continue talking about this. Tell that brat that if he doesn't get the results I expect this time in the trial, I'll send him to the Immortals squad. The next time we face off against the League, he'll be the first to charge in. Yes, sir. The senior officer quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and replied. At this moment, he was more concerned with saving himself than his companions. Once the video phone turned off, the expression of the middle-aged man turned grim. The Shadows unit, they still think they're the same as before. 2 days later, the rocket team's cargo ship successfully arrived at the trial island. During those 2 days, apart from the brief initial chat with Umbra over tea, Cain had spent the rest of his time in his room, preparing a few things that might be useful on the trial island. The first thing he did was make arrangements for the subordinates he had recruited previously on the trial island. He didn't know how many of them would still be loyal after he'd been away for so long. Or rather, He didn't know how many would genuinely follow him, nor was he particularly interested in finding out. However, after Cain left the trial island this time, those who decided to follow him would have to swear absolute loyalty. That was the condition Cain would impose. What he was preparing in his room was related to that objective. During those 2 days, he hadn't seen Umbra again, and when he disembarked, he still didn't see him. Most likely, Umbra had left shortly after Cain boarded, right? Did an elite trainer really need to stay on a ship all the time? Not necessarily. Cain wasn't bothered by Umbra's absence. Setting foot on the muddy ground, filled with a pungent, earthy smell, Cain sensed an air mixed with blood and wet soil. This was the atmosphere of the trial island. From the outside, it was hard to see the full extent of the trial island. Calling it an island wasn't quite accurate, it was more like a small piece of land, as even now, Cain didn't know how deep it went. But the fact that Rocket Team had managed to keep this place secret in the middle of the ocean spoke volumes about their power. It was also possible that only Rocket Team's exclusive ships could reach this place. Because in the cabin Cain was in, there were no windows, and once the ship reached the sea, Cain was warned not to leave his room until they were about to arrive. So he didn't know how he got to this place or how to leave it, he only had a general sense of direction. Rocket Team protected this place very carefully. The sailors were busy unloading cargo, and no one paid attention to Cain. Thus, Cain quietly returned to the trial island, with only 1 day left until the 3-month trial period ended. Cain's Murkrow perched on his shoulder as he walked across the still familiar terrain, slowly heading toward Rocket Team's base. He didn't encounter anyone on his way. Of the 300 people who had been at the base originally, there probably weren't even 100 left now. In his previous life, Cain had not left the island temporarily, so he had experienced all the horrors of the trial island and knew that the closer it got to the end, the bloodier it became. He passed through the familiar long hallway and arrived once again at the central plaza of the base. In the middle of the plaza, a black testing stone still stood, now dull and stained with a few drops of blood that no one bothered to clean. The improvised battlefield where Cain and Xander had fought was still there, with dried blood stains everywhere. This gave an idea of how brutal things had become on the trial island. Cain barely glanced at it, ignoring the smell of blood, and walked toward the temporary structure that Xander and his followers had set up. He didn't see anyone at the base, which surprised him a little. Even if many had died, shouldn't there have been more people at Rocket Team's base? Had Viper not taken care of anything? Finally, Cain understood the situation. It wasn't that no one was there, but that, with the final trial starting the next day, everyone was focused on surviving within their own groups, leaving no time for scheming. Those who had a chance to advance were conserving their energy, while those who didn't were desperately seeking someone strong to cling to. Leader Sky, the final test will be held tomorrow. At this point, we still don't know if Mr. Cain will return, we don't even know if he's still alive. Should we really keep waiting? Cain heard a voice echoing through the hall. He paused slowly, stopping outside the door instead of entering directly. Since becoming a psychic, his hearing, among other abilities, had sharpened considerably. Yes, Leader Sky, why not just become the leader yourself? After all, you've been the one guiding us, added another voice. Don't say nonsense. Cain still remembered Sky's voice. It was him who had said that. Though Cain didn't know Sky's true intentions, at least at that moment, Sky hadn't betrayed him. Sky was different from the others. Those under his command had joined because of Cain's reputation. However, after Cain showed a bit of his power in that test, he disappeared without a trace. That moment had shocked them, but Cain had been gone for nearly 2 months, and no one knew if he was still alive. Additionally, by now, any Pokemon in the hall was stronger than Cain back then. After all, 2 months had passed, and those who survived on the island had continuously improved their skills. Presently, their fear of Cain had diminished, and they even began to forget about him. But Sky remembered perfectly how Cain had faced the crowd led by Saurus with a murderous resolve, and how he kept changing and growing each time he returned. If Cain were dead, it would be a relief, but if he was still alive, how terrifying would his power be now, given his growth rate? Sky didn't dare to imagine it, nor did he want to. Since that test ended, he had suppressed any thoughts of betrayal. In this final test, if Cain didn't return, Sky could take control of the faction without worry. But if Cain returned, it would be best to remain his subordinate. That would be the wisest decision. Sky, I didn't come here to see leadership tossed back and forth. Big Boss Xander sent me to tell you that if you don't join us now, when he comes out, none of you will make it out alive. An odd, arrogant voice rang out. That Cain is the person Big Boss Xander hates most. Right now, he doesn't want to see anything related to him, so you'd better join us immediately, or else. Leader Sky, the boss. Leader Sky, should we silence you? If you don't want to die, get out now. Xander only leans on his brother. Cain destroyed one of his Akanzais back then. If it weren't for Master Viper's intervention, Xander would have fallen too. Sky cut his subordinate off sharply as he tried to plead. You. The person immediately fell silent. He only had Xander's backing, but if he truly fought Sky, he might not even know how he died. Since Cain left, Xander had taken time to recover, but Cain's faction didn't collapse because Sky stood firm. Sky consistently ranked in the top 3 in every test, and though Xander reclaimed the top spot, Sky remained among the top 5. Thus, Sky had become one of the strongest among the test participants. The person's face turned red with anger, unsure of what to say, but he also thought about the consequences of not completing the task Xander had assigned him. Since Xander was defeated by Cain and Ekans lost an eye, both he and his Pokémon had become more unpredictable. If someone went against his wishes, they were ruthlessly punished. In severe cases, they became food for Ekans. Some had tried to eliminate Xander when he was weak, but they were defeated. Since then, Xander contacted his brother, and with his help, quickly regained strength, returning to the top spot. From that day on, he stopped thinking about surpassing his brother or becoming an official in Team Rocket. He had only one goal, to kill Cain. Cain had become his inner demon. Thinking about this, the person trembled in fear. Sky, you can only be arrogant for a while. When the test ends and we return to Team Rocket, with Xander's backing, finishing you off will be easy. As he said this, the person straightened again. No matter what you think, your subordinates likely aren't all on your side, are they? You must understand who can keep you alive longer. Who should you follow for a more promising future? I'm offering you an opportunity now. If you join Big Boss Xander, even if you don't pass the test, you will be guaranteed to leave the test island alive. Instructor Viper made it clear a few days ago that only the top 5 in the final test can take others off the test island. Plus, the higher the rank, the more people they can take. Sky, can you guarantee to take everyone? Hearing this, Cain fell silent. What he said was true, only the top 5 could bring others not in the top 50 off the island. The top rank could take 10 people, the second rank 7, the third 5, the fourth 3, and the fifth only 2. Now, there were 20 people in the hall. Though some might make the top 50, others could die in tomorrow's test. Still, Sky couldn't guarantee taking everyone. With his current strength, making the top 5 wouldn't be a problem, but the top 3 would be harder. After a moment of silence, the first person behind Sky moved, slowly walking toward the one who had spoken. Once the first person moved, others began to follow. Most were those unsure of reaching the top 50, but when one particular individual took the step, Sky's expression changed. Staring at that person, Sky grew furious. Matsuki, are you also deciding to betray? We invested many resources in you these past months. Without that, how would you have made the top 20? This Matsuki was someone Sky had placed great hope in, so he had invested many resources in him, hoping to turn him into a powerful fighter. But he never expected that Matsuki would now choose to betray him, joining Xander's side. With his movement, the people behind Sky began to stir, and those who were still hesitant finally made a decision. Leader Sky, you're not sure if Leader Cain will return either. The wise know how to adapt to circumstances. With Lord Xander's power and influence, following him would allow us to grow faster. Even if Leader Cain returns and takes first place, without any backing, could he stand up to Lord Xander's brother? Cain recognized the voice of the one who had first questioned his loyalty. In total, 7 people decided to join Xander's emissary, most of them uncertain about passing the test except for Matsuki. Behind Sky, there were still 13 people, some confident in their own abilities and others who, due to conflicts with Xander or his followers, had aligned with Cain for protection. Since Xander hadn't offered amnesty, they didn't dare join him directly. In reality, only 5 or 6 of them were truly loyal to Sky and Cain. Sky could only smile bitterly. Even if he killed Xander's emissary, he couldn't stop these men's betrayal. With so many allies, they no longer feared him. Sky, you have until midnight to change your mind. Think it over. The emissary now spoke arrogantly, showing not the slightest fear of Sky, whose face showed a mixture of anger and shame, while his opponent laughed more and more. Use your time wisely. Let's go. But just as the emissary and his group were about to leave, a black shadow flew into the hall, gleaming with a cold light. The traitors fell one after another. Neither Sky nor the emissary could see what it was. In an instant, only 2 were left standing, the emissary and Matsuki. The others lay on the ground, alive but terrified, summoning their Pokémon, a Golbat and a Gloom. Where do you think you're going? A voice sounded from the entrance. The black shadow stopped on the newcomer's shoulder. Everyone turned their gaze toward him, their faces filled with surprise and fear. Sky's expression went from shock to joy, then back to composure. Those who hadn't betrayed Cain couldn't hide their excitement, while the undecided sighed in relief, some even smiling with satisfaction. The expressions on their faces said it all. The emissary and Matsuki looked at Cain, sweat on their foreheads, frozen in fear. Around them, the bodies of their fallen companions hinted at what awaited them. Leader Cain. Sky was the first to speak, followed by the others, who shouted, Leader Cain. While Sky might have been their leader, Cain was clearly their commander, as shown by the respect in their voices. Xander's emissary gritted his teeth, trying to hide his fear. Leader Cain. But before he could finish, the Murkrow on Cain's shoulder leapt, slashing his throat with sharp talons, giving him no chance to speak further. His Golbat was also taken down by a single strike from Murkrow's wings. With a level of 25 and mediocre qualities, that Golbat was nothing to Cain, who didn't even bother to look at it. His Scoropy could have defeated it easily, regardless of its ability to fly. Cain hadn't killed him immediately to show Sky's men his current strength, so they wouldn't think he relied solely on his Pokémon's skill. The effect was immediate. Those who had considered betraying him turned pale, while Cain's loyal followers flushed with excitement. Their leader had grown stronger. Sky remained calm, but inwardly he was shocked. Xander's emissary, though weaker than Sky, was strong enough to place in the top 20 in the trials, yet he hadn't been able to withstand even a single attack from Cain's Murkrow. He had been killed with a single blow, not merely incapacitated. Matsuki was even paler. When he saw Cain enter, he had summoned his gloom, thinking of either fighting or retreating with Xander's emissary. But after witnessing Murkrow's attack, he couldn't even give the command to counterattack. Now he understood just how vast the gap was between him and Cain. Cain walked past Matsuki without giving him a second glance, climbing to the chair at the highest point in the hall. Although he had been gone for a while, the chair was clean, and it was evident that Sky hadn't dared to occupy it. The chair was simple, but Cain sat in it with satisfaction. Although he was only a small captain in Team Rocket without subordinates, that would soon change. After the final test, he was sure he would become an officer, and he couldn't remain a captain without soldiers. The ones before him would be his first subordinates as an officer. Matsuki was sweating coldly. The longer Cain ignored him, the more nervous he grew. He didn't believe Cain would spare him, but after the emissary's swift death, he doubted he could escape. Thud. Matsuki knelt down and banged his head on the ground, begging for his life. Sky looked at him coldly, knowing Cain wouldn't forgive him. Cain had scanned Matsuki with his system. His gloom had decent potential, with a light green quality, so Sky had chosen to train him. If Oddish had a stronger attack power early on, Matsuki might have ranked in the top 10. But his progress had been too slow, and now he was only ranked 15th. Cain shook his head. Matsuki had no useful value, but his Pokémon could be put to use. Just as Cain was about to speak, Murkrow had already pounced on Matsuki. Its black eyes showed no emotion, and its blood-soaked talons ripped Matsuki's head off in an instant. The shock in Matsuki's eyes was evident. He had believed that, not being executed immediately, he still had a chance to live. Only Sky, looking on, knew that Matsuki had been doomed from the start. Cain held Gloom's Pokeball, looking down from his high seat at the people who remained standing with respect. In the center of the hall, several bodies still lay, blood slowly flowing from them, but no one paid them any mind. Matsuki's head had been casually tossed to the floor by Cain's Murkrow, which was now perched on the back of Cain's chair, meticulously preening its feathers, cleaning off the blood stains left from the confrontation. Sky, tell me the current situation on the island, Cain said slowly. Upon hearing this, Sky organized his thoughts before replying, currently, there are 98 people left on the trial island. Well, Leader Cain just killed 8, so counting you, there are now 91 participants. There are still 4 main factions. Our group is one of the smallest, with only 14 people, and also the weakest in terms of power. We have 1 person in the top 10, 2 in the 10 to 20 range, 7 in the 20 to 50 range, and 3 in the 50 or below, not counting you, Leader Cain. The strongest faction is still Xander's, with 28 people. After you killed 1, they're down to 27. They have 4 people in the top 10, Xander in first place, followed by 1 in 7th, 1 in 9th, and another in 10th. The largest group is made up of solo participants who've temporarily joined forces, totaling 38 people. Their provisional leader is Alec, who took 3rd place in the last trial. Of them, 2 are in the top 10, including 1 in 8th place. The smallest group is the girls group, with only 12 people, but they have 3 in the top 10, Jasmine, who ranked 2nd in the last trial, 1 in 5th place, and another in 6th. After listening to Sky's summary of the island's situation, Cain wasn't surprised by the development of other factions. What did surprise him was that Sky had managed to keep his small group intact under such circumstances. Noticing Cain's gaze, Sky gave a bitter smile and continued, we've temporarily joined forces with 2 other groups to be able to resist Xander's faction. However, even with that, we only have 2 more people in the top 10 compared to them. However, these alliances are only for convenience, there's no true trust between us. Also, the solo group is full of discord. Alec can only maintain control due to his strength, but it's said he has conflicts with the person in 8th place. I wouldn't be surprised if Xander's numbers grow soon, as he's surely sent people to infiltrate that group. Cain understood the situation. Although Xander's Akans had been seriously injured by him previously, with his brother's help, it likely recovered quickly. The person Umbra mentioned, the only officer with quasi-elite level strength who had entered the island, must be Xander's brother. Meanwhile, Jasmine and Alec were probably backed by relatively ordinary officers. Playing with fire by messing with the officers was risky, and they didn't know how it would end. However, Cain was impressed by Sky's ability to hold the 4th position. Before leaving, Sky had managed to enter the top 10 thanks to the coughing that had originally belonged to Saurus. Remaining in the top 10 all this time indicated that the resources gathered by this small group had been considerable. Cain decided not to delve further into the matter. In such tense circumstances, Sky hadn't betrayed him, meaning he was someone trustworthy. Cain was willing to invest in him. It could be said that only now had Sky earned Cain's recognition. Who are the 2 people in the top 20? Cain asked. Originally, there were 3 people in the top 20, but Matsuki, one of them, had been eliminated by Cain. Upon Cain's question, 2 people stepped forward immediately. Leader Cain, it's me, Fox. I'm currently in 14th place, said the first to advance. Surprisingly, he was one of the 2 Cain had recruited initially. Once fearful, he had now reached the top 20, something that took Cain by surprise. Leader Cain, my name is Kai, currently in 16th place, said the other, whom Cain didn't remember much. However, Cain had clearly observed that Kai was one of his loyal followers, as when Cain had killed the traitors, Kai's expression only showed satisfaction and excitement, with no trace of other emotions. Additionally, his sturdy appearance suggested he was straightforward and honest. After understanding the situation, Cain continued, have you already begun training your second Pokémon? Those in the lower ranks showed disappointment upon seeing that Cain wasn't interested in them, but they didn't dare show it openly. What they didn't know was that Cain had already logged into his system those with ill intentions who hadn't dared to act. Regardless of their strength, if they weren't loyal, they weren't worth keeping. Sky was the one to respond, yes, we began training our second Pokémon. About half a month after you left, Instructor Viper gave us permission, saying it would be necessary for the final trial. As for the quality of the Pokémon, each of us had to capture our own. Saying this, Sky released a Pokeball, and a Golbat appeared in the hall. Cain's eyes gleamed as the system scanned Golbat's data. It was a level 28 Golbat with a light green quality. No wonder Sky had stayed in the top 10, he had trained this Golbat well, and its quality was above the island average. Following Cain's instructions, both Fox and Kai released their Pokémon. Some were dark yellow in quality, and others light green, with decent levels as well. It seemed these trainers had chosen their Pokémon carefully, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many of high quality on the island. So the others are more or less like this. Yes, more or less. Those in the top 10 have 2 Pokémon of similar quality, while those in the top 20 have focused their training on a single Pokémon. Those ranked below 20 generally focus on training only one Pokémon, as resources are limited, Sky replied. Cain nodded, now having a general idea of the other islanders' capabilities. Those in the top 10 had more or less the power of a Team Rocket captain, though they lacked the number of Pokémon. The higher ranked ones had relatively greater strength, and within the captains, they could be considered competent. Sky, for instance, only needed 2 decent quality Pokémon to become a full-fledged captain. However, Cain was unsure of Xander's strength. With full support from his brother, Cain doubted Xander had only 2 Pokémon. Oh, by the way, Leader Cain, Xander already has 4 Pokémon, each as strong as his Ekans, which has now evolved into a giant Arbok. As expected, Sky revealed some of Xander's strength. This is the only way to explain why the alliance of the 3 groups has barely managed to resist. Xander's strength alone is probably enough to face the union of 2nd and 3rd place. It's clear that the difference between a near-officer level captain and other captains is quite significant. However, Cain already has a clear idea of Xander's strength. If Xander doesn't have more tricks up his sleeve, facing him now would be much easier than last time. To be honest, Cain no longer considers Xander a rival. In fact, it could be said that there's no one on Trial Island that Cain views as a worthy opponent. Aside from the subordinates of the 4 executives and a few of the elite officers, Cain doesn't see the other participants as a major threat. Cain tossed the light green quality Gloom Pokeball to Fox and asked, with 3 Pokémon, do you think you can make it into the top 10? Fox caught the Gloom Pokeball, surprised and unable to hide his astonishment. Everyone knew Matsuki's Gloom. Although it had a low level for a high-quality Pokémon, it was still a very valuable Pokémon on Trial Island. Matsuki had reached the top 20 thanks to this Gloom. Now that Fox had it, he might have a chance to make it into the top 10. Determined, Fox replied, you can count on me, sir. I'll try my best. I can't guarantee it, but we'll see if the current number 10 can beat me or not. Although Gloom had belonged to another trainer, the trainers on Trial Island were used to exchanging Pokémon, so there shouldn't be major difficulties in getting accustomed to it, though some combat techniques might not be well coordinated at first. To one side, Kai looked at Fox with envy. He truly envied him. Before, Fox had been nothing more than a nobody. His rise in everyone's eyes began when Cain named and rewarded him. Now, Cain had decided to reward him again, with Fox being the first to receive a reward. Cain did this to show everyone that he didn't hesitate to reward those who were loyal to him. While Kai envied Fox, Sky, standing beside him, harbored no resentment. He knew that if Fox had received such a valuable reward, he, as the strongest and most loyal to Cain, would also receive a significant reward. Not making him wait long, Cain took out another Pokeball and threw it to Sky. It's a high-quality Grimmer, green, that I captured off the island. It should be stronger than your Golbat. I hope you secure a spot in the top 3, Cain said. This Grimmer, which Cain had captured in Diglett Cave, had its skills and attributes improved to reach a green quality level. Although it hadn't seen much combat experience, its potential was impressive. If Sky managed to train it properly, it would be a formidable opponent. Receiving the Pokeball, Sky couldn't hide his disbelief. A high-quality Pokémon? This kind of Pokémon could rival Xander's Arbok. If he trained it well, it might even surpass it. Cain now seemed beyond valuing Pokémon of such quality. Thank you, sir. Sky said gratefully. This Pokémon is at a rather high level, but I haven't used it in combat. Use the night to familiarize yourself with it. I expect you to use it tomorrow. Kai's eyes grew even more envious. A high-quality Pokémon? And Cain handed it over without hesitation. He began to regret not following Cain sooner. With a Pokémon like that, he could easily aim for the top 5, if not higher. Others also looked at Sky and Fox with envy. These two, who had followed Cain from the beginning, were now the most rewarded. After a brief thought, Cain took out another Pokeball from his pocket. Everyone present focused on this Pokeball, eagerly hoping that Cain would give it to them. Without hesitation, Cain threw the Pokeball to Kai, who caught it in disbelief. When there is merit, there are rewards. And when there are mistakes, there are punishments. Those on the ground received the punishment they deserved. However, I, Cain, am not stingy with those who show their loyalty. This is an initial high-quality Grimmer, light green. Although it's not as strong as Sky's, it's at a decent level. Make good use of it in tomorrow's trial, Cain said, looking at everyone. Kai, who had been standing by Sky, challenging Matsuki, couldn't help but feel emotional. Those who had doubted him earlier now lowered their heads, while those who had always been loyal to Cain showed a look of fervor and loyalty. They did not fear combat or death, but that their leader might not see their efforts and fail to reward them adequately. But Cain had shown them that he was worthy of their loyalty. Yes, I'll fight for a spot in the top 10, Kai exclaimed excitedly. Unlike Fox, this was the first time Cain rewarded him, and the excitement of receiving such a valuable Pokemon was indescribable. Cain gestured with his hand and said, "Do your best. The top spots aren't that important. Your power will grow over time, and as long as you don't betray me, quality Pokemon will keep coming." As he spoke, Cain took out more Pokeballs from his pocket, showing some to the crowd before putting them away again. These Pokemon were even more valuable than those he had handed out. I'll overlook what you've done in the past or what you might have tried. But if in the future I find out about anything, I won't leave even your bodies intact, Cain warned. Yes, the group responded in unison, with the 8 corpses on the ground as a clear example. Sky, collect and distribute the Pokemon from these corpses as appropriate, Cain ordered. Sky looked at Cain, and by his expression, he knew that although Cain had said he would forgive past mistakes, he wouldn't really. A chill ran down his spine. Cain watched as Sky collected all the Pokemon from the 8 people lying on the ground. During these 2 months, as a temporary leader, it was impossible for Sky not to know the Pokemon of these people and their skill levels. Therefore, he distributed these Pokemon directly. Regarding the distribution per Cain's instructions, he followed them strictly. Because of this, some were not very happy after receiving their Pokemon. But with Cain present, they didn't dare to say anything, assuming that due to their lack of skill and low contribution, they were assigned weaker Pokemon. When Cain left Challenge Island, there were still between 120 and 130 people in the trial, but upon returning, there were already fewer than 100. If the Pokemon of those who disappeared hadn't been taken, Cain wouldn't believe it. The fastest way to increase strength on Challenge Island is by seizing well-trained Pokemon from others. Moreover, some rankings are inaccurate, as in the trials, most people only showed 1 Pokemon. As trainers obtained more Pokemon, who could guarantee that the Pokemon used in the trial was the strongest? Surely, many people are hiding their true strength. After finishing the distribution, Sky ordered that the bodies be removed and the others return to get familiar with their Pokemon, leaving only Cain, Fox, and Kai. They might think this is just the final trial, but in reality, there are many secrets behind this trial. When everyone else had left, Cain began to reveal some hidden details. It was likely that this final trial would take place on Challenge Island, so it would benefit his subordinates to know something beforehand to increase their chances of survival, as finding loyal subordinates wasn't easy. The 3 knew Cain had something important to tell them, so they listened closely. Cain didn't reveal too much information, he only mentioned that some important figures were involved in a bet, and that likely even stronger people would participate. If they didn't want to die quickly, it was best to stick together and trust no one. Also, if they encountered unknown people in battle, they should flee as quickly as possible, they wouldn't be able to match them. Cain didn't know exactly what the final trial would be like, either. The current situation was already completely different from his past life, in which there hadn't even been a final trial, perhaps because his strength wasn't enough to get involved. In short, this little butterfly had already started to flap its wings. The 3 listened without fully understanding, but Cain emphasized the importance of his words, so they took note. They didn't know if they would have the chance to participate in the final trial. I now have the rank of a captain in Team Rocket and the freedom to recruit personnel. When you leave Challenge Island, I can recruit you directly, so don't turn down the offer. Viper should agree. It's possible that after this trial, I might become an officer, and if you work hard, becoming captains shouldn't be a problem. When they heard that Cain was about to become an officer, the 3 could only imagine the level of power Cain had reached. Even a Team Rocket captain could easily crush them, but now Cain had the strength of an officer. How could there be such a big difference? Cain wasn't exaggerating. With the Pokemon he possessed today, a single Murkrow could defeat them all. Now, they could only win if they used numerical advantage against Scorepi. The 3 felt excited, knowing Cain's strength. They stopped worrying about people like Xander. Also, whoever could get Cain off Challenge Island wouldn't be an ordinary person. No one else, not even those with connections, seemed able to leave. This showed that the person behind Cain must have high status, and following him loyally would be the fastest way to grow. Have the rules for the final trial been released? What will the exact format be? Cain asked. The 3 shook their heads. Then, Sky stepped forward and said, the exact rules and format haven't been released, but Viper mentioned after the last trial that they should be announced after midnight tonight, as the trial will begin at 8 in the morning tomorrow. Cain was surprised. After midnight. If they were announced after midnight, there would be very little time to prepare. Was it really Viper? No, maybe it was the officers who applied the pressure. After all, we've been on Challenge Island much longer than their subordinates. Let's wait until after midnight. Get familiar with your Pokémon here. If you have any questions, I can help. Cain rested his chin on his hand, leaning back in the chair. This chair wasn't comfortable at all, aside from being a bit high. Sitting like this felt somewhat awkward. Cain watched as they brought out 2 Grimmers and a Gloom. Instantly, the room filled with various unpleasant smells. It seemed like their noses weren't working, as they didn't seem to notice. If Cain hadn't been used to being around Grimmer, he would have left already. He took a beast skin from his ring and placed it on the chair, then put on a small mask, feeling much more comfortable. Murkrow, perched on the back of the chair, looked at Cain with a puzzled expression. As if to say, what about me? Cain pretended not to see him. In this environment, Murkrow also needed to adapt. Who knows if there would be such an adverse environment tomorrow? The 2 Grimmers had already been captured by Cain, so Sky and Kai had no trouble getting them, and now they were familiarizing themselves with the Grimmer's abilities. After all, they had only heard of them but had never seen a Grimmer before. As for Fox's Gloom, he had coveted it for a long time, but as it had been a teammate's Pokémon, he hadn't been able to do anything. Now that he had it, he was well acquainted with all its moves. However, this Gloom had witnessed its trainer's death and was somewhat reluctant to obey Fox's orders. When Cain had Murkrow help Fox, the frightened Gloom quickly realized that if it wanted to survive, it had to obey its new trainer, otherwise, it would end up like that Golbat beside it. Under Cain's guidance, the 3 quickly improved their familiarity with these Pokémon. Although they didn't manage to fully master them immediately, they did achieve a great breakthrough in their Pokémon's skill execution and understanding. Finally, at midnight, the rules and format for the final trial that Viper had ordered were announced. A person hurried in with a printed sheet containing the rules and format. This was someone Sky had ordered to wait for Viper's notification. After Sky received the document, he dismissed the person. Then, he began reading the paper's contents. The format of the final test is survival in the wild, and it will take place across the entire Challenge Island for 1 week. Survival in the wild across all of Challenge Island? For a week? Hearing this, Cain frowned slightly. The format of this final test was completely different from his past life, even from what Viper had originally said. Was it because those high-ranking members intervened forcibly? Or was it an order from an even higher authority? Or perhaps Viper altered the content himself? Cain said nothing. He just waited for Sky to continue with the rest of the content. The ranking rules for the final test are based on a points system. Tomorrow, before leaving the base, each person will receive a points device. According to each one's rank, the initial points displayed on the device will vary. The top 3 will each receive 10 points. From 4th to 10th, 5 points each. From 11th to 20th, 3 points each. From 21st to 50th, 2 points each. And those after the 50th, 1 point each. These are the initial points, and the task will be to seize points from others. Since this points device is not tied to a specific user, any method can be used in the wild. Stealing, tricking, ambushing, scamming, killing, anything goes. Only the results matter. At the end of the 7 days, the one with the most points will be first, and so on. In other words, participants would be allowed to use any method, whether ambush, deception, murder, or even poison. The sole objective, obtain the opponent's points device and transfer their points to oneself. With this approach, would there even be 50 people left at the end? At least half of these people would likely die, wouldn't they? But it's not so simple either. Everyone will gradually group up according to their influence. Is Viper's purpose to get participants to team up to resist the high-ranking members' subordinates? After all, in terms of strength and resources, most participants can't compare to them. However, participants in this test have one advantage: the power groups are already deeply entrenched, and outsiders can't interfere easily. But will everyone really join together in the end? Will those who can't reach the top 50 be willing to sacrifice themselves for others? Don't be naive, this rule only makes the test crueler and bloodier. Sky also thought of these aspects, and after hesitating, continued, but the points aren't only with the participants. Viper has arranged for point cards to be buried in various places around Challenge Island. There will also be map fragments indicating the location of these point cards at some spots on the island. If you want to quickly obtain these point cards, those map fragments will be the key. Additionally, the exact location of these map fragments will be announced publicly. If you want them, you can go directly to find them. However, I don't think it will be that easy. There are likely powerful Pokémon guarding those map fragments. Fox and Kai nodded repeatedly. It would be great if it were that simple. Therefore, to get a good ranking, you can not only obtain others' points devices but also search for these point cards, which offer a second option. To ensure fairness, Viper has directly invited members of Team Rocket's psychic team. Their goal is to randomly teleport each participant anywhere on Challenge Island. If someone's luck is bad, they might be teleported directly in front of a powerful Pokémon, which could endanger their life. As Sky continued reading, his expression became more severe. Until he reached the last line, his face darkened even more. Closing the paper, Sky said quietly, "In the final test mission, it's not just our island's participants who will take part. Team Rocket's high-ranking members will also send some of their trusted subordinates to enter Challenge Island and participate alongside us in this mission. But I heard from some veterans of Team Rocket who've been working on Challenge Island for a long time that final tests have always been reserved solely for those who entered the island from the beginning. Additionally, in previous years, final tests weren't as complicated as this. They were usually more like arena fights to decide between life and death, but this time, Sky didn't continue talking. Some things, when spoken too much, can cause trouble. As I told you before, this test isn't as simple as you think. For the most part, Team Rocket's high-ranking members are playing their own chess game, and we are just insignificant pieces on the board. No, if you don't have the strength to be in the top 10, you can't even be considered as pieces. At best, you're just food for the pieces. Cain spoke calmly. He was prepared for these things ever since Umbra first told him this test wouldn't be easy. Fox and Kai also had grim faces. They barely had the ability to make it into the top 10 and thought they were already safe, thinking that as long as they didn't face the top 5, they could survive. But the last line of the rules completely shattered their hope. No one knew how many trusted subordinates the high-ranking members would send this time. Their confidence was shaking. However, with Lord Cain present, they thought that as long as they could find him, completing the mission shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't harbor any hopes. The last ones to enter will have, at minimum, the strength of the top 10. Their average level might be among the top 3, or even higher. There will probably be around 10 of them who are stronger than Xander. There are some whose strength I don't even dare to guess. Hearing Cain's words, the three finally abandoned all hope. Even someone like Cain wouldn't dare to say he could win, and he wouldn't even dare to make guesses how far did the limit go. Cain also felt frustrated. Umbra hadn't revealed any information to him about how strong these trusted subordinates of the high-ranking members would be. If they were only trained regularly, they would be about at his level, but if they were trained with full effort, there would be no real limit. Even assuming they'd have the strength of an average captain would underestimate them. He just didn't know if there would be someone like that. Therefore, tomorrow, don't fight for points without thinking it through. If you can keep calm, keep it. Since these are the rules, I won't insist that you make the top 10. Everything must be done with caution. It would be better if you could meet in one place. After all, there's more safety in numbers. Dawn broke the next day. At the rocket team's base on the test island, in the square where previous exams had been held, a crowd had gathered. It was half an hour before 8 in the morning, the time the final test was set to begin. All the participants were already there. Cain, along with Sky and the others, stayed in the far corner. At this final moment, there was no need to provoke unnecessary confrontations. In the final test, no one but oneself could be fully trusted. The leaders of the various groups surely understood this. They had gathered followers mainly so that, during the 3 months on the test island, they'd have some subordinates to help manage minor tasks in exchange for a measure of protection. It was a fair trade. However, the number of people who would remain truly loyal after the test was something only time would reveal. Probably only Xander was still fixated on the number of followers. He stood at the center of the square with around 30 or 40 people. Yesterday, he hadn't managed to recruit anyone from Cain's group, but he had succeeded in drawing in a few loners from Alex's group. Cain glanced at one of the loner group members, the one in 8th place, who was now behind Xander with a determined stance, thanks to Sky's information. Xander kept his gaze fixed on Cain, his eyes full of resentment. If it weren't for Cain severely injuring his Arbok, he wouldn't have lost over half a month, nor would he have needed to beg his brother. He also wouldn't have to worry about those who had joined later and their strength. As the only participant with a solid position on the test island, Xander had been informed by his brother of the true purpose of this test. So, even in the final moment, he was trying to gather more people. He knew that even with his brother's support, he couldn't be sure of defeating Cain, nor was he confident in facing the rocket team officer's subordinates. Thus, he could only gather more people to use as cannon fodder if needed. However, Xander had matured considerably. Despite his hatred toward Cain, he didn't approach him directly to provoke him as he had before. He showed a much more restrained attitude. Beside him, his Arbok stared at Cain's Murkrow, perched on his shoulder, with his one remaining eye filled with fury. Arbok clearly blamed Murkrow for making him lose an eye, but Cain's Murkrow simply ignored him, calmly resting on Cain's shoulder. Just a defeated foe. Jasmine and Alec were also standing aside with their followers, looking at Xander and Cain with a touch of irony in their eyes. They had a few followers, though not as many as Xander. Their respective sponsors were merely common rocket team officers, unlike Xander's brother, who was on the verge of becoming a senior officer, so their resources weren't as abundant. Thus, even after Xander had been out of commission for half a month, he soon surpassed them. This was the difference in power base. So, although they also knew what the reward for winning this test was, they weren't interested in fighting for first place. Their priority was to survive. Soon, Viper and Umbra arrived at the square. With them came a group of people cloaked in black robes, each accompanied by a psychic-type Pokémon. This group was likely the rocket team's mentioned psychic team. Viper observed those present. There were 91 participants left, but their quality surpassed that of previous groups he had supervised. Finally, his gaze fell on Cain and the Murkrow perched on his shoulder. He frowned slightly. Cain was among the strongest of the participants, but his Murkrow didn't seem to meet expectations. Its current strength didn't seem sufficient to face the rocket team officer's subordinates. Viper looked at Umbra. Umbra gave a faint smile. Even he didn't fully know Cain's true potential, but he was certain that Murkrow and Haunter weren't Cain's limits. He remembered that when Cain had left the island, he had 3 Pokémon. He gave Viper a look that seemed to say you know what you're doing and then stopped paying attention. This left Viper confused. What did that look mean? Assumptions? That there was no problem? Or? Hiding his discomfort, Viper cleared his throat and said, "The final test is about to begin. Shortly, the psychic team members will teleport you to any location on the test island. You know the rules, so I won't repeat them. Let the final test begin. Each of you must pick up a scoring device and then enter the teleportation circle." With that, he ordered his subordinates to organize the distribution of the scoring devices and access to the teleportation circle formed by the psychic team members and their Pokémon. Before stepping onto the platform, Xander glanced at Cain, moving his lips without sound, but Cain understood. Xander had said, "I'll be waiting for you inside." As the participants entered the teleportation circle, the square gradually emptied. Once the other 3 groups had gone, Cain stepped onto the platform with his group. He received the scoring device, which looked much like the information device used previously, displaying the number 1. Had they given him a random starting point for not participating in the preliminary tests? Cain made a mental note of it, stored the device in his storage space, and then entered the teleportation circle. One of the psychic team leaders, while maintaining the teleportation circle, gave a slight upon sensing Cain's presence, then used the power of others to teleport him out. After Cain disappeared, he murmured in a tone only he could hear, "A psychic? Interesting." Viper looked at him in surprise. Although these members had been summoned by him, they had actually been sent by the officers to prevent cheating among the participants. The leader of this psychic team was not weak. Although he hadn't reached Sabrina's level, he was among the strongest in the rocket team. Could Cain be less simple than he seemed? Why did both his friend Umbra and this psychic seem impressed by Cain? Once all the participants had teleported out of the square, the psychic team leader gave a slight bow before taking the others to sit in a corner of the square, closing their eyes to rest. Feeling puzzled by the reactions of those around him, Umbra smiled and said, "That boy has something special. Don't underestimate him. He just might manage to pull off something surprising." When he opened his eyes again, he was already in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by a mysterious forest. Cain could be certain he had never been here before. The test island was vast. Previously, due to the 1-week time limit, Cain had only advanced a certain distance before having to return, otherwise, he wouldn't have made it back in time for the tests. This place was likely on the opposite side of the test island. He took out a Pokeball and released Slowpoke. "Slowpoke, try to sense if you can detect the coordinates we marked before," Cain asked. "Yaden." Slowpoke nodded, and its eyes glowed with a blue light. Through telepathy, it communicated to Cain that it could only sense the direction of the coordinates but couldn't teleport directly there. Cain frowned slightly. Was the test island really that big? Slowpoke's teleportation range was now much greater than before. To give an idea, it could teleport from one end of Saffron City to the other, but now it could only feel the direction of the coordinates without being able to teleport. It seemed they really were quite far. He took out the scoring device he had received earlier. It was said that simply by sensing the fragments of the map with scorecards, the device would emit a slight vibration. So Cain placed it in an inner pocket of his clothing. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Haunter hiding in the shadows were the 3 Pokémon Cain had taken from the test island last time, now returning to accompany him. Since he didn't have a clear direction, Cain decided to follow the direction of the coordinates detected by Slowpoke and head that way. At the same time, he left some psychic marks in certain places he passed. Having a Slowpoke with instant teleportation abilities in a completely wild environment like this was like a fish in water. Cain could advance or retreat as needed, relying completely on Slowpoke. He took a bottle of spray from his ring and sprayed it on himself. The smell wasn't pleasant, but this was something Cain had specially prepared. It could eliminate some of the urban scents on his body. Although it couldn't completely prevent wild Pokémon attacks, it greatly reduced the chances. "Murkrow, go ahead and scout the way. We'll follow you," said Cain. Hearing this, Murkrow flapped its wings and disappeared into the unknown forest. While Cain began exploring the test island with his Pokémon, several people arrived at the rocket team headquarters on the island. At that moment, Viper and Umbra were sitting in the center of the square, waiting for those who entered after them. "Ha ha ha, Viper, Umbra, long time no see." Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky, and the voice came from that shadow. Hearing the voice, Viper pursed his lips and, looking at Umbra, said, "Who could it be? Turns out it's this guy, here to take your job." Umbra smiled, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he replied, "So let him come, I've kept him under control for over a year. Does he think that just because he injured me badly last time, my strength has diminished? Does everyone think my strength has lessened and now dare to be so brazen?" Gradually, as the shadow in the sky grew larger, a Salamence appeared in the square. When Salamence landed, a rocket team plane also began to descend slowly. Seeing the Salamence, Viper pursed his lips again and said, "He spends all day showing off that Salamence. I don't know how many times it's been defeated by you, yet he never drops that habit. If I had a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, I'd show it off every day too," added Umbra. "Haha, what's wrong? Starting to feel envious of my Salamence? No problem, as long as you're willing to spend, you can get one too. Only, I doubt you'd dare spend that much," said a man who jumped from Salamenki's back. He wore the black uniform of the rocket team officers, with a hat resembling a military cap, at the center of which was a large red R. Sarka, how are you here? Aren't you known for being lazy? Asked Viper, ignoring his previous comment. Huh? Well, since Umbra's here, the moment I heard, I took this bothersome job right away, Sarka replied dramatically. Without further ceremony, he grabbed a chair and sat next to Umbra. Want to fight me first? Said Umbra, whose previously calm face suddenly showed signs of irritation. Whoa, with that serious face, you're scaring me. Unfortunately, I didn't come to fight you this time. I have a mission, said Sarka with a mocking smile as he gestured to the plane, from which about 20 people, dressed in all kinds of clothing and aged between 16 and 20, began to disembark. Among them, 4 stood out as not very sociable, with a carefree attitude and an evident impression that they were the strongest in the group. Then, some uniformed rocket team members appeared. Although they didn't impose as much as the first 4, they weren't easy to underestimate either. The rest of the people seemed more normal, but by looking at the Pokemon accompanying them, it was clear their abilities weren't weak, even if they were inferior compared to the others. Greetings, sirs, the group of 20, led by the 4, greeted Umbra, Viper, and Sarka. Sarka, ignoring Viper and his dark expression, said disdainfully, "It seems all the participants have already entered. Pay attention and, if you can, hold back a bit. Make sure to leave some for Viper." Viper's face was as black as coal. If it weren't for Umbra holding him back, he'd likely have launched into a fight against Sarka. Although Sarka had a certain respect for Umbra, he didn't hold the same regard for Viper. Despite also being an elite officer of the rocket team, Viper focused on training rookies, and Sarka had always doubted his combat abilities. The psychic team members, who had moved back to the edge of the square, reformed a teleportation matrix and randomly sent the newcomers to the test island. When the last one had been teleported, the psychics gave a slight bow to the 3, then disappeared instantly from the square. Sarka looked at the place where they had disappeared and said with some envy, "Psychic powers are really useful." Then, changing the subject, he turned to Umbra. "Hey, Umbra, let's bet. How many of these participants do you think will make it to the top 10? Or better yet, how many do you think will make it out alive?" With a mocking smile, Sarka seemed well aware of the participants' quality. "I heard you recently pulled someone out. You're not using your position for personal gain, are you? Remember, the boss takes this mission very seriously. As the chief judge of this test, you must be impartial," he said. "You don't need to worry. Better think about what you'll do if the final outcome isn't what you expect," Umbra replied, casting him a cold look. "What can I do? Would those ambitious ones dare attack me?" Sarka replied disdainfully. "That you don't know," said Umbra. Enigmatic. Cain was walking through the forest with his Pokemon, unaware of the new group of people who had arrived on the trial island. However, whether it was due to some deliberate intention by the group of psychics or simply someone's luck, a person suddenly appeared right in front of Cain. They both stood there, staring at each other in silence, perhaps a bit bewildered. The person who had appeared before Cain was wearing a black Team Rocket uniform. Judging by his appearance, it seemed he wasn't one of the trial participants on the trial island. Participants on the trial island usually carried a certain aura of ruthlessness, but the person in front of Cain lacked that scent. Besides, it had already been nearly an hour since Cain had been transported to the island, so all participants should have been transported by then. This person who suddenly appeared could only be one of those who entered afterward. That person also recognized Cain, and luckily he was transported along with his Pokemon. Otherwise, Cain, who reacted first, might have already attacked him. "Primeape? Cross chop," the person shouted as his Primeape prepared to attack. After giving the order, the man stepped back a few paces to avoid being directly attacked by Cain. Then, he took 2 Pokeballs from his belt, holding them firmly in his hands. "Slowpoke, confusion," Cain ordered quickly. This sudden encounter had indeed taken him by surprise. Slowpoke's eyes shone with an intense blue glow, stopping Primeape midair just before it could launch its attack. However, Primeape quickly broke free from Slowpoke's confusion move and lunged to attack again. Nevertheless, due to the brief delay caused by confusion, Cain and Slowpoke managed to retreat to a safe distance. Both Cain and the Team Rocket member stared at each other without making any moves. "Are you one of the participants?" finally asked the Team Rocket member. Upon hearing his question, Cain confirmed the man's identity. However, he still didn't know if this person was a subordinate of an ordinary officer or a senior officer. The fact that his Primeape could break free from Slowpoke's confusion move showed that his strength was not weak. It's worth noting that psychic-type moves are highly effective against fighting types. For a fighting-type Pokemon to resist Slowpoke's confusion, its skill level had to be quite high. Cain didn't immediately answer. Instead, he used his system to scan Primeape's data. Pokemon, Primeape, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 30. Type, fighting. Ability, Vital Spirit. Held item, none. Egg moves, Foresight, Night Slash, Beat Up. Basic moves, Rage, Final Gambit, Fling, Scratch, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Karate Chop, Pursuit, Seismic Toss, Swagger, Cross Chop, Assurance, Punishment. Learned moves, Ice Punch. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Smackdown, Low Sweep, Double Team. A level 30 Primeape with a dark green aptitude, no wonder it could break free from Slowpoke's confusion move. Cain frowned and asked, "Are you a subordinate of an executive?" Without answering his question, Cain asked again. Hearing Cain's question, the man was stunned for a moment, then laughed. However, when Cain continued asking, "If you're not a subordinate of an executive, then whose subordinate are you?" "An officer's." From his previous expression, it could be inferred he wasn't an executive's subordinate, otherwise, he wouldn't have been taken aback before laughing. He was laughing because Cain's question seemed silly to him. But when he heard Cain's follow-up question, his face turned serious. He realized that his expression had given away that he wasn't an executive's subordinate. "So, it seems if I'm not an executive's subordinate, you're not afraid of me?" he asked. Cain slowly shook his head, then smiled. "Even if you were an executive's subordinate, I wouldn't fear you." The man looked puzzled again before asking, "Are you that? What was the name?" "Cain? One of the ones the higher UPS warned us to be careful of, right? My name is Miyamoto, remember that?" Cain didn't respond, he only smiled. Seeing Cain's silence, Miyamoto grew irritated but finally said, "Answer some questions for me, and I'll let you go." "Oh, is that the same thing I was going to tell you? Answer some questions, and if I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Do you really think you have any strength?" Miyamoto became even more annoyed. "Try and see," Cain replied with a calm expression, in stark contrast to Miyamoto. Both brought out their Pokeballs at the same time. Cain called out his Moltank, while his opponent summoned a Machoke. Pokemon, Machoke, green. Gender, male. Level, 29. Type, fighting. Ability, guts. Held item, none. Egg moves, fire punch, quick guard. Basic moves, low kick, leer, focus energy, karate chop, foresight, low sweep, seismic toss, revenge, knockoff, vital throw, wake up slap. Learned moves, ice punch, helping hand. TM moves, protect, hidden power, fire, brick break, bulldoze. A fighting type Pokemon, and still, against Slowpoke, he chose to send another fighting type Pokemon. That meant they either fully trusted their abilities or were specialized in training fighting type Pokemon. Either case was a disadvantage against Slowpoke. "Slowpoke, calm mind?" "Moltank, block followed by rollout," Cain ordered. Although Moltank was only level 26, it wouldn't be a problem to hold out for a while so Slowpoke could use calm mind. "Primeape, use punishment?" "Machoke, ice punch." They both shouted orders almost simultaneously. In wild encounters like this, there's no turn to attack or room for courtesy. Here, it's decided who wins and who lives. Primeape and Machoke, clearly trained to work together, quickly advanced, closing the distance to Moltank. They knew the biggest threat at the moment was the pink Pokemon that looked so adorable. For fighting-type Pokemon, the biggest danger was psychic types. As for Moltank, blocking their path, she didn't seem like a significant threat. Moltank used Rollout just before the two Pokemon's attacks reached her. Boom, boom. Primeape's punishment move grows stronger as the opponent's ability increases. Although Moltank boosted her defense with Rollout, that also made the punishment move more powerful. If it weren't for Machoke's Ice Punch being partially blocked by Moltank's Thick Fat ability, she might have been defeated instantly. "Slowpoke? Sizehawk? Let's finish off Machoke first," Cain ordered coldly, watching as Moltank was pushed back. To fight, first attack the enemy's weak point. Among the opponent's two Pokemon, Machoke is the easiest to defeat. Primeape, use Cross Chop. Machoke, use Protect. Then, follow up with Low Sweep. Hearing Cain's commands, the man reacted quickly as well. Clearly, in terms of combat, his experience is considerably extensive, something that an ordinary league member could hardly match. Slowpoke's Sizehawk was directly neutralized by Machoke's protective shield. It wanted to launch another attack, but Primeape was already charging toward Moltank. Slowpoke, continue with Sizehawk. Moltank, use Protect followed by Substitute, then use Milk Drink. Cain was undeterred. Although Moltank isn't very strong in battle, her survival skills are exceptional. However, the opponent hadn't expected Cain to have Slowpoke continue attacking instead of protecting Moltank. Originally, the plan was to pressure Cain into protecting Moltank, thereby limiting Slowpoke's attack options. If he managed to take down Moltank, he could directly attack Slowpoke, significantly reducing the threat to his Pokemon. Moltank quickly generated a green shield around herself, blocking Primeape's Cross Chop. Then, Machoke was held off by Moltank's substitute move. After a quick spin, Moltank pulled out a bottle of milk and began drinking, unfazed by the two Pokemon glaring fiercely at her. Since Cain had ordered her to use Milk Drink, Moltank trusted him, leaving everything in Slowpoke's hands. Primeape and Machoke had just finished their attacks and were already exhausted. Taking advantage of this critical moment, Slowpoke, with its powerful Sizehawk move, launched a direct attack at Machoke's head, causing immediate dizziness due to the type advantage. However, Primeape reacted quickly and dodged Slowpoke's next attack with a swift move. "Slowpoke, use Teleport," Cain quickly commanded. "Yaden." As soon as Cain finished speaking, Slowpoke disappeared and reappeared behind Primeape. "Good opportunity?" "Primeape, use Punishment," the opponent ordered with a fierce expression. The Dark-type move Punishment is especially powerful after Slowpoke used Calm Mind. If it hits, it will inflict massive damage. Slowpoke, Protect. Then, Zen Headbutt. A green shield appeared around Slowpoke, blocking Primeape's punishment. Then, its head, glowing with a faint blue light, collided directly with Primeape's chest. Boom! The impact sent it flying. The opponent watched as Primeape was launched into the air, while Machoke barely recovered from the Size Hawk move, his face darkening. Miltank, use Helping Hand. Slowpoke, pursue victory with another Size Hawk. Target, Machoke. Cain didn't allow Slowpoke to continue attacking Primeape in midair. Instead, he set his sights on Machoke. Primeape still had a chance to use Protect, so defeating it wouldn't be easy. However, if Machoke took another Size Hawk, it might lose its combat capability. Miltank, having recovered after using Milk Drink, used Helping Hand on Slowpoke, boosting the power of its next move. Miltank's Helping Hand increased the power of Slowpoke's psychic attack. With the combined effects of Calm Mind and Helping Hand, the Size Hawk hit Machoke squarely. Machoke, upon taking another psychic impact, rolled his eyes and collapsed, losing his combat ability. Seeing Machoke fall, the opponent's face turned from black to green, and he quickly took another Pokeball from his belt. Cain, ever vigilant, was prepared to attack the next Pokemon the opponent might send out. Sure enough, the man threw another Pokeball. Just as Cain was ready, a Dodrio appeared on the field. Dodrio? A normal-type Pokemon? Suddenly, the opponent mounted Dodrio and quickly attempted to recall Primeape and Machoke to their Pokeballs. At that moment, a dark shadow darted toward him. Although the opponent didn't react in time, one of Dodrio's heads did, pecking the shadow with its sharp beak. To avoid Dodrio's attack, the dark shadow changed direction slightly, snatching one of the Pokeballs from his hand. The man's hand began bleeding profusely, and Primeape's Pokeball was snatched by the shadow. The shadow, which didn't disappear, settled beside Cain. It was Murkrow, who had been scouting ahead. After waiting a long time and not seeing Cain, Murkrow decided to return, just in time to witness the scene. The man, his hand bleeding, stared intently at the Pokeball in Murkrow's grasp. He could give up Machoke, but Primeape was his strongest card, his most powerful and talented Pokemon. Although Dodrio had a higher level, it wasn't a combat match for Primeape. Otherwise, he would have taken it with him into the forest from the start. However, Primeape's Pokeball was now in the opponent's possession. Furiously eyeing Murkrow, the man decided to retreat quickly. The opponent's strength was clearly superior, and he also had a type advantage. If he continued fighting, he could end up trapped here. A Pokemon can be recaptured, but if he lost his life, there was no turning back. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Dodrio began running in long strides. Slowpoke, Size Hawk, Cain attempted to stop him, but they had both maintained a safe distance during the battle to avoid surprise attacks. After running a few meters, the distance grew even greater. When Slowpoke's Size Hawk arrived, Dodrio had already advanced several meters further. Caw! Murkrow cried out, suggesting it could pursue him. But Cain stopped it. Let him go, we don't need to chase him. His two main Pokemon have been defeated, he's already lost half of his strength. If you chase him and we don't arrive in time, you could be counterattacked, Cain said wisely. In moments like this, it's important to keep a cool head. Don't chase a fleeing enemy. Judging by this person's appearance, he's probably not one of the elite officer's subordinates. Otherwise, Cain wouldn't have had such an easy fight against him. Although Cain didn't use his full strength in the previous battle, he didn't even mention that the haunter hidden in the shadows didn't intervene. Part of the reason is that he couldn't be certain the opponent was alone, so he needed to maintain some response capability. Another reason is that the opponent's two Pokemon didn't pose a significant threat to him. Although the opponent's Pokemon had considerable power, they didn't pressure Cain too much. If he had really been willing to risk taking damage, Slowpoke could have defeated the opponent on its own. The reason he didn't pursue the opponent was that he couldn't be sure if he was alone. In this unknown forest, although the opponent appeared suddenly and it's unlikely he had companions, popular wisdom says not to pursue a cornered enemy. Cain had Slowpoke and Miltank work together to defeat Machoke and then took the Pokeball Murkrow had delivered, trapping the still furious Primeape who was trying to attack. This high-quality Primeape, if evaluated by its value alone, could be worth close to $1 million Pokedollars. Furthermore, the opponent had trained Primeape quite well, which could further increase its value. Cain had Murkrow and Slowpoke clean up the scene and then released a Grimmer to absorb the remains of Machoke. Actually, this Machoke had decent quality and combat ability, but since it had already been captured by the opponent, Cain couldn't control it, so he decided to dispose of it to avoid risks. Being absorbed by Grimmer is at least not a total waste of resources, it's like recycling something that no longer serves a purpose. Cain took out a medicinal spray from his ring and treated Miltank's wounds, as she had been injured in the battle. Though her milk restored energy, some bodily wounds couldn't heal immediately, and the spray would speed up recovery. Miltank closed her eyes in satisfaction and let out a pleased sound. Cain smiled, patting Miltank's head, and said, "Good job, Miltank." To avoid revealing his full strength, he had to let Miltank withstand the first blow from Machoke and Primeape. Miltank shook her head firmly. She knew that in terms of direct combat, she no longer had a primary role in Cain's team. She used to have some combat responsibilities, but now that Scorepi and the others have grown, she's taken a back seat. Still, she was happy to keep fighting. The injuries she suffers now are much less than those she endured when she lived alone. Cain understood Miltank's feelings and sighed quietly. Miltank, due to her natural limitations, was gradually being left behind. However, Cain was looking for solutions. Besides using Whitney's family method, the energy crystals provided by the system could also improve Moltank's quality. With continued use, even if Moltank's quality doesn't improve much, it will at least be enough to deal with simpler enemies. After all, her primary function is support. Once the scene was thoroughly cleared, Cain continued advancing in the forest in the direction indicated by Slowpoke. After walking for over an hour, Cain realized he was probably at the other end of the trial island. Because in this area, he could smell the salty sea air, and there were small shells and other marine remnants on the ground, suggesting the ocean wasn't far away. Furthermore, as he ventured further, the levels of the wild Pokémon increased as well. Compared to the other part of the island, which had been cleared by Team Rocket, the wild Pokémon here had higher levels. After a battle, Murkrow stopped moving ahead to scout. Many people could recognize Murkrow. If someone ambushed him while he was alone, it could be dangerous. Now, he stayed close to Cain along with Slowpoke, both Pokémon constantly on alert, just like the old days. Gradually, Cain began to notice the presence of various Pokémon hidden under trees or among the leaves. They didn't attack but kept their eyes fixed on him. 5 or 6 Pokémon that looked like purple spheres started to gather silently behind Cain. Murkrow and Slowpoke had noticed them from the beginning, but since they weren't attacking, they didn't pay attention. However, as time passed, more joined the group. And with their growing numbers, their courage increased, and they stopped fearing Murkrow and Slowpoke. Cain also slowed his pace, realizing that not only were they behind him, but many of these purple Pokémon were appearing in the trees and bushes in front of him. Their red, compound-like eyes glowed in the dark jungle, as if emitting a faint reddish glimmer. These purple Pokémon were Venonat, covered by a layer of hard purple fur, with 2 large eyes serving as their insect-like compound eyes. Venonat are fairly timid Pokémon, but when their numbers reach dozens or hundreds, even the smallest of them stops being timid. I hope I haven't accidentally entered Venonat territory, Cain thought. From what he was seeing, he probably had. If it's just Venonat, it's manageable. I just hope no Venomoth appear, Cain said, stopping and observing the increasing number of Venonat around him, sweating a little. Venomoth is Venonat's evolution, occurring when Venonat reaches level 31. So, if a Venomoth appears, it'll be a level 30 or higher Pokémon. The difference between a level 30 Pokémon and a level 21 is significant. Moreover, if there's one Venomoth among so many Venonat, it's likely not the only one. Phew. From deep within the forest, a strange sound reached Cain. Hearing it, his expression immediately changed. Damn it, I've summoned it. Murkrow, Slowpoke, be on alert. Cain cursed quietly. Murkrow, caw. At the same time, the Venonat began to move en masse. As their bodies shifted, a cloud of purple powder filled the air. The move Poison Powder. Venonat is a Pokémon skilled at using 3 types of powders. Depending on their level, they can produce different kinds of powder. Cain felt as if he were back on Nameless Island, in the territory of the Dustox. Murkrow, flap your wings and keep that powder away from us. The level of these Venonat isn't low, Cain said. According to the system, the level of these Venonat was almost all above 20. Being so numerous, they posed a threat. Moreover, the sound coming from the forest seemed to indicate the presence of Venomoth. Murkrow flapped its wings a few times, creating small whirlwinds that dispersed the powder in the air. However, the Venonat attack was only beginning. The first Venonat activated its eyes, emitting a faint red glow. Soon after, the eyes of all the other Venonat also began to shine. Yaden. Sensing something, Slowpoke emitted a strong blue glow, blocking the red energy emitted by the Venonat. Cain's expression changed slightly. Although Venonat is a bug and poison-type Pokémon, they possess a certain innate talent for psychic-type moves. Adult Venonat can directly learn moves like Confusion and Psybeam, with the red light they emitted earlier signaling the Confusion move. If it were just one Venonat, Slowpoke could easily handle it, but facing almost 100 of them using Confusion was a completely different story. Fortunately, Venonat is not a psychic-type Pokémon, otherwise, with so many at once, even Slowpoke's psychic abilities wouldn't be enough to stop them. Luckily, since Murkrow is a dark-type Pokémon, it is immune to these psychic-type moves. Murkrow, use Wing Attack, show them what you can do. In the next second, Murkrow, following Cain's orders, flew directly at them, ignoring moves like Confusion and Psybeam, and the poison powders couldn't reach Murkrow either. In the dark jungle, Murkrow's black feathers blended with the surroundings, and it quickly started knocking down the Venonat perched in the trees. One by one, the Venonat fell to the ground, unable to withstand Murkrow's assault. Another group of Venonat, troubled by Murkrow's sudden attack, couldn't fully concentrate on their psychic attacks against Slowpoke, which greatly reduced the pressure on him. However, with so many concentrated psychic waves, Slowpoke couldn't use the teleport move, so if they wanted to escape, they'd have to do it on foot. With the pressure on Slowpoke reduced, Cain began moving in a different direction with him. In the opposite direction from Cain, a crowd of grayish insect Pokémon started to appear. Murkrow, retreat. Murkrow, who was fiercely attacking, heard Cain's order, and seeing the approaching Venomoth, turned to fly back to join Cain. In this part of the forest, even Venomoth appeared in groups, and Cain decided it wasn't worth continuing the fight. The situation wasn't bad yet, but if they got cornered by a swarm of Venomoth, they'd be in real danger. The challenge island was more dangerous than it seemed. Cain tossed a Pokeball, and a sturdy-looking Pokémon appeared. He jumped onto its back, and along with Slowpoke, who was still resisting the psychic attacks, they climbed onto Tropius's back. Tropius, move. Cain ordered hurriedly as he patted Tropius's back. Tropius looked around and then glanced at Cain, as if to say, do we really have to run from these little bugs? Cain wasn't in the mood for jokes and gave Tropius a friendly tap on the head. Look over there and change your expression. Tropius looked in the direction Cain was pointing, and instantly its expression changed to one of seriousness. Quickly flapping its wings, with a gust of wind, Tropius rose into the air. However, due to the massive trees and branches everywhere, Tropius couldn't ascend quickly, and the Venomoth were already almost upon them. Even Tropius, who was at level 40, sensed the imminent danger, feeling that one or two of those Venomoth were particularly threatening. Murkrow, use Tailwind, give Tropius a boost. As they navigated between the trees, Tropius's speed was limited, while the Venomoth, being smaller, didn't struggle as much with the complicated terrain and approached rapidly. Murkrow let out a caw, and a current of air surrounded Tropius, increasing its speed thanks to the Tailwind move. Unfortunately, being among the trees, with dense branches and leaves above them, Tropius couldn't ascend through the forest canopy, and sunlight couldn't reach him, meaning his chlorophyll ability couldn't activate. Though Murkrow's Tailwind move increased Tropius's speed, it still wasn't enough to match the Venomoth, especially the ones flying in the lead, which were closing in fast. Cain used his system to gather information on the leading Venomoth. Pokemon, Venomoth, green. Gender, female. Level, 44. Type, bug plus poison. Ability, shield dust. Held item, none. Egg moves, screech, toxic spikes. Base moves, gust, quiver dance, bug buzz, silver wind, tackle, disable, foresight, supersonic, confusion, poison powder, psybeam, stun spore, signal beam, sleep powder, leech life, zen headbutt. Learned moves, bug bite, defog, snore. TM moves, none. Seeing the information about the leading Venomoth, Cain's expression darkened. At level 44 and with a green quality, Venomoth surpassed Tropius in both level and quality, and in addition, its small size allowed it to move more easily in the dense forest. If it were only one Pokemon, Cain wouldn't be so worried, but with dozens of Venomoth behind, if they formed a blockade and Slowpoke couldn't use teleport, they'd be in serious trouble. Cain took off Murkrow's weight controller and deactivated the weights it was carrying. Murkrow, clear a path for Tropius. Murkrow, faster than Tropius and smaller, could move through the forest without trouble, breaking branches that blocked Tropius's path, allowing it to speed up. But that wouldn't be enough since if Tropius had a clear path, the Venomoth would also have an easier time flying through. Slowpoke, use confusion to create barriers and delay them as much as possible, Cain instructed Slowpoke beside him. Yadin. Slowpoke nodded. It had endured a lot of pressure dealing with so many Venonat with the confusion move, and only after climbing onto Tropius's back was it able to start recovering. Fresh out of its meditation, Slowpoke's psychic energy had regained some of its strength. A blue barrier of psychic energy appeared in front of the Venomoth. The leading Venomoth was momentarily halted since, although it could also use psychic-type moves, Slowpoke's natural ability surpassed it. With the slight decrease in the Venomoth's speed, Tropius was able to buy a little time to catch its breath. Tropius is a flying and grass-type Pokemon. Although the flying type may be effective against Venomoth, Venomoth's bug type is also effective against Tropius's grass type, and Venomoth's poison type even more so. Thus, Tropius was at a clear disadvantage. The shadow of death drove it to keep fleeing. Just hold on a bit longer. Once we're out of Venomoth's territory, we'll be safe, Cain said, giving Tropius some Pokeblocks to calm its nerves. In its mind, Tropius reflected on how it used to be the king of a small island though life was a bit boring, with a small territory and little food. But when it thought about food, it put aside its regrets. Food is the most important thing, after all. Chewing on the delicious Pokeblocks, it seemed to be letting off steam. After finishing, it still wanted more, and every time it opened its mouth, Cain gave it another Pokeblock. Tired but happy, that's how Tropius felt at that moment. Gradually, it started to see flashes of light ahead. After flying a bit more, the light grew brighter. Tropius, full speed ahead. Just ahead is the edge of the forest. Once we're out, Venomoth should stop chasing us, Cain said, giving Tropius another Pokeblock. Hearing this, Tropius felt like a ray of hope was approaching. Without sunlight and flying at full speed, its body was already somewhat fatigued. Although the Pokeblocks helped it recover, the demand exceeded its recovery capacity. It was like a runner who could complete a 3,000-meter race without issues, but if running 200 meters at full sprint, they might collapse. Pushing beyond its body's limits, Tropius felt extremely exhausted. The light seemed close, but time passed so slowly. Finally, after 3 minutes, Tropius emerged from the forest, startling a crowd of birds and insect Pokemon feeding nearby. Once outside, unsure if Venomoth had stopped pursuing it, Tropius kept flying a bit longer. Seeing no more enemies behind, it finally landed on the grass. Tropius collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath. Looking back at the forest, it saw the Venomoth, glowing faintly with a phosphorescent light, stop at the forest's edge. After observing Cain and Tropius for a moment, the Venomoth returned to the forest, clearly frustrated. Venomoth is a nocturnal Pokémon that prefers to act at night, and the dark forest was its ideal habitat. That forest was its territory, but the wide meadow outside probably belonged to other Pokémon. Cain jumped off Tropius's back. Not only was Tropius exhausted after this escape, but Slowpoke, who had been creating barriers to delay the Venomoth, was also worn out. Slowpoke, using the last bit of its psychic energy, floated down from Tropius's back, but as it ran out of energy just before touching the ground, it stumbled upon landing. Murkrow, who had been clearing the path for Tropius, was also somewhat fatigued. This time, all three of Cain's Pokémon had given it their all. Cain approached Slowpoke, gave it some special Poke Blocks to meditate, and then returned it to its Pokeball. After giving Tropius more Poke Blocks and patting its head in encouragement, he also returned it to its Pokeball. When Cain tried to return Murkrow to its Pokeball after giving it its Poke Blocks, Murkrow stopped him. With Slowpoke resting, Cain's protection had significantly decreased. Although Haunter was present, it wasn't enough, so Murkrow insisted on staying outside. Even though it would recover more slowly, it wanted to ensure Cain's safety. Finally, Cain relented and allowed Murkrow to rest on his shoulder. In just half a day, 4 of Cain's Pokémon were injured or exhausted to varying degrees. Moltank, Slowpoke, Tropius, and Murkrow all needed time to rest. This showed that the final trial was much more challenging than the daily exploration of the trial island. During the first 3 months on the island, Cain could explore areas at his own pace, ensuring the area behind him was safe. But in the final trial, with random teleportation to any location on the island, anything could happen. This is why the first day was probably the most dangerous, with the highest mortality rate on the island. Those who were unlucky could be teleported directly into the nest of a wild Pokémon, and if they couldn't react in time, they might be devoured. Only those who survived the first day could start thinking about how to earn more points and even capture more potential Pokémon. The principle of the snowball effect only applies if you manage to survive. Cain sat down on the grass to rest for a bit. He took out water and food stored in his storage space and began eating silently. While eating, he reflected on his next steps. The trial island was large, and although there were few participants in the trial, a total of 91 trainers, even if more participants were added later, they wouldn't exceed 150 in total. So the greatest threat was still the island's wild Pokémon. The fact that Cain had encountered someone teleported nearby, after just 1 hour, was an extremely low probability, almost like winning the lottery. Thinking about it, perhaps he shouldn't have let them go. Previously, Cain was concerned that the other person might have had the ability to choose their teleportation point, which would explain the coincidence. So his worry wasn't unfounded. If that group wanted to trap him, they could have sent someone to lure him in, while others ambushed him in the escape direction. It wasn't impossible. Looking back, there was only a bit of regret. Cain stood up, brushing off the dust and leaves from the trees. Venomoth, due to its innate limitations, isn't the best Pokémon for primary combat, but as a support Pokémon, it's quite excellent. With its 3 types of powder and various psychic abilities, it can exert some control. It naturally learns the move Quiver Dance, which boosts its special attack, special defense, and speed. If combined with moves like Toxic Spikes, Baton Pass, and Heart Swap, along with the Tinted Lens ability, it becomes an almost perfect support. It can use the move Toxic Spikes and the Quiver Dance move, then pass its benefits to another Pokémon using Baton Pass, and then switch abilities with Heart Swap. The Tinted Lens ability allows normally less effective moves to become effective. For instance, a Fire-type move against a Water-type Pokémon would normally have half or even a quarter of the power. But with Tinted Lens, resistance would be ignored, returning the move to its normal power, which greatly neutralizes defensive Pokémon. Therefore, if the opportunity arises, capturing a Venomoth as a support Pokémon wouldn't be a bad idea. However, as a support Pokémon, Venomoth requires some very specific abilities and egg moves. Additionally, Cain won't be able to enter Venomoth's territory for a while. If he tries, he'll likely be attacked by a swarm. Maybe another opportunity will arise in the future. Now that his Pokémon are exhausted, Cain decided not to continue on his path and opted to rest first. Judging by the situation in Venomoth's territory, it's likely that the Pokémon they encounter ahead will be even stronger, posing a greater danger. It's better to wait until all his Pokémon have recovered before moving forward, to ensure safety. Cain sat in the meadow for half an hour, allowing his Pokémon to have a simple lunch, before continuing to walk in the direction Slowpoke had previously indicated. Before entering the final trial, Cain had considered marking his 3 subordinates with a psychic mark, which would allow him to find them quickly. But in the end, he decided not to do it. First, even if he gathered those 3 people, they wouldn't be much help. He'd have to put effort into protecting them, which wouldn't be worth it. Additionally, while the final trial is filled with dangers, it's also an opportunity. Exploring uncharted areas of the trial island and encountering high-potential Pokémon could result in capturing 1 or 2, significantly boosting his strength. Each person has their own luck, and fate is uncertain. For this reason, Cain decided to let them find their own path. After observing the meadow for a while, Cain realized this area was a relatively common place where many herbivorous Pokémon came to graze. Of course, a common environment doesn't mean it's safe, as many aggressive Pokémon also frequent this place to hunt. Murkrow, perched on Cain's shoulder, was closely watching the surroundings. Numerous unevolved bug-type Pokémon could be seen wandering around. Weedle, Caterpie, and Ladybug, among other relatively weak Pokémon before evolving, were in this area searching for food. This also attracted many flying-type Pokémon like Spearow, Fearow, Pidgey, and Pidgeotto, who feed on these weaker bug Pokémon. In Cain's view, a Pidgeotto suddenly descended from the sky, targeting a Weedle munching on leaves in the meadow. Sensing the shadow that appeared over them, the surrounding bug Pokémon froze, trying to hide in the tall grass to avoid being seen by Pidgeotto. But Pidgeotto had already set its sights on its target. Just as Weedle resigned itself to its fate, a Spearow emerged from the other side of the grass, blocking Pidgeotto's path to its prey. The species of Spearow and Pidgeotto have always been rivals, so the two Pokémon began to fight in the air, allowing Weedle to escape, narrowly avoiding death. However, the fight between Spearow and Pidgeotto soon turned into a battle between their respective flocks. Two flocks, totaling dozens of flying-type Pokémon, clashed in the sky above the meadow, forming a dark cloud. For the other Pokémon that frequented this place, the battle of these flying types was a common sight. These fights happened several times a day and generally didn't result in significant casualties, so many simply watched them as entertainment. Particularly Pokémon like Tauros, powerful and in large herds, would only glance over before returning to grazing. No matter how fiercely Pidgeotto and Spearow fought, neither would dare provoke a Tauros. If they did, the aggressive nature of the Tauros would mean they might destroy their nest. This vast meadow had an atmosphere similar to the wild area, where Pokémon ecology had been artificially simulated, but here it was a natural and evolved ecosystem. One shouldn't think that just because Pidgeotto and Spearow hunt Weedle, they don't have predators. When Weedle or Spinarak fully evolve into Beedrill or Ariados, they can hunt Spearow and Pidgeotto. It all depends on who's stronger at the time. The presence of Cain and Murkrow didn't attract much attention, they were too small compared to the vast meadow. Walking through the meadow, the Pokémon here had relatively low aggression, so as long as they weren't intentionally provoked, the area was quite safe. As Cain observed his surroundings and moved slowly, he suddenly noticed some sturdy, gray-armored Pokémon moving through the grass. Rhyhorn? Cain's eyes lit up. Rhyhorn is a relatively rare Pokémon, and its evolution, Rhyhorn, has considerable combat power. However, Rhyhorn is a rock and ground-type Pokémon with many weaknesses, being 4 times vulnerable to water and grass-type attacks and twice weak to fighting, ground, steel, and ice types. Overall, it's a Pokémon with many disadvantages. But it has high attack, defense, and physical endurance, sacrificing its special attack and defense, which makes it a purely physical Pokémon. Although its speed is somewhat slow, its stat distribution is quite efficient. Most importantly, Rhyhorn is a relatively rare Pokémon, and if it has good potential, its value would be quite high, potentially fetching a good price at the Hunters Guild. For the wealthy, having such an imposing Pokémon is a status symbol. And for some trainers, Rhyhorn's evolution, Rhyhorn, is synonymous with strength and endurance. Moreover, Cain knew that Rhyhorn has an additional evolution Rhyperior. Currently, this evolved form likely hasn't been discovered, and people believe Rhyhorn is Rhyhorn's final form. If this evolution that further boosts its strength were revealed, Rhyhorn's value would skyrocket. Interested, Cain began to approach stealthily. Rhyhorn is a Pokémon highly sensitive to its surroundings, unlike Tauros, which doesn't bother as long as there's no red clothing nearby, even if you approach within a meter. But Rhyhorn is different. Any movement around them puts them on alert. Imagine the power of a group of Rhyhorn charging. It would be even more terrifying than a Tauros stampede. After all, they're fully armored Pokémon. Comparing them to tanks wouldn't be wrong. To avoid attracting the attention of the Rhyhorn, Cain crouched down slowly, hiding in the tall grass. He approached step by step. At this distance, if the Rhyhorn charged, it would be difficult for Cain to escape. Fortunately, Rhyhorn are powerful in a straight line, but turning is quite slow for them.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.